Introduction asterisk. Chen Shi, born in a rural area, secured a position at the Provincial Public Security Department. But after offending a powerful figure, he was reassigned to a local police station as a grassroots officer. Step by step, he endeavored to turn his fate around, disregarding any notions of minor ranks or titles. The intricate web of relationships within this bureaucratic realm was nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 1. The Sky Has Fallen. What? I've been transferred to the police station in Fushan Town as a grassroots officer? Chen Shi felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. His mind buzzed and spun in chaos. After overcoming numerous obstacles to gain entry into the Provincial Public Security Department, he found himself relegated to his hometown as a mere grassroots officer on his very first day of official duty. He could hardly accept this turn of events. To understand the situation, one must trace back 2 months prior when the ex-wife of the Provincial Public Security Department's director, who held a significant position at a commercial bank, was caught embezzling funds and attempting to flee. She was apprehended by the Anti-Corruption Bureau at the airport and brought back for investigation, implicating the director himself. At that time, Chen Shi was merely an intern, tasked with surveilling the director under strict orders to avoid any contact with others. He adhered to this directive meticulously, delivering meals and necessities while barring entry to everyone else. On one occasion, an elderly woman attempted to deliver dumplings to the director, wishing to see him. Chen Shi obstructed her entry, allowing the dumplings but denying her access, as any slip-up would result in his accountability. The old woman simply remarked, "I'll remember you," before turning away. Later, Chen Shi learned that this woman was the spouse of a former vice secretary of the provincial committee. The director, despite being under investigation for a month, was cleared of any wrongdoing related to his ex-wife's corruption and restored to his position. Chen Shi, however, found himself in dire straits, having offended a powerful figure, leading to his immediate transfer back to his hometown as a grassroots officer. It was disheartening to think that even achieving the rank of an assistant division head in this lifetime would be a distant dream. His promising future was shattered in an instant. The head of the investigation department patted Chen Shi on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, you're still young. Wherever you are, you serve the people. Just do your best." Chen Shi wanted to retort, "Is that really what you believe? Why don't you serve the people at the grassroots level instead of scrambling for opportunities at the provincial department?" In the town police station, there were only a handful of assistant division head positions, each fiercely contested. As a newcomer with no connections, the chances of advancement were slim. Once past 30 without promotion, one would be deemed unworthy of further investment by the organization, left to languish until retirement. The head of the investigation department left with a smile, leaving Chen Shi dazed and disheartened. In retrospect, it became clear that he had been ensnared in a trap. He had failed to comprehend the complexities of such powerful figures, unaware of the potential repercussions of his actions. Surveillance was a double-edged sword. If he were too strict, he risked offending the director, while a lax approach could lead to serious consequences. It was a no-win situation, and as a newcomer, he was left holding a hot potato that had exploded in his hands. Regret engulfed Chen Shi. He should have been more discerning, refusing to blindly follow orders that could lead to his downfall. Offending a superior might only result in minor inconveniences, but angering a powerful figure could result in banishment to a remote town, robbing him of any chance for redemption. With a sigh, he lamented how he had once believed that entering the system would lead to a smooth ascent and camaraderie, only to discover that it was fraught with danger and treachery. Now, it was too late, the die was cast, and he could only proceed with the transfer formalities to report to the police station in Fushan Town. After completing the paperwork, he emerged from the Provincial Public Security Department in a state of utter despondency. Standing at the entrance, he cast a final glance back at the department, realizing that he might never have the opportunity to return. He consoled himself, thinking of his understanding girlfriend, seeking solace in her company. Chen Shi took out his phone and called his girlfriend, Chen Min, who quickly answered. "Hello, where are you? What's the matter?" "I'm at work. I'll pick you up after your shift. Are you free today? It's a long story. Let's discuss it in person." "All right then." After hanging up, Chen Shi hopped onto his electric scooter and sped towards the bank where Chen Min worked. She had just completed her probation period and was newly confirmed in her position. They were classmates from different universities and had been in a relationship for 3 years, spending every weekend together. Friends and classmates often envied their affection, especially since they had been together for 4 years after graduating. Chen Min hailed from a middle-class family in Izhou City and was always considerate towards Chen Shi, bringing him treats whenever she returned home. As he rode, thoughts of her kindness lightened his gloomy mood. Arriving at the bank, Chen Shi parked his scooter and checked the time. It was 5:20 p.m. In 10 minutes, his girlfriend would be off work. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Min finally emerged, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing him. Chen Shi complained, "Why did you take so long?" With a sweet smile, she replied, "I just got confirmed. I can't leave right away. I need to show my commitment, and if I leave while the bosses are still there, they might think I'm not handling enough work. Is that really how it works? This is the workplace, not school. No one coddles you here. I learned it from a senior while treating her to tea." Chen Shi realized his mistake. He had been so focused on hard work that he neglected to seek advice from those with experience. He was, indeed, a prime example of what not to do. He rode his scooter with Chen Min to a nearby barbecue restaurant. As they arrived, she questioned, "Are you in the mood for barbecue again?" "I'm not really hungry. I'm feeling down. Join me for a drink." "It's obvious you're not happy. Is it that apparent?" "Absolutely. In this line of work, you can't wear your emotions on your sleeve. People will see right through you." During moments of despair, one often prefers silence. Chen Shi entered the barbecue restaurant, feeling an indescribable heaviness in his heart. He ordered an array of barbecue dishes and a crate of beer. Chen Min spoke gently, "What's wrong? Why so much beer? Did your confirmation get delayed?" Chen Shi shook his head and opened a beer, gulping it down in one go, drenching his shirt. Chen Min quickly grabbed a tissue to help him clean up. "Drink slowly. There's no one competing with you. What's really bothering you? Did a superior reprimand you?" Chen Shi simply shook his head again and reached for another beer. Chen Min snatched it away. "You're making me anxious. If you won't talk, I won't let you drink." In agony, Chen Shi scratched his head, stammering, "I've been transferred back to my hometown." Chapter 2. Breakup. Chen Min was momentarily stunned, unable to articulate her thoughts, before finally asking, "Have you been reassigned back to your hometown?" Chen Shi nodded gravely, feeling as though an immense weight rested upon his head. Their gazes locked in silence for a while, until Chen Shi broke the stillness, recounting the events that had transpired. Tears glimmered in Chen Min's eyes as she spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Is there truly no possibility for redemption?" Chen Shi offered a wry smile and shook his head. Overwhelmed, Chen Min slumped in her chair, taking some time to regain her composure. At that moment, Chen Shi had already consumed 3 bottles of beer. Chen Min observed the redness in his eyes and urged, "You mustn't drink anymore. Can't you speak to the public security director? Explain that this is a directive from higher-ups. There should be accountability for grievances, and it is unjust to burden a newly confirmed officer like you." Chen Shi sighed, "You are too naive. In this world, there is little room for reason. I am merely a powerless officer. The director is not someone I can approach freely. Is there truly no way to salvage this?" Chen Shi retrieved the transfer order from his bag. "The paperwork is complete. I must report to Fushan Town within a week." Chen Min grabbed a bottle, only to choke halfway through her drink, coughing violently. Chen Shi quickly patted her back, saying, "If you can't handle it, just drink less." He called for the owner, and they were brought 2 cups. The barbecue was ready, placed before them, yet neither had any appetite. Chen Min poured beer in her cup, downing 2 glasses until her cheeks flushed. Chen Shi felt perplexed. He had come seeking comfort, yet it seemed she was the one in need of solace. He picked up a skewer of meat, but the once tempting aroma of the barbecue now tasted bitter on his tongue. Silence enveloped them as they continued to drink, finishing an entire case of beer. Chen Shi called out, "Owner, bring us another case." "Stop drinking," Chen Min said, feeling a throbbing in her head as she stood up. "I need to go. I have an early meeting at the bank tomorrow." Chen Shi supported her, insisting, "You've had too much. I'll take you home." "I'm not drunk. I'm perfectly alert. I can manage on my own." Seeing her unsteady on her feet, Chen Shi was determined to escort her back. They hailed a taxi, and as they sat inside, Chen Min protested, "I don't need you to take me. I can get home by myself." "I insist on seeing you home," Chen Shi replied, addressing the driver, "To Meili-jun, please." Throughout the ride, they exchanged no words, and as they arrived at Meili-jun, the moment the driver halted, Chen Min covered her mouth and hurriedly exited the vehicle, rushing to the nearby trash bin to vomit. Chen Shi rushed to her side, gently patting her back until she stopped retching. He produced a tissue, offering it to her to wipe her mouth. He then went to a nearby convenience store, purchasing a bottle of water and handing it to her. "Rinse your mouth." After she had finished, feeling somewhat better, she asked, "When do you plan to return?" "In a few days. I'll mail my belongings back, terminate my lease, and once everything is arranged, I'll head back." Chen Shi tenderly stroked her hair. "Do not worry. It's just 500 kilometers. Once I earn enough, I'll buy a car and come to see you every weekend." Chen Min remained silent, their eyes meeting until Chen Shi pulled her into an embrace, only to be pushed away by Chen Min. The residents here know each other. It wouldn't look good. You should go back. I'll head home. Chen Min turned and walked toward the community, while Chen Shi watched her until her figure faded from view before he returned to his taxi. Upon arriving home, Chen Min's parents noticed her flushed face and inquired if she had been drinking, offering to prepare a hangover soup. She excused herself, claiming she had merely enjoyed a few drinks with colleagues before retreating to her room. As an only child, Chen Min had been pampered by her parents, never having experienced hardship. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind racing with thoughts of Chen Shi, a tall young man with a radiant smile and adorable dimples. But he was leaving her, reassigned back to Fushan Town, a place she had visited with him during the summer of 2007. 500 kilometers had never felt so distant. First, she took a train to the county, then transferred to a bus, navigating treacherous mountain roads for 2 to 3 hours before finally reaching the town, followed by a lengthy walk through rugged terrain to Chen Shi's home. She had thought to herself that if she were ever abducted to such a place without a local to guide her, escape would be utterly impossible. Mountains rose one after another, stretching into the horizon, seemingly endless. Having grown up in Izhou, accustomed to urban prosperity, she found it hard to fathom such poverty existed in Donghai province. Chen Shi's parents were humble. Upon her arrival, they were unsure where to place their hands, grinning foolishly. They prepared a feast of chicken and lamb for her, and for the first time, Chen Min felt truly valued. The villagers regarded her as if she were a celestial being, surrounding her with awe, whispering among themselves and pointing. Chen Shi's home consisted of 3 large tiled rooms. He had an older sister and brother. His sister was already married and his brother had recently wed, leaving their parents in one room and the newlyweds in another, while Chen Shi and his siblings slept on a wooden loft accessed by a ladder. Chen Min hesitated to climb the ladder, and Chen Shi carried her up. That night, mice scurried about, causing her to lose sleep entirely. The following day, she refused to stay there any longer, and Chen Shi led her over an hour's trek to Fushan Town, where they stayed in a hotel. The rural life was nothing like she had envisioned. The idyllic portrayals seen on television and in books were far from the grueling reality she encountered. Chen Shi's family lacked running water, requiring them to fetch it from a location a kilometer away. While Chen Shi could carry 100 pounds of water, she struggled with just a teapot, exhausted by the trek. The toilet was an outdoor pit latrine, and she always felt as though she were being watched, a chill running down her spine. What troubled her most was the inability to bathe. During the sweltering summer, the discomfort of sweat clung to her, making sleep impossible. There was no place to clean herself. Bathing had to wait until the dead of night, when everyone was asleep, or she would have to go to the town bathhouse. At that time, she resolved never to return to such a place. Initially intending to spend the entire summer experiencing rural life, she managed to endure only 5 days before insisting on going back. She declined the pleas of Chen Shi's parents, who accompanied her to Fushan Town to catch the bus. Upon returning to school, she firmly expressed her desire to remain in Izhou, the capital of Donghai, where opportunities abounded. Chen Shi shared this sentiment. Education was a means to escape the mountains, and there was no reason to return for what had been the purpose of their years of hard work. After graduation, Chen Shi was accepted into the Provincial Public Security Department, a moment of excitement that kept her awake all night, and their parents were equally thrilled planning their future. Yet, all of this crumbled when Chen Shi offended a superior and was sent back to his hometown, leaving behind an endless void of despair. His family had no connections, and it seemed he would never escape that place in this lifetime. Chen Min loved Chen Shi deeply, yet she was not naive. She understood the necessity of making choices, recognizing that indecision could lead to chaos. Understanding what one truly desires can alleviate the burdens within, as the pillow, unbeknownst to oneself, becomes soaked with tears. Chapter 3: The Last Tenderness. Chen Shi found himself plagued by insomnia, finally succumbing to slumber only as dawn broke. In his dreams, he beheld Chen Min being whisked away by another man. No matter how fervently he pursued, they only receded further into the horizon, vanishing from sight. Awakening in a cold sweat, he realized it had merely been a dream. He reassured himself that their bond was strong. Chen Min would never leave him. After a brief interlude of 2 or 3 hours of sleep, he was beset by a foggy head, grappling with the most exasperating form of fatigue, being utterly exhausted yet unable to sleep. For over an hour, he tossed and turned in bed, ultimately rising to take a cold shower to shake off the drowsiness. While the haze in his head dissipated, An inexplicable heaviness lingered in his heart, leaving him devoid of spirit and engulfed in despondency. He mustered what little energy he had to gather his belongings, packing and preparing to send them home, discarding all that seemed unimportant. After several hours of busyness, he had successfully mailed his items back to his hometown. He glanced at the clock. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. Having risen without eating, he was not even aware of any hunger pangs. Upon returning to his rented room, he was met with an emptiness that echoed with only a bed and a locked suitcase. Sitting on the bed, his phone chimed, and upon checking, he found a message from Chen Min. Due to recent banking reforms, I will be working late into the night. Please do not come to pick me up. I will see you after I finish this busy period. Without much thought, Chen Shi replied, no matter how busy you are, do take care to rest. Don't overexert yourself. After sending the message, he noticed that Chen Min did not respond further. He then called his landlord to announce his intention to terminate the lease. The landlord's tone was curt, reminding him that, according to the contract, no refund of the deposit could be issued until the lease was fulfilled. Chen Shi, devoid of the energy to argue, dismissed the landlord's words. After hanging up, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, one after another, until the pack was emptied. The bitterness lingered in his mouth, a taste he seldom indulged in, especially since Chen Min was averse to the smell of smoke. He had never smoked in her presence. Chen Shi felt utterly helpless and insignificant, overwhelmed by the upheaval of his circumstances, longing to scream and release the turmoil within him. The exhilaration of being accepted into the provincial department now felt like a distant memory, overshadowed by profound loneliness. Resolving to leave the following day, he found himself reluctant to part from Chen Min, wishing to see her just once more. Perhaps after her busy days, they could enjoy a film together, a balm for his melancholic spirit. Days passed in a haze until Chen Min sent another message. I will be working late until 10 tonight. After work, please come to collect my notebook. Upon receiving the message, amidst the lingering scent of smoke, Chen Shi hastily replied, I will bring it to you. There's no need for that. Come to your rental. I have something to discuss with you. Chen Shi quickly tidied up his rented space, flinging open all the windows to air it out. These past 2 days, he had consumed 3 packs of cigarettes daily, numbing himself in a cloud of smoke. He ran a hot bath to cleanse the remnants of smoke from his body, brushed his teeth, changed into fresh clothes, and rode his electric scooter to the bank to meet Chen Min after her shift. At the entrance of the bank, Chen Shi glanced at the time. It was 9 in the evening, and the bank was still brightly lit, with everyone working late. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, individuals began to leave in succession. Half an hour later, Chen Min emerged and instantly spotted Chen Shi. She approached without uttering a word and sat on the small electric scooter. Chen Shi had numerous words to convey, but upon noticing Chen Min's troubled expression, he refrained from speaking, aware of her recent melancholy. As they rode past a shopping mall, Chen Shi halted the scooter. Shall we watch a movie? He suggested. What time is it? I don't want to go. I have work tomorrow, Chen Min replied, her tone tinged with sadness. Chen Shi turned to her and inquired, what's wrong? Is work overwhelming? No, she replied. It's late now. If we watch a movie, it will be past midnight. I should have considered that. Continuing their ride, they arrived at the entrance of their rented apartment. Disembarking, Chen Shi remarked, this scooter rides well. You could use it to commute and sell it for a little cash. Chen Min shook her head. I don't enjoy riding. In a few days, my father will buy me a car for convenience. Hearing this, Chen Shi felt a pang in his chest, as if struck by an unseen force. Once inside the apartment, Chen Min placed her bag down and gazed at Chen Shi with deep affection, wanting to remember this face that had accompanied her through her youthful days. Chen Shi, feeling slightly embarrassed, asked, is there something on my face? Before he could finish, Chen Min's passionate lips silenced him. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, fervently returning her kiss. Chen Min's hands wandered across Chen Shi's body, her soft touch against his firm chest momentarily alleviating her sorrows. In that instant, their minds were blank, entirely absorbed in one another. After a passionate embrace, Chen Shi held Chen Min tightly in his arms. She nestled against him, the earlier fervor gradually subsiding as reason reclaimed her thoughts. Checking her phone, Chen Min noted the time. It was nearly midnight, and her parents had called her 2 or 3 times. She turned to call them back, explaining she had been working late and would be home shortly. Rising from the bed, she gathered her clothes from the floor, putting them on one by one. Chen Shi, admiring her model-like figure, asked, Chen Min, are you heading back tonight? She did not respond, instead picking up Chen Shi's clothes from the floor and tossing them onto the bed, retrieving her laptop from the corner. Taking a deep breath, she slowly said, Chen Shi, let us break up. Chen Shi sat up abruptly, disbelief etched on his face. Chen Min, what did you say? With a calm demeanor, she responded, "Let us break up. Set me free, and in turn, free yourself. No more entanglements. It only leads to mutual harm." Chen Shi, bare-chested, jumped from the bed, frantically embracing Qin Min. He shouted, "Why?" Qin Min, her face devoid of expression, replied, "You cannot provide me with the life I desire." Chen Shi held Qin Min tightly. "No, Xiao Min, we are so affectionate. You cannot leave me. I will work hard to transfer back to Ezhou as soon as possible." Qin Min smiled bitterly. "Do you truly believe such words? Some things cannot be achieved merely through effort." Her calm demeanor instilled a sense of dread in Chen Shi. He released her and gazed into her indifferent eyes. "You have long since decided to part ways with me," Qin Min stated, locking her gaze with Chen Shi's. "I am a bad girl. It was merely a game to everyone involved, so do not take it seriously." Chen Shi let out a bitter laugh. "After 4 years of love, you claim it was just a game." Qin Min's tone turned icy. "Chen Shi, listen carefully. I have never loved you. For these 4 years, I have only been fond of your body. Do not pursue me any longer, otherwise I will file a complaint that will prevent you from even becoming a grassroots police officer. Let us part amicably and forget each other." With that, Qin Min turned and walked away, leaving Chen Shi in a daze, wanting to chase after her, yet feeling as if his feet were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, unable to take a single step forward. Chapter 4. Fushan Town. Chen Shi could not recall how he found his way back to bed. His mind was filled with the beautiful moments spent with Qin Min. Their 4-year relationship had come to an abrupt end. He understood her character well. She rarely spoke. But when she did, her words were well considered and left no room for reconciliation. He should have anticipated this. He was foolish and naive. A simple country boy who believed he could transform into a phoenix merely by ascending to the branches. They were always from 2 different worlds, only brought together by coincidence during their 4 years at university. After graduation, they would return to their respective homes, seeking out their own paths, back to their original starting points. Chen Shi felt a profound ache in his heart. He understood the reasoning, yet his mind could not help but spiral into despair. It was true that the heart could ache. When one is overwhelmed by sorrow, words escape them. In the face of his girlfriend's departure, acceptance was the only option. What truly defeats a person is an internal collapse, self-denial. If I truly cannot succeed, then indeed, I cannot. A lifetime of unrecognized talent leads to self-destruction. Anyone can give up on themselves, but one must not. One must rise, bravely push forward, for even if the destination remains unattained, it is not far out of reach. Chen Shi realized that without self-comfort, he might perish in his rented room that night. His heart ached intensely. He longed to open the window and leap to a final release. It's all right, you still have a job. Returning to Fushan Town, becoming a grassroots police officer. You still hold a position above others in the village. If a leader recognizes your worth, a resurgence is not impossible. Chen Shi, in a daze, had not slept a wink throughout the night. As dawn broke, he rose, having engaged in an internal struggle that led to a realization. As long as he nurtured a strong spirit, no adversity could bring him down. Turning the tides against the wind, he resolved to embrace life. While brushing his teeth, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He still looked quite handsome. "You are the best. Believe in yourself, and success will come." He dressed and descended the stairs, riding his small electric scooter to the repair shop, selling it for 500. Returning to the rented accommodation, Chen Shi picked up his neatly packed belongings and took a taxi to the train station. Departing from this sorrowful place, he boarded a train to Chunyang County, then transferred to a bus heading to Fushan Town. Upon alighting from the bus, he gazed at the street of Fushan Town, which stretched endlessly before him. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no sense of desolation. The singular thought in his mind was the urgent need to escape this place, for he could not remain here for a lifetime. He found a hotel to stay in, planning to report to the police station the next day. The journey home involved an hour of winding mountain roads, a tiring round trip. Should his parents learn of his reassignment, they would undoubtedly worry, yet they could offer no assistance. Since childhood, he had cultivated a habit of sharing only good news, bearing all difficulties alone. Sitting on the bed, Chen Shi prepared to call Qin Min for a final farewell. He picked up his phone only to set it down repeatedly, struggling to summon the resolve to dial her number. Eventually, he decided it would be better to send a text message. After composing and deleting his message multiple times, he settled on 4 simple words: "May we each find peace." However, the message failed to send. He discovered he had been blocked. He had not anticipated Qin Min's decisiveness. She had cut ties without hesitation. Their breakup was clear-cut, devoid of lingering attachments. They would no longer be in contact. Chen Shi had intended to convey his acceptance of the separation and assure her he would not pursue her further. Yet, She had taken the initiative to block him. Fine. If she was unkind, he would not be unjust. After 4 years spent with Chen Min, a sense of guilt had lingered, but now it had vanished entirely. Good girls deserve to be cherished, while bad girls should not be wasted. Chen Min had labeled herself a bad girl, one who merely cherished her own physicality. If that were the case, why should he harbor such deep feelings? He had laid his cards on the table. He too appreciated her physical form. For years spent together had not been in vain. Awakening early the next day, Chen Shi shouldered his bag and headed to the police station to report in. Fushan town was small, and he completed a circuit in less than half an hour, swiftly arriving at the police station. As a newcomer to Fushan town, he was unfamiliar with the reporting procedures and was at a loss as to where to go. At that moment, a bald, middle-aged police officer entered the station. In his 40s, Chen Shi hurriedly approached him. "Hello, officer. I am Chen Shi, reassigned from the Provincial Department. May I ask where I should report?" The middle-aged officer assessed Chen Shi with a scrutinizing glance. Upon hearing the mention of the Provincial Department, a smile immediately illuminated his face. "I will escort you. We will be colleagues from now on. My name is Ma Guoyang." With a cheerful demeanor, Ma Guoyang remarked, "Young Chen, you look quite youthful. How long have you been at the Provincial Department?" "I completed a year of internship and have just become a regular employee," Chen Shi replied. Inwardly, Ma Guoyang pondered the implications of a newly transitioned regular being assigned to grassroots policing. It suggested a possible rift with superiors, as such decisions typically stemmed from leadership, at least at the departmental level. Otherwise, he would merely face minor inconveniences, not outright reassignment. Nevertheless, given Chen Shi's provincial background, it was conceivable he might have connections. If he had erred, this stint in a small town could be temporary, lasting 2 or 3 years before moving on. Seizing this opportunity to build relationships might prove beneficial in the future. Ma Guoyang led Chen Shi to the 3rd floor, entering the administrative office. "Xiao Su, we have a new colleague reporting in." Su Linlin smiled and remarked, "Old Ma, is this your relative?" "No, it was assigned by the Provincial Department. I have no relatives involved." Upon seeing Ma Guoyang personally deliver the news, Su Linlin felt there must be some connection, and during the accommodation allocation, she had to consider Ma Guoyang's reputation, ensuring the room was furnished. Upon learning it was from the Provincial Department, she quickly greeted him with a smile. "I am responsible for the onboarding of new colleagues and their accommodation arrangements." Chen Shi scrutinized Su Linlin for a moment, noting that she was a woman in her 30s, with a full figure that suggested she had borne children. The arrival from the Provincial Department was indeed a favorable circumstance. Others would regard him with greater esteem, for even a lean camel is larger than a horse. Chen Shi smiled as he retrieved the onboarding materials from his bag and presented them to her. Su Linlin accepted the documents and, upon glancing at Chen Shi's background, noted he hailed from Qinghe village in Fushan town. Hardly anyone from Fushan town worked in the Provincial Department. The highest-ranking official produced was a retired deputy county head. Those employed within the system were acutely aware of who held power and what connections they possessed. Ignorance of such matters would render one ineffective at the grassroots level. If someone had connections, one might not even realize the peril until it was too late. Though the internal environment appeared amicable, it was a facade beneath the surface. Tumult reigned, with fierce rivalries at play. It is worth noting that Fushan town only had a handful of deputy-level positions. If one did not step down, how could another rise? Su Linlin promptly accessed the system to investigate Chen Shi's background, discovering that his family were merely ordinary farmers, with no history of holding office. Yet, she did not dare underestimate him, considering he was from the Provincial Department. One could never be certain of the connections he might possess and could not afford to offend him. With a cheerful demeanor, she completed the necessary paperwork and produced a set of keys. "Xiao Chen, here are the keys to your allocated accommodation, located beside the office building. I will show you the way." Ma Guoyang, still present, quickly interjected, "Xiao Su, you seem busy. I will take him there now, as I have some free time." Su Linlin smiled and replied, "Old Ma, you appear quite idle. When I encounter the director, I must suggest assigning you more tasks." Ma Guoyang hastily pleaded, "No, I have matters to attend to. You take Xiao Chen." Chen Shi internally scoffed, wondering why he was being regarded as a person of significance, while in reality, he was merely a small cog in the machinery. Nevertheless, it was understandable. A grassroots police officer would inevitably look up to the Provincial Department, for it represented an esteemed authority. Chapter 5. Responding to calls, Su Linlin led Chen Shi to the 2nd floor of the dormitory and opened a room, where a musty odor greeted them. She opened the window, smiling as she said, "Xiao Chen, this room has been unoccupied for several months, hence the strong mildew scent. Simply opening the windows for ventilation will suffice." Chen Shi nodded with a smile, surveying the room, which was approximately 20 square meters, furnished with a bed, a sofa, and a writing desk, lacking any other amenities. There was no private restroom. He would need to use the communal toilet downstairs and bathe at the town's bathhouse. Su Linlin handed the keys to Chen Shi, saying, "Xiao Chen, here are your keys." Chen Shi accepted the key and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Su. You're welcome. I will take you to meet the director. Since you just reported for duty, it's appropriate to greet him," she replied. Upon reaching the second floor of the office building, they stood before the door marked with the director's office. Su Linlin gently knocked. A voice from within, belonging to Director Wang Jiaming, called out, "Come in." Su Linlin slightly pushed the door open and entered. "Director, this is Chen Shi, who has been transferred from the provincial department. He just reported today." Wang Jiaming turned his gaze towards Chen Shi, who promptly greeted, "Hello, Director." A few days earlier, Wang Jiaming had received notice from the provincial department regarding the transfer of a police officer. He had looked into Chen Shi's background, a rural youth who had succeeded in entering the provincial department but subsequently failed to seize the opportunity, leading to his return to his hometown as a grassroots officer. Such a situation could only arise from two possibilities. Either he had offended a superior or had committed a grave mistake. If it were the latter, the provincial department would have issued a disciplinary action. Without such a reprimand, it inevitably pointed to having displeased a leader, resulting in his reassignment. For a rural child, this could signify a lifetime of setbacks. Wang Jiaming regarded Chen Shi as inconsequential, a mere waste of time to acknowledge, and merely nodded slightly. "Xiao Chen, you have just arrived at the police station and are unfamiliar with the operations. Seek out Zhang Hu. Let him guide you for a while until you are accustomed to the duties, after which you may patrol independently." "Understood, Director," Chen Shi replied. As he exited the director's office, Su Linlin, having observed Wang Jiaming's indifferent demeanor, realized Chen Shi lacked any significant backing. Disappointed, she turned to leave. Chen Shi hurriedly followed her. "Sister Su, could you please help me find Zhang Hu? I am new here and do not know where he is." Su Linlin responded curtly. "I don't know where Zhang Hu is either. Go to the office and retrieve the directory. You can call and inquire." Her tone had undergone a complete transformation. Earlier she had eagerly offered to escort him to his dormitory, yet now she dismissed his request without a second thought. The reason for this shift was clear: Wang Jiaming's cold indifference. Was it possible he was aware of the circumstances surrounding Chen Shi's transfer? As a member of the party committee and deputy town chief, concurrently serving as the director of the police station, he certainly would have investigated Chen Shi's background. A leader who is unaware of the individuals under his command would hardly be able to maintain his position. Following Su Linlin, Chen Shi arrived at the administrative office, where she retrieved a directory and handed it to him. "You can make your inquiries yourself," she stated without further engagement. Chen Shi glanced at the directory and asked, "Sister Su, may I take this directory with me?" "Make a copy. Leave the original," she replied, not lifting her eyes from her work. Chen Shi approached the copier, made a copy, and placed the directory back in Su Linlin's office. "Thank you, Sister Su. Here is the original directory back." Su Linlin merely grunted in acknowledgement, still not looking at him. Leaving the administrative office, Chen Shi called Zhang Hu, and the call was quickly connected. "Hello, is this Zhang Hu? Who is this?" "I am Chen Shi, transferred from the provincial department. I just reported today, and the director asked me to follow you to familiarize myself with the operations. Where are you?" "I am in the office building, at the first floor police restroom, waiting for you." After hanging up the phone, Chen Shi descended to the first floor and entered the restroom, where Ma Guoyang was also present. He promptly greeted, "Brother Ma, I'm Xiao Chen. The director wants you to familiarize yourself with the operations." "With me?" Zhang Hu turned to Chen Shi. "You must be Chen Shi." Chen Shi assessed Zhang Hu, who appeared to be of similar age, clearly a novice. It was evident that familiarizing him with the operations would be a challenge, as he was likely not well versed in them himself. Ma Guoyang chuckled. "Xiao Zhang, the director is nurturing you. You joined in June 2008, and now it's July 2009. A full year, and you're tasked with guiding someone." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu beamed, feeling appreciated by the director. In truth, Ma Guoyang was jesting with Zhang Hu. Seasoned officers often hesitated to train newcomers. If they succeeded, credit would be claimed as their own, but if mistakes occurred, the blame would fall solely on them. Ma Guoyang scrutinized Chen Shi. If he had any connections, Wang Jiaming would undoubtedly be aware. It was unlikely that a veteran officer would be assigned to mentor someone without merit, as they could gain invaluable experience. Having a rookie like Zhang Hu lead was puzzling, as he seemed unaware of the intricacies involved. This scenario was something Ma Guoyang had witnessed throughout his career, evolving from a young officer to an elder one. Zhang Hu assumed a commanding demeanor, declaring, "Xiao Chen, You will accompany me to familiarize yourself with the operations. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Chen Shi humbly replied, All right, thank you, Brother Zhang. At that moment, an operator entered the restroom. There has been a report from Daya Village regarding an unlawful entry into a private residence. You two need to handle it. After delivering the message, the operator exited. Zhang Hu looked at Ma Guoyang, who wore a grim expression. What are you staring at? You two youngsters aren't going. So should I, an old man, handle it alone? Zhang Hu called out, Xiao Chun, let us go respond to the call. The two of them, accompanied by two auxiliary officers, drove to Daya Village. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the village center, where the household that had reported the incident was surrounded by onlookers. Upon seeing the police vehicle, the crowd parted. As the four exited the car, Chen Shi glanced over, noting 3 old tile-roofed houses. Zhang Hu led the way inside. A woman in her 50s, upon seeing the police, exclaimed, Finally, you're here. Arrest this shameless intruder. A woman in her 40s, lying on a mat on the ground, sat up at the sight of the officers and shouted, What unlawful entry? This is my house. Zhang Hu interjected, Let us not argue. I'll ask who said what. He turned to the older woman. You go first. Explain the situation. It turned out that the house belonged to her in-laws, and she and the woman on the ground were sisters-in-law. She was the elder daughter-in-law, while the one sitting on the ground was the younger daughter-in-law. The in-laws had stated that whoever cared for them would inherit the house. The elder daughter-in-law had been taking care of them until their passing, while the younger daughter-in-law's family had not visited the elderly couple at all. The elderly has passed away, and now they come forth to claim the house, asserting that it belongs to them. Zhang Hu, upon hearing this, turned to the younger daughter-in-law and inquired, Do you concur with your elder sister-in-law's assertion? She replied in disagreement, stating that they too had provided for the elder, sending money annually, which had been deceitfully squandered. Zhang Hu pressed on, Do you possess any evidence of this? How much was given each year? She responded, 1,000 a year, though it was given privately, so there is no proof. The elder daughter-in-law quickly interjected, You didn't give a single cent a year, let alone 1,000. Asked the neighbors. Someone who would go to such lengths for a penny wouldn't be so miserly. She continued, The elder never had a penny of his own. We were the ones supporting him. Zhang Hu then asked, Did your in-laws leave a will designating this house to you? The elder daughter-in-law replied, In our village, we don't draft wills. It's all based on verbal promises, and what was said is binding. Zhang Hu, appearing troubled, stated, This matter is beyond our jurisdiction. You must bring your case to court and see how the judge rules. The elder daughter-in-law exclaimed, You are the police. It is your duty to intervene. If you won't, then who will? Zhang Hu, incensed, shouted, You are causing a ruckus. I will have you taken to the station. The younger daughter-in-law smugly remarked, Yes, take her to the station. Upon hearing this, the elder daughter-in-law became agitated, exclaiming, Is there no justice? They trespass into our home and yet seek to detain me, the one who reported it. Chen Shi, accustomed to such rural disputes where each party believes they are in the right, approached the elder daughter-in-law and said, Auntie, please rise. The ground is cold, and no one has suggested detaining you. This matter can be resolved by seeking the village chief for mediation. It's a minor issue. The police are here to apprehend serious criminals, not to handle such disputes. He helped her to her feet and then addressed the younger daughter-in-law lying on the straw mat. Auntie, reclining there is not a solution. The ground is quite chilly, and prolonged exposure could lead to rheumatism. Whatever the issue, you should discuss it privately. Do not provide the villagers with a spectacle. The younger daughter-in-law found Chen Shi's words reasonable and stood up. You, officer, speak with sense. How should we resolve this? Shall we summon the village chief to mediate? After a moment's thought, she agreed. Very well, I am in the right, and I fear no one. The elder daughter-in-law spat in disdain. Let us go, and at once summon the village chief to adjudicate this matter. Who truly owns this house? Chapter 6. After concluding the report, the four returned to Fushan town. 2 auxiliary police officers were present, one driving while the other occupied the passenger seat. Chen Shi and Zhang Hu sat in the back, with Zhang Hu giving Chen Shi a friendly pat on the shoulder. Little Chen, being a grassroots police officer is no easy task, as you have witnessed. It primarily involves mediating such disputes daily. In police school, I envision myself capturing criminals, thrilling and perilous. Yet, after a year of service, I have even forgotten how to wield a firearm. Chen Shi smiled and replied, Brother Zhang, in such small towns, there are hardly any criminals. If there were, it would not fall to us to handle it. The county police department would dispatch detectives instead. Zhang Hu, considering this, turned to Chen Shi and asked, I have heard you were transferred from the provincial department? Chen Shi smiled and nodded. Zhang Hu, astonished, inquired, Could you elaborate? That is the provincial department, the place I dreamt of joining upon graduation. Chen Shi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "The situation is rather intricate and difficult to articulate." Zhang Hu, sensing Chen Shi's evasiveness, did not take offense. It was their first day meeting, and he understood that had he been in Chen Shi's position, he too would have refrained from speaking candidly. There must be something significant behind it. Chen Shi shifted the conversation, asking, "Brother Zhang, are you a graduate of the police academy?" "Yes, from Mingzhou Police Academy, class of 04. I graduated in 04 as well. We are from the same cohort." Zhang Hu turned to Chen Shi. "You also attended Mingzhou Police Academy?" "Not quite. I attended Donghai Public Security University." Zhang Hu responded with an "oh," murmuring to himself, "No wonder you made it to the provincial department, for someone from a local police academy like us. Even entering the county police station feels like a stroke of luck." Suddenly, Zhang Hu felt a sense of comfort. Despite being from Donghai Public Security University, he too was now just a grassroots police officer. There was a hint of sympathy for Chen Shi. It was no easy feat to reach the provincial department without any connections, only to be returned to the original position. "Where is your family from?" "Qinghe village." Zhang Hu recalled having visited once. The roads were particularly treacherous, mostly dirt paths, impassable when it rained. In such a place, it was inconceivable for anyone to hold a position above the department level. Otherwise, the roads would have been repaired long ago. From this, Zhang Hu deduced that Chen Shi likely lacked influential connections. Upon returning to the police station, as Chen Shi alighted from the police vehicle, he spotted a familiar figure, Fu Guwei, a childhood friend from Qinghe village. Fu Guwei also recognized Chen Shi, scrutinizing him before approaching, exclaiming, "Chen Shi, what brings you here?" Chen Shi had anticipated such a moment. In a small place like this, secrets were hard to keep, and the villagers would inevitably learn of his return. "Fu Guwei, what are you doing at the police station?" Fu Guwei grinned, draping an arm around Chen Shi's shoulder. "I thought I was mistaken. Didn't you say you were at the provincial department? Why are you here?" "Just here to gain some experience." Fu Guwei asked, "So, will you be working at the police station from now on?" Chen Shi affirmed with a nod. "I came to replace my lost ID card." "Better hurry, the office will close soon." As Fu Guwei went to process his ID, Chen Shi entered the break room. Finding Zhang Hu alone inside, Chen Shi intended to inquire about the station's dynamics and thought to treat Zhang Hu to dinner that evening. Zhang Hu was straightforward and, after a few drinks, would likely divulge much. Typically, when newcomers reported for duty, they would treat their colleagues to a meal, and it was customary for everyone to be invited, making it feel as if no one had truly been invited. In a crowded setting, conversations often revolved around trivial matters devoid of significance. To foster a closer relationship, a private invitation was necessary. Chen Shi approached Zhang Hu and sat beside him. "Brother Zhang, are you free this evening?" Zhang Hu asked, "What's the matter?" It seemed that those accustomed to the internal workings of the system, even if naive, were far more astute than those outside it. He first inquired about the matter before addressing his availability. "In the evening, I invite you for 2 drinks. Of course, if you have the time. Having been here for quite a while, I have always treated others to meals, yet no one has ever invited me. If you are free." Chen Shi smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, I am not familiar with Fushan town. Please recommend a place, and we shall go after work." "Sure," replied Zhang Hu. The two settled in the lounge, and at 5:30, Zhang Hu checked the time on his phone. "Xiao Chen, let us go. Work has ended." Following Zhang Hu, Chen Shi arrived at a quaint farmhouse. The proprietor seemed well acquainted with Zhang Hu, greeting him with a beaming smile. "Officer Zhang has arrived. Shall we sit in the same private room as before?" Zhang Hu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, let us take the same room." They entered the private chamber, where the proprietress entered cheerfully. "Officer Zhang, what would you like to eat today?" Chen Shi handed the menu to Zhang Hu. "Brother Zhang, please order. I have no dietary restrictions." The proprietress poured 2 cups of tea for them. Zhang Hu accepted the menu without hesitation, as he was accustomed to this. He ordered 4 or 5 dishes, and then passed the menu back to Chen Shi. "Xiao Chen, you may choose a few as well." Chen Shi took the menu and casually selected 2 dishes. The proprietress inquired, "Officer Zhang, would you like some drinks?" "Let us have a case of beer," he replied. The proprietress left, and soon returned with a case of beer and 2 glasses. Chen Shi opened a bottle and poured for Zhang Hu, who relished the feeling of being valued. In the police station, he had been the sole newcomer, always having to be polite to everyone. Now, with a successor finally arriving, he could leverage his seniority. Chen Shi raised his glass. "Brother Zhang, I toast to you. As a newcomer, if I falter in my duties, please do not hesitate to let me know." Zhang Hu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing his understanding. Chen Shi silently mused. How could one not be understanding after stumbling so greatly at the provincial level? If one remained oblivious now, there would be no hope. They clinked glasses. and Chen Shi downed his drink in one go. Once the conversation commenced, Zhang Hu became quite talkative. He was from the neighboring Huangchang town, the only son in his family, with an older sister. Chen Shi listened attentively, almost reaching for a notebook to take notes. One must maintain a proper demeanor and give the other person face. Zhang Hu, being a young man, sought recognition. After about half an hour of dining, with their appetites satisfied and drinks enjoyed, before Chen Shi could inquire, Zhang Hu took the initiative to discuss matters at the police station. Currently, there is a director and a deputy director at the station. You have met the director. He holds a deputy-level position and concurrently serves as the deputy town mayor. The deputy director is at the section level. During my time here, I have only seen him a few times. He is nearing retirement, having fallen gravely ill and is receiving treatment in the provincial capital. Ma Guoyang, being the most senior at the station, is likely to become the next deputy director, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He has dedicated over 20 years to the station and has finally achieved retirement as deputy director. I have heard he has been making rounds recently, and by the end of the year, the deputy director will retire. If he cannot assume the role, that will be the end of it for him. Chen Lin asked, Brother Zhang, this is a rare opportunity. You should seek connections and strive for it. Zhang Hu chuckled. What are you thinking? Emerging from a rural background, I find myself at a loss for connections. With merely a year of work experience, unless the county party secretary happens to be a relative, my prospects remain dim. For ordinary grassroots police officers like us, attaining the position of deputy chief before the age of 40 would be a remarkable achievement. Many grassroots officers toil for a lifetime, transitioning from youthful recruits to seasoned veterans, merely passing the time at the precinct while awaiting retirement. Chen Shi filled Zhang Hu's glass to the brim, declaring, Brother Zhang, this is for you. Chen Shi downed the drink in one go and inquired, Is Ma Guoyang the most senior officer at the precinct? Not quite, came the reply. There are two others, both over 50, who have completely settled into retirement mode. They seldom respond to calls anymore, preferring to organize case files in the office. Within the precinct, duties are allocated according to seniority. As newcomers, we young officers are tasked with responding to emergencies. There are officially 10 police officers, and with your arrival, we now total 11, alongside 25 auxiliary officers. Among them, 4 or 5 female aides handle administrative tasks, led by Su Lin, who oversees household registration and identification matters. The remaining personnel focus on maintaining public order. All officers are required to be on duty during the day, with 2 on night watch, while auxiliary officers work in shifts, 15 during the day and 5 at night. Since you are new, the chief has assigned me to guide you. Just follow my lead during my shifts, and after you become familiar with the operations, you will be on solo duty in 3 months. There's no need for concern. This month I am on day shifts, and next month I will transition to night duty. After familiarizing himself with the precinct's operations, the two of them shared a few more drinks before departing. Chapter 7. Ma Guoyang at the age of 42. Ma Guoyang realizes that failing to secure the position of deputy chief means that his aspirations for a career in a higher rank will remain unfulfilled. The chief of the precinct holds a higher rank, while chiefs of other precincts are mere section-level officials. The deputy chief of this precinct is equivalent to the chief of others, categorized as section-level personnel. Lacking connections, Ma Guoyang has waited over 20 years, finally hoping to ascend to the role of deputy chief upon the current 1's retirement. He invited Wang Jiaming to dinner, reserving a private room. After several attempts, Wang Jiaming finally agreed. As the precinct chief, his recommendation for Ma Guoyang's promotion to deputy chief would virtually guarantee success. In the precinct, given his seniority, the position of deputy chief should rightfully belong to him. However, within the system, mere seniority is insufficient. One must also earn the favor of leadership. If seniority alone determined ascension, many would not languish into their 50s as grassroots officers. Ma Guoyang waited at the restaurant entrance for over half an hour before Wang Jiaming arrived. Spotting him, Ma Guoyang quickly approached with a welcoming smile. Chief, I apologize for making you wait, Wang Jiaming said politely. This sentiment posed a challenge in response. Claiming he had just arrived would imply a lack of respect for leadership, while expressing that he had been waiting long would be seen as a complaint. A seasoned professional, Ma Guoyang smiled and said, It is my honor to wait for the chief. The two entered the private room, and Ma Guoyang proceeded to order the dishes. Wang Jianming surveyed the table laden with an array of dishes, a frown etched upon his face. Old Ma, he remarked, this is a waste. Can 2 people consume so much food? Ma Guoyang promptly defended himself, stating, Director, each dish is a manifestation of my respect for you. The reverence I hold in my heart cannot be articulated. It can only be expressed through the selection of these dishes. Rest assured, no leftovers will go to waste. They shall be packed for you. Wang Jiaming, satisfied, replied, respect should reside in the heart. Do not order so much in the future. Of course. Ma Guoyang acquiesced, producing a bottle of Maotai liquor and pouring a glass for Wang Jiaming. Raising his glass with a smile, he said, Director, I toast to you. After they shared a drink, Ma Guoyang quickly refilled their glasses. Director, I have noticed you have been quite busy lately. Please take care of your health. If there is anything you need, just let me know. Wang Jiaming smiled in response. Your task is to maintain the peace and stability of Fushan town. Do not let any troubles arise. Understood, Ma Guoyang replied, showering him with a few flattering remarks. As they neared the end of their meal, both feeling satiated, Ma Guoyang produced a simple rice sack, beaming with delight. Director, this is rice grown by my parents. The cooked rice is quite fragrant. Please take it home and try it. If you find it to your liking, I shall bring you more. Wang Jiaming inspected the sack, inquiring, is there only rice inside? Ma Guoyang smiled apologetically, it is all fresh rice. Wang Jiaming took the sack, reached inside, and pulled out 20,000 yuan, slamming it heavily on the table. Old Ma, what is the meaning of this? Are you testing me? Ma Guoyang attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Wang Jiaming. You need not say anything. I understand your intentions. The deputy director, Lao Chong, is nearing retirement, and you wish to succeed him. This is quite normal. Given your qualifications, it is certainly plausible. I have observed your capabilities. In the police station, none are more suitable than you. If I do not recommend you, then who else should I recommend? However, this decision does not solely rest with me. The town committee will convene to deliberate. Please be patient. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, invite me to dine again once you have assumed the role of deputy director. With that, Wang Jiaming stood and departed. Ma Guoyang hurriedly followed him outside the restaurant. As he watched Wang Jiaming's retreating figure, Ma Guoyang fell into contemplation. Wang Jiaming had made his position clear. He would indeed recommend him. Yet gifts must not be accepted in advance. They must wait until he had officially become deputy director. It appeared that Wang Jiaming was a man of caution. Should he accept a gift too early, and if matters were to falter, he might fear repercussions and accusations. Ma Guoyang reassured himself that if Wang Jiaming were not inclined to recommend him for the deputy position, he would not have dined with him at all. This was merely a precautionary measure, and patience was key. Once he became deputy director, he would express his gratitude then. Upon returning to the private room, Wang Jiaming tucked away the 20,000 yuan, suddenly realizing that his previous act of slamming the money onto the table carried an additional implication, a hint of dissatisfaction with the modest gift. Once he became the deputy director of the police station, he would need to offer at least 50,000. The art of gift-giving was indeed a nuanced discipline. Leaders wished to accept gifts while simultaneously fearing exposure and potential accusations. Thus, discretion was essential, as one must alleviate their concerns. In the recent competition for the position of deputy director, he stood out as the sole suitable candidate. The other two contenders, though experienced, were deemed too old and thus not within the realm of consideration. Unless someone were to be parachuted in from elsewhere, this deputy position rightfully belonged to him. Ma Guoyang was in high spirits. After all, he had embarked on a political career, perhaps by aligning himself with Wang Jiaming. He might ascend the ranks and secure a deputy position before retirement, ultimately becoming the director of the police station and concurrently the deputy town mayor. Upon returning from a call, Chen Shi and Zhang Hu noticed Ma Guoyang's cheerful demeanor, having treated Zhang Hu to dinner the previous evening. It was essential to extend this courtesy to his prospective superior. Chen Shi approached with a smile, inquiring, Ma Gu, are you free tonight? What is the matter? Ma Guoyang replied, I would like to invite you for a couple of drinks this evening. Chen Shi responded. Ma Guoyang glanced at Chen Shi, appreciating his understanding of the nuances of propriety, unlike Zhang Hu, who indiscriminately invited everyone, squandering money without establishing meaningful connections. No one would remember the meals shared in a group, but a personal invitation would surely leave a lasting impression. Where shall we go? Chen Shi asked, being new here. I would appreciate your recommendation, Ma Gu. Ma Guoyang, unfazed, suggested, let us go to Chunlai restaurant. With that, Ma Guoyang excused himself, busy with other matters. Chen Shi, unfamiliar with Fushan town, sought information from Zhang Hu and learned that Chunlai restaurant was owned by Ma Guoyang's cousin, Sun Rui. In such small towns, social etiquette was paramount. Ignorance could render one utterly helpless. After work, Chen Shi arrived at Chunlai restaurant, waiting for over an hour before Ma Guoyang finally arrived. Chen Shi greeted him with a broad smile. Ma Gu, Xiao Chun, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I had some family matters to attend to, and my sister-in-law's niece hasn't had dinner yet, Ma Guoyang explained. understanding that inviting them to the restaurant would be impractical due to the awkwardness of the situation. Chen Shi suggested, "Ma Gu, let us order a table's worth of food to be delivered to them, so they won't have to cook." "That might be a bit much," Ma Guoyang replied, as they entered the restaurant. The owner called out, "Bro, what would you like to eat tonight?" Chen Shi glanced at the owner, recognizing him as Ma Guoyang's cousin, Sun Rui. Ma Guoyang smiled and said, "Tonight, he is treating us. I want to take charge." Sun Rui handed the menu to Chen Shi. "Brother, what would you like to have?" Taking the menu, Chen Shi passed it to Ma Guoyang. "Ma Gu, I have no dietary restrictions, please choose." Ma Guoyang took the menu. "Then, I shall not be modest." He ordered 5 or 6 dishes and handed the menu back to Chen Shi. "You may select a couple as well." Chen Shi symbolically chose a vegetarian dish. Instructing Sun Rui, "Prepare 2 portions, one for us here and another for my sister-in-law's niece." Sun Rui nodded, taking the menu away. Chapter 8. Establishing a firm stance. Chen Shi's invitation to dinner with Ma Guoyang was not to extract information from him. Such seasoned individuals do not divulge secrets easily. Rather, the purpose was to foster goodwill. It was crucial to navigate their professional relationship without inadvertently creating pitfalls for oneself. 2 individuals engaged in a convivial exchange, sharing drinks and meals, yet their conversation bore no significance, merely idle chatter. Though they appeared to be close companions, their camaraderie was superficial. When challenges arose, they would distance themselves. Chen Shi savored another drink, content as long as his counterpart refrained from taking advantage of his misfortunes. The nature of their collegial relationship was inherently insincere. After settling the bill, Sun Rui accompanied Ma Guoyang back, also retrieving the dishes. The following morning at work, Chen Shi purchased an extra cup of milk tea and delivered it to the administrative office. Su Linlin was already there, organizing documents. With a warm smile, Chen Shi greeted her. "Good morning, Sister Su. I brought you a cup of milk tea. It is said that it is beneficial for one's health." Su Linlin chuckled. "Xiaochen, you certainly know how to charm." Chen Shi placed the tea down and discreetly exited the administrative office. Su Linlin managed household registrations and identification processes. Should anyone from her family seek assistance, she would be more than willing to help. This was merely a matter of nurturing connections in advance. When the time came, she would not refuse. One cannot expect to seek divine favor without prior devotion. Upon returning home, wealth and fortune would be evident. Family members would know of your position at the police station, and even trivial matters would prompt them to seek your aid. Chen Shi felt a strong aversion to returning to his hometown, preferring to serve at another township police station. Relatives and neighbors would expect his assistance, which he felt obligated to provide, devoid of gratitude. Conversely, if he declined, he could expect them to disparage his family behind their backs. In a new environment, one must first establish a firm foundation before pursuing advancement. The deputy director was hospitalized and awaiting retirement, while Director Wang Jiaming hardly regarded Chen Shi as significant. Zhang, who was his ally, fostering a good relationship with him and becoming familiar with the operations was essential, as both were young and shared an affinity. Even if Ma Guoyang did not ascend to the deputy director role, maintaining a good rapport was crucial, given his credentials, as long as he remained indifferent to progress. Director Wang Jianming would still grant him a modicum of respect. After 2 weeks in the station, Chen Shi had a clear understanding of the situation. None of his colleagues possessed influential backgrounds. Those with connections would not languish in such an obscure location. At the very least, they would be stationed at the county police bureau. After completing work on Friday, he planned to return home on Saturday morning. Having not spoken to his parents in half a month, primarily due to their lack of mobile phones, he received a call from his elder brother inquiring if he had been reassigned to the police station in Fushan town. Chen Shi was candid with his brother. They had shared a close bond since childhood, and it was his brother who had sacrificed his education to support Chen Shi's academic pursuits. Without him, relying solely on their parents, graduation from university would have been a daunting challenge. Now, his brother and sister-in-law were working in Hangzhou, returning home only once a year, urging Chen Shi to visit their parents whenever possible. On Saturday morning, he bought some snacks for his parents and young niece, shouldering a large bag as he made his way back. After an hour's trek along the mountain path, he arrived at Qinghe village. The 3 old tile-roofed houses of his childhood had remained unchanged over the years. In my childhood, during heavy rains, the 3 old tiled houses would leak, with the inside as damp as the outside. It was only in recent years that my second brother, after earning money from working away, replaced all the tiles, thus alleviating this predicament. As Chen Shi approached his home, he immediately spotted his 2-year-old niece playing in the mud. With both of her parents working, she was left in the care of her grandparents. "I heard from my brother that his wife is pregnant again," with the due date set for the end of the year. Upon hearing footsteps, the little girl raised her head, blinking her big eyes, and when she saw Chen Shi, she called out in a sweet voice, "Uncle is back." She abandoned her muddy play and ran towards him. Chen Shi crouched down to scoop her up in his arms. Laughing, "Xiaomi Lu, did you miss your uncle?" His mother, Wang Hohot, emerged from the kitchen where she was preparing pig feed. "The youngest has returned," Chen Shi exclaimed. "Mom, I'm back. Where's Dad?" "Your father went to spray pesticides in the field. He'll be back shortly." Holding his niece, Chen Shi entered the house, setting her down on the sofa and retrieving snacks from his bag to share with her. Xiaomi Lu beamed with joy at the sight of the treats, exclaiming, "I want this one and that one." Her little hands struggled to hold them all. Wang Hohot noticed and cautioned, "Don't let her eat too much. She wants to have an appetite for dinner." Chen Shi handed some bread to Wang Hohot, saying, "Mom, have a snack. You can cook later." Accepting the food, she replied, "You've earned money, so be frugal and save up for when you get married. You need not worry, I will manage everything well." As Wang Hohot nibbled on the bread, she offered a piece to Xiaomi Lu, who gleefully remarked, "The snacks Uncle brought back are so delicious. Good girl, every time I return, I will bring you treats." Xiaomi Lu exclaimed with excitement, "That's wonderful. I'll have endless snacks." Chen Shi then took Xiaomi Lu to the small creek to catch little fish, a pastime from his own childhood. They managed to catch a few, which sent Xiaomi Lu into fits of joyous laughter. Upon returning home, his father, Chen Shi, had already come back. Upon seeing his son, his face lit up with happiness. "You're back," Chen Shi called out. Chen Shi wiped the mud off his feet before stepping inside. Chen Shi took out a cigarette, offering one to his father and lighting it for him. After taking a puff, Chen Shi inquired, "Fu Gui said you've been transferred back to the police station?" Chen Shi replied affirmatively, lighting a cigarette for himself. Chen Shi, still grappling with acceptance, was puzzled by the bureaucratic workings and understood that the provincial department and the police station were not of the same caliber. After a moment, he asked, "Didn't you pass the provincial exam? How come you were transferred back?" Unsure of how to explain to his father, Chen Shi took another drag from his cigarette. Chen Shi looked at him and said, "There are rumors in the village that you were demoted for corruption. Is there any truth to that?" Chen Shi chuckled. "Even if I wished to engage in corruption, would anyone offer me the opportunity? Without being in that position, it would be impossible." After a moment of contemplation, he decided to reveal the truth to his father. Chen Shi's expression darkened as he listened. "This is not your fault. How can it be laid upon your shoulders? It is unreasonable. You are merely following orders. Who speaks of reason here? It is all about connections." Chen Shi exclaimed with indignation. Wang Hohot called from the kitchen, "Dinner is ready." Chen Shi rose to fetch a bowl of rice. The four of them sat at the dining table, and noticing her son's return, Wang Hohot prepared 2 additional dishes. Typically, they only had 1 dish at home. Chen Shi sipped a bowl of vegetable soup and sighed. "Is there any room for negotiation in this matter?" Chen Shi shook his head. "Unless our family has someone of high rank." Chen Shi retorted, "Why does our family not have someone of high rank? It is merely that they do not acknowledge us." Chen Shi casually inquired, "Who in our family holds such a position?" "Your uncle, as your cousin Xian Cheng mentioned, is the secretary of the municipal committee in Mingzhou." Wang Hohot replied. Chen Shi set down his bowl, pressing for more information. "That uncle of mine? Your maternal grandfather, after marrying your grandmother, had a second wife in Mingzhou, who bore him a son and a daughter. The son is your uncle, but it is said that he does not recognize your mother." Wang Hohot explained while feeding Xiaomi Lu, casting a glance at Chen Shi. "Focus on your meal. Why delve into such trivial matters?" Chen Shi's curiosity was piqued. He had only known that his mother was raised by her grandparents, and that whenever he inquired about his grandfather during his childhood, his mother would say he had passed away. Chapter 9. The uncle under Chen Shi's persistent questioning. Wang Hohot recounted the past. After marrying her mother, her father enlisted in the army and, upon his discharge, was assigned to the postal service in Mingzhou, securing a government job. He then found a city dweller and returned to divorce Wang Hohot's mother. At that time, Wang Hohot was merely 1 year old, and her grandparents did not allow her mother to take her away. Thus, Wang Hohot became a child neglected by her uncle and unloved by her grandmother, with her father entirely disowning her. In Wang Hohot's memory, her father rarely returned and never once embraced her or offered her a shred of paternal affection. Having never attended school, she married Chen Shi at the age of 18, and throughout her life, her father had never appeared. As Wang Hohot spoke of these memories, her eyes brimmed with tears. Chen Shi, of course, could not fully comprehend his mother's suffering. His sole concern was whether this uncle of his truly held the title of municipal secretary. "There has been no contact. Yet it is confirmed that my maternal grandfather's elder brother is indeed the municipal secretary," he pondered. Wang Hohat's voice trembled, rendering her speechless. Chen Yinshi interjected. Your cousin Xian Cheng mentioned it to me, but I am not certain. We must inquire further. Regardless of its veracity, this was an opportunity. If they could establish a connection with the municipal secretary, it could very well lead to positions beyond just deputy roles, perhaps even that of a county secretary. He retrieved his phone, contemplating calling Xian Cheng's uncle, but hesitated, realizing that such matters were best addressed in Mingzhou, where he could visit Xian Cheng's uncle to gain clarity. Why was this relationship not mentioned sooner? Chen Yinshi exclaimed in frustration. If he does not even acknowledge your mother, how could he possibly recognize us? In the absence of initiative from others to acknowledge us, we must take the first step to recognize them. If my uncle truly were the secretary of the municipal committee, even a mere sip of the soup he left behind would be 100-fold better than our current situation. Wang Hohat, in a state of agitation, declared, if they do not come to acknowledge me, I shall not be the one to approach them. Mother, I empathize with your feelings, yet we must confront reality. Were I the secretary of the provincial committee, they would undoubtedly come rushing to recognize you. But we are merely ordinary farmers, having offended the leaders of the provincial department. I have been reassigned back to the police station. Without a benefactor to lend a hand, securing even a vice section chief position in this lifetime would require a miracle. Wang Hohat wiped the tears from her face, lamenting, your grandfather has long since passed, and that woman is gone as well. The 2 children born from above have never returned, and the only one who can converse with them is your uncle Xinqing. Chen Shi quickly finished a bowl of rice and stated, I shall go to Mingzhou to seek out Uncle Xinqing. Chen Yinshi inquired, are you going now? Yes, replied Chen Shi, placing down the items he had brought. With his future at stake and having long suffered from a lack of connections, he understood that now, with a glimmer of hope, he must exert 99% of his effort. This uncle is a blood relative through their shared father, and it is imperative to seek him out. Chen Shi gathered his belongings and headed to Fushan town, noting the time. It was already 1:30. A bus to Mingzhou was scheduled for 2 o'clock. He hurriedly purchased a ticket, boarded the bus, and set off for Mingzhou in search of Uncle Xinqing. Wang Xinqing had grown up alongside Wang Hohat, fostering a bond akin to that of siblings. He was the son of Wang Hohat's second uncle, having lost his mother at a young age, which created a shared sense of sympathy between them. After over 4 hours, the bus finally arrived at Mingzhou. Upon exiting the station, Chen Shi contemplated calling Wang Xinqing but reconsidered, feeling it inappropriate to trouble someone while seeking assistance. Arriving at this hour, dinner would likely have been served. Would they even be inclined to host him? He decided to first find a hotel near Wang Xinqing's residence, dine alone, and visit around 7 o'clock. As night fell, Chen Shi purchased a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, checking the time. It was past 7:40. Neither too early nor too late to pay a visit. He called Wang Xinqing, feigning a business trip to Mingzhou and expressing his desire to drop by. Wang Xinqing welcomed him, inviting him to come over. Chen Shi had visited Wang Xinqing's home a few times before. His first visit was when Wang Xinqing had accompanied him to Yizhou for university, with his father in tow, navigating the familiar path to Wang Xinqing's neighborhood. Chen Shi arrived at the door and gently knocked. A woman opened the door. Aunt, he greeted. Aunt Sonia smiled and said, Chen Shi, come in quickly. Chen Shi placed the 2 bottles of liquor and the pack of cigarettes in the living room. Sonia remarked, when you come here, you need not bring gifts. We are not strangers. Your uncle enjoys drinking, so bringing some wine is considerate. She then asked, have you eaten? I have, Aunt, Chen Shi replied. Wang Xinqing emerged from the restroom, announcing, Chen Shi has arrived. He turned to Sonia, urging, quickly prepare a meal. Chen Shi promptly replied, I've already eaten. No need to cook. When you come to Mingzhou next time, you must dine with us. Very well, said Uncle Chen Shi with a smile. Chen Shi produced a pack of cigarettes, extending it towards Wang Xinqing. Uncle, have a smoke. He quickly retrieved a lighter, igniting it for Wang Xinqing. Taking a puff, Wang Xinqing remarked, sit down. I heard from your father that you have been admitted to the Public Security Bureau. Chen Shi offered a wry smile. After graduating last year, I was accepted into the Bureau, but a fortnight ago, I was reassigned to the police station in Fushan town. He recounted the unfolding events. Wang Xinqing furrowed his brow. Your luck seems unfortunate. You've encountered a challenging situation. Chen Shi tentatively inquired. I heard from my mother that my uncle is the secretary of the municipal committee of Mingzhou. Sonia placed fruit beside Chen Shi and seated herself, adding, your uncle is now the deputy secretary of the municipal committee. Do enjoy the fruit. All right, Aunt. Chen Shi said, symbolically picking a grape and placing it in his mouth. Your uncle's position as deputy secretary is no small feat. The Wang family lacks significant connections. It must be either through my grandfather's connections or my aunt's family background. Aunt, is my other aunt from Mingzhou as well? Her hometown is Yizhou. She has been in Mingzhou for many years, so she is somewhat of a Mingzhou local. Chen Shi further inquired, what does my aunt do? She is the principal of Mingzhou No. 1 High School, which boasts a remarkable reputation. Those scoring above 600 have a success rate exceeding 70%, with minimal academic pressure. Understanding the situation, Chen Shi realized the support his uncle must have received from his father-in-law to attain such a position. Wang Xinqing slowly continued. I had mentioned your admission to the Public Security Bureau to your uncle. He thought it quite commendable for a rural child to achieve such a feat. Chen Shi smiled wryly. It's just unfortunate. I was sent back to my original state. Wang Xinqing grasped Chen Shi's intent and inquired, are you looking to visit your uncle? I came up at my mother's behest to see you and to pay my respects to my uncle. To reconnect after all these years. It is indeed our oversight. Wang Xinqing nodded. It's good to think this way. After all, you are siblings, and it is essential to maintain familial bonds. Seizing the moment, Chen Shi insisted, Uncle, I've never visited your home. Please arrange a time for me to pay my respects tomorrow. Wang Xinqing readily agreed. No problem. It's getting late now, but I'll check tomorrow to see if he is available. Thank you, Uncle. We are family. No need for thanks. Wang Xinqing conducts business in Mingzhou, managing a company with dozens of employees, all under the protection of his cousin Wang Mingzhong, and easily earns 3 to 5 million without issue. Wang Mingzhong currently holds the esteemed positions of member of the Municipal Standing Committee, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, and Special Secretary, ranking just behind the mayor, thus making him a significant figure in Mingzhou. Wang Xinqing, upon observing Chen Shi's well-measured demeanor and his aspiration for a political career, resolved to extend his support. Establishing a connection with Wang Mingzhong could illuminate Chen Shi's path ahead. After a brief interlude, Chen Shi rose and said, Dear uncle, I must trouble you with this matter. It's time for me to return to the hotel. Wang Xinqing, slightly irked, responded, Why would you choose a hotel during your visit to Mingzhou? Stay with us. We have ample rooms to accommodate you. Previously, Chen Shi had experienced a spacious suite, measuring 210 square meters, complete with 5 bedrooms. With a polite smile, Chen Shi replied, This is a business trip, and I can claim expenses upon my return. I assure you, I will stay here during my next visit. Song Ya and Wang Xinqing escorted Chen Shi to the elevator, where he waved goodbye, understanding that seeking assistance should not come at the cost of inconvenience. Chen Shi felt a surge of excitement. Aligning himself with the deputy secretary would undoubtedly pave the way for a promising future. Chapter 10. Li Nan. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Shi contemplated the fact that he had never established a rapport with his uncle's family. Though they shared a blood relation, there was a distinct lack of familial warmth. Approaching his uncle directly might yield uncertain results, but his aunt, being an outsider, could be swayed through favorable interactions, potentially creating opportunities. Determined, Chen Shi resolved to approach his aunt. He ventured to a nearby internet cafe to gather information about her. Logging onto the official website of Mingzhou No. 1 High School, he examined the leadership section. The principal, Li Nan, was a vocational school graduate with degrees in adult education, essentially having purchased her qualifications. It was no wonder her father supported her husband. She seemed less capable of thriving on her own. Observing Li Nan's photograph, with her well-defined features and a countenance suggesting a nurturing disposition, Chen Shi discerned that she was likely a warm-hearted individual. Chen Shi possessed a certain charm. His handsome appearance endeared him to women, particularly those of middle age. He had an innate sensitivity towards women, effortlessly identifying their archetypes. Some individuals naturally attract affection, their presence eliciting admiration. First impressions carry significant weight. If one is unappealing at first glance, it is unlikely to foster subsequent fondness. As he prepared for tomorrow's visit, he pondered what gifts to bring, mindful that he had only a little over 2,000 yuan to spend, insufficient for anything extravagant. Given the affluence of her family, expensive items would go unnoticed. As the principal, Li Nan would undoubtedly appreciate a fine pen. Thus, he decided to purchase a quality fountain pen, understanding that when funds are limited, small yet meaningful gifts often hold greater significance. Investing his 2,000 yuan in a pen could convey the same value as a lavish gift. He also dismissed the idea of cosmetics, aware that he could not ascertain her allergies, and any indiscriminate purchase might be discarded without effect. A pen, on the other hand, is a practical item for an educator, serving both as a tool and a symbol of professionalism. Chen Shi resolved to procure a fountain pen first thing in the morning. He logged onto the official website of the Mingzhou government to examine information about his uncle. In the leadership section, he found Wang Mingzhong, the deputy secretary of the municipal committee, born in 1962. It was now 2009, making him only 47 years of age. Beginning his career as a clerk in the municipal government office, he ascended through various positions: Deputy Director of the Comprehensive Division, Director, Deputy Director of the Office, Director, Deputy District Chief of Chelan District, Deputy Secretary of the District Committee, District Chief, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee of the newly established Sini County-level city, Mayor, Secretary of the Municipal Committee of the Mingzhou, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee, and Executive Vice Mayor. After reviewing Wang Mingzhang's resume, Chen Shi profoundly understood the notion of having influential connections within the government. It was akin to having a cheat code. At just 47, he had attained a deputy department-level position and wielded significant power. Absent any unexpected events, by the time of his retirement, he would likely ascend to a provincial ministerial level. Currently at the pinnacle of the deputy department level as a full-time deputy secretary, he stood merely a step away from department-level cadre. This was reminiscent of the cultivation journey in a fantasy novel, where one reaches the late stage of the nascent soul, poised for a breakthrough into the transformation stage at any moment. Excitedly, Chen Shi left the internet cafe, contemplating the prospect of allying with such an influential figure. Achieving a deputy section-level position was merely the beginning. He could at least secure a position at the division level. In the bureaucratic realm, an official who does not aspire to progress is not a competent official. The following morning, Chen Shi rose early and went to the market to purchase a 1999 fountain pen. Upon returning to the hotel, he received a call from Wang Xinqing, informing him that his uncle Wang Mingzhang was occupied and not at home, but his aunt Li Nan was present. It was summer vacation, and Chen Shi had anticipated that Li Nan would certainly have time. As for Wang Mingzhang, his uncle, it was of little consequence whether he was home or not. His priority was to first secure a visit with Li Nan. Chen Shi arrived at the residential community where Wang Xinqing lived. He spotted Wang Xinqing waiting for him by his Toyota car, who eagerly waved upon seeing him. Chen Shi hurried over, saying, "Uncle, I want to buy a fountain pen for Aunt Li. It would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed on my first visit." Wang Xinqing chuckled, "Hop in. No need to buy anything. We brought some local specialties from our hometown that they love. They are all organic products that city dwellers appreciate." As Chen Shi settled into the car, Sonia, seated in the front passenger seat, turned to him and remarked, "I informed your aunt that you would be visiting, and she is quite pleased. She was unaware that your uncle has a sister living in the countryside and wondered why you hadn't come sooner. Being an only child, our relatives here are very welcoming and unpretentious. I had previously mentioned to your mother that you should come and meet them. They would take good care of you. Much better than if you were just farming at home." Your mother has always been hesitant, saying that since they do not recognize her, she won't recognize them either. Chen Shi smiled and replied, "My mother shared stories from the past. Those are matters of the previous generation. This generation is, after all, comprised of siblings, and we ought to connect and recognize one another. Bonding is essential." Sonia nodded with a smile, appreciating Chen Shi's eloquence and handsome appearance. "What a disparity there is between you and others. If you don't take the initiative, why would they? It is no wonder you face hardships. With such a remarkable brother, yet you choose not to acknowledge them, while others are clamoring to enter the municipal committee compound, unable even to get past the gate." As the car approached the municipal committee courtyard, the middle-aged security guard, upon recognizing the license plate number, quickly checked his notebook and promptly allowed entry. Such discernment exemplifies true vigilance. Those entrusted with guarding the municipal committee are certainly not ordinary individuals. Not only must they be familiar with the license plates of the leaders, but they must also be aware of the plates belonging to their relatives. Once someone has visited, their memory is remarkably sharp. A slight oversight that offends a leader's family member could lead to dire consequences, with the risk of being dismissed if unfavorable remarks are made in the leader's presence. With a smile and a nod, the security guard allowed the vehicle into the courtyard, where it stopped in front of a two-story villa. Chen diligently memorized the route, ensuring he would not stray on his return. Upon exiting the vehicle, Sonia opened the trunk to reveal an assortment of mushrooms, including matsutake, chicken of the woods, and morels, alongside a freshly killed local chicken, still warm and steaming. Chen instinctively moved to assist with the items, but halted his steps. It would be ill-mannered to do so at this moment. If he were to take something, Li Nan might mistakenly assume it was a gift from him. Wang Xinqing carried the mushrooms and the chicken, while Chen promptly approached and rang the doorbell, retreating behind Wang Xinqing and Sonia. A woman in her 30s greeted them at the door, her face beaming with a smile. Chen quickly discerned that she was the housekeeper. The housekeeper cheerfully addressed them. "Yeah, you're here." Sonia smiled in return, saying, "Xiao Chun has brought some local specialties. The chicken was just slaughtered this morning. It will make a delicious soup with the morels. Sister Nan also mentioned that this season is perfect for mushrooms. If we don't eat them now, they'll be gone." She even asked me to buy some, but you've brought them instead. The housekeeper glanced at Chen, and Sonya introduced. This is my cousin S. son, Nan's nephew. Chen quickly responded, hello, Sister Chen. He nodded, feeling somewhat perplexed. As an only child, how could Nan have a nephew? He soon realized that Sonya's cousin must be the sister of the secretary's family, someone he had never met before, and she smiled back at him. Entering the living room, Nan stood to greet them. Noticing the various bags Chen was carrying, she smiled and said, you always bring your own provisions whenever you visit, making us feel like we're benefiting from your generosity. Sonya chuckled, these are local specialties from my hometown. This season is ideal for mushrooms. The wild ones are much more flavorful than the cultivated varieties sold in the city. This chicken has been raised by my mother for 3 years without any feed. It makes a wonderful soup. Nan urged, please, have a seat. Chen walked over. Smiling broadly, Auntie, I am Chen Shi. Nan turned to Sonya and asked, is this the son of your sister from the countryside? With a cheerful grin. Sonya confirmed, that's him. Nan assessed Chen with a smile, remarking, quite handsome and charming. Why didn't you come earlier? Chen explained, I wasn't aware before. I returned home yesterday, and my mother mentioned it. So I thought I would come to visit my uncle and aunt. Your uncle has a banquet today and is unavailable. But now that you know we reside here, feel free to visit often. With a broad smile, Chen Shi took out a fountain pen from his bag and handed it to Nan with both hands. Aunt, upon learning that you are engaged in the field of education and would require a pen, I purchased this one while browsing in a mall and wanted to present it to you. Nan immediately recognized the pen's value. Her own pens typically cost several hundred, even approaching 2,000, which she had never used, not for lack of means, but rather due to a lack of necessity. Why bring a gift? I have plenty of pens that I do not use. You should keep it for yourself. Aunt, I work at the police station and seldom require a pen. Please accept this small token of my affection. Nan felt genuinely pleased. Her nephew's cheerful demeanor was endearing, and she accepted the pen, placing it on the tea table. As Xiao Chun went to prepare a meal, Wang Xinqing began to brew tea, but Chen Shi quickly interjected, Uncle, allow me. Nan remarked. The tea leaves are in the lower cabinet. Feel free to brew whatever you like. I do not enjoy tea. Sonya, I shall prepare you a cup of coffee. Sonya promptly agreed. Sounds great. Nan called out, Xiao Chun, make 2 cups of coffee. Xiao Chun acknowledged her request, and shortly thereafter, he served 2 cups of coffee. Sonya inquired, is Lingze not home? Wang Lingze was the only daughter of Nan and Wang Mingzhong, currently abroad attending a summer camp and not expected to return until the end of the month. Chen Shi opened the cabinet, filled with a plethora of fine teas, and casually chose a bag. He boiled water, sanitized the utensils, and brewed the tea in one fluid motion. Aware that Nan and Sonya did not drink tea, he still asked, Aunt, would you care for some tea? Nan waved her hand dismissively. No, we prefer coffee. Chen Shi poured half a cup of tea for Wang Xinqing and placed it before him. Sonya then asked, Wang Hai is at the first high school. He hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Not at all. Wang Hai is a well-behaved child, wholly focused on his studies. His midterm grades placed him in the 60s for science, and there should be no issue with him entering a top-tier university. However, my Lingze is quite the worry. I arranged for her to join an advanced class, but she struggles to keep up, spending her days merely playing. In her second-year midterms, she ranked towards the bottom with over 500 points, which may only qualify her for a second-tier university. Her father claims she inherited this trait from me. Sonya quickly responded, Wang Hai is fortunate to have your assistance. His entrance exam scores would not have allowed him into the first high school otherwise. The academic environment there is considerably better and has a significant impact. Many domestic schools cannot compare to those abroad. Sending Lingze overseas for her studies would be more advantageous. I share that sentiment, Nan remarked, glancing at Chen Shi, noting a slight resemblance to Wang Mingzhong. Chen Shi, how is your mother? Chen Shi smiled and replied, Aunt, my mother is in excellent health. She wishes to visit you all, but has been busy with farm work recently. I will bring her along next time. Be sure to bring your mother. It has been decades since she last saw your uncle, Wang Xinqing added. She has never met him from childhood to adulthood. As Wang Xinqing reminisced, Nan listened intently, feeling a deep sympathy for this sister she had never met, pondering how someone could fail to acknowledge their own flesh and blood. The elderly gentleman, whom she barely knew and had only encountered a few times, passed away prematurely. Her mother-in-law's family, residing in Mingzhou, belonged to the working class and lacked distinction. Her mother-in-law, who worked at the grain storage office, had only recently passed away last year. Having interacted with her more often, she found the petty demeanor of the small-town citizens to be quite unappealing. She had never heard them mention this elder sister. When she finds the time, she plans to visit her. Chen Shi interjected, Aunt, the roads below are rather difficult to traverse. Next week, I will bring my mother up to visit you. Li Nan nodded in agreement, saying, bring your mother next week. I will have your uncle wait at home and ensure he doesn't go out. Chen Shi felt exhilarated. Pursuing this route through Li Nan was indeed the right choice. If he had approached Wang Mingzhang directly, who had inherited the aloofness of their grandfather, there would have been no way forward. Wang Mingzhang had risen to prominence through Li Nan's father, and within the household, Li Nan undoubtedly held significant influence. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shi sought to engage in conversation, hoping to endear himself to Li Nan, eliciting joy and affection from her towards him as her nephew. At that moment, the food was ready, and Xiao Chun called out, Sister Nan, the meal is served. Li Nan rose, saying, come, let us eat. Chen Shi felt a surge of excitement. Dining at the home of the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee was a privilege not afforded to just anyone. The dining room was spacious, approximately 30 square meters, with Li Nan occupying the position of honor, flanked by Wang Xinqing and Songya, while Chen Shi sat beside Wang Xinqing. Li Nan smiled and said, please help yourselves. Do not be shy, we are all family. This statement was clearly directed at Chen Shi. He promptly replied, of course. At the table, laughter and conversation flowed freely as they chatted about mundane matters, and Chen Shi found the meal thoroughly enjoyable. After finishing their meal, they returned to the living room and continued their conversation until it was time to leave. Li Nan inquired, Chen Shi, where do you work? Before Chen Shi could respond, Wang Xinqing interjected. He graduated from Donghai Public Security University and was admitted to the Public Security Department. Unfortunately, during his internship, he fell out of favor with his superiors and was reassigned to the police station in Fushan Town as a grassroots officer. Why didn't you come sooner to seek out your uncle? He knows people at the Public Security Department. A little networking could have spared you from being relegated to a grassroots position. There are many opportunities for advancement within the department, he added, his tone laced with both frustration and disappointment. Chen Shi quickly clarified, I was unaware, my mother never mentioned it. Had I known, I would have come earlier. With an uncle at the municipal committee, I shouldn't have been bullied. Li Nan responded, an outsider may offer assistance. For family, there is no reason not to help. Is there still a chance to rectify this? When your uncle returns, I will have a word with him. Chen Shi understood that he had offended the director, not just an ordinary leader. Moreover, the situation was now beyond repair. No amount of discussion could alter the course set by Wang Mingzhang. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. This matter has reached an irrevocable conclusion. However, if I can achieve some success in my current role, there remains a possibility of being transferred to the county or city bureau, he replied. Li Nan expressed her admiration for Chen Shi, encouraging him, work diligently. And if the opportunity arises, I will ask your uncle to assist in your transfer to the county. Many relatives in the family had not passed their university entrance exams and could not offer assistance. The landscape of government positions had changed significantly. Now, every position required examination. Those who have been successful will indeed be promoted. There is no rationale for neglecting one's own in favor of outsiders. Chen Shi and the others readily agreed. After some further conversation, Songya remarked, Sister-in-law, there are matters at the company that require our attention. We must return. Li Nan turned to Chen Shi, saying, Chen Shi, your uncles have obligations. Here, you should have dinner before departing. With a smile, Chen Shi responded, Aunt, I arrive by bus and must work tomorrow. There will be no transport later. Chen Shi then stood, saying, Aunt, please leave me your phone number. I will call you in advance when I come. With respectful hands, he offered his phone to Li Nan, who accepted it and dialed a number. The phone rang, a simple transaction of sharing contact information. Chen Shi saved the number. Taking the first positive step. Take your time returning, Li Nan said as she saw the three to the door and watched them depart until the vehicle was out of sight before she returned. Chapter 12. Complaints. Wang Xinqing drove Chen Shi to the bus station. After Chen Shi expressed his gratitude upon alighting, he entered the station to purchase a ticket for the last bus home. By the time he returned to Fushan Town, darkness had fallen. Upon entering the police station and reaching his dormitory, he had just set down his bag when Zhang Hu walked in. He scrutinized Chen Shi for a moment, inquiring, Where have you been these past few days? We hadn't seen you. Brother Zhang, I had to go to Mingzhou for some business. Please, sit down. Is there something you need? Zhang Hu pulled up a chair, sitting down. The director notified me last minute that you were to attend a training at the Public Security Bureau this Saturday. Since you were absent, he said to go next week instead. In the room, there was only one chair, so Chen Shi sat on the bed. He stood again, retrieving a cigarette and offering one to Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu accepted it, and Chen Shi quickly produced a lighter, igniting it for him. Brother Zhang, doesn't the director have my number? I haven't received a call from him. Zhang Hu took a puff of his cigarette. It's nothing too significant. The county police hold training every Saturday. It's just as well to go next week. Having only been on the job for half a month, it was unfortunate that he was absent when leadership sought him out. Come morning, he would need to explain himself to the director. Zhang Hu continued to smoke, hesitating to speak. Chen Shi finally asked, Brother Zhang, if there is something on your mind, feel free to express it. I will not hesitate to assist if I can. After finishing his cigarette, Zhang Hu tossed the butt to the ground and stepped on it. Well, I've spent all my money on lottery tickets and won nothing. Could you lend me 500? I'll repay you when I receive my salary on the 10th. Chen Shi realized he was out of funds himself. With only 30 yuan in his pocket, Zhang Hu was someone who had taken him under his wing. It was the first time he had asked to borrow money. And despite his own lack of funds, he felt obliged to help. Brother Zhang, I just spent all my cash on my trip to Mingzhou. I'll visit the bank tomorrow morning and withdraw some for you. Zhang Hu's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Xiao Chen. In the future, if you have any questions at the station, don't hesitate to ask. No need for gratitude. We help each other. Zhang Hu then asked, Haven't you eaten yet? Chen Shi had initially intended to say he had, but Zhang Hu continued, Come, let us go for a drink. It's on me. You treat. And you must drink 2 cups. Upon alighting from the vehicle, we shall return to the dormitory. It is quite late, and I am famished. We arrived at a barbecue stall where Zhang Hu was well acquainted with the owner, greeting him from a distance. Officer Zhang has arrived. The owner beamed, presenting a plate. Zhang Hu accepted it, saying, Business seems to be thriving, boss. The owner chuckled, It's all thanks to your patronage. They ordered an assortment of barbecued delicacies along with a case of beer. Chen Shi opened the beer, retrieved 2 glasses, and poured a drink for Zhang Hu. After taking a sip, Zhang Hu sighed and remarked, Xiao Chen, do you find any excitement in working as a grassroots police officer? Chen Shi remained silent, awaiting Zhang Hu's elaboration. I find it utterly meaningless. I earn a mere 3,000 or so, barely enough for sustenance, and there is no hope for promotion. Remaining in such a small locale is simply uninspiring. Chen Shi silently scoffed at this. After all, Ma Guoyang had toiled for half his life, enduring until retirement as deputy director before he reached his position. The prospect of ascending to a deputy section chief was nearly impossible. The cost of living in rural towns is not negligible, rivaling that of Ezhou. During my internship at the Public Security Bureau, I earned over 4,000. And after formal employment, it exceeded 6,000. Returning to a town, my salary was halved, down to around 3,000. This primarily relates to local fiscal conditions. Chunyang County is classified as impoverished, and where is the funding to increase salaries for frontline personnel? It is commendable enough that they can manage to disburse salaries monthly. Many impoverished counties struggle to do even that, with delays extending for months. The owner enthusiastically served the barbecue, sat with them for a couple of drinks, then stood up to attend to his duties. In small towns, business is often conducted among acquaintances. One encounters familiar faces frequently. Those who thrive in such locales are truly remarkable individuals. Zhang Hu consumed 2 skewers of barbecue and drank 2 bottles of beer. I now feel a twinge of regret. When the recruitment for police officers came to our school from Xinjiang, I dismissed it as too far and did not attend. Some classmates who went are earning around 10,000. In a year, they make over 100,000, what we could not earn in several years. Chen Shi poured another drink for Zhang Hu. Brother Zhang, it's perilous over there. There are frequent reports of officers dying in the line of duty. The income is proportional to the risks taken. Here, our salaries are low, but we face minimal danger. When responding to calls, we typically do not even carry sidearms. Zhang Hu lit a cigarette, yet the salary is so low, I can barely support myself. It would be wiser to buy fewer lottery tickets. The odds of winning are lower than the chances of attaining a deputy position. Zhang Hu sighed. I must find a way to become a leader. Grassroots police officers merely scrape by. Who wouldn't desire a leadership role? Yet there are so few positions available, and without connections, it is exceedingly difficult. Most grassroots civil servants in rural areas are merely slightly better off than farmers. They appear glamorous on the surface. When seeking a partner, one also looks for someone employed, saving diligently to purchase a modest home in the county town and raise a small child. That is all. Listening to Zhang Hu's complaints, Chen Shi realized that Zhang Hu was beyond redemption. After just a year, newly confirmed, he was already filled with discontent, cursing the heavens and the earth. Unwilling to seek self-improvement. One's fate is determined by one's efforts. Being young, one must strive for betterment. Chen Shi observed Zhang Hu, who had already begun to exhibit a tendency towards complacency akin to retirement. In a bid to fit in, Chen Shi indulged in a bit of banter, remarking on their camaraderie. After all, if he did not jest, Zhang Hu would not consider him one of his own. After finishing their barbecue, Zhang Hu stood up, swaying slightly, and called out, "Boss, keep a tab. I will settle up in a few days." The proprietor, grinning, replied, "Of course, Officer Zhang, take care." Upon arriving at the office the next morning, Chen Shi gently knocked on Wang Jiaming's door. "Come in," Wang Jiaming called. Chen Shi entered and greeted him. "Good morning, Director." Wang Jiaming glanced at him and replied, "Have a seat." Chen Shi settled down and said, "Director, I heard from Zhang Hu that you were looking for me over the weekend." "Nothing much," Wang Jiaming responded. "I forgot last week. I intended to invite you for training at the police station. We have sessions every week, nothing significant." Chen Shi explained, "Director, I had some matters to attend to over the weekend. I went to Mingzhou." Wang Jiaming nodded. "Is there anything else?" Chen Shi rose, sensing he was being dismissed. "No, that is all. I have other matters to attend to." Wang Jiaming perceived Chen Shi's respect for authority. It was commendable that he took the time to clarify. As any engagement from a superior, no matter how trivial, is of importance, which set him apart from many other officers. As Chen Shi exited the director's office, he encountered Ma Guoyang in the corridor. Ma Guoyang was laden with a stack of documents. "Xiao Chen, are you free this morning?" Chen Shi immediately became wary. With so many documents in hand, Ma Guoyang likely sought assistance. Within the system, one cannot assist with tasks outside their own responsibilities, for should credit arise, it belongs to others, while any issues would be solely one's own. "Brother Ma, Daya Village reported an incident some time ago which was not handled properly. And they have reported again. We need to address it," Ma Guoyang cheerfully suggested. "You young folks are adept with computers and type quickly. These documents pertain to cases from the past few years. They need to be organized this week for submission to the police bureau next week. You should refrain from going out on calls. I will cover for you this week. You're quite the cunning fox, thinking you can take this opportunity for yourself." Chen Shi replied, "As a newcomer, I am still unfamiliar with these cases. Should anything go awry, I would bear the consequences. Typically, you leverage your seniority to direct younger officers while you lounge in the break room awaiting the end of the day." Chen Shi smiled and said, "Brother Ma, I would prefer to respond to calls. After all, being young allows me to move swiftly. As for these documents, I can enlist Sister Sue from the administrative office for assistance. Her team spends all day at the computer and types even faster." Ma Guoyang, seeing that Chen Shi was unyielding, walked away with a scowl. Chapter 13. Training for Grassroots Police Officers. The job can be both simple and demanding. They respond to calls when they arise and otherwise remain in the break room or the administrative office to submit reports on their cases. During a lull in calls, Chen Shi took the opportunity to return home and urged his father, Chen Yanshi, to go mushroom picking that morning and, when time allowed, to take his mother, Wang Hohat, to Mingzhou to find his long-lost brother. Under the persuasion of both Chen Shi and Chen Yanshi, Wang Hohat agreed to accompany them for the sake of her son's future. This can be considered as a misuse of public resources. Upon seeing the police vehicle arrive, the villagers presumed that some incident had occurred, and they gathered around. When they recognized Chen Shi, they approached him to exchange pleasantries, albeit with little enthusiasm. For he was merely a grassroots officer, someone who did not command much respect among the villagers. Despite the remote nature of Qinghe village, there were 5 or 6 teachers, and the highest-ranking official was the principal of the elementary school. Naturally, no one regarded Chen Shi, a mere local policeman, with any significance. Once Chen Shi entered the police car, he promptly drove away. The optics were unfavorable, and should anyone take the liberty to photograph him and disseminate it online, he would face repercussions. Such matters often weigh heavily. What may seem inconsequential at first can become burdensome once acknowledged. Soon, Friday arrived, and over the weekend, Chen Shi was scheduled for training. He would not be heading to Mingzhou, so he called Li Nan to explain the situation. Li Nan urged him to focus on his work and suggested he visit when he had the time. After finishing work on Friday, Chen Shi took a private vehicle to Chunyuan County. The training did not provide accommodation or meals, so he sought lodging near the Public Security Bureau, preparing for the 2-day training session. On Saturday morning at 8, Chen Shi arrived punctually at the training room, where a dozen individuals had already gathered. After signing in, he took a seat in the middle. The room was equipped with multimedia facilities. The training commenced at 8:30, and the other attendees, who had arrived in groups, engaged in hushed conversations. The primary objective of this training was to cultivate connections. Chen Shi, too, aspired to meet several individuals from the county's Public Security Bureau. He was well aware that within the bureaucratic realm, relationships are built on reciprocal exchanges. One possesses resources, the other has resources, and thus they can barter, establishing connections that could prove beneficial. However, individuals like Chen Shi, devoid of any valuable resources, found themselves largely ignored, as others had little need for him. It was a stark reminder that if a sphere does not belong to you, it is best not to intrude. Even if one manages to insert themselves, they become nothing more than a jester, inconsequential to the proceedings. Seated in silence, Chen Shi did not reach out to others, and thus no one approached him either. Gradually, more personnel arrived, filling the training room with over 50 police officers. Chen Shi overheard discussions around him, noting that the facilitator of the day's training was the deputy head of the political work section, a notable figure within the Public Security Bureau. Having been promoted to deputy head less than a year after his formal appointment, this individual possessed a formidable background. His uncle was the secretary of the County Political and Legal Affairs Commission, a prominent figure from Sinway City. Many of those present had attended previous training sessions, and the considerable turnout today was primarily to forge connections with this influential individual. At 9 o'clock, this notable figure arrived fashionably late, and Chen Shi instantly recognized him as Su Pingyan, a former university classmate. He initially thought he was mistaken and blinked to confirm his recognition. Their relationship during college had been amicable, albeit limited. Given Su's uncle's significant political stature, cultivating a good rapport with him could greatly benefit Chen Shi. Since graduation, particularly after a year within the bureaucratic system, no one remained naive. Political instincts had sharpened. It seemed Su Pingyan also spotted Chen Shi, pausing momentarily before diverting his attention and commencing the political education training. During the training break, many approached Su Pingyan, inquiring about various matters, seemingly seizing the opportunity to become familiar with him and inviting him to dinner that evening. Chen Shi longed to greet him, but found it impossible to squeeze through the crowd until the training concluded. Even then, Su Pingyan was still surrounded by many admirers when he waved to Chen Shi, signaling him to wait outside. Chen Shi stepped out, waiting for quite some time before Su Pingyan finally emerged. He jogged over, exclaiming, "Old classmate, it has been ages. No, I should now address you as Section Chief Su." Su Pingyan smiled and replied, "Do not jest with me. Did you not secure a position at the Public Security Department?" Chen Shi offered a wry smile and recounted the circumstances. Even if he did not, Su Pingyan could easily discern everything from the archives, as the police records from all townships were housed in the County Police Bureau. Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan felt an inexplicable joy. This was the nature of old classmates. Seeing one another struggle was a source of secret delight. At that time, the Public Security Department only recruited 3 individuals from their specialty, and Su Pingyan had also sat for the exam. His uncle had even intervened, leveraging connections to treat a division director from the Public Security Department to a meal. Every single person from their cohort had taken the exam, totaling over 100 participants. Chen Shi had ranked second, while Su Pingyan had placed over 20 spots lower, missing out on an interview opportunity. Chen Shi's success was the envy of all, as entering the Public Security Department far surpassed merely joining the County Police Bureau. The former began at the deputy section chief level, while the grassroots police officers aspired to achieve that rank, marking them as distinguished figures. The majority of individuals spent their lives tirelessly laboring, evolving from young officers into seasoned veterans. Su Pingyan, however, concealed his feelings. He possessed the decorum to understand that merit, not connections, determined one as ascent. He patted Chen Shi on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Do not lose heart. Wherever you are, it is all in service of the people. Keep up the good work." Chen Shi sensed a transformation in Su Pingyan. He no longer seemed to occupy the same level as before. Su Pingyan had become a leader, speaking without complaints, only offering encouragement and positive energy. Chen Shi inwardly resented his former classmate, thinking, "Why do you not serve at the grassroots level? You have connections and are already in a leadership position at such a young age. At this rate, you might secure a deputy division position at the very least." Yet he concealed his dissatisfaction, smiling as he said, "Indeed, it is all for the service of the people, no matter where." Chen Shi, possessing great adaptability, despite his feelings towards Su Pingyan, maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Section Chief Su, do you have time this evening? It would be nice for old classmates to gather. We haven't shared a drink since graduation." Su Pingyan offered a knowing smile, retorting, "Did we ever drink together while in school?" Chen Shi appeared embarrassed, realizing that they had never truly shared a drink, only having dined together occasionally in the cafeteria. He managed a faint smile, scratching the back of his head. Su Pingyan looked at Chen Shi and remarked, "If you were still at the Public Security Department, I would gladly treat you to fine wine and exquisite meals. However, considering you have yet to even infiltrate the County Police Bureau and are currently at the precinct, you would be fortunate to ever make it to the County Police Bureau in your lifetime. What standing do you have to invite me to dinner? If I were to accept casual invitations, my schedule would be booked until next year." Su Pingyan smiled and said, "Just a jest. I have plans for tonight. As many have invited me to dinner, which I cannot decline. We shall gather another day. There will be ample opportunities." The leader remarked that it was a poor joke, insisting that one must laugh regardless, even if they are the punchline. At that moment, Chen Shi, grinning foolishly, nodded repeatedly, affirming, indeed. If Chen Shi desired a transfer to the county police department, it was within his grasp, provided he kept Su Pingyan content. Was it not merely a matter of securing a position in the county police? A simple word from him would suffice. No one would dare disregard him. For the favor was not for him, but for his uncle. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. And Chen Shi could not afford to miss any opportunity to alter his fate. As Su Pingyan approached his vehicle, Chen Shi hurriedly ran to open the door, beaming as he said, "Director Su, please take care." Su Pingyan felt a surge of satisfaction. This lad displayed both flexibility and acumen. He gestured towards Chen Shi, holding back words that lingered on his tongue, thinking to himself, "You are quite perceptive." In such moments, anyone would feel elated. Those who once stood lofty now found themselves humbled, bowing low before others. As Chen Shi watched Su Pingyan's police car depart, he retracted his smile, contemplating, "You seek pleasure, and I shall oblige. But how much is face worth? It is truly worthless." Chapter 14. In the afternoon training session, Su Pingyan entered the classroom and glanced at Chen Shi sitting in the front row, noting how he had adeptly shed his former arrogance from university days. These were two different worlds. In university, being handsome and talented garnered affection from both girls and boys. However, in the broader society, the dynamics shifted significantly. Talent was essential, but so was one's background. Many believed that possessing a background sufficed, regardless of talent, but this was a misconception. Numerous individuals possessed talent but lacked opportunity. Once they seized the right moment, they could ascend quickly. Conversely, those with only connections might find themselves unable to capitalize on numerous opportunities. If appointed as the head of a department, should even one subordinate question your authority, it is their issue. If all do, it is your failing. And higher-ups would swiftly replace you. During lunch, Chen Shi provided Su Pingyan with a sense of gratification. Their relationship bore no significant conflict. Merely a personal dislike from Su Pingyan towards Chen Shi. Recognizing this, Chen Shi lowered his stance, which pleased Su Pingyan, prompting him to reciprocate with a gesture of goodwill. He called out, "Chen Shi." Chen Shi promptly stood, and Su Pingyan continued, "Allow me to introduce you. This is my university classmate." Assigned to the Fushan Town Police Station as a grassroots officer, all eyes turned to Chen Shi, and the significance of this introduction was clear. It was a declaration that Chen Shi was under his wing, deserving of respect from all. Su Pingyan gestured for Chen Shi to take his seat and resumed his lecture. With a connection to Su Pingyan, Chen Shi dared not hope for too much, yet the prospect of facilitating a transfer to the county police department lingered in his mind. After the training concluded, Chen Shi escorted Su Pingyan to his vehicle. He had prior engagements with leadership and could not dine alone with Chen Shi. However, he promised that after tomorrow's training, they would share a drink together. After bidding farewell to Su Pingyan, several police officers approached. The foremost among them, a stout man, smiled and introduced himself. "Officer Chen, I am Wang Tao from the county's Public Security Bureau's security management team." Beside him, a robust officer added, "I am Lu Feng, also from the security management team." The other two introduced themselves as well. "I am Wang Haiyang from the criminal police team, and I am Li from the traffic police team." Chen Shi nodded and greeted them, shaking hands with each. Wang Tao, smiling, inquired, "Officer Chen, do you have any dinner arrangements for tonight? The four of us would like to invite you for a couple of drinks." Chen Shi understood the underlying message. This was not a genuine invitation for him, but rather a fallback after failing to invite Su Pingyan. He would not refuse an invitation to dine, especially from those who could gain access to the county's Public Security Bureau. Their connections were certainly more advantageous than his own lack of background. "Not yet," Lu Feng interjected with a smile. "Come on, let us extend our hospitality and enjoy a few drinks." Surrounded by them, Chen Shi exited the Public Security Bureau. It was evident that both Wang Tao and Lu Feng had driven there, as their vehicles suggested a comfortable financial situation, certainly not something one could afford on a mere salary. Lu Feng ushered Chen Shi into his car, while Wang Haiyang and Li took Wang Tao's vehicle. As they conversed, the camaraderie among the young men flourished. Lu Feng, a local, shared that his parents worked at the Tobacco Bureau, having grown up alongside Wang Tao, whose parents were also employed there. Working at the Tobacco Bureau signified high salaries and generous benefits. In essence, they were part of the affluent class. Upon arriving at the Qingqing restaurant, Lu Feng parked the car, and soon Wang Tao and the others joined them. The restaurant was lavishly decorated, and as they entered a private room, Wang Tao insisted that Chen Shi take the seat of honor. Chen Shi discerned that this stout man was indeed the linchpin of the group. Politely declining, he suggested Wang Tao occupy the main seat while he took a position beside him. As the food and drinks arrived, they exchanged pleasantries and compliments. After indulging in the feast, Wang Tao finally revealed the true purpose of their invitation. Officer Chen, since you are a university classmate of Section Chief Su, we greatly admire his charisma. Would you be so kind as to assist us with a small favor and invite him to join us for a drink? Lu Feng, Wang Haiyang, and Li Li echoed his sentiment. With such influence, the number of people eager to dine with Su Pingyan could stretch well into the next year. This was no exaggeration. After all, his uncle was the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, and the deputy director of the Political Work Section was a prospective candidate for promotion to deputy bureau chief. In a year or two, he would likely ascend to the role of section chief before turning 30, without a doubt. It was no wonder so many sought to curry favor with him. This was a strategic move to pave their own paths. Once he ascended to the position of deputy bureau chief, it would be far more challenging to gain his favor. Chen Shi smiled and said, "We are all colleagues here. Please refrain from calling me Officer Chen. Just call me Xiao Chen." Wang Tao laughed. "In that case, let us all use first names. You need not refer to us as Officer Wang or Officer Lu, as that would seem overly formal." Seeing the camaraderie among the four, Chen Shi felt they were decent individuals within the system who did not aspire to progress. Their natures were not ill, and he deemed them worth befriending. The gatherings hosted by Section Chief Su were indeed numerous. Even as an old classmate, he could not manage to invite him for a drink alone. "Let us exchange contact information so that when Director Su becomes available, I may extend an invitation to him, and I will notify you accordingly." Wang Tao promptly replied, "All right. Chen Shi, I kindly ask that you keep an eye on this." Chen Shi recorded the phone numbers of 5 individuals before departing from the restaurant. Lu Feng insisted on driving Chen Shi home, and despite his attempts to decline, he found himself in Lu Feng's vehicle. "Lu Feng, I appreciate it. Please take me back to the hotel," Chen Shi said. "No need for formality. We are all brothers. The next time you visit the county, do give me a call, and we shall share a few drinks together," Lu Feng responded. Chen Shi smiled and assured him, "When I come up, I will definitely call you." Upon reaching the hotel, as Chen Shi exited the car, Lu Feng called out, "If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Chen Shi nodded, watching as Lu Feng drove away. This training session had been immensely fruitful. He had established a connection with Su Pingyan, garnered the favor of Wang Tao, Lu Feng, Wang Haiyang, and Li Li, forming a small circle of acquaintances. Chen Shi contemplated how to leverage Wang Mingzhang's connections to pave his own path in the world of governance. The training concluded after half a day on Sunday. Following the training, Chen Shi accompanied Su Pingyan into his police vehicle, while other trainees looked on with envy. This Chen Shi was exceptional. Having earned the favor of Director Su, his career prospects appeared promising. They arrived at a farmhouse and entered a private room. Chen Shi promptly pulled out a chair for Su Pingyan, inviting him to take the seat of honor. Su Pingyan naturally sat down, with Chen Shi taking a place beside him. As a leader, Su Pingyan would not simply accept an invitation from anyone. Unfamiliar with Su Pingyan's culinary preferences, Chen Shi handed him the menu, saying, "Director Su, please take a look at the menu." Su Pingyan took the menu and ordered 4 spicy dishes. Observing these selections, Chen Shi realized that Su Pingyan preferred his meals with ample spice. He ordered 2 additional dishes and requested a bottle of Maotai. Upon seeing the Maotai, Su Pingyan's expression darkened. "Chen Shi, I must say, how can you afford Maotai on your modest salary? We are old classmates. There's no need for such extravagance." Taken aback by Su Pingyan's reaction, Chen Shi quickly offered a smile. "Director Su, ordering another type of liquor would not convey the respect I wish to show you." Su Pingyan chuckled. "In my presence, refrain from such formalities. As classmates, simply call me Pingyan. If you take my words to heart, it would be quite foolish." Chen Shi, being astute, replied with a smile, "A leader is a leader. While you regard me as an old classmate, I cannot. Wherever we may be, you will always remain my superior." He opened the bottle of Maotai and poured a drink for Su Pingyan. This bottle of Maotai represented half a month's salary, and he felt a pang of regret. He could only afford to eat steamed buns upon his return. Chapter 15. Networking resources with emotions properly aligned. Su Pingyan found Chen Shi increasingly agreeable. This lad was indeed talented. After their meal, Su Pingyan turned to Chen Shi and inquired, "Have you ever considered joining the county police department?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shi recognized the opportunity and eagerly replied, "Yes, I dream of it. With diligence. Transferring to the county police department is merely a matter of time. This is about continuing to cling to him for emotional support. At present, I can only offer emotional value, lacking any substantial background, thus engaging in an equivalent exchange. It is only natural. Everywhere, we serve the people, and I shall endeavor diligently, living up to the nurturing provided by Section Chief Su." Su Pingyan observed Chen Shi with a half-smile, recognizing his quick wit. A trait befitting someone who had passed the entrance examination for the Public Security Bureau. Before I have even had the chance to mentor you, you have already declared that you will not disappoint my guidance, making it seem as if I would be remiss if I did not take you under my wing. As old classmates, it is only natural to lend a helping hand, yet you must also produce results. Otherwise, others may question why you were transferred to the county police department. When seeking assistance, one must not allow others to bear any risk on your behalf. Not even a little. I understand. Rest assured, I will deliver results that will silence the doubters, rendering them speechless. Chen Shi repeatedly referred to Su as section chief and leader, much to Su Pingyan's delight, while others might sound disingenuous. The way Chen Shi addressed him felt far more pleasant. Chen Shi refrained from mentioning Wang Tao and the others wanting to treat Su Pingyan to a meal, knowing that the timing was not yet right. Having just established a rapport with Su Pingyan, he was not yet a trusted confidant. Su Pingyan, unaware of Chen Shi's thoughts, smiled and said, "Hand me your phone." While an ordinary person might have questioned the purpose, Chen Shi, not being ordinary, simply handed over his phone without hesitation. Su Pingyan took the phone, dialed a number, and his own mobile rang in his pocket. "This is my number. Feel free to call me anytime." Chen Shi respectfully accepted the phone back. "Yes, leader." He saved the contact, understanding that networking is gradually built, and one must never succumb to despair or lethargy. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, one must invest 99% effort to pursue it. After bidding farewell to Su Pingyan, Chen Shi returned to the hotel, grabbed his bag, and took the shuttle bus back to Fushan town. The week swiftly progressed to Friday, and upon finishing work, Chen Shi prepared to return home. As the following day he would take his mother, Wang Hohot, to Mingzhou to meet her brother. It is crucial to maintain connections promptly to prevent them from becoming distant. Arriving home quite late, Chen Yanshi had gathered various mushrooms, green-headed mushrooms, morels, chicken mushrooms, and beefsteak mushrooms. Chen Shi packed the fresh mushrooms, preparing 2 portions, one of which he intended to take to Su Pingyan. The next morning, Wang Hohot donned new clothes and set off with Chen Shi, first traveling to the town to catch the bus to the county. He called Su Pingyan, but it took a while for the call to connect. "Chen Shi, what is the matter?" "Leader, my parents have collected some mushrooms. Would it be convenient for me to bring them to your home?" Su Pingyan immediately perked up. "My uncle loves mushrooms. Please take them to him, as the mushroom season is nearly over." Not wanting to impose on his uncle now that he had become an associate chief, and with so many eyes on him, he was cautious not to cause any trouble. "No need. Where are you?" "I will come and pick them up." "At the bus station." "All right, I will come over now." Su Pingyan mounted his electric scooter and hurried toward the station. At his level, he was not yet entitled to a car. Those with dedicated vehicles were at least deputy director rank. During working hours, public transport was strictly for official use, and outside of work, he dared not misuse it, having been warned repeatedly by his uncle to remain low-key and avoid ostentation. From a distance, Chen Shi spotted Su Pingyan approaching on his scooter and quickly went to greet him. "Leader, if you had just asked, I could have delivered it for you. Why have you come yourself?" Chen Shi hung the mushrooms on the scooter. Su Pingyan inquired, "Where are you headed?" Lowering his voice, Chen Shi replied, "To Mingzhou. My uncle called, asking me to take my mother to his house for a couple of days." Noticing the air of secrecy surrounding Chen Shi, Su Pingyan wondered if there was something more to it. Chen Shi continued, "Leader, we must take our leave now." He had intended to reveal that his uncle was the deputy secretary of the municipal committee, but reconsidered, realizing it was unnecessary. Su Pingyan would likely not believe him. Even if he shared the truth and others believed it, it could be perceived as false, while if others doubted, even the truth could be dismissed as fiction. Chen Shi, at that moment, resembled a beggar carrying a genuine LV bag, yet no one would trust that it was real. It must surely be counterfeit. His uncle, as the deputy secretary, could easily secure a position in the municipal police force, not starting below a deputy division level at the very least. Su Pingyan rode directly to his uncle's house, humming a little tune along the way, filled with joy at the prospect of dinner featuring mushrooms. Meanwhile, Chen Shi arrived at the station, purchased tickets, and prepared to take his mother to Mingzhou. This was Wang Hohot's first visit to the county, let alone Mingzhou. Having spent most of her life in Fushan town, everything appeared novel to her, evoking the curiosity of a child. Upon arriving in Mingzhou around 2 in the afternoon, Chen Shi first took his mother out for lunch. Wang Hohot suffered from motion sickness and could not eat while traveling, as it would make her nauseous. Having called Lina the previous night, he was welcomed warmly and encouraged to arrive early. Once Chen Shi noticed his mother had recovered, they took a taxi to the municipal committee compound. Upon reaching the entrance, they were stopped by a security guard. "Whom are you looking for?" Chen Shi smiled and replied, I am the nephew of Wang Mingzhong, the deputy secretary of the municipal committee, visiting my uncle. The guard glanced at Chen Shi and Wang Hohat, recalling that he had not seen Chen Shi during their last visit. Understanding that even the emperor has a few impoverished relatives, the guard softened his tone and said, "Please give them a call. We need to record this in our security log. Proper procedures must be followed, for if anything went awry, it could jeopardize his job." Chen Shi called Li Nan, who assured him that she would contact the security office. Shortly thereafter, the phone rang at the security office. The guard answered and repeatedly affirmed, "Yes." After hanging up, he smiled broadly and said, "No need for registration. I will escort you inside." Chen Shi, remembering the route, aimed to leave a lasting impression on the guard for future visits. The guard led the way, and Chen Shi hoped he would be remembered so that he could enter freely next time. Arriving at the villa's entrance, the guard beamed, saying, "The home of the deputy secretary is right here." Chen Shi smiled and said, "Thank you." The security guard turned and departed. Chen Shi rang the doorbell, and soon the housekeeper came to open the door. Chen Shi greeted her hastily, "Sister Chen." The housekeeper smiled and replied, "Come in." She cast a glance at Wang Hohat, noting a resemblance to the secretary in her features. Chen Shi led Wang Hohat into the living room, where Li Nan greeted them with a warm smile, eagerly taking Wang Hohat's hand. "Sister, why didn't you come earlier? I had no idea we had an elder sister in the countryside." Wang Hohat felt a swirl of emotions. Unsure of what to say, Li Nan's enthusiastic welcome took her by surprise, and she felt compelled to return the smile. Chen Shi quickly interjected, "Mom, this is my aunt." Li Nan replied with a grin, "Just call me Li Nan." Wang Hohat nodded with a smile. Chen Shi continued, "Aunt, we brought some mushrooms we found deep in the mountains. There isn't much in the countryside, but we do have plenty of these wild delicacies." He handed the mushrooms to the housekeeper. "There's no need to bring anything all this way. Please don't do it again next time." Once settled in the living room, Li Nan cheerfully said, "Sister, wait here. I'll go fetch your brother." Wang Hohat attempted several times to speak, but found her words stuck in her throat. After a while, Wang Mingzhong followed Li Nan into the living room. It was Chen Shi's first encounter with Wang Mingzhong, who appeared refined. Chen Shi promptly stood up and introduced himself, "Uncle, I am Chen Shi." Wang Hohat also rose, gazing at Wang Mingzhong, who bore a striking resemblance to her father. She managed to utter 4 words, "You look very much like him." Wang Mingzhong was indifferent to Wang Hohat. Though they shared blood, there was no familial bond, and he had only been brought down by Li Nan. He remained silent, merely nodding slightly as a greeting before taking a seat. Li Nan smiled and encouraged, "Sister, please sit. Why are you standing?" Wang Hohat sat down, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." The housekeeper, Xiao Chun, brought in some washed fruits. Li Nan called out, "Sister, have some fruit." Wang Hohat felt quite favorably towards Li Nan, who was always cheerful and unpretentious. Nan, may I call you that?" Li Nan quickly affirmed, "Of course. My parents call me that too." Wang Hohat smiled, recognizing that meeting Li Nan was a remarkable gain from this visit. Wang Mingzhong remained expressionless, not uttering a single word. Chen Shi looked at Wang Mingzhong with a smile, thinking, "You old grouch, if it weren't for needing something from you, I would turn and leave with that sour face of yours." What topic could possibly be appropriate to discuss? After racking his brain, he deemed work unsuitable and life even less so. At that moment, it felt as if any conversation would be ill-timed, and the 4 of them exchanged glances, each at a loss for words. Li Nan broke the awkward silence, asking, "Sister, is this your first visit to Mingzhou?" Wang Hohat nodded. "I have lived in Fushan town my entire life. I'm 52 this year and have never left. The farthest I've been is to the town. I've never even been to the county city." Li Nan found it hard to fathom that her father-in-law, who appeared quite respectable, could be so cruel as to disregard his own flesh and blood, even in the wake of divorce. Had he never received an education? Wang Hohat shook her head, lamenting that she had never set foot in a classroom. As a child, she had to toil in the fields alongside her grandparents due to the family's dire circumstances. Li Nan felt a deep sympathy for Wang Hohat's plight. Being an only daughter raised with care by her parents, she had always believed that no parent could forsake their child. Encountering Wang Hohat's weathered visage revealed the stark reality that some parents indeed do not love their offspring. Chen Shi, feeling a sense of obligation, prepared tea for Wang Mingzhong, attentively monitoring his expression, which remained unchanged. It seemed that these 2 individuals bore no relation to him whatsoever. "Uncle, what kind of tea do you prefer?" Wang Mingzhong glanced at the cheerful Chen Shi, finding him rather likable. He casually replied, "Dahong Pao." Chen Shi promptly retrieved the tea from the cabinet, brewed it, and placed the cup before Wang Mingzhong. Li Nan stood to fetch milk for Wang Hohat. The latter felt unwell, sitting upright as she accepted the milk from Li Nan with a soft, "Thank you." Li Nan smiled, encouraging her. "Sister, relax a bit. We're all family. No need to be so formal." Chen Shi inquired, "Aunt, would you like some tea?" Li Nan waved her hand. "I don't drink tea." Wang Mingzhang lifted the cup and took a sip. Chen Shi felt a surge of happiness. At least Wang Mingzhang did not harbor any aversion towards him, for one who disliked another would hardly engage with them. He quickly refilled Wang Mingzhang's cup. Throughout the encounter, Wang Mingzhang barely acknowledged Wang Hohot. After a short while, a call from his secretary interrupted, informing him that someone was looking for him, prompting his departure. Once he left, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Li Nan, feeling a surge of compassion for Wang Hohot, engaged her in conversation and even offered her a cash sum of 10,000. Wang Hohot hesitated to accept, but Li Nan's expression turned serious. "Sister, since you recognize us, please take it." Chen Shi, witnessing Li Nan's genuine desire to mend familial ties, added, "Mom, if Aunt gives it to you, you should accept it." Wang Hohot was deeply touched. Her biological parents showed her no affection, yet here was someone, a virtual stranger, extending warmth and care towards her. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she valiantly held them back, reminding herself that one must not cry in another's home. Composing herself, she tucked the money into her pocket. Nan, I used to feel like I had no family, but from today onward, I have one." Li Nan reassured her, "Sister, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me, and I will not let them off easily." As they chatted amiably, Li Nan seemed genuinely intrigued by Wang Hohot's life experiences, listening with rapt attention. Dinner was lavish, featuring lobsters and abalone, delicacies that Wang Hohot had never encountered, let alone tasted. Li Nan persistently served her dishes. Initially hesitant, Wang Hohot gradually began to relax. They spent a night at the municipal compound, and Chen Shi could hardly believe that one day he would find himself resting in such a place. Wang Mingzhang returned home late, well past midnight. Upon entering his room, the scent of alcohol clung to him, and Li Nan was still awake. Wang Mingzhang inquired, "Why are you still awake at such an hour?" "I cannot sleep," Li Nan replied, turning her gaze toward him. "Mingzhang, do you not feel that you owe a debt to your elder sister?" "The one who owes her is our father, not me," he retorted. "With our father gone, should you not bear this responsibility?" Wang Mingzhang settled onto the nearby sofa, stating, "We share blood, yet have never known each other, devoid of any familial bond. We are strangers. It is best we do not intrude upon one another's lives." Li Nan scoffed. "Ultimately, she holds no value for you. If Chen Shi were the provincial secretary, you would recognize him in an instant. Alas, he is not. Do you believe they come to acknowledge us without ulterior motives? It is because I am the deputy secretary of the municipal committee, which could further Chen Shi's career. Were we merely common folk, would she still seek me out?" Li Nan was perplexed, questioning why familial ties must be entangled with such interests. "By your logic. Back when you were just a clerk in the municipal government and my father was already the district secretary, I should not have given you any opportunities. Would you be where you are today? That is a different matter entirely. What we shared was love, which cannot be compared to familial ties. Spare me that. Familial love is unreliable, let alone romantic love," Wang Mingzhang dismissed. "Let us not delve into this. If you wish to acknowledge her, I shall neither impede nor endorse your decision. As long as it brings you joy, it matters not. Should they seek my assistance, it is out of the question." Li Nan shot him an incredulous look. "Understand this. She is your own sister, and Chen Shi is your own nephew. The way you speak, it is as if she were a distant relative. Whether she chooses to acknowledge you is of no concern to me. I merely feel sympathy for your sister. Abandoned in the countryside, never having attended school, marrying young, truly a hardship. With you as the deputy secretary of the city, should you not offer her some support? Blood is thicker than water. She shares the same father as you." Wang Mingzhang internally scoffed at the overflow of sympathy, reasoning that even with a father of high standing, one cannot elevate another. "No more of this. I shall take a shower. I have a meeting in Izhou tomorrow morning." Li Nan pulled the covers over her head. Wang Mingzhang left home early the next day. Chen Shi greeted him with a slight nod, a mere acknowledgement. After breakfast, Wang Hohot decided to return home. Li Nan summoned a driver to take Chen Shi and Wang Hohot to the station. Chen Shi contemplated his fortune in connecting with Li Nan, observing Wang Mingzhang's demeanor. It was evident he had no intention of recognizing this impoverished relative. If one fails to provide value, they are met with disdain wherever they go. Li Nan, blissfully innocent and well-protected, genuinely cared for her mother. Throughout the journey, Wang Hohot praised Li Nan's kindness. She handed the 10,000 yuan that Li Nan had given her to Chen Shi. "Take this money. Your mother knows you will need it out there." As Chen Shi accepted the sum, his heart swelled with maternal love. in dire need of funds. He understood that maintaining relationships was not merely spoken. It required tangible support. A reality forged in gold and silver. Chapter 17. Wang Yanhong Chun was waiting in the lounge for a dispatch when he received a call from Su Linlin, requesting his presence in the administrative office. Chun, not daring to delay, hurried to the office. From Zhang Hu, he learned that Su Linlin was under the protection of Director Wang Jiaming, and the two shared a clandestine relationship. Regardless of the truth, Su Linlin was responsible for the affairs of the administrative office, wielding considerable power. To suggest she had no support was preposterous. This mature and charismatic woman was attractive to most men, though her husband seemed less fortunate, burdened by a prominent bald patch. Her husband, the deputy principal of a secondary school, likely owed his position to Su Linlin as well. For the sake of ambition, he had forsaken his wife, presumably pleased with the arrangement, as the school was filled with female teachers, each engaging in their own affairs. Chun gently knocked on the office door, and Su Linlin called out, "Come in." He opened the door, entered with a broad smile, and greeted, "Sister Su, you called for me?" Su Linlin, with a smile that seemed both warm and knowing, gestured for him to sit. Chen couldn't shake the feeling that her smile concealed ulterior motives. Yet he took a seat. Su Linlin poured him a glass of water and settled beside him, the subtle fragrance of her presence wafting through the air. Upon entering, Chen had neglected to close the office door, a potential source of misunderstanding given the intimate setting, especially since Su Linlin was closely associated with Wang Jiaming. Chen lacked the audacity to provoke any jealousy in him. He felt that provoking the wrath of someone like Wang Jiaming would be as easy as squashing an ant. Su Linlin's alluring figure certainly stirred the imagination. It was hard for any man to resist such temptation. She stood and locked the office door, causing Chun to feel a pang of unease. Did she harbor intentions towards him? Surely, she couldn't be that desperate. Su Linlin, with a knowing smile, sat closer to him, seemingly aware of his thoughts. With a mischievous grin, she remarked, "Xiao Chun, your thoughts are rather impure. I am not a frivolous person. I wanted to discuss serious matters, but it wouldn't be appropriate for others to overhear." Chun awkwardly chuckled, feeling embarrassed that his less-than-pure thoughts had been discerned by her. Su Linlin inquired, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Chen shook his head, replying, "No. Sister will introduce you to someone," she declared. The notion that she was merely playing matchmaker eased Chun's anxious heart. "Thank you, Sister Su, but I have nothing to offer. Who would be interested in me?" "How can you say you have nothing? You have a job and are young, with limitless potential ahead. I have a cousin who is a teacher at the central school, from the same graduating class as you, who graduated last year. She is far more beautiful than I, and many are pursuing her. I think you're quite impressive. If you wait too long, someone else will sweep her away." Initially, Chen intended to decline. His focus was solely on career advancement, with no desire for romance. However, feeling obliged to Su Linlin, he acquiesced to at least meet her cousin, reasoning that he could later express that they were not compatible. "Thank you, Sister Su. Please arrange for us to have dinner together." Su Linlin smiled cheerfully and suggested, "How about we meet tonight at the Chunlai restaurant?" "Sounds good. After work. I'll treat Sister Su to dinner," Chen Shi replied. As he stepped out of the office, he recalled that Chunlai restaurant was owned by Ma Guoyang's cousin. Whenever the department held gatherings, they typically chose this venue, as it was clear that everyone respected Ma Guoyang, the future deputy director of the police station. In small towns, business often hinges on personal connections. Without a supportive network, it is nearly impossible to thrive. After finishing work, Su Linlin mentioned she needed to return home briefly before coming back. Chen Shi arrived early at Chunlai restaurant, having visited several times and grown familiar with Sun Rui. "Officer Chun, how many guests tonight?" she inquired. "3. Please arrange a private room," he requested. "Certainly," Sun Rui replied with a beaming smile, offering Chun Shi a cigarette. He accepted it, and she promptly brought her lighter closer. That's why their business is thriving. Many fail to achieve such success. Chen Shi stood at the entrance, waiting for over half an hour, until he spotted Su Linlin approaching with a girl. The girl had a curvaceous figure, rivaling Su Linlin's, and was striking enough to cause a nosebleed. With a model-like physique, one might not know if love was in the air, but the desire was certainly palpable. As Chen Shi approached, Su Linlin smiled and said, "Xiao Chun, sorry to keep you waiting." "To wait for two beautiful ladies is indeed my honor," he replied. Su Linlin gestured to the girl. "Yan Hong, see how charming he is." Before Su Linlin could introduce them, the girl spoke up, "I'm Wang Yanhong, a teacher at a middle school." She extended her hand, and Chen Shi quickly reciprocated, grasping her fair hand. "I'm Chen Shi, a police officer," he introduced himself. He found Wang Yanhong's fiery personality quite appealing and suddenly entertained the thought that perhaps dating wouldn't hinder his progress. Wang Yanhong seemed equally impressed. her gaze lingering on Chen Shi, her intentions unmistakable. Su Linlin smiled and said, "Stop standing there. Let us go inside and chat." Chen Shi quickly agreed. "Let us go in." At that moment, they released each other's hands and walked into the private room together. As Chen Shi and Wang Yanhong locked eyes, it was clear they had made a connection, as first impressions are often pivotal in matters of the heart. Chen Shi handed the menu to Su Linlin, saying, "Sister Su, please order. I have no dietary restrictions." Without hesitation, she took the menu, selected a few dishes, and then passed it to Wang Yanhong. Wang Yanhong chose 2 items and returned the menu to Chen Shi. He symbolically selected 1 dish and passed the menu to Sun Rui, who stood nearby. Chen Shi then asked, "Sister Su, would you like to drink?" The seasoned Su Linlin, noticing the flirtation between Chen Shi and Wang Yanhong, grinned mischievously and replied, "If you don't drink, how will you seize the opportunity?" Wang Yanhong chimed in, "A couple of bottles of beer will suffice." Chen Shi, quick to respond, recognized the implicit invitation and eagerly stood up to fetch a case of beer. He opened 2 bottles, brought over 3 glasses, and filled them generously. Su Linlin laughed. "I'll join you for a couple of drinks. The rest is up to you too." Soon, the dishes arrived, and the 3 of them raised their glasses in turns. Chen Shi realized he was still too naive. Su Linlin, the seasoned one, was peppering the conversation with risque jokes that left him blushing. After indulging in food and drink, these 2 women proved to be quite the heavy drinkers, finishing an entire case of beer with seemingly no effect on them. After settling the bill, the trio exited the restaurant. Su Linlin, wearing a mischievous grin, said, "Xiao Chun, please escort my cousin home. She's had a bit too much to drink." Chen Shi quickly offered, "Su Jia, should I take you home first?" Su Linlin waved her hand dismissively. "No need. I barely had a few drinks. I'm off." Chen Lin called out from behind, "Su Jia, do take it slow." Wang Yanrong, her cheeks flushed and slightly tipsy, suddenly leaned into Chen Shi's embrace. Dizziness overcame her, and how could she resist the gentle warmth that welcomed her? Chen Shi held Wang Yanrong close, feeling the softness of her ample form pressed against him, eliciting a physiological response. Good girls deserve to be cherished, bad girls, not to be wasted, he mused. "I'll take you home." "Thank you," Wang Yanrong said with a sweet, delicate voice. Chen Shi wrapped his arms around her slender waist, inhaling her faint, alluring fragrance as they strolled towards her residence. The moment Chen Shi laid eyes on Wang Yanrong, he understood that she was the kind of girl who could play the game. Both of them were relishing the experience. Some girls, however, are not equipped for such encounters. If you were to touch them, they'd feel wronged and ensure you face the consequences. It is wise to steer clear of those who cannot handle the game. Otherwise, one might end up with more than just a few scrapes. Chapter 18. A night of turmoil under Wang Yanrong's guidance. They arrived at her rental apartment. Chen Shi reached out to turn on the lights. The apartment was modest. A little over 40 square meters, featuring a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and a small balcony. The living area was tidy and well kept, which pleased Chen Shi immensely. He had a penchant for cleanliness. Wang Yanrong seemed either genuinely intoxicated or playfully tipsy, as she collapsed into Chen Shi's arms. In a low voice, he whispered into her ear, "Yanrong, we're home." Intentionally teasing her, he blew softly in her ear afterward. Wang Yanrong felt a rush of warmth spread throughout her body. Her heart racing. Half dazed, she found Chen Shi, tall and handsome, to be her ideal type. In their shared silence, a glance sufficed to convey their understanding. After a night's rest, he would be her boyfriend, and she would be his girlfriend. She was oblivious to the dramatic romances depicted in idol dramas, where couples could engage in endless tug-of-war without ever coming together. Her reality had never mirrored such fantasy. At least, her own experiences in love had not unfolded this way. With her cheeks aflame, she shyly murmured, "I'm feeling dizzy. Please take me to my room to rest." Chen Shi felt a surge of warmth as Wang Yanrong's soft figure pressed against his chest. He held her tightly, gazing at her rosy face. Before leaning in to kiss her, Wang Yanhong appeared to await his kiss, a kiss that lingered for a full 10 minutes. Chen Shi, unable to contain himself, slipped his hand beneath her garment, skillfully unfastening her lingerie, seizing hold of her 2 quivering treasures. Wang Yanhong opened her eyes, gazing at Chen Shi, her lips parting with soft gasps as she gently pushed him away. "You should go back. I am not a woman of loose morals." Suddenly, she felt the need to maintain her decorum, to not appear too indulgent, at least to put on a facade. Chen Shi, fully armed with desire, was not one to depart at such a moment. He was acutely aware of Wang Yanhong's true intentions. Wang Yanhong fastened her lingerie, pushed open the door to her chamber, and stepped inside. Chen Shi followed, smiling as he proclaimed, "You are intoxicated. I shall remain to care for you. I cannot leave you alone." He wrapped his arms around her, kissing her once more. Wang Yanhong attempted to resist, but found herself tightly embraced, gradually surrendering to Chen Shi's hold. She was drawn to domineering men, and Chen Shi's appearance and character captivated her. His large hands roamed restlessly over her body, unfastening her lingerie once again. Grasping her ample charms, Wang Yanhong, feeling utterly limp in his embrace, breathed out, "You naughty man, I have never done this before." "Neither have I," Chen Shi lied effortlessly, without a hint of guilt. Although Wang Yanhong protested with her words, her hands clung to him tightly. His hands continued their exploration, deftly removing her garments one by one, revealing her pristine skin before him. As he inhaled her fragrant essence, the fire within him blazed fiercely. He lifted Wang Yanhong, placing her upon the bed, swiftly shedding his own attire before joining her. Wang Yanhong, docile as a little lamb, allowed Chen Shi to engage in his limited repertoire of maneuvers. The bed creaked under their movements, the noise significant enough that anyone passing outside would surely hear. They were lost in a realm of ecstasy, transcending reality. After a tempestuous interlude, Chen Shi sat at the edge of the bed, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. Wang Yanhong pressed her flushed face against his sturdy back, playfully inquiring, "Why do men always crave a cigarette after such encounters?" Without a second thought, Chen Shi replied, "It's a habit." Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room turned still, both sensing an oddity. Wasn't this supposed to be a first experience? Chen Shi discarded the cigarette, but onto the floor, and turned to Wang Yanhong, who mirrored his gaze. They both refrained from uttering the truth. Wang Yanhong believed that they were mutually interested, that they desired a romantic connection rather than a mere one-night stand, and thus, transparency was essential. During her university years, she had begun dating in her sophomore year. After graduation, her boyfriend landed a civil service position, leading to a premature end to their relationship. During their time together, they had engaged in such activities fewer than 10 times, both being shy students at the time, far less open than they were now. After the breakup, I took a position as an elementary school teacher at the Central School of Fushan Town. Over the past year, I pursued various interests, but none truly captivated me until the arrival of Chen Shi today. Wang Yanhong openly admitted that she fell head over heels for Chen Shi at first sight. One could say it was a case of lustful desire, as she yearned to be intimate with him. Chen Shi, taken aback by Wang Yanhong's candidness, felt it unmanly to conceal his feelings any longer. After briefly sharing their mutual plight of being discarded, the two embraced tightly. Wang Yanhong whispered in Chen Shi's ear, "Do you love me?" Unsure if it was love he felt, he sincerely acknowledged his desire for her, yet replied, "I love you," in that instant attraction kind of way. "I love you too," she responded, and they were soon lost in a whirlwind of passion. If anyone had been nearby, sleep would have been a distant dream for them that night. With youthful exuberance, they indulged in their desires, relishing 5 encounters throughout the night. As dawn approached, they finally succumbed to slumber, satisfied and content. If one were over 30, managing even 1 or 2 encounters in a night would be commendable, yet these youthful souls managed 5 with ease, a testament to the vigor of youth. In later years, should one find themselves alongside a stunning beauty, they might merely gaze in longing, powerless to act. Their phones rang incessantly, failing to rouse them from their slumber. Chen Shi was eventually stirred from his dreams by the persistent ringing. As he opened his eyes, he found Wang Yanhong, her soft curves nestled against his chest, sleeping soundly in his embrace. In a flurry, he searched for his phone, pushing Wang Yanhong aside gently before sitting up. Spotting his phone on the floor, he retrieved it and noted the time, 10:30 a.m., and saw it was a call from Zhang Hu. Upon answering, he was met with Zhang Hu's booming voice, "Xiao Chun, what is going on? I've called you 4 or 5 times. What time is it? Why haven't you arrived at the police station yet? We received a report. Hurry and come with me to respond." Chen Shi snapped to attention. "Wait for me at the intersection. I'm on my way." After hanging up, he noticed Wang Yanhong rubbing her sleepy eyes as she sat up. "What time is it?" she asked. 10:30, he replied. Wang Yanhong sprang up, fully awake. "I have the last 2 classes today. I'm going to be late." A knock echoed from outside, accompanied by a woman's voice calling out, "Yanhong, are you home?" In a flurry, they scrambled to retrieve their clothes. Wang Yanhong called out, "Yes, just a moment." Chen Shi dashed to the bathroom to relieve himself and splash some water on his face. Wang Yanhong opened the door to reveal her close friend, Su Mingming, who had graduated with her and become a fellow teacher at the middle school last year. As Su Mingming entered, she exclaimed, "Yanhong, what happened? I've called you numerous times without an answer. You have the last 2 classes today, and your students are causing chaos in the classroom. Luckily, I noticed and went in to supervise them. If the administration had seen it, you would have faced serious reprimands." Chen Shi emerged from the restroom, leaving Su Mingming utterly bewildered. What was happening? Behind her back, he was indulging in a dalliance. Chen Shi smiled at Su Mingming before stepping outside. She pointed at his retreating figure and glanced at Wang Yanhong, who candidly admitted, I am in a relationship. Chapter 19. Just a fling recently. Chen Shi found himself infatuated with Wang Yanhong's physique. Each night, he felt an inexplicable void when he did not hold her while sleeping, tossing and turning in bed. Unable to find rest. Checking his phone, he noticed it was midnight and sent Wang Yanhong a message. Are you asleep? The reply came swiftly. Thinking of you. Can't sleep. Scoundrel, why aren't you here? I'm waiting for you. Who could withstand such tantalizing provocation? Chen Shi quickly got dressed and hurried to Wang Yanhong's apartment. He knocked on the door, which swung open to reveal Wang Yanhong leaping into his arms. With a tender gaze, Chen Shi entered, locking the door behind them. After an intimate exchange, they lay in bed, Wang Yanhong nestled in his embrace. Chen Shi, why don't you move in with me? I'll cook for you every day. They were just a couple, an unmarried man and woman. Dating seemed perfectly normal, and cohabitation was equally so. All right, but I must return occasionally. If the police station finds out I'm not staying in the dormitory, they might confiscate it. Chen Shi gently stroked Wang Yanhong's silky hair, contemplating deeper implications. They were merely playing. Should they part ways, the police station would reclaim his dormitory, and he would be forced to rent elsewhere, a needless expenditure he wished to avoid. Wang Yanhong, brimming with joy, suggested, listen to me, let us visit my hometown this weekend. My parents keep urging me to find a boyfriend. You can meet them, and they will stop pestering me. Chen Shi had plans to head to the county this weekend to meet with Wang Tao and the others for a gathering, recognizing the importance of maintaining relationships. He also intended to seek out Su Pingyan to subtly inquire about the possibility of transferring to the county police department. I've arranged a dinner with friends in the county this weekend. If your parents ask, tell them you have a boyfriend, so they needn't worry. They won't believe it. They think I'm deceiving them. When you have time, accompany me back. Wang Yanhong beamed with delight, wrapping her arms tightly around Chen Shi. The following morning, Chen Shi arrived at the police station, returning to the dormitory where Zhang Hu had just awoken. Upon seeing Chen Shi, he sported a mischievous grin and said, You rascal. You've only been back a few months and already hooked a teacher, living the high life. Envy and jealousy abound. Chen Shi smiled in response. Zhang Hu, you should find yourself a girlfriend and experience love too. I don't know anyone to date. Chen Shi thought of Wang Yanhong's friend, Su Mingming, who was rather average looking. It seemed a simple favor to introduce her to Zhang Hu. Join me for dinner tonight, and I'll introduce you. Zhang Hu, a perpetual bachelor who had never experienced romance, perked up with interest. Don't trick me. When have I ever deceived you? No problem. You choose the cuisine for tonight. At noon, Chen Shi returned to Wang Yanhong's apartment for lunch. Wang Yanhong is not only beautiful, but also an exceptional cook. If she were not a teacher, she could easily thrive by opening a restaurant. Chen Shi indulged in 3 bowls of rice. After all, with the day filled with labor and the nights equally busy, he needed to replenish his strength. It is no wonder that ancient emperors met untimely ends. With their nightly escapades, even the strongest constitution could not endure. Chen Shi set down his chopsticks and addressed Yanhong. Let us forego dinner this evening. Someone has invited us out. Who? Wang Yanhong inquired. Our colleague, Officer Zhang Hu from the police station. You've met him before. Wang Yanhong pondered briefly. In Fushan town, there is but one small park where Chen Shi and she often strolled after dinner, and it was there that they encountered Officer Zhang Hu. Surely he wouldn't invite us for no reason? Zhang Hu was single and had never been in a romantic relationship. Your friend Su Mingming has not dated either. Zhang Hu has asked me to help him find a match, and I think Su Mingming would be a suitable candidate. What do you think? Wang Yanhong considered this. They should get to know each other. My friend is quite earnest. Tell Zhang Hu to be patient and to pursue her thoughtfully. Let us invite your friend tonight and introduce them at Chunlai restaurant, she concluded with a nod. After finishing their meal, they tidied up the table, resembling a young couple in their domesticity. Upon returning to the police station, Chen Shi shared the plan with Zhang Hu, who was quite excited about the prospect of meeting Su Mingming. He hurried out in the afternoon to have his hair styled by Tony. After work, the two arrived at Chunlai restaurant, waiting for Wang Yanhong and Su Mingming. After a wait of over half an hour, Wang Yanhong arrived with Su Mingming in tow. Wang Yanhong approached, linking her arm with Chen Shi's. The school administration had some urgent matters to address, causing our delay. We haven't kept you waiting too long. Have we? We just arrived, Chen Shi replied. Let us head inside and chat. As Zhang Hu and Su Mingming exchanged glances, Chen Shi sensed a spark. At the very least, there were no signs of aversion. Zhang Hu smiled and said, Xiao Chun, allow me to introduce you. Chen Shi understood this was Zhang Hu's interest in Su Mingming. This is my girlfriend, Wang Yanhong, whom you've met before. And this is Su Mingming, a teacher from the central school. Su Mingming, this is my colleague, Zhang Hu, a police officer. Let us get acquainted. Zhang Hu quickly added, Mingming, what a lovely name. It suits you just as beautifully. Chen Shi internally scoffed, thinking, come on, brother, don't force the flattery. With your eagerness, you're destined to be a henpecked husband. Su Mingming shyly lowered her gaze, evidently inexperienced in romance, an authenticity that could not be feigned. The four of them entered a private room, where Zhang Hu presented the menu to Su Mingming. Mingming, what do you enjoy eating? Please take a look at the menu. Anything is fine, she replied softly. Chen Shi seized the menu. Brother Zhang is treating us. We must order some substantial dishes. Zhang Hu smiled. Tonight, it's on me. Feel free to order as you wish. Chen Shi selected a few dishes, and Wang Yanhong added her choices. Zhang Hu, holding the menu, made only a token selection, while Su Mingming opted not to order anything at all. Zhang Hu inquired, what shall we drink, baijiu or beer? Su Mingming promptly replied, I do not drink. Wang Yanhong echoed, neither do I. Chen Shi turned to Zhang Hu and suggested, let us have some paoju. Zhang Hu went to pour the paoju, harboring a desire for romance, yet lamenting the lack of suitable introductions. The women at the police station were either married or temporary workers. He yearned for a stable relationship. Engaging in a romance might alleviate the monotony of his days. Zhang Hu settled beside Su Mingming, their chairs uncomfortably close, as if the spacious room necessitated such proximity. Anxious that others might overlook their matchmaking, Su Mingming continuously shifted her chair, and with each movement, Zhang Hu mirrored her. Wang Yanhong could not contain her laughter. Chen Shi provocatively asked, what are you laughing at? Wang Yanhong teased, what a harmonious couple. Su Mingming's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot a glare at Wang Yanhong. Turning to Zhang Hu, if you continue like this, I shall leave. Chen Shi quickly intervened. Zhang, why are you crowding Su Mingming? There's ample space, move over a bit. Zhang Hu awkwardly chuckled, realizing his eagerness, and shifted his chair. After consuming 2 cups of paoju, he wrestled with the urge to ask Su Mingming for her phone number. The words perched on the tip of his tongue, only to retreat. He contemplated waiting to have Chen Shi ask Wang Yanhong for it. Yet he yearned to make the request himself. If he couldn't muster the courage even for a phone number, how could he pursue her? With alcohol emboldening him. His face flushed, he stammered, Mingming, could you share your number with me? An immediate silence enveloped the room. If Su Mingming provided her number, it would indicate her interest in him, paving the way for pursuit. A refusal would reveal her lack of attraction, prompting him to seek another. Su Mingming nibbled at a small bowl of rice, scarcely touching the array of dishes before her, exhibiting a genteel demeanor. Upon hearing Zhang Hu's request for her number, she retrieved a notebook and pen from her bag, inscribing her number, tearing out the sheet, and handing it to him. Zhang Hu accepted it with delight and pulled out his phone to call her. The ringtone from Su Mingming's phone echoed in the room, and Zhang Hu beamed. This is my number. Su Mingming nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Shi casually remarked, sensing a mutual interest, it seems there is potential for something here. However, he recognized that a girl like Su Mingming was not to be trifled with. Should anyone cross her without providing an explanation, she would pursue them relentlessly. Chen Shi was uncertain whether Zhang Hu sought mere amusement or was genuinely considering marriage. He could only wish him luck. Chapter 20. Maintaining relationships. The weekend arrived swiftly. The lunar calendar marking October, ushering in the chilling embrace of winter in Fushan town. Chen Shi, having embraced Wang Yanhong, awoke at noon after a long slumber. Stretching lazily before donning a down jacket, the couple ventured out for a casual bowl of rice noodles, as Wang Yanhong prepared to return to her hometown to serve as a bridesmaid at her cousin's wedding. Meanwhile, Chen Shi had arranged to gather with Wang Tao, Lu Feng, Wang Haiyang, and Li Li that evening for a meal and some drinks. After bidding farewell to Wang Yanhong, Chen Shi boarded a bus heading towards the county town of Chunyang. Upon arrival in the town at 5:30 in the afternoon, Chen Shi found a hotel to settle in before the scheduled dinner at 6:30. After a brief respite, he made his way to the dining establishment. Chen Shi arrived at the restaurant and reserved a private room, as he was hosting the dinner for Wang Tao and his 3 companions. Once everything was arranged, he stood outside the restaurant awaiting their arrival. Wang Tao and his friends arrived promptly at 6:20, parking their vehicle at the entrance. Chen Shi hurried to greet them, engaging in jovial conversation and exchanging pleasantries, making it seem as though they were old friends, though this was merely their second gathering. As they entered the private room, the 4 insisted that Chen Shi take the seat of honor. However, Chen Shi, displaying humility, firmly declined and urged Wang Tao to take the esteemed position. Wang Tao, Being the initiator of their small group and possessing a voice of authority rightfully belonged in that seat. Were it not for Chen Shi's connection with Su Pingyan from their university days, his desire to dine with this group would have been disregarded, as his status as a police officer in a rural township rendered him unworthy. Recognizing Chen Shi's thoughtfulness, Wang Tao took the seat of honor and invited Chen Shi to sit at his left. The five of them raised their glasses, enjoying a hearty meal while indulging in trivial conversation. After placing his glass down, Wang Tao turned to Chen Shi and inquired whether Director Su had any free time lately, as they wished to invite him for a couple of drinks. Chen Shi also set down his glass, aware that their gathering was not truly about him, but rather an effort to connect with Su Pingyan. It was evident that if one did not belong to the same circle, forcing oneself in would yield no acceptance. I arrived late today and have yet to contact Director Su. I will inquire tomorrow morning, Chen Shi replied. Lu Feng smiled and remarked, Chen Shi, there's no harm in coming to the county town to network. With your connections, why remain at the township police station? A word from Director Su could easily facilitate a transfer to the county police bureau. Chen Shi quickly grasped that this was a test of his relationship with Su Pingyan. If they believed he had a solid connection, it would not be difficult for someone with Su's background to arrange a transfer. I wish to gain experience at the grassroots level, he said. Wang Tao chuckled. Chen Shi, you want to gain much experience there. Opportunities abound at the county police bureau. As the four observed Chen Shi's inability to summon Su Pingyan, doubts began to surface regarding his connection with the director. Chen Shi's mind raced, aware that these individuals were astute and were assessing his capabilities. If he could not secure a transfer to the county police bureau, it would indicate a mediocre relationship with Su Pingyan, and they would see no reason to invest their time in him. While it was true that opportunities were more plentiful at the county bureau, the competition was fierce. Many were reluctant to serve at the township station, where Chen Shi felt he had more chances to make a name for himself. Wang Tao glanced at Chen Shi, a knowing smile on his lips, as if to say, keep up the facade. I wonder how long you can maintain it. After some idle chatter, Wang Tao announced that he had matters to attend to, and the gathering came to a close. Chen Shi settled the bill, amounting to 800, feeling it was not worth the expense, as the four seemed to have lost patience in their attempts to engage Su Pingyan through him. As Chen Shi settled the bill, the four individuals had already departed. The reality within the system is rather stark. When one lacks the requisite capability, they are often disregarded. It appears that networking is not merely about treating someone to a meal, but rather about being of utility to them. In the realm of adulthood, is it not a matter of mutual exploitation? If you possess no value, you shall find yourself ignored. Dining together is merely a formality. If the hierarchy is unbalanced, one would hardly receive the opportunity to share a table. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Shi arranged to meet Su Pingyan at 11:30 the following day. Feeling quite fatigued, he indulged in a bath and soon succumbed to slumber upon his bed. He awoke at 10, freshened up, and proceeded to the Qingqing restaurant, where he reserved a private room in anticipation of Su Pingyan's arrival. Standing at the entrance, he waited until noon, when Su Pingyan finally arrived, riding a small electric scooter. With a beaming smile, Chen Shi greeted him, Director Su. Su Pingyan halted his scooter and responded, Chen Shi, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I had a matter to attend to. It is my honor to wait for you, Director Su. Please, come inside, Chen Shi replied graciously. Once inside the room, Chen Shi ordered the dishes and summoned the waiter. He assumed the role of Su Pingyan's assistant, serving him tea. Su Pingyan reveled in the thrill of authority. Even as a mere deputy, he found himself the object of admiration from many. He could scarcely imagine the esteem he would command were he to ascend to the rank of deputy division chief, or even higher. Lifting his teacup, Su Pingyan asked, Did you arrive yesterday? Yes, I reached the county yesterday, but arrived too late to disturb you, Chen Shi replied. Who did you dine with last night? Su Pingyan inquired. Gazing at Chen Shi, with a smile, Chen Shi responded, I dined with a few fellow trainees from the last training session. Wang Tao from the Public Security Management Team, Lu Feng, Wang Haiyang from the Criminal Police Team, and Li from the Traffic Police Team. Su Pingyan's eyes sparkled with interest. Not bad. In just a day and a half of training, you've made connections with several capable individuals. Chen Shi intended to mention that these four wished to invite Su Pingyan to dinner, but the words caught in his throat. To reveal this would expose their true intentions, associating with him merely to gain favor with Su Pingyan. The glances they had cast his way were indicative of their elevated regard for him. Many aspire to encounter a benefactor and gain their support. Yet what compels a benefactor to extend their aid? It ultimately hinges on the recognition of one's value. At this moment, Su Pingyan perceived Chen Shi's worth. Assisting Chen Shi in returning to the county police department would not pose a significant challenge, but it would entail a debt of gratitude. Personnel transfers were not within his purview, yet he felt confident that the personnel department would honor his request should he take action. Yet, the question remained, was it worthwhile to incur such a debt for Chen Shi? Quickly raising his glass, Chen Shi declared, "Director Su, I toast to you." Su Pingyan lifted his glass and took a sip, while Chen Shi drank his cup in one go. When subordinates toast their superiors, a single sip is often sufficient to accord them due respect. If every subordinate were to insist on a full drink, how could a leader endure such a burden? Chen Shi set down his wine glass and gazed at Su Pingyan. "Chief Su, I genuinely wish to accompany you every day, serving you tea and water. However, the distance from Fushan town to the county seat is too great, allowing me only to make the journey on weekends, leaving me with little opportunity to demonstrate my worth." Su Pingyan discerned Chen Shi's intentions, realizing that he sought a transfer to the county police bureau. Yet, Chen Shi's value did not warrant a debt of gratitude on his part. "Do you not have my number? If you miss me, feel free to call. As long as I am not busy, I shall always answer." Chen Shi nodded with a smile, understanding this as a subtle refusal of his request for a transfer. "I will certainly call you often to check in." The two reminisced about their delightful university days, and Su Pingyan glanced at his watch before standing up. "It's getting late. I am accustomed to taking afternoon naps. You should head back, as Fushan town is quite far from the county seat. It would be wise to return early." After bidding farewell to Su Pingyan, Chen Shi felt an emptiness within him. Seeking favors from others proved to be exceedingly challenging. Chapter 21. The daily life of the police station. Upon returning to Fushan town, Chen Shi felt despondent, realizing that without a solid background, every step was fraught with difficulty. He received a call from Wang Yanhong, informing him that she had matters to attend to and would not return until the next day. After hanging up, he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling lost and uncertain about his future. Zhang Huxing rushed in, announcing, "Little Chen, I have delightful news." Chen Shi did not even lift his eyelids. Zhang Huxing continued unabated, "I have arranged to meet Su Mingming. She has agreed to dine with me tonight. Do you think she harbors feelings for me? Should I aim to win her over this evening?" Chen Shi sat up. "What are you thinking? A girl like Su Mingming is not easily won over. Do you wish to marry her? Perhaps try dating first to see if you are compatible. Su Mingming is not someone to be easily pursued. Tread carefully. Her willingness to meet indicates she may have an interest in you. Do not rush. A wife from a wealthy family does not come without effort. Pursuing a girl requires patience." Zhang Huxing nodded. "I will remember that. If we do end up together, I promise to treat you to a grand feast." He turned and left the dormitory, setting off to find teacher Tony for a trendy new hairstyle. Chen Shi stepped out of the dormitory, uncertain of his destination. In a big city, he could meander through a park, but in a small town, even a decent park was non-existent, with familiar faces encountered every few steps. Standing at the entrance of the police station, he wandered aimlessly before retreating back to his dormitory. Realizing there was truly nowhere else to go, "I must find a way to leave this place. Small towns are not meant for people." Back in his dormitory, Wang Yanhong had not returned, and as darkness fell, he found little to do but sleep. Life at the police station was monotonous, and Chen Shi had begun to patrol alone. With ample experience, he typically took 2 auxiliary officers on calls. Minor issues were resolved on-site while major matters were reported to the county police bureau, leaving the handling of incidents to their discretion. The approach was one of avoiding responsibility. Earning around 3,000 a month, no one was inclined to exert themselves excessively. On weekends, it was Chen Shi and Zhang Huxing's turn to be on duty. The two sitting in the break room, exchanging glances, as weekends rarely brought any significant events. Chen Shi glanced at Zhang Hu and remarked, "You are in love." Zhang Hu grinned and responded, "How did you figure that out? It's written all over your face. You used to wear a perpetual frown, but now it's as if you've transformed into a different person, constantly smiling." Zhang Hu produced a cigarette and offered one to Chen Shi. "Last night, I confessed my feelings to her. She neither accepted nor rejected me. I kissed her forcefully, but she pushed me away. She wasn't angry." Her face turned crimson as she ran off. Chen Shi lit the cigarette and suggested, "Tonight, ask her out again and observe her reaction." Zhang Hu took a deep drag from the cigarette. "There's no chance tonight. She's gone home. I'll wait until Monday to continue." At that moment, a dispatcher entered the break room. "Officer Chen, Officer Zhang, there's been a dispute in Dong Village. Someone has called the police, urging you to hurry, or it might lead to a fatality." Upon hearing the word fatality, both men quickly rose, discarding their cigarettes on the ground, and hastened to respond. If a life were lost, and they arrived even a minute late, they would bear responsibility. In the worst-case scenario, they could find themselves stripped of their uniforms. Accompanied by 3 auxiliary officers, they proceeded to Dong Village. Located 12 kilometers from Fushan town, the mountain road allowed them to arrive in 20 minutes. Upon disembarking from the police vehicle, Chen Shi and Zhang Hu observed a crowd of over a dozen individuals divided into two factions, each wielding hoes, confronting one another without yet resorting to violence. Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief and approached, bellowing, "What are you doing?" As the two groups spotted the police, they ceased their quarrel. Zhang Hu pointed at them, commanding, "Put down the hose. Violence is not permitted. If there are grievances, sit down and discuss them calmly." The two factions began to speak over one another, growing increasingly agitated, which caused Zhang Hu a headache. He shouted, "Silence. Each side should select a representative to speak one at a time." Chen Shi gradually grasped the situation. The newly constructed house had encroached upon someone else's land. They had previously negotiated compensation, but an agreement had not been reached. The family that built the house had simply erected it, while the family whose land was occupied was away working. Upon returning, they discovered their land had been taken and demanded a compensation of 10,000. The family that built the house was only willing to offer 5,000, leading to a deadlock. Frustrated, the landowners had summoned relatives to prepare for demolishing the house. While the builders had also gathered their kin, both sides poised for conflict. Someone had alerted the police, fearing that a brawl might result in casualties. The two factions selected their representatives. The family that constructed the house adamantly claimed that the land belonged to the village, asserting that the land occupied by the other family was unlawfully appropriated from communal village land, and thus they would not offer a single cent in compensation. Infuriated, the landowners contended that they had cultivated the land for over a decade. How could it suddenly be deemed communal? Chen Shi called upon the village chief to clarify the matter. The land was classified as a small plot of reclaimed land, and in principle, when the land was contracted to households, it had not been allocated to any particular family. At the time, it had been wasteland, and whoever cultivated it could farm it, with the village not pursuing any claims. If they were to investigate, these small plots of reclaimed land would indeed belong to the village. The individual whose land has been encroached upon shouted vehemently, "This land was cleared by my own efforts. It rightfully belongs to me. If you occupy my land, compensation is imperative. Should you refuse, I shall demolish your house." The owner of the newly constructed house retorted, "This land is communal property of the village, not yours. If you dare to lay a finger on my house, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Your demise would be in vain, as I act in self-defense." Such disputes were not unfamiliar to Chen Shi. They frequently transpired in rural areas. One might assume that cultivated land is theirs, yet this is often a misconception. Zhang Hu bellowed, "I have comprehended the situation. You are entangled in a civil dispute, which may be resolved through litigation. However, you must refrain from demolishing the house. Such an act constitutes a criminal offense overseen by the local police, who will detain you." The aggrieved landowner inquired, "Is it lawful for him to build on my land, yet unlawful for me to demolish his house?" Zhang Hu raised his voice, "His construction on your land is indeed illegal, but it falls outside our jurisdiction. You may pursue legal action against him. Conversely, demolishing his house is an infringement of private property rights, which is within our purview." This situation exemplifies the complexities of rural disputes. Even in court, resolution is elusive. The burden of proof lies with the claimant. Mere cultivation does not suffice to establish ownership without evidence. Such small-scale encroachments occur on collective land, and appeals must be made collectively. An individual claim is often dismissed outright. The village collective remains indifferent, as they do not monitor who cultivates what. Chen Shi was reminded of a similar predicament faced by his cousin, whose land was also appropriated for construction. His cousin, attempting to extort more than was reasonable, was ignored. When the house was completed, he and his brother vandalized it, resulting in police intervention, a 15-day detention, and a compensation payment of 3,000. Frustrated, his cousin escalated the matter to court, hiring a lawyer at the expense of 20,000, only to have his case dismissed for lack of standing. Such matters are best addressed preemptively, preventing construction altogether, rather than negotiating post-completion, which renders one powerless. Should you touch someone else's property, you commit a crime, while they do not. After calming both parties, Zhang Hu and Chen Shi delegated the resolution to the village chief and departed. In such scenarios, resolution is often futile, contingent upon the strength of one's connections. The most effective course of action is to report the unauthorized construction, thereby justifying its demolition. However, without influential backing, such trivial matters often go unaddressed. Chapter 22. Meeting the parents once again. It was the weekend, and Chen Shi, free from duty, was urged by Wang Yanhong to accompany her home to meet her parents. This time, he resolved to acquiesce, wishing to reassure her family. Many parents exhibit this tendency. During one's academic years, they discourage romantic involvement. only to relentlessly prompt their children to find partners upon graduation. On Saturday, the pair slept until noon, tidied themselves, and enjoyed a modest meal of rice noodles before making their way to Wang Yanhong's hometown. Her family resided in Gaipai Village, the most remote village of Fushan Town. Devoid of direct transportation and lacking bus services, they were reliant on local residents' Wuling Hongwang vehicles for transit. A 7-seater Wuling Hongwang had its rear seats removed, replaced by 4 long benches, accommodating 3 individuals on each bench. Thus, the vehicle managed to seat 14 people, effectively doubling its capacity. The interior was cramped, and Chen Shi had never experienced such a crowded ride before, holding his breath in discomfort. Wang Yanhong, accustomed to the tight quarters, remained oblivious to Chen Shi's unease. After 2 hours of jostling along the bumpy road, they arrived at a village, having traveled 30 kilometers. Chen Shi stretched his limbs and inquired, "Have we arrived?" Wang Yanhong smiled and replied, "Not yet. There are still 10 kilometers of mountain roads ahead, all muddy and difficult to navigate. Those driving cars won't venture up unless they pay extra. It also depends on the weather. If it rains, we will have to wait until it clears up." Chen Shi had thought his own home was remote, but Wang Yanhong's residence was a true example of seclusion, the essence of being deep in the mountains. He purchased 2 boxes of supplements in town, wanting to present something to his parents on their first meeting. Originally, he intended to buy more, but Wang Yanhong had advised against it, citing the difficulty of carrying too much. Now he understood her reasoning. Lugging a large bundle along a 10-kilometer mountain path was no easy feat. As Wang Yanhong led the way, they each carried a box of supplements, traversing the rugged terrain. It took them over an hour to reach Gaipai Village. The entire village was enveloped by towering mountains, making it impossible for outsiders to escape if they were ever brought here against their will. With numerous diverging paths, Chen Shi realized he would have been utterly lost without her guidance. Upon entering the village, they encountered several villagers who greeted Wang Yanhong warmly. She was the only university graduate from Gaipai Village, having attended Donghai Normal University. Due to financial constraints, she opted for a designated student program, returning to teach at the central school for 5 years. Given her qualifications, securing a position at a county high school would have been a certainty. Donghai Normal University is the premier teacher training institution in Donghai Province, highly sought after by numerous high schools. Chen Shi felt a pang of sympathy for Wang Yanhong. Her circumstances seemed even more challenging than his own. The notion that a humble background rarely produces exceptional individuals resonated with him, as even those who did manage to excel often faced insurmountable limitations. The villagers regarded Wang Yanhong with admiration, and she responded with a warm smile, devoid of any disdain. In that moment, Chen Shi realized just how remarkable she was, and he felt unworthy of her company. With a vivacious and carefree personality, she exuded warmth and passion in her affections. They arrived at an old tile-roofed house, where Wang Yanhong turned to Chen Shi with a smile and said, "We're here." A woman in her 50s emerged from the house, and, upon seeing Wang Yanhong, exclaimed, "Xiaohong, you're back." Wang Yanhong gestured towards Chen Shi, saying, "This is my mom." "Hello, Auntie." Chen Shi greeted her with a smile. "You're Xiaohong's boyfriend?" The directness of Wang Yanhong's mother took Chen Shi by surprise, but he smiled and replied, "Yes. Annie, I'm Chen Shi, and I work at the police station." Wang Yanhong's mother scrutinized Chen Shi closely, nodding in approval. "A handsome young man. Quite suitable for our Xiaohong," she remarked. "Mom, what are you saying?" Wang Yanhong interjected. She turned to Chen Shi with an apologetic tone, saying, "We mountain folk prefer to be straightforward. Please do not take offense." Her mother inquired, "Where are you from, Xiaochen?" "From Qinghe Village," he replied. "Ah, Qinghe Village. I've been there. It's much like our own, all mountain dwellers. No one should look down on anyone else." Chen Shi smiled awkwardly, realizing that 80% of Wang Yanhong's temperament was inherited from her mother. Wang Yanhong interjected, "Mom, it's Chen Shi's first visit. Don't stand by the door. Let us discuss inside." Her mother took the gift boxes from their hands and turned to Chen Shi, asking, "Did you purchase these?" He nodded in affirmation. Wang Yanhong's mother muttered, "For a first visit, bringing just this little. Isn't that a bit meager?" Chen Shi found himself at a loss for words, feeling accused for not bringing enough. Having grown up in the countryside, he understood that many parents preferred not to have extravagant gifts. They knew little of the value of presents. What mattered was quantity. Large bundles filling the home would elevate the son-in-law in their esteem. Wang Yanhong exclaimed, "Mom, if you keep this up, I want to bring him back." She added, "The mountain roads are long. I advised him against buying too much since it's cumbersome to carry." Her mother, clearly displeased, retorted, "Excuses. It's not difficult to carry. Your father can fetch you both. He walks these mountain paths with 100 pounds without issue." Chen Shi awkwardly smiled, saying, "Auntie, next time, I will certainly bring more." "That sounds more like it. We've worked hard to raise a college student. It is only proper to bring some gifts for your mother-in-law when marrying her daughter." Chen Shi nodded vigorously, indeed. He did not perceive any impropriety. On the contrary, he found Wang Yanhong's mother quite amiable. She expressed her feelings openly, and her complaint about the insufficient gifts was straightforward. Next time, he would simply bring more. Wang Yanhong, exasperated, pulled Chen Shi toward their home. "Don't mind her. My mom is just like that, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted." Her mother called out from behind, "Old man, our daughter has brought her boyfriend home. Tell the police at the station that no one dares to bully you for not having a son. If anyone dares, let your son-in-law deal with them." Wang Yanhong's mother had faced severe complications during her childbirth, almost losing both her life and her daughter's. Wang Yanhong was born weighing 9 pounds, which left her mother with lasting health issues that prevented further childbirth. Her father harbored a lingering regret over not having a son. In the countryside, a son is akin to a nuclear weapon. One may not need one, but one cannot be without. As Chen Shi entered the main room, he observed that the entire 3-room house was constructed of wood. The main area featured a fire pit used for cooking. Rural homes do not often have separate kitchens. Sitting by the fire pit was a frail old man, seemingly around 60, with graying hair and a pipe in his mouth, smoking. He glanced at Chen Shi, who promptly approached, offering him a cigarette. "Uncle, would you like to smoke?" The old man accepted the cigarette and asked, "So, you are Xiaohong's boyfriend?" "I am Chen Shi, from Qinghe village, and Yanhong's boyfriend," he replied. Wang Yanhong brought a stool for Chen Shi to sit on. The old man scrutinized Chen Shi, nodding in satisfaction. "A fine young man, worthy of our Xiaohong." This remark was difficult to respond to. Was it not true that your Xiaohong was a beauty of unparalleled grace? Did one truly expect her to be matched with a mere county committee secretary? Chen Shi lit a cigarette and took a few puffs. The old man winked. "This is your first visit, and you offer your father-in-law a cigarette." Chen Shi glanced at Wang Yanhong, puzzled by the implication, and quickly retrieved an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, thankful that he had purchased an extra pack. The old man accepted the cigarette, eyeing Chen Shi. "This time, I shall let it slide, but next time you visit your father-in-law, you ought to bring at least a carton. We are all from the mountains. Such customs should not be unfamiliar." Wang Yanhong interjected, "Dad, what are you saying? I didn't prevent Chen Shi from buying them. If you keep this up, I shall not bring him back again." The old man laughed heartily. "My dear wife, see, I told you our daughter is a loss. Even before marriage, she prioritizes her in-laws, reluctant to even buy a carton of cigarettes. It seems all the effort in raising her has been in vain." Wang Yanhong's mother chimed in, "You old fool, all you care about is your cigarettes. What matters is that our daughter loves her fiancé, and their harmony surpasses everything else. Besides, Chen Shi is not a miser. Next time he comes, he will surely buy some. Isn't that right, Chen Shi?" Chen Shi awkwardly smiled. "I will certainly buy some next time." Chapter 23. Urging marriage. Wang Yanhong went to help her mother cook, while Chen Shi sat beside the fire with the old man, exchanging silent stares for a while. The old man puffed away at his pipe, tapping the bowl against the ground to clear the ash. He looked up at Chen Shi. "Young Chen, how old are you?" "Born in 84, I'm 25. Not too young, just a year older than our Xiaohong. It's time for marriage." Chen Shi was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. The old man continued, "How many siblings do you have?" "2 brothers and an older sister. I am the youngest." "How old are your parents?" "My father was born in 57, and my mother is also from that year. They are both 52 this year. I was born in 58, just a year older than you." Chen Shi looked at the old man. "You are only 51. Why do you seem like you are 61? After a brief, awkward conversation that faltered, they fell into silence. Wang Yanhong returned with a small pot, placing it on the fire rack to begin cooking. It became clear why Wang Yanhong's cooking was so delightful. She had honed her skills through practice at home, her movements deft and assured. The old man looked at Wang Yanhong with affection. "Our Xiaohong has been cooking since she was 5. She handles most of the meals at home, and anyone who has tasted her cooking has never complained." What did the old man mean by this? Was he urging for marriage? With Wang Yanhong being so exceptional, she should be married off soon. Wang Yanhong rolled her eyes at her father. "Dad, do you really need to sing your daughter's praises like this? Is it wrong to compliment my daughter for being outstanding? You are the first college student from Gaipai village, beautiful and capable in the kitchen, unmatched by any city girl." Wang Yanhong found herself at a loss for words. Choosing to ignore her father, Wang Yanhong's mother approached, carrying plates of sliced meat and tofu. Chen Shi promptly stood up to take the 2 dishes from her hands. "Auntie, allow me to assist you." He handed the meat to Wang Yanhong and began to stir-fry it in the pan. After preparing the dishes, he placed them on the table, moving it beside the fire. Soon enough, the meal, consisting of 6 dishes and a soup, was ready to be served. Chen Shi quickly served rice for the elderly couple. His movements efficient, and they seemed quite pleased with his demeanor. Feeling somewhat reserved during his first encounter with their parents, Chen Shi sat upright and managed to eat 2 bowls of rice. Though he had intended to consume 3, he restrained himself from doing so. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, he said, "Uncle, Auntie, I've had my fill. Please enjoy your meal." Wang Yanhong's mother looked at him, questioning, "Is that truly sufficient for a young man like you?" Chen Shi smiled apologetically, replying, "I am satisfied, Auntie. As if we were family. You are like a son to us. We have no son, so you will be our son in the future. The house and land belong to you." Chen Shi inwardly scoffed at the notion of the barren land. Yet he maintained a smile as he filled a teapot with water and brewed a cup of tea for the elder, preparing one for himself as well. Wang Yanhong began to clear the table, and her mother turned to Chen Shi, asking, "So, when do you plan to get married?" Chen Shi found himself in a quandary. How could he respond? To express disinterest seemed to risk delaying the future of their daughter, while any inclination towards marriage would be a deceit, as he had no intention of tying the knot just yet. He had only recently begun working and wished to save enough to buy a house in the county before contemplating marriage. However, he thought, why purchase a home? There was no need. They were simple folk from the mountains, not city dwellers. He had seen houses in the county, overcrowded with families, where additional members would hardly find space. "We have only one daughter, and we ask nothing in terms of dowry. Our only request is that you treat our Xiaohong well and take care of her. We, as her parents, can still work and do not require your assistance. Nor do we expect you to support us in our old age. In the mountains, regardless of age, one can toil in the fields and sustain oneself with ease. When the day comes that we can no longer work, it will be time to depart, and we would never wish to burden you." Chen Shi felt a stirring of emotion. The love parents have for their children is indeed selfless, striving to provide the best for them. He had witnessed many elderly farmers, still laboring in their 80s, and often, within 2 or 3 years of losing their vigor, they would leave this world. "Yanhong and I both have jobs, and after marriage, you two need not work in the fields. We will provide for your living expenses." Although he knew this was a falsehood, Wang Yanhong's mother was elated to hear it. "We do not require your financial support. Just visit us often and bring along some provisions. In these mountains, money could hardly procure anything." The elder lit his pipe and began smoking. Chen Shi quickly offered him a cigarette, saying, "Uncle, try this." The elder accepted the cigarette, commenting, "This paper cigarette lacks vigor. A few puffs are hardly satisfying compared to a good pipe." Chen lit a cigarette and began to engage in casual conversation with the old man. Wang Yanhong's mother approached her side to assist in collecting the bowls. This young man appeared quite admirable. "I am thoroughly pleased with him and contemplate when the wedding will occur." Wang Yanhong retorted with irritation, "Are you all simply idling away your time? When I was single, you constantly urged me to find a boyfriend, and now that I have brought one home, you press me to marry. After marriage, will you then insist I bear children? A woman's childbearing years are limited, and once I reach 30, conceiving may not be so straightforward. I had you later in life. Had I given birth at 20, I would have had an easier time, leaving you as my sole heir." Wang Yanhong placed the washed bowls into the cupboard. "If you wish to have children now, I want to impede you, but please refrain from pressuring me about marriage and motherhood. Women are not solely destined to bear children. We can hold positions of authority just like men. When my service term concludes, I too shall pursue the civil service exam." Wang Yanhong's mother lowered her voice and remarked, "I see potential in this lad. Surely he won't remain a mere police officer. At the very least, he could become a county magistrate. If you don't seize this opportunity, don't lament to me once it's lost. When the rain falls, a mother must marry. Those destined to leave cannot be held back, and those who linger cannot be chased away. Everything is left to fate." With that, Wang Yanhong departed to tidy up the room, deciding that Chen would sleep in her room tonight while she would retire upstairs. In their old tile-roofed house, the middle room was left unoccupied, while the 2 adjacent rooms were allocated for her parents and herself. When guests arrived, they would make do with bedding on the upper floor. Chen was different. He was the one she cherished and could not bear to let him sleep on the floor, especially with the numerous mice upstairs that might frighten him. Wang Yanhong prepared a bedding arrangement for the floor, and as night fell, the mountain folk retired early and rose with the dawn, with nothing pressing to attend to, as darkness enveloped the surroundings. They washed their feet and turned in after a long day. Wang Yanhong filled a basin with water for Chen to wash his feet and lent him her slippers, leading him to her room. "You will sleep here tonight. I'll take the upstairs." Chen closed the door and swiftly embraced Wang Yanhong. "Sleep upstairs? We shall sleep right here." Wang Yanhong playfully slapped Chen. "Are you mad?" According to mountain customs, Even after marriage, we cannot share a room at my family home. Let alone, we aren't married yet. If word gets out about us sleeping together, how will I face others? Chen kissed Wang Yanhong on the lips. You can sleep in the room. I will go upstairs. The floor up there is uncomfortable, and with so many mice, it's hardly restful. Then I must go up. I cannot allow you to suffer that way. Wang Yanhong felt a surge of happiness. Chen was so considerate towards her. She genuinely contemplated marriage. If he were to propose, she would instantly agree, wanting nothing more than to be with him. Wang Yanhong planted a kiss on Chen's cheek. In Chapter 24, Settling Down, Chen struggled to sleep on the floor upstairs, as the old tile-roofed house was infested with an overwhelming number of mice. They scurried about, causing him great anxiety, fearing that if he drifted off, one might nibble at his face. After a sleepless night, Chen Shi rose early with the dawn. When Wang Yanhong woke to use the restroom, she found Chen Shi seated in the living room, his face etched with weariness, understanding that he had not rested well. Go sleep in my room. I will prepare breakfast and call you when it's ready, she suggested. They had endured the night, and with her parents soon to awaken, it was uncertain how they would react to finding him in Wang Yanhong's room. Never mind, I will help you with breakfast, she added. Aware of Chen Shi's apprehension about their parents' potential misunderstandings, Wang Yanhong did not press further, and together they kindled the fire to prepare the morning meal. By the time breakfast was ready, her parents had risen. After sharing the meal, the two made their way back to Fushan town. Time swiftly passed, ushering in December 2009. With the countdown to the new year beginning, Chen Shi received a call from his brother, Chen Shi, informing him of their return and requesting that he come home. 2 months prior, his sister-in-law had given birth to a nephew in another city, one he had yet to meet. He felt a swell of joy for his brother, as they now had both a son and a daughter, completing a harmonious family unit. He prepared a red envelope containing 500 yuan for his nephew. After finishing work on Friday, he hurried home, arriving as night fell. His niece rushed over, exclaiming, "Uncle is back." Chen Shi scooped her up in his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. Chen Shi produced a cigarette and offered one to Chen Shi. "When did you return?" Chen Shi inquired. "We've been back for a few days, settling your nephew's household registration. I went to the village to obtain the necessary proof, but the village head refused, claiming we exceeded the birth limit and could not issue it. To obtain the required documentation, we would need to pay a fine of 10,000 yuan to the family planning committee, and only then would they provide the proof." He turned to Chen Shi. "Now that you're back at the police station, can you think of a way to facilitate the registration directly, bypassing the village level?" Chen Shi replied. "The registration falls under Su Linlin's jurisdiction. I will consult her when I return to work. Don't worry, I will find a solution. We can take our time with the registration," Chen Shi reassured him. He still had faith in his brother, believing that as a police officer, navigating the registration process should not pose a significant challenge. The 10,000 yuan fine was not unmanageable, yet it was exorbitant. It would take him 6 months to save that amount, rendering his efforts fruitless. Had his brother not been at the police station, he would have begrudgingly accepted the fine. But with family in the station, paying such a sum felt humiliating. In rural areas, when faced with challenges, most individuals instinctively seek connections. If that fails, they will reluctantly follow the established procedures. Chen Shi had initially intended to avoid burdening his brother. However, with Chen Shi now serving as a police officer, he expected some degree of leniency from the village head. To his surprise, the head remained strictly professional, granting no favors. Chen Shi even discreetly brought a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor to the village head's home, but the head declined, sending his wife to return them. Chen Shi spent the day at home contemplating whether to approach the village head for assistance. Even if he managed to secure the village's proof, there was no guarantee that the police station would not impose further requirements. It would be more efficient to directly consult Su Linlin for clarity on the situation. Perhaps she could expedite the process for him. Sister-in-law emerged, cradling her infant son, as Chen Shi stepped forward to take the child into his arms. The little one, with his round face and bright smile, immediately endeared himself to Chen Shi. Meanwhile, sister-in-law voiced her grievances. "I had urged you to return long ago, to give gifts and secure the birth certificate. You claimed the journey was too far and sought to save on travel expenses. Now that the child is born, they refuse to issue the necessary documentation, and we are faced with the dilemma of his household registration and future schooling." Chen Shi scoffed dismissively. "Do you think that merely returning to offer gifts would guarantee the issuance of a birth certificate? The village chief's son, who attended school with me in our youth, bears a grudge against me for having once struck him. He will deliberately complicate matters. Do you understand?" Noticing the brewing conflict between his brother and sister-in-law, Chen Shi hastily interjected, "Brother, sister-in-law, let us not fret over this issue. I shall take responsibility for ensuring the child's household registration. The child is not yet 2 months old, and there are several years before he needs to attend school. There is no immediate rush. I will inquire at work about the specific procedures required." Seeing that his brother had taken on the matter, Chen Shi fell silent, and sister-in-law ceased her complaints. After all, securing a household registration should be a straightforward task, and if the village chief was unwilling to provide a certificate, they would find a way to navigate the situation. Chen Shi presented the prepared red envelope to his sister-in-law, and after breakfast on Sunday, he returned to Fushan town. On Monday at work, Chen Shi entered the administrative office, presenting Su Linlin with a cup of milk tea. He cheerfully greeted her. "Sister Su, good morning. I brought you a cup of milk tea as a treat." She inquired about the cost, to which he replied, "It's on me. Discussing money would be too formal between us." Su Linlin smiled broadly. "Thank you. When are you and Yanhong getting married? We should prepare a grand red envelope for you. That should be our gesture to you, as you are our matchmaker," he replied. Su Linlin, with her alluring charm and mature allure, captivated him, and he momentarily felt an urge to kiss her, yet he restrained his racing heart and shifted the conversation. "Sister Su, I need to inquire about the procedures for registering a child born outside the birth quota." Su Linlin regarded him thoughtfully. "Why do you ask? Is there someone in your family needing to register an unplanned birth? My brother's first child was a daughter, and now he has a son as his second. This qualifies as an unplanned birth, and he has returned seeking registration, so I thought to gather some information." Upon hearing this, Su Linlin's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Registering an unplanned birth is strictly regulated. You must possess the birth certificate issued by the Family Planning Committee, or perhaps the village can provide a statement indicating that the first child has a disability to facilitate the registration. Chen Shi understood that Su Linlin was reluctant to assume responsibility, while she had the capacity to assist with the registration. The risk of being discovered or reported was too great for her to jeopardize her position. She had worked hard to reach her current status, especially given the rumors surrounding her relationship with Wang Jinchuan, which likely held some truth, as their interactions at the police station were marked by an unusual seriousness, suggesting deeper complexities. Chen Shi nodded, not wishing to press Su Linlin further. "Thank you, Sister Su. I appreciate your guidance." Exiting the office, he reaffirmed to his brother and sister-in-law that he would personally cover the fine for the unplanned birth, no matter the cost. The situation is rather intricate. The Family Planning Commission has no acquaintances to assist, and even if there were, without any financial incentive, they would not issue a birth permit, as it is inherently against regulations. Unless one possesses some value that justifies the risk of violating the rules, there is little hope. Approaching the village chief is even more futile, given the long-standing feud between the two families. During his brother's schooling, a conflict arose with the chief's son, resulting in a broken hand for the latter. A compensation of 5,000 was paid, yet later, when the chief's son sought to enlist in the army, his injury was discovered, and he was unable to proceed. Since that incident, the village chief has harbored resentment and has made it a point to create obstacles for the family. The request for a certificate is utterly unrealistic, even under normal circumstances. He would refuse to issue one. As a mere local police officer, he would not command any respect from the chief. Chen Shi realized that he had acted impulsively. If the matter could not be resolved, how would his brother and sister-in-law perceive him? He understood the importance of discretion in conversation. One must speak cautiously, never asserting absolutes, lest he find himself in an untenable position. It weighed heavily on him that, as a lowly police officer, he found himself unable to navigate this issue. He resolved to save 1,000 each month, accumulating a total of 10,000, and discreetly pay the fine for exceeding the birth limit, later claiming he had arranged it through connections to salvage some dignity before his brother and sister-in-law. It appeared that this was the only viable course of action. In Chapter 25, Opportunity, Chen Shi found himself making monthly trips to Mingzhou, visiting his uncle's home at the municipal compound. Lacking the means to offer extravagant gifts, he brought local mountain goods instead. Often, he would arrive with new items before the previous month's provisions had been consumed. Li Nan, noticing the surplus, would send some to her elderly father, who relished such delicacies from the wild, having grown accustomed to finer fare. Wang Mingzhong, having rarely been present during Chen Shi's visits, was often preoccupied with social engagements or meetings, showing little regard for his inexpensive nephew. Chen Shi discerned the reality of their relationship. As a poor relative, the bond between uncle and nephew was dictated by familial ties, which had never fostered any closeness. Wang Mingzhong hardly acknowledged Chen Shi, not even recognizing his mother. Had Chen Shi held a higher position, such as that of a county party secretary, perhaps he would have garnered more respect. However, as a grassroots police officer, he was nothing of significance. There was little reason for Wang Mingzhang to acknowledge him when he could offer nothing of value in return. Each time he visited, Li Nan greeted him warmly, sending him home with various packages for his mother. As Chen Shi contemplated these dynamics, he rang the doorbell. The housekeeper, Xiao Chun, opened the door. Chen Shi, carrying the mountain goods, smiled and greeted her, Sister Chun. Xiao Chun welcomed him with a smile. You're here. Didn't I mention last time that you need not bring these mountain goods? We can't finish what we already have. The freshness of the new provisions was delightful. The previous ones had been discarded. Chen Shi recalled his aunt saying that his grandfather enjoyed such wild delicacies, so he had brought extra to share with him. Xiao Chun accepted the mountain goods. After all, she was merely a maid, and when the mistress spoke, she had no choice but to comply. Furthermore, Chen Shi was articulate and self-respecting, addressing her as Sister Chun and not relegating herself to the role of a mere servant. She held a favorable impression of Chen Shi. Chen Shi understood, well, that not all maids were created equal. To serve in an ordinary household meant to cater to others. But to serve in the home of the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee was an entirely different matter, akin to holding the rank of a Deputy Section Chief. The significance of one's platform cannot be overstated. With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Shi entered the villa and spotted two individuals seated in the living room. One was her aunt, Li Nan, and the other, though unfamiliar, bore an air of recognition. Chen Shi quickly recalled that this man was Lu Youguang, the county head of Chunyang, whom she had seen in the leadership section of the Chunyang County government website. Upon noticing Chen Shi's entrance, Li Nan rose and exclaimed, Chen Shi, you're here. Come, let me introduce you. This is county head Lu from Chunyang. Lu Youguang, seeing Li Nan stand, promptly rose as well. Chen Shi approached with briskness, warmly shaking Lu Youguang's hand. Hello, county head Lu, I am Chen Shi, currently serving as a police officer at the police station in Fushan Town. Li Nan interjected. County head Lu, this is my nephew. You must take good care of him. Lu Youguang smiled, acknowledging a promising young man, the one who graduated from the police academy. Donghai Police Academy. Lu Youguang nodded, signifying his recognition of Chen Shi, as the Donghai Police Academy is the premier institution for training police officers in Donghai. When the deputy secretary's wife requested attention for him, it was only natural that he would oblige, for her words carried the weight of Wang Mingzhang's authority. Chen Shi's exact relation to Wang Mingzhang, whether he was a direct nephew or a cousin, eluded him, but given Li Nan's enthusiasm and her standing to greet him, it was likely that they were indeed closely related. How could the esteemed nephew of the deputy secretary be merely a grassroots police officer? Surely, he ought to hold a position at the county police department at the very least. Li Nan beamed. My nephew is quite remarkable. He secured a position in the Provincial Public Security Department on his own merit, but unfortunately, he fell afoul of a powerful figure and was reassigned back home to serve as a police officer. Lu Youguang's confusion dissipated. Now it made sense. The Provincial Public Security Department had no jurisdiction over him. Even if one offended the director of that department, it would not concern him as a county leader. County officials answer only to the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee and the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party. As for others, he need not concern himself. Li Nan urged, please, sit down, don't remain standing. The three settled into their seats, and Li Nan inquired, how is my sister's health? Aunt, my mother is in excellent health. She often asks about you. Every time she visits, she insists on going up the mountain to gather some mountain goods for me to bring back. Li Nan laughed. Next time, don't let her do that. It's bitterly cold in winter, and I still haven't finished what you brought last time. The mountain goods were fresh and delectable. Anything that could not be consumed would simply be discarded. Living in the mountains, they relied on its bounty, which was abundant and diverse. Chen Shi always brought a different assortment of mountain goods, much to Li Nan's delight. Every time you visit, you arrive with something in hand, each time bearing a different item. While you feign disinterest, yet deep down, you are undeniably pleased. Were you to come empty-handed, with a solemn expression, over time, you would surely become a source of annoyance to all. Moreover, although you are referred to as a nephew, the relationship is rather intricate. Chen Shi prepared tea and poured it for Lu Youguang, who appeared preoccupied and lost in thought. This visit was ostensibly to report to Wang Mingzhang, bypassing the municipal committee and coming directly to his home, likely bearing gifts. Lu Youguang had a black leather bag beside him. Chen Shi's mind raced. Chunyuan County, a major coal-producing area, had recently experienced a tragic gas explosion at the Meijiao coal mine in Huangchang Town, resulting in over 20 fatalities and more than 30 injuries. The deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee had personally overseen rescue efforts at the mine, and several key leaders from the municipal committee had also visited. Lu Youguang's purpose for seeking Wang Mingzhang was likely related to this incident. As he was the head of the county government and the first person held accountable for such calamities. Should matters worsen, his position as county chief could be at stake. The three engaged in casual conversation for over an hour before Wang Mingzhong returned. Upon seeing Wang Mingzhong, Liu Youguang promptly rose and hurried to greet him. Secretary Wang, I apologize for the interruption. I have important matters to report to you. Chen Shi also stood, noting the significance of Liu Youguang's visit, especially with a bulging bag that suggested he bore considerable offerings. Li Nan, seated nearby, gestured for Chen Shi to remain seated, instructing him to disregard their discussion and focus on the matters at hand. Chen Shi acquiesced and took his seat. Wang Mingzhong, without acknowledging Chen Shi, spoke in a low voice, "Let us discuss this in my study." The two ascended to the second floor, entering the study. Chen Shi sensed an opportunity. The incident at the Dameijiao coal mine had garnered significant attention, even making it to provincial television news. Wang Mingzhong's indifference towards him was apparent. Yet his frequent visits to the municipal compound could serve as leverage to forge a connection with Liu Youguang. Fearing for his own position, Liu Youguang was likely seeking support. And if Chen Shi could provide assistance in this time of need, it would solidify his own prospects. Should Liu Youguang falter, Chen Shi could simply return to square one, incurring no losses. Li Nan, his somewhat favorable aunt, harbored affection for him, yet as a principal of Mingzhou No. 1 High School, her influence was limited. The true power lay with Wang Mingzhong, his uncle, who did not acknowledge him. He needed to navigate this relationship carefully to find a solid ally. After more than half an hour of discussion in the study, the specifics of their conversation remained unclear. Liu Youguang had not yet presented his gift. The bag was still full and his demeanor heavy. With a forced smile, he remarked, "Secretary Wang, I shall take my leave now." Wang Mingzhong waved him off, signaling his haste to depart. As Liu Youguang prepared to leave, Chen Shi stood. "County Chief Liu, are you returning to Chunyuan County?" Liu Youguang halted. "I am heading back now." Chen Shi smiled. "I too am returning. May I join you for the ride?" As the nephew of the deputy secretary, Liu Youguang readily agreed. "Very well, let us go together." Chen Shi addressed Li Nan, saying, "Aunt, I have arranged to meet some friends in the county town tonight, so I will not be dining here." Li Nan stood up and replied, "If you have a gathering, go ahead. Do visit us often." "All right, Aunt." Chen Shi responded with a smile as he approached Wang Mingzhong, saying, "Uncle, I will be heading back now." Wang Mingzhong nodded in silence. As Chen Shi exited with Liu Youguang, the driver promptly brought the car over. Chen Shi hurriedly opened the door for Liu Youguang, who entered the vehicle. Aware of his status, Chen Shi took his seat in the passenger side. Liu Youguang wore a grim expression, remaining silent. Chen Shi smiled at him, saying, "County Chief Liu, once we return to the county, and has a few words for you to convey." Liu Youguang perked up, with Secretary Wang refusing gifts. He sensed that his position as county chief might be in jeopardy due to the Huangchang town coal mine incident. Secretary Wang had advised him not to worry, as the municipal committee had yet to reach a decision. The officials in charge of coal, including the deputy county chief and the director of the coal bureau, were likely to face repercussions, but he believed his position should be secure. Specifics would await the upcoming standing committee meeting for a resolution. Li Nan seemed to have a message from Secretary Wang, perhaps something he could not express directly, which she wished for her nephew to relay as a form of allegiance. Clever individuals tend to overthink, and Liu Youguang slowly remarked, "Chen Shi, when we reach the county town, I will treat you to a meal." Chen Shi, wary of allowing the county chief to pay, quickly replied, "County Chief Liu, I will treat you." Since assuming his role as deputy director, Liu Youguang had never paid for meals, accustomed to others covering the costs. As the vehicle left the municipal compound and swiftly merged onto the expressway, Chen Shi contemplated his first step as a success. Had he suggested treating Liu Youguang to a meal, he knew his status would render him disregarded. The line of those eager to host him would stretch for miles. He had cleverly framed his message as one from Li Nan to Liu Youguang, knowing Liu would not dare to verify it with her. At this critical juncture, he would seize any opportunity that arose. He believed in doing his utmost, while leaving the rest to fate. Should Liu Youguang be dismissed, he could devise another path for his career without incurring any loss. The county town of Chunyuan lay over 60 kilometers from Mingzhou, and they soon arrived. Liu Youguang instructed the driver, "Take me to the Xiaoyuan family." The driver skillfully navigated to the Xiaoyuan family, parking the car. It was evident that Liu Youguang frequented this place. As soon as the car stopped, Chen Shi swiftly opened the door. Upon exiting, the proprietor of Xiaoyuan family rushed out, wearing a broad smile. "Greeting, County Chief. You have arrived. Shall we use the same private room as before?" Liu Youguang, in a somber mood, simply nodded. The Xiaoyuan family was tranquil, and the cars parked there indicated that it catered to significant figures. The driver remained in the vehicle as Liu Youguang, accompanied by the proprietor, proceeded into the private room, with Chen Shi following closely behind. The proprietor, beaming with delight, inquired, "Liu County, are you treating today?" Liu Youguang glanced at Chen Shi, indicating it was just the two of them. The proprietor then noticed the young man trailing behind, sizing up Chen Shi with curiosity. This young man was unfamiliar, yet his association with Liu County hinted at a noteworthy status. Chen Shi, seeking to elevate his own standing, introduced himself. "I am Chen Shi, accompanying Liu County for our first meal together." The proprietor, astute and perceptive, registered Chen Shi's name in his memory. This was precisely the effect Chen Shi desired. When he next invited Su Ping'an to dine here, the proprietor's demeanor would shift, treating him with an air of mystery, as if he were indeed Liu Youguang's confidant. The dynamic would reverse. Rather than him ingratiating himself, it would be Su Ping'an seeking to curry favor. The proprietor presented the menu, asking, "Liu County, shall we prepare dishes to your taste?" Liu Youguang, lacking any appetite, replied, "Just bring a few random dishes." The proprietor nodded, handing the menu to Chen Shi, who was unknown in rank, addressing him directly. "Brother Chen Shi, here is the menu." Chen Shi smiled, responding, "No need, please prepare the dishes according to Liu County's preferences." The proprietor, bowing with a smile, retreated, while Chen Shi promptly poured tea for Liu Youguang. "Liu County, please enjoy some tea." Liu Youguang took a sip and inquired, "Chen Shi, are you from Chunyang County?" "Indeed, I hail from Qinghe Village in Fushan Town. My uncle's hometown is also in Fushan Town. My grandfather served in the military and, after retiring, was assigned to the postal service in Mingzhou, which is how we relocated there." Liu Youguang nodded. Well aware of Wang Mingzhong's background, his current position was largely due to a fortuitous marriage. Without his father-in-law's influence, it was likely he would still be a mere section chief. Li Nan held significant sway at home. Some who could not navigate Wang Mingzhong's pathways turned to Li Nan's. Li Nan was not driven by greed. Her actions were dictated by personal affinity, as she often championed those she took a liking to upon first glance. Noticing Liu Youguang deep in thought, Chen Shi refrained from speaking, aware that too many words could lead to missteps, especially in the company of influential figures. Discretion was essential. The dishes arrived swiftly, personally served by the proprietor, totaling 11 plates. He bore a bottle of Maodai, causing Chen Shi to break into a cold sweat. Fully aware of its steep price, over 5,000. He found himself lacking sufficient funds for the impending bill and feared the embarrassment of needing to write an IOU. Liu Youguang, uninterested in alcohol, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Tonight, we dine without drinks. Please take the wine away." The proprietor, all smiles, complied. And Chen Shi felt a wave of relief. The cost of that bottle would have equaled more than a month's salary. The proprietor exited, closing the door behind him, ensuring a private atmosphere. Liu Youguang remained motionless with his chopsticks, preoccupied with the precariousness of his own position, and directly asked, "What message does your aunt bring for me?" Chen Shi, wearing an enigmatic expression, replied, "Liu County, let us dine first, and I will reveal it gradually." Liu Youguang fixed his gaze on Chen Shi, awaiting his next words. Chen Shi continued, "My aunt instructed me to ask you a question. Have you ever received any benefits from the large coal mine in Huangchang Town?" Liu Youguang spoke in a deep voice. "No. Please inform Madam to convey to Secretary Wang that I, Liu Youguang, swear to the heavens that I have not taken a single thing from the large coal mine in Huangchang Town, nor am I familiar with their management." Chen Shi smiled and replied, "County Chief Liu, do not be agitated. As long as you have not received any benefits, you shall navigate through this challenge unscathed." Liu Youguang cautiously inquired, "Is that what Madam said?" Chen Shi did not respond directly, instead smiling and saying, "County Chief Liu, as long as there are no economic dealings involved, as a distinguished county head, no one can touch you. The mining accident at the large coal mine in Huangchang Town is overseen by the deputy county head responsible for coal, and the head of the coal bureau is also involved. It certainly does not concern you." Upon reflection, Liu Youguang realized he had been overly anxious. Those in power often become bewildered, and since he had no connection to the large coal mine in Huangchang Town, he could not be implicated. Leaders dread accountability. Yet this responsibility could not fall upon him, as the deputy county head in charge of coal stood in the way. Dismissing one deputy head should suffice to appease the public. Chapter 27. A pipe dream. Liu Youguang turned to Chen Shi. "Chen Shi, tell me how you have offended the prominent figures in the Provincial Public Security Department." Chen Shi recounted his experiences at the Public Security Department, and Liu Youguang nodded, asking, "Have you considered coming to the County Public Security Bureau?" Chen Shi realized this was an attempt to entice him. Li Nan's promised care merely involved transferring him to the county bureau, which was not a worthwhile exchange unless he could secure a position at the level of a cadre. Everyone aspires to leadership, yet such opportunities are rare. Joining the County Public Security Bureau as an ordinary police officer held little appeal. County Chief. The deputy chief of the police station in Fushan Town is set to retire soon, and I wish to gain experience at the grassroots level. Do you think my intention is reasonable? Liu Youguang inwardly cursed. He was ambitious from the start, seeking a leadership role. The deputy chief of the police station was indeed a proper cadre. Should he ascend to chief, he would typically also serve as deputy town head, a position not easily matched by other chiefs. Li Nan merely mentioned care, but did not specify how that care would manifest. The implication was enough. Being transferred to the County Public Security Bureau sufficed. Yet, to seek the deputy chief role outright was presumptuous unless Li Nan had explicitly stated it. Chen Shi, you are still young. What can you truly learn at a township police station? It would be far more beneficial to come to the County Public Security Bureau, where you can acquire greater knowledge. Chen Shi smiled and replied, this is my aunt's suggestion. She believes I should spend a year or two in Fushan Town to gain grassroots experience, which would expedite my promotion to a formal cadre. Liu Youguang remained composed. There was truth in those words. Experience at the grassroots level could indeed facilitate quicker advancement to a formal position, especially for the youth. Rapid promotions were discouraged. Yet possessing grassroots experience changed the narrative. Was this perhaps Wang Mingzhang's intention, to expedite his nephew's rise? Chen Shi added, this is also my uncle's perspective. He advises me not to rush and to gain more experience at the grassroots level, as future opportunities will be more abundant. Liu Youguang's primary support came from Wang Mingzhang, and regardless of the veracity of Chen Shi's words, he felt compelled to probe further. After all, it was merely a cadre position, which he, as a county head, hardly regarded with trepidation. Secretary Wang had a long-term vision. His concern was for Liu to avoid hardship at the township level. With the deputy chief of the police station in Fushan Town retiring soon, he would be poised to take over. As the Provincial Organization Department was advocating for the promotion of young officials, and Chunyang County was vigorously promoting young talent, Chen Shi felt both anxious and respectful. County Head Liu, I shall refrain from excessive gratitude. My actions will speak for themselves. From now on, I am at your service. Wherever you direct, I shall follow. My uncle often speaks highly of you, acknowledging your capabilities and your dedication to the people, urging me to learn under your guidance. On the surface, Chen Shi appeared humble and loyal, but internally, he was elated. As long as Liu Youguang gave the nod, the position of deputy director would undoubtedly be his. Liu Youguang was quite pleased with Chen Shi's demeanor. However, leading was no easy task. Assuming a post at such a young age raised questions about his ability to maintain it. It was crucial for subordinates to respect him. If one person resisted, it was their issue, but if many did, it was a reflection on him. The higher-ups might consider replacing him, if he could not earn the respect of the majority. He had no one to blame but himself. I have promoted you and provided you with opportunities, but if you prove ineffective, it will be difficult to defend you. Li Nan might comment. If Chen Shi could stabilize his position, it would demonstrate his competence and could prove beneficial for his career, especially since he was the nephew of Wang Mingzhang. The extent of one's authority is not determined by their title, but by how many people are willing to heed their counsel. Prestige is cultivated gradually, not acquired overnight. In recent days, Liu Youguang had been in Mingzhou, tirelessly seeking information, neglecting his meals. Now that there was progress, he felt at ease, relishing 2 bowls of rice and a bowl of soup, with Chen Shi attending to him diligently. As they finished their meal, Liu Youguang's liaison arrived, a young man whom Chen Shi estimated to be a couple of years his senior. The county head was not supposed to have a secretary, merely a liaison, though the roles were essentially the same. County Head Liu, I heard from the driver that you have returned. So I came to check if there were any work arrangements, the young man remarked. Liu Youguang smiled. There are no work arrangements. Sit down and join us for a meal. He gestured towards Chen Shi. This is my liaison, Xiao Huang. You two should get acquainted. Chen Shi quickly stood. Hello? I am Chen Shi, a police officer from Fushan Town. Huang Ming paused momentarily. It was unusual for a low-ranking police officer to dine with the county head. He must have an extraordinary background. I am Huang Ming, Liu County's liaison. Just call me Xiao Huang. Who would dare call you Xiao Huang? That would be a career-ending move. Only Liu Youguang can do so. Chen Shi remarked. I see you are older than I am, so I'll refer to you as Huang Gu, and you may call me Xiao Chun. Being Liu Youguang's liaison, Huang Ming was someone of considerable acumen. Those who dined privately with the county head were not to be underestimated. I shall refer to you as Officer Chun, Huang Ming said as Chen Shi nodded. Huang Gu, please take a seat. Huang Ming waved his hand. No, I have already eaten. I heard Liu County head was back. So I came to see if there were any work arrangements. This is the nature of a secretary. They must possess keen insight, accompanying their leader unless specifically instructed otherwise. When Liu Youguang was in the city, the fewer people who knew, the better. Hence he would not take his secretary along. Liu Youguang rose, declaring, I've finished my meal. Today, there is nothing pressing. Xiao Huang, you may return to rest. I too shall retire. He turned to Chen Shi, saying, if there is anything, please call Xiao Huang. He will relay the message to me. After bidding Liu Youguang farewell, Chen Shi smiled and remarked, Brother Huang, do leave me your number. The two exchanged contact information. And Chen Shi proceeded to settle the bill, which amounted to 1,200, an exorbitant price, given that each dish was approximately 100. Chen Shi escorted Huang Ming outside, intending to hail a taxi when a check car approached, stopping before Huang Ming. A young man emerged from the vehicle and opened the door, stating, Secretary Huang, there is nothing urgent from Liu County. I'll take you home. Huang Ming introduced, this is Su Mo from the Comprehensive Division of our county government. Su Mo promptly greeted, hello, Officer Chen. Hello, Su Mo, replied Chen Shi. The two exchanged a handshake as Chen Shi watched Huang Ming depart. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted Su Ping'an exiting, and their eyes met, both momentarily taken aback. Su Ping'an inquired, Chen Shi, what brings you here? With a smile, Chen Shi responded, I accompanied County Head Liu for a meal. Su Ping'an appeared skeptical, questioning, is that true? Chen Shi retrieved his phone and opened Huang Ming's contact information. Director Su, take a look at this number. Is it not Secretary Huang's? Su Ping'an checked his own phone and confirmed he too possessed Huang Ming's number. Disbelief etched on his face as he asked, you have Secretary Huang's number? Chen Shi wore a mysterious smile, inquiring, is Director Su here for a meal as well? Su Ping'an affirmed with a nod. Chen Shi continued, let us arrange a meeting when you have the time. I must be off now. Su Ping'an had accompanied his uncle, the deputy chief of the Public Security Bureau, who treated his uncle to a meal, facilitating a closer rapport with the deputy. The two had important matters to discuss, and Su Ping'an was sent out to buy cigarettes. While wandering about, he spotted Chen Shi. This young man possessed skill, demonstrating a sharp mind, even having Secretary Huang's contact details. Su Ping'an found it hard to believe that Chen Shi could dine with County Head Liu. It seemed far-fetched for a mere grassroots officer to share a meal with such a figure. Chapter 28. Spring breeze of success. Chen Shi diligently performed his duties as a police officer at the station, finding it challenging to stand out. It was rare to encounter a significant case in a rural township, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Even if such an event arose, it would be managed directly by the county's criminal investigation team, leaving the station's officers to often mediate disputes and handle trivial matters. What seemed insignificant to the officers could be monumental to those involved. One's primary responsibility at work was to avoid errors, adhering strictly to regulations. Recently, Chen Shi hesitated to return home. When Chen Xing inquired about the progress of his household registration, Chen Shi gave vague responses, assuring that it was being handled and to be patient, as some procedures were rather cumbersome. His reluctance to return stemmed from a fear of being questioned by his brother and sister-in-law regarding his nephew's registration, a matter they perceived as simple, yet in reality, was quite complex. In the police station, you are merely a junior officer, not a leader, and your influence is negligible. At most, you may glean internal information, but you cannot bend the rules for anyone. Chen Shi reminisced about his school days when a classmate sought admission to a prestigious high school through a relative. The relative declined, and to this day, the classmate harbors resentment towards that relative for not assisting him. In truth, the relative was just an ordinary teacher at the school and had no authority to influence admissions. Prestigious high schools have stringent criteria for their students. It is not within the purview of any teacher to admit a student at will. Only the school administrators possess that power, while ordinary staff members hold no sway. This situation is akin to working in a company where you are merely a regular employee. You cannot simply bring a relative on board. You might know about job openings and suggest that your relative apply, but their acceptance ultimately depends on their own qualifications. If you were in a leadership position, the process would be considerably simpler. A word to the Human Resources Department would suffice to facilitate the hiring. In both corporate and governmental contexts, being a regular employee is of little consequence. Only leadership carries weight. Liu Youguang had promised Chen Shi the position of deputy director, a role of significant rank. Yet Chen had not disclosed this aspiration to anyone, nor had he shown any outward signs of it. Until matters are settled, possibilities abound. Whether Liu Youguang can secure this deputy position depends on his resilience. Should he be dismissed due to the mining disaster in Huangchang town, Chen's own career would be jeopardized. Relying on his distant uncle, who shows no inclination to assist, is futile. Their relationship lacks the necessary parity and cannot bridge the gap of influence. The reasoning is straightforward. If you possess an apple and the other person only has a tomato, and they request your apple, you would readily comply. Occasionally, you may wish to indulge in the taste of their tomato. However, if you withhold your apple, they will not offer you their tomato in return. This exemplifies the principle of equitable exchange. In adult relationships, regardless of their nature, interactions are governed by this principle. If you have an apple and the other person has nothing, they may initially receive your apple due to your relationship. Yet, if they continue to ask without reciprocation, you would likely distance yourself from them. Standing in the biting wind, Chen Shi contemplated the reality that December had arrived, marking the final month of 2009. Since returning from the county seat, he prayed daily for Liu Youguang's safety. If anything were to happen to him, Chen feared he would remain a mere officer for his entire life, never achieving even the rank of deputy. Ma Guoliang approached with a cheerful demeanor. He had been in good spirits lately, having met with Director Wang Jiaming twice. Wang had assured him that the retirement application of Deputy Director Lao Chong had been approved by the town's party committee, and he had recommended Ma as the new deputy director. Ma Guoliang hastily expressed his loyalty, pledging to follow Wang Jiaming's lead henceforth. After years of navigating the bureaucratic landscape, he was astute enough to recognize that mere verbal affirmations of allegiance were insufficient. Tangible actions were imperative. Once again, he carried a sack of rice to Wang Jiaming's residence, this time containing 50,000 yuan. Ma Guoliang was fully committed. Securing the position of deputy director was essential for him, as this was his singular opportunity. If he failed to ascend this time, such favorable prospects would be unlikely to present themselves again. Leadership roles within the township were limited. Each position was akin to a single carrot in the ground, and unless others retired or were reassigned, vacancies would not materialize. Even if a leader held him in high regard, without a suitable opportunity, advancement was impossible. Moreover, leadership positions that became vacant through retirement or reassignment could not be filled by outside appointments. Once such appointments were made, hope for advancement would dissipate. This time, he had ascertained that the position of deputy director would not be filled by an outside candidate. Wang Jiaming still refused the rice Ma Guoliang offered. Adhering to his previous rationale, he preferred to express gratitude only after the official appointment document was issued. Ma Guoliang understood that Wang Jiaming was meticulous, without formal confirmation. No one could guarantee that the deputy director position would belong to anyone in particular. Accepting gifts prematurely could lead to immediate denunciation by others if the matter did not come to fruition, a common occurrence. Wang Jiaming was not one to capsize in murky waters by engaging in such foolishness as accepting gifts ahead of time. Ma Guoliang recognized that this was a means of signaling to Wang Jiaming that, should the matter be resolved favorably, he would express his gratitude in kind. The police station was subject to dual leadership. Once the township party committee was aligned, the County Public Security Bureau's influence loomed large in matters of personnel appointments. The police station was considered a direct unit of the County Public Security Bureau, which held significant veto power. Typically, townships would not interfere excessively, provided the station chief was affiliated with the township government. The identity of the deputy director was of lesser consequence. The police station represented the only armed force in the township, with the station chief appointed by the County Public Security Bureau and concurrently serving as the deputy mayor of the town, making the position critically important. Wang Jiaming had also put forth his own recommendations to the County Public Security Bureau, achieving a high likelihood of success, if not absolute certainty. Given that he was the head of the police station, the individuals he endorsed would garner attention from both the township government and the County Public Security Bureau. Many at the police station had already begun to congratulate Ma Guoliang in anticipation of his impending promotion. After waiting for over 2 decades, Ma Guoliang was finally on the brink of entering the ranks of leadership, an entirely different reality. Yesterday, Wang Jiaming had instructed him to move into the deputy director's office, a clear signal to all that Ma Guoliang was set to succeed the former deputy director, Lao Chong. Seeing Chen Shi standing motionless in the biting cold, Ma Guoliang called out, "Xiao Chen, what's the matter? Why are you standing out here alone in such frigid weather?" Chen Shi snapped back to attention, smiling as he replied, "Brother Ma," quickly producing a cigarette to offer to Ma Guoliang. Ma Guoliang waved his hand, saying, "I won't smoke. I've had too much lately, and my mouth tastes bitter." Chen Shi quickly smiled, saying, "Brother Ma, if there are any work arrangements, just let me know. We young folks should take on more responsibilities." Ma Guoliang, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, glanced at Chen Shi and remarked, "You seem quite busy with work, always ready to respond to calls. Who would dare to burden you further?" Chen Shi inwardly grumbled, realizing this was a lingering grudge from when he had not assisted in organizing cases for Ma. If Ma truly ascended to the position of deputy director, he would surely make life difficult for him. With a forced smile, he replied, "Brother Ma, you're being too formal. Everyone in the precinct knows I have a good relationship with you. Your matters are my matters, and I'm always at your service." He expressed his loyalty, albeit a bit late. Many had come to profess their allegiance to him, and he was not particularly concerned about one more. Ma Guoyang remained silent, offering Chen Shi a knowing smile before turning to leave. Chen Shi watched Ma Guoyang's retreating figure, wondering if he was truly so petty. After all, he had only neglected to assist him once, and now he was already plotting to make things difficult for him. Chapter 29. Zhang, who is in love. Chen Shi entered the break room, where several officers were engaged in casual conversation. After greeting them, he settled beside Zhang Hu. Lately, Zhang Hu was in high spirits. He had confessed his feelings to Su Mingming, who had agreed to be his girlfriend. Unfortunately, Su Mingming was quite conservative, allowing only kisses and hand-holding, and resolutely rejecting any actions that crossed the line. She firmly stated to Zhang Hu that her first night must be reserved for her future husband. Any such encounters would have to wait until after marriage. Zhang Hu beamed with joy, prompting Chen Shi to jest. "Those in love are quite different. You're all smiles now. Is it that obvious?" Zhang Hu asked. "Very much so. It's practically written on your face that you're in love. You were frowning just yesterday, and now you're grinning from ear to ear. Everyone at the precinct knows you're in a relationship." Zhang Hu lowered his voice. "Xiao Chen, teach me a few tricks. Su Mingming 1T, let me touch her. How did you manage to get Wang Yanhong to live with you?" Chen Shi wore a mysterious smile. "Dinner tonight, and I'll share a few tips. I'm busy tonight. I have a date. Let us do it tomorrow." "All right, I'll teach you a couple of tricks." Chen Shi whispered. "Take her on a trip, and make sure to arrange things with the hotel owner beforehand. If there are no rooms available, insist on just one, and delay it until late, after 11 o'clock. In a secluded room, you deliberately tease her, making it hard for her to resist. Once you have the first time, there will be countless others. Trust me. Women become more addicted than men." Zhang Hu appeared skeptical. "Is that true?" "Once Su Mingming experiences the sweetness, she'll be even more proactive. In this dance, men put in the effort while women enjoy. Do you understand?" Zhang Hu, half convinced, felt he had no other option. His mind was solely focused on wanting to be intimate with Su Mingming. After all, what kind of relationship does not involve such intimacy? Without it, what kind of romance could they truly have? This was the fundamental difference between men and women. Ma Guoyang entered the break room, looking towards Zhang Hu and Chen Shi. "Xiao Zhang, Xiao Chen, you two, along with 3 auxiliary officers, are to head to Longtugu village. The villagers, particularly Ma Shuang, have had 2 cows and a horse stolen last night. You must investigate and uncover leads to apprehend the thief, providing the villagers with a resolution." Chen felt a sense of disdain within, pondering the absurdity of the situation. In a village rife with cattle rustlers, merely reporting the theft was a mere formality. It was evident that a familiar culprit was at play, someone from within the community. Venturing into a neighboring village, where one is an outsider, poses a significant challenge. Unless one remains stationed there, the thieves would not dare to act, but the moment one departs, they would strike without hesitation. It is not the theft itself that incites fear, but rather the lingering threat of the thief's intent. Capturing such a rogue is not impossible, yet it demands effort, resources, and dedication. However, solving a case of cattle theft garners no reward. It is merely part of one's duty. If one fails, there are no repercussions, as it does not constitute a criminal offense. Who would willingly invest time and resources into such an endeavor? With a cheerful demeanor, Chen remarked, "Brother Ma, we shall proceed at once." Zhang Hu, his face darkened with displeasure, considered the journey to Longtugu village, a daunting 20 kilometers along an unpaved road. The return trip would consume precious time, jeopardizing his evening plans. The abundance of cattle theft in nearby villages made it clear that the urgency towards Longtugu stemmed from familial ties to Ma Guoyang. Reluctant to go himself, yet compelled to comply due to his impending promotion to deputy director, he begrudgingly accepted his fate. Such is the privilege of wielding authority. When summoned, one must respond. Noting Zhang Hu's sour expression, Ma Guoyang raised his voice. "Xiao Zhang, are you unwilling to go?" Zhang Hu retorted curtly, "I wouldn't dare." "Then hasten your departure. Do not waste time," commanded Ma Guoyang. With a beaming smile, Chen reiterated, "Brother Ma, we shall go at once." Upon exiting the break room, Zhang Hu grumbled, "What a nuisance. In this frigid weather, if we head to Longtugu, we might not return tonight. The roads will freeze, and we could find ourselves stranded, unable to drive the police car back, only able to walk 20 kilometers. Enough talk. Let us proceed, make a show of it, and return with a report from Ma Guoyang." He added, Chen shot Zhang Hu a sidelong glance. Brother Zhang, you are not new to the police force. Capturing cattle thieves is not a simple task. He is merely saving face for his relatives. And do you truly believe we can apprehend the thief with a single visit? Zhang Hu considered this and realized the impossibility of the situation. Without a month of surveillance, success was out of the question. Chen continued, this operation differs from others. We must ensure our facade is convincing, loud proclamations with little substance. Zhang Hu nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. The duo summoned 3 auxiliary officers to accompany them, only to discover that their police vehicle was out of fuel. Zhang Hu inquired, Xiao Chen, do you have any money on you? We need to refuel. My recent expenses have left me in debt. Without needing to be told, Chen understood the financial demands of courtship. It is not merely a matter of conversation, and Zhang Hu's salary barely sufficed for his lavish spending. With a wry smile, Chen replied, my pockets are emptier than my face. This is a matter of public duty, so I shall advance 200 from the logistics office for fuel. Chen wasn't entirely devoid of funds. He had set aside some for meals with others. Matters concerning the public should not require personal financial contributions. The 2 individuals arrived at the logistics office, where Zhang Yukai was reclining with his legs crossed, sipping repeatedly from a thermos filled with goji berries. In his 50s, Zhang Yukai was the cousin of Deputy Director Lao Chong, and he enjoyed a comfortable life at the police station, thanks to his relative's influence. Chen Shi smiled and inquired, Uncle Zhang, are you busy? Zhang Yukai lifted his gaze towards Chen Shi and, in a somewhat jovial tone, asked, do you require assistance? Brother Ma summoned us to Longtugu village to investigate the theft of cattle and horses, but the patrol car is out of fuel, and we need an advance of 200 for gas. Are you 2 so destitute that you can't even manage 200? Chen Shi forced a smile and replied, Uncle Zhang, as young people, our expenses are considerable, and our pockets are emptier than they appear. We're living paycheck to paycheck. Zhang Yukai raised his voice. It's not that I refuse to grant you an advance. It's the director's rule that expenditures must be incurred before reimbursement. You need to borrow 200 from someone else. And after you return from the duty, bring the receipt to me for reimbursement. Zhang Hu, visibly irritated, protested, Old Zhang, cut us some slack. Where are we supposed to borrow money for gas? This is an official matter, not a leisure trip in the patrol car. Zhang Youcai's expression darkened. He harbored dissatisfaction towards Zhang Hu. While Chen Shi addressed him as Uncle Zhang, Zhang Hu's casual reference as Old Zhang irked him. Being addressed with such familiarity by a younger individual was inappropriate in his view. He slammed the thermos down on the table, clearly expressing his displeasure. Xiao Zhang, if you have an issue, take it up with the director. It's his regulation. Without an invoice, there will be no reimbursement. Zhang Hu seethed with frustration, unable to confront Ma Guoyang, who was vying for a promotion to deputy director. With a cold snort, he retorted, if the patrol car cannot be fueled and we cannot respond to the call, when accountability arises, I will say it was you who refused to provide funds for gas. Zhang Yukai exclaimed, how can you speak to me like that? I am merely following the rules. Come, let us find the director and seek a resolution. Quick to smooth over tensions, Chen Shi interjected, Uncle Zhang, Brother Zhang is simply in a foul mood today. Let us not trouble the director with this minor issue. He is exceedingly busy. Zhang Yukai coldly huffed, your mood may be poor, but mine is considerably worse. Chen Shi, maintaining a friendly demeanor, urged, Uncle Zhang, please calm down. He poured water from the kettle into the thermos and placed it before Zhang Yukai. Uncle, it's essential that we adhere to the director's regulations. However, the cattle and horses stolen belong to Brother Ma's relatives. I will borrow 200 for gas. We must respond to this call. If we delay, Brother Ma will be displeased, and that would be quite troublesome. As the deputy director was in charge of logistics, Zhang Yukai was aware that Lao Chong was nearing retirement, and everyone in the police station knew that Ma Guoyang would be his successor. Offending Ma Guoyang could jeopardize Zhang Youcai's position in the logistics office. Zhang Youcai's expression softened slightly. Xiao Chen, for your sake, I will advance you the 200 for gas. Make sure to submit the reimbursement form promptly upon your return. Chen Shi repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Yes, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Chapter 30. Longtuga village having secured the 200 for gas, they filled up the patrol car, with Zhang Hu grumbling all the way. Chen Shi did not respond to Zhang Hu's remarks, lamenting that anyone could complain. But the question remained, was there any merit in such grievances? Do not underestimate Zhang Yukai from the logistics office, if you offend him. Seeking reimbursement could take 2 or 3 months, a daunting prospect indeed. The journey was arduous, traversing 20 kilometers of mountainous terrain, taking over an hour to reach Longtugu village. With just 2 kilometers of mountain road remaining, Chen Shi instructed the auxiliary police officer to sound the alarm. ensuring the commotion was substantial enough for everyone in Longtugu to be aware that a relative of Ma Guoyang had suffered the theft of cattle and horses, prompting the police station to take the matter seriously. To a certain extent, this would serve as a deterrent, instilling caution in the horse thieves. Upon entering the village, a middle-aged man awaited them at the entrance, waving to the police vehicle. Chen Shi ordered the car to stop and stepped out. The man produced cigarettes, offering them to the 5 officers, and inquired about Ma Guoyang's absence. Chen Shi understood he was inquiring about the relationship with Officer Ma. What is your connection to Officer Ma? The man lit a cigarette and replied, I am Ma Shuang. Officer Ma is my cousin. My father has come to Longtugu to seek a marriage proposal. Recognizing the familial closeness to Ma Guoyang, Chen Shi realized that mere appearances would not suffice. Tangible evidence was necessary. Lead us to the scene, he instructed. The police vehicle halted at the village entrance, and Ma Shuang led the way while auxiliary officer Xiao Li turned off the alarm. However, Chen Shi halted, turning back to Xiao Li, saying, do not turn off the alarm, keep it sounding. The intent was to create an atmosphere of pressure, making the thieves uneasy. The alarm would naturally instill fear in the horse thieves. After all, stealing from others might go unnoticed. But stealing from Ma Shuang's household would certainly invite scrutiny from the police, deterring any future thefts. Upon arriving at Ma Shuang's home, a throng of villagers had gathered at the entrance, eager to witness the unfolding events. Chen Shi and Zhang Hu, accompanied by the auxiliary police officers, entered the premises. A cursory inspection revealed that behind the earthen pen where Ma Shuang kept his cattle and horses, a wall had previously concealed a back door, now obstructed by stones. The thieves had pried open the stones, creating an exit through which they had stolen Ma Shuang's livestock. It was evident that the culprits were familiar with the area, as it was unlikely that outsiders could navigate the village, especially under the cover of darkness. Chen Shi motioned for Ma Shuang to a secluded spot, with auxiliary officer Xiao Li following closely to take notes. How many cattle and horses were lost? Chen Shi inquired. 2 cattle and 1 horse, Ma Shuang replied. What is their value? After a moment's contemplation, Ma Shuang responded, 1 large cow is worth over 5,000, let us say 5,009. A medium-sized cow is valued at 3,000, and previously, someone offered 3,600 for the horse. Altogether, that amounts to 12,500. 12,500 was no insignificant sum. Chen Shi then asked, do you have any suspects? Ma Shuang confidently stated, indeed, but I lack evidence. We had a large wolf dog that scared off strangers, but it was poisoned a few days ago. The one who poisoned my wolf dog must be the thief of my cattle and horses. Who poisoned your wolf dog? Chen Shi probed. Ma Shuang lowered his voice, replying, Yi Kaian. Do you have any evidence? Chen Shi inquired further. Ma Shuang shook his head. No, just my suspicions. Who else do you suspect? Niu Yud and the villagers harbored suspicions that the cattle and horses stolen from the village were the doing of these 2 individuals. From a young age, they had been known for their dubious activities. Yi Kaian had previously been apprehended in Mingzhou for theft and sentenced to 3 years in prison. Upon his release, he returned to the village and ceased to venture outside, while cattle and horses continued to disappear from the village almost monthly. Niu Yud had gained notoriety for his petty thefts. Both men were bachelors who frequently drank together, leaving no one else to suspect. Lacking concrete evidence, it was implausible to arrest them outright for investigation, yet it was feasible to summon them for questioning. Many in the rural community were unaware of the law, making it possible to detain them for recording statements at the police station. However, there was always the risk of encountering someone knowledgeable about the law, which could result in complaints and potential disciplinary actions, an undesirable outcome. Chen Shi pondered for a moment. Prepare a room with a table and several chairs. We shall interrogate these 2. Ma Shuang expressed his eagerness. I'll get that ready right away. Chen Shi approached Zhang Hu, brother Zhang. Ma Shuang is the cousin of Ma Guoyang. We cannot merely go through the motions. We must produce tangible results to report back to Ma Guoyang. Ma Shuang had a suspect in mind. Questioning this individual could yield fruitful results. If nothing materialized, it would at least demonstrate to Ma Guoyang that we made a genuine effort rather than simply going through the motions. Zhang Hu nodded in agreement. Very well. We'll proceed as you suggest. Throughout the journey, his mind was elsewhere, and he called Su Mingming to cancel their date. She made no objection, understanding the demands of work, suggesting they could reschedule. Yet, Zhang Hu felt discontented. A promising date disrupted by Ma Guoyang left him resentful towards him. Chen Shi arranged for auxiliary police to bring Yi Kaihan and Niu Yud separately. The 2 clearly displayed signs of apprehension, as thieves inherently fear the police. Much like mice dread cats, Ma Shuang called for his wife to tidy up the room, setting up a wooden table where Zhang Hu and Chen Shi sat side by side. with an auxiliary officer nearby to record statements, beginning with the interrogation of Yi Kaihan. Yi Kaihan entered the room with furtive glances. Chen Shi instructed him firmly, "Stop looking around. Sit and answer our questions." Yi Kaihan, casting a cautious glance at Chen Shi, muttered, "What have I done wrong to warrant being detained?" Chen Shi raised his voice. "Yi Kaihan, we are not arresting you. We have summoned you for questioning. We received a report claiming you stole cattle and horses from Ma Shuang's family." With his head bowed, Yi Kaihan lifted it, visibly anxious, and retorted, "Who dares to slander me? I did not do it. Let them present evidence. In the realm of the Communist Party, there is law. It is not for you to dictate." Chen Shi admonished him sharply. "What are you shouting about? You seem to be guilty. Answer my questions honestly. If you are innocent, we will clear this up and release you." Yi Kaihan, filled with dread, blinked. "I did not steal anything. No one can wrongfully accuse me. If it wasn't you, then who?" Zhang Hu demanded loudly. "Answer truthfully. If you continue to be evasive here, we can take you to the police station, where we have ways to compel you to confess." Chen Shi inquired. "As for Ma Shuang's large guard dog, someone witnessed you poisoning it." Yi Kaihan exclaimed, "I did not." "Who saw it? Bring them in to confront me." Chen Shi keenly observed Yi Kaihan's micro-expressions and stated, "The individual is right outside. If you confess honestly, you may only need to pay a fine. However, if a witness enters, you could face imprisonment. No one shall wrongfully accuse me of something I did not do," replied Yi Kaihan defiantly. Zhang Hu slammed his fist upon the table and demanded, "Who do you think you are?" Seeing Zhang Hu's fierce glare, Yi Kaihan grew fearful and quickly said, "Officer, I misspoke. I am my own father." Chen Shi pressed further. "Where were you last night?" Yi Kaihan recounted, "Last night, I was with Niu Yud. We bought a chicken from his cousin's house, slaughtered it for dinner, and the feathers are still at home." Chen Shi swiftly inquired, "You killed the chicken in one night? Please provide specific details." Yi Kaihan pondered for a moment. "We bought the chicken around 4, slaughtered it by 5, and ate it around 7. The others who joined us were Lao He, Xiongda, and Da Huang." Chen Shi asked, "What time did you finish eating?" Yi Kaihan replied, "It was around 10. I didn't check the exact time. Afterward, we went to Longzhu's house to play cards." "What time did you start playing cards, and until when?" Chen Shi questioned. Yi Kaihan reflected, "We probably started around 1 in the morning and played until after 5, before I returned home to sleep. There were many people at Longzhu's house. You can ask them." Chapter 31. Satisfaction. Chen Shi instructed the auxiliary officer to take Yi Kaihan to a nearby room to wait and summon Niu Yud. Niu Yud, with his beady eyes darting about, appeared far more astute than Yi Kaihan. Chen Shi looked at him, who was too intimidated to meet his gaze, and lowered his head. Chen Shi commanded, "Niu Yud, please take a seat." Niu Yud sat down with his head bowed. Chen Shi raised his voice, "Niu Yud, lift your head and look at me." Niu Yud complied and met Chen Shi's gaze. With piercing intensity, Chen Shi stated, "Niu Yud, Yi Kaihan has already confessed. The cattle were stolen by the two of you." Upon hearing this, Niu Yud erupted with rage, suddenly standing up in distress, shouting, "He is talking nonsense. We were together last night at Longzhu's house playing cards, returning only after 5 to sleep. Something must be wrong with him." Observing Niu Yud's agitation, Chen Shi remained calm as he replied, "Individuals like us, engaged in petty theft, may be manageable, but stealing cattle? Even with 100 times the courage, we would not dare. If caught, we would be beaten to death." With a serious demeanor, Chen Shi reiterated, "Where were you last night? Provide specific times and names of those who can corroborate your alibi." Niu Yud's timeline closely matched that of Yi Kaihan's account. Chen Shi reviewed the statements, and then led Niu Yud to another area for further observation. He then called for Ma Shuang to enter. Ma Shuang appeared elated and rushed into the room, asking, "Officers, have you uncovered the truth? Were they the ones who stole?" Chen Shi inquired, "When did you discover the cattle were missing?" Ma Shuang replied without hesitation, "At 5:30. "Did you check the time?" Zhang Hu questioned. Ma Shuang explained, "I got up to transport coal from the ancient tree coal mine. Upon checking my watch, I noted it was 5:30. I opened the door to go and fetch the horses, only to discover they had been stolen. I rallied the neighboring villagers to search, dispatching individuals in all directions. But after a whole morning of searching, there was not a trace to be found." Chen Shi recalled the words of Niu Yud, pondering whether Yi Kaihan was ill. He inquired, "Is Yi Kaihan unwell?" Ma Shuang replied, "He returned from prison in a somewhat unstable state, occasionally lucid but often erratic, speaking nonsensically like a madman. Fortunately, he was not taken to the police station, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. It should not be the two of them. They were playing cards at Longzhu's house last night." Chen Shi handed Ma Shuang a prepared list. "Take your team and investigate whether Yi Kaihan and Niu Yud were indeed with them last night. Ma Shuang accepted the list and departed with 2 auxiliary officers to verify the situation. Upon their return, it was confirmed that Yi Kaian and Niu Yud had indeed been playing cards with those individuals the previous night. A thief does not always appear to be a thief. In Longtugu village, cattle and horses are stolen monthly, and it is not the likes of Yi Kaihan or Niu Yud who engage in such petty theft. If it were those two, they would have been caught long ago. The real thief is a cunning individual within the village, well acquainted with the circumstances of every household, meticulously planning and never failing. Capturing this thief would require at least half a month of discreet observation within the village, lacking the necessary resources and motivation. Chen Shi reviewed the testimonies and decided it was time to report back. This thief is clever and likely will not target Ma Shuang's family again. Ma Shuang, unwilling to concede. If not these two, then who? With their suspicions cleared, as they had no opportunity to commit the crime last night, Chen Shi instructed the auxiliary officers to release them. Zhang Hu asked, "Besides these two, do you suspect anyone else?" Ma Shuang pondered for a moment. If not these two, who else could be responsible for the cattle thefts in Longtugu village? Chen Shi turned to Ma Shuang. "It is getting late. We must return to arrange the next steps in our investigation." Ma Shuang quickly offered, "Officers, having traveled such a distance, you must stay at my home tonight and return in the morning." Chen Shi smiled. "There is no need for such trouble. We must report back on the case. Should you suspect anyone else in the future, you can directly inform Officer Ma, who will conduct the investigation." Ma Shuang escorted them to the police vehicle. The bumpy ride back to Fushan town concluded at 8 in the evening, the night already having descended. As they disembarked, Zhang Hu exclaimed, "Let us go eat. I'm starving." Chen Shi grabbed Zhang Hu's arm. "Hold on. Let us first call Ma Guoyang and inquire about his whereabouts. We need to report to him." Zhang Hu looked at Chen Shi. "Is this really necessary?" "Yes, it is quite necessary. When leaders assign tasks, the quality of execution is one matter, but attitude is paramount. If Ma Guoyang sees us returning from Longtugu so late without first reporting to him, it will reflect poorly. At the very least, it will demonstrate our respect for the tasks he has set, which in turn will make him regard us as his own." Zhang Hu, not one to be underestimated, quickly comprehended that if he were in a leadership position, the foremost consideration would be the attitude of his subordinates towards assigned tasks. "Should you make the call, or shall I?" Chen, inwardly grumbling, sensed that this inquiry indicated a desire to impress Ma Guoyang. Zhang Hu reached out to Ma Guoyang, who was at home, and invited them over. After the call, Ma Guoyang, anticipating his appointment post-New Year, began to feel the weight of authority. He received reports, requests for guidance, and, more frequently, invitations for meals. It is no wonder that within the system, ambition runs rampant. For the allure of power is intoxicating and can indeed become addictive. Chen Shi and Zhang Hu arrived at Ma Guoyang's doorstep and gently knocked. Ma Guoyang, alone at home as his wife and children visited his father-in-law, approached and opened the door. He was quite pleased with the diligence Chen Shi and Zhang Hu exhibited towards the tasks he had assigned. "Come in, it's late, and you can report tomorrow morning just as well." Zhang Hu quickly responded. "We returned promptly to update Brother Ma on our progress." The three settled in the living room where Ma Guoyang brewed tea and poured a cup for both Chen Shi and Zhang Hu. Chen Shi presented a report, saying, "Brother Ma, here is the testimony from our investigation. I believe the thief in Longtugu village is one of the locals. He is astute, having meticulously devised a plan for stealing cattle that consistently succeeds." Ma Guoyang took the report and skimmed through it, lacking interest in pursuing the horse thief, as it would be a fruitless endeavor. His intention was merely to showcase his authority among relatives, ensuring they perceived him as powerful. Although his cousin Ma Shuang had cattle stolen, he had no genuine desire to uncover the culprit. He simply instructed Chen Shi and Zhang Hu to make a show of it. "Excellent. You both demonstrate great commitment to your work. Once I am appointed as deputy director, I shall ensure you are nurtured as essential officers." Chen Shi internally scoffed, pondering how Ma Guoyang could already be so presumptuous about a position he had yet to secure. The uncertainty remained until the appointment document was finalized. Should it not be him, the consequences would be awkward. If the document were to favor Chen Shi, he would feel embarrassed for Ma Guoyang. Nevertheless, Ma Guoyang continued to bask in flattery, feeling increasingly elevated. Upon leaving Ma Guoyang's residence, Chen Shi contemplated that as long as Liu Youguang remained in power, the deputy director position was nearly assuredly his. As a county chief, promoting a cadre was a matter of mere words. No one would dare oppose him. Chen Shi refrained from offending Ma Guoyang, strategically paving the way for the future. If Liu Youguang were to fall from grace, it would be Ma Guoyang who would ascend to the deputy director role. From that moment on, Chen Shi resolved to align himself with Ma Guoyang, envisioning that once Ma retired, he could secure a deputy position or at least a cadre role for life. Conversely, if Liu Youguang remained unscathed, he would still need to cultivate a rapport with Ma Guoliang, recognizing the value of his experience. Chapter 32. Visiting relatives and friends. As 2009 approached its conclusion, the year-end responsibilities primarily revolved around gift-giving. As the new year approaches, everyone is eager to present gifts to their superiors, seeking to foster relationships. Chen Shi has prepared 4 gifts of varying value. For Director Wang Jiaming, he has selected a gift of approximately 2,000 yuan in tobacco and alcohol. For Ma Guoliang and Su Linlin, the gifts are valued around 1,000 yuan. And he has also prepared a modest gift for Zhang Yukai from the logistics office, worth 300 to 400 yuan, merely as a gesture. When it comes to gifting superiors, Chen Shi struggles to recall the multitude of gifts he has given, yet he is certain of those he has not presented. After work, Chen Shi first visits Wang Yanhong for dinner, leaving the gifts in her rented apartment. He believes that bringing gifts from his own dormitory might create an unfavorable impression among colleagues. The tradition of gifting during holidays has become commonplace, yet it remains shrouded in discretion due to its personal nature. Checking the time, Chen Shi notes it is 7:30. An opportune moment as the leaders would have just finished their meal and be engaged in casual conversation. He plans to visit for about an hour, ensuring he does not disrupt their regular schedule. Taking out his phone, Chen Shi calls Wang Jiaming. After ringing for over 10 seconds, the call is answered. Director Wang, this is Chen Shi. I would like to visit your home to report on this year's work. Is that convenient for you? Wang Jiaming's voice responds affirmatively. It's convenient. Please come over. All right, Director Wang, I will be there shortly. Wang Yanhong smiles and remarks, you folks in the system are so eager to gift your leaders. Chen Shi lifts the prepared tobacco and alcohol, saying, Yanhong, you are also part of the system. As the year ends, you should prepare some gifts for your principal, the vice principal in charge, and the head of your department. Living in reality, Chen Shi asserts that drawing closer to leadership at year-end is essential. Rest assured, the leaders are like mirrors. They are fully aware of who has given gifts and who has not. Instead of gifting them, it would be wiser to buy more for one's parents. What are they to me? Merely taskmasters who offer no benefits. Why should I gift them anything? Upon hearing this, Chen Shi recognizes a common perspective among ordinary individuals. If leaders do not appreciate you or provide benefits, why should one offer gifts? It is precisely the lack of gifts that results in the absence of benefits and the delegation of undesirable tasks. If one presents gifts and cultivates a closer relationship, the leaders are more likely to remember them favorably. Yanhong, you have reversed cause and effect. It is because you do not gift your leaders that they withhold benefits and assign you the arduous tasks. Prepare 3 gifts, the first for your principal, valued at around 1,000, the second for the vice principal, about 800, and the third for your head of department, around 500. Once they are ready, I will accompany you to present them. Unless you are completely indifferent to such social intricacies, if you have desires, you must understand the importance of gifting. Wang Yanhong is somewhat receptive to Chen Shi's advice, but is also mindful that her monthly salary is just over 3,000, leaving her with little after such expenditures. If I am to give something so expensive, it would consume my entire salary for the month. One must present gifts that are not overly burdensome. It is better not to give at all if one cannot afford it. Do you understand? In the delicate balance of social interactions, one must navigate the complexities of obligation and favor. Wang Yanhong had never considered presenting gifts to the school's leadership, yet she nodded, albeit with skepticism. Chen Shi, bearing gifts, arrived at Wang Jiaming's doorstep and gently knocked. The door was opened by Wang Jiaming's wife, the vice principal of the middle school. Chen Shi greeted her with a smile. Hello, Principal Liang. I am Chen Shi from the police station, here to report on this year's work to Director Wang. Principal Liang, charmed by Chen Shi's festive demeanor, welcomed him warmly. There exists a peculiar chemistry among people. Some are instantly likable upon first meeting, while others may evoke disdain. A phenomenon that proves difficult to alter over time. Come in, Xiao Chun, she urged. Chen Shi stepped into the living room, where Wang Jiaming was engrossed in the news. Noticing the fine gifts in Chen Shi's hands, he immediately recognized their worth, feeling quite pleased with Chen Shi's effort. Xiao Chun, you come to report on work, yet you bring gifts? Wang Jiaming remarked. With a beaming smile, Chen Shi replied, Director Wang, you have been exceptionally kind to me at the police station. I have long wished to visit you at home, but was hesitant to intrude. As the year draws to a close, I wanted to express my respect. Principal Liang accepted the gifts from Chen Shi, saying, do come by more often. Chen Shi promptly agreed. After Liang took the gifts into another room, she did not return. Wang Jiaming gestured for Chen Shi to sit and poured him a cup of tea. When did you join the police station? He inquired. At the end of July. I've been here for over 6 months, Chen Shi replied. Wang Jianming did not have a vivid recollection of Chen Shi, given the multitude of individuals at the station. But the act of gifting had left a favorable impression. Though ostensibly there to discuss work, Chen Shi spoke solely in praise of Wang Jianming, which the latter relished. For who does not enjoy flattery? After about an hour, Chen Shi took his leave. The subsequent days were filled with gift-giving. At Ma Guoyang's home, the gifts piled up. As he was set to assume the role of deputy director after the Spring Festival, his wife remarked, "In past years, we were the ones giving gifts. This year, so many are gifting us. The room is nearly overflowing. Being a leader has its perks." Ma Guoyang appreciated the benefits of leadership. Everyone he encountered bore a congenial expression. In contrast, Su Linlin received fewer gifts, as few would consider bestowing gifts upon someone in an administrative office. Chen Shi's thoughtful gestures stood out, deeply touching Su Linlin. Having allied herself with Wang Jianming to secure her position in the administrative office, she found herself in a unique position. Only she was expected to give gifts during festive occasions, with no one reciprocating. The admiration for Chen Shi only grew in her eyes. Zhang Yukai from the logistics office beamed at Chen Shi, appreciating his generosity. Throughout his years in logistics, few had ever offered him gifts, and he insisted on sharing a drink with Chen Shi, refusing to let him leave without doing so. Interpersonal relationships are often driven by mutual interests. As long as benefits are adequately provided, individuals become allies. After Chen Shi completed his gift-giving duties, he accompanied Wang Yanhong to present gifts. Wang Yanhong felt quite awkward as she had never given gifts before, but Chen Shi reassured her, saying that offering gifts within the system is as commonplace as dining. One simply becomes accustomed to it. When they knocked on the principal's door, it was the principal's daughter who answered and invited them in. However, the principal had no recollection of Wang Yanhong, prompting Chen Shi to quickly introduce himself. "Principal Shi. I am Wang Yanhong's boyfriend, working at the police station, and Wang Yanhong teaches Chinese in the 3rd grade, class 3. Principal Shi nodded, scrutinizing Wang Yanhong closely before recognizing her and inviting them to sit down. This helped establish familiarity. At least the principal was now aware of Wang Yanhong's presence at the central school. In the following 2 days, when they visited the vice principal's home, he was already acquainted with Wang Yanhong and offered her some compliments. The head of the teaching department, being Wang Yanhong's direct superior, was pleasantly surprised to discover that she possessed social acumen. In their conversation, it became clear that while Wang Yanhong remained the same, it was her boyfriend who understood the nuances of social interactions. This revelation did not hinder the vice principal from altering his perception of Wang Yanhong. He would henceforth assign her fewer menial tasks. Chapter 33. Spring Festival. After the New Year, the Spring Festival approached, marking yet another peak season for gift-giving. After a year of hard work, Chen Shi found his savings insufficient for the customary gifts. Financially strained, he could be described as nearly penniless, unable even to provide the traditional red envelopes for his young nieces and nephews during the festive season. Fortunately, he had found solace in Wang Yanhong, a modestly affluent partner, whose hospitality allowed him to navigate this challenging period. Having worked for 2 years without engaging in social obligations or treating others to meals, Wang Yanhong had saved her earnings, refraining from gift-giving during past holidays. However, this year marked a change. She had already spent over a month's salary on gifts for the New Year and Spring Festival, which weighed heavily on her. Observing Chen Shi's financial struggles, she generously offered him 2,000 yuan to ensure he could celebrate the Spring Festival comfortably. Chen Shi's holiday was limited to 4 days, from New Year's Eve to the 3rd day of the new year, as he was required to return to duty on the 4th day. Such is the advantage of gift-giving. Those who do not partake are often assigned to work during the holidays, unable to enjoy the festivities. This year, Chen Shi felt an unsettling anxiety. The mining accident at the large coal mine in Huangchang town had yet to yield any official resolution, casting a shadow over Liu Youguang, as well as over Chen Shi himself, whose career trajectory was inextricably linked to Liu Youguang's fate. During the holiday season, Liu Youguang maintained a low profile, refusing to accept gifts and avoiding public appearances, choosing instead to adopt a discreet demeanor. Chen Shi made several attempts to visit Liu Youguang in the county town, but was unsuccessful in meeting him. Naturally, he also sought information from his uncle in the municipal compound. While Wang Mingzhang continued to ignore him, Li Nan remained warm and cordial, yet lacked the authority to provide assistance. During the Spring Festival, the family gathered together, preparing a lavish feast. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Chen Shi distributed red envelopes to his nieces and nephews, gifting each 500 yuan, totaling 1,000 yuan. The remaining task of purchasing New Year goods fell upon Chen Shi, who, being employed, could not possibly burden his brother and sister-in-law or his parents with such expenses. He acutely felt the financial constraints of being an ordinary staff member within the system. Despite the perception that stable employment ensures a worry-free life, the reality is starkly different. With a meager salary, one could manage to save a little if they lacked ambition and chose to remain unnoticed. However, for those yearning for progress, the obligations of socializing, dinners, gifts, and the like became insurmountable without familial financial support, rendering his modest income insufficient for such endeavors. During the past 6 months since his return, Chen Shi had managed to sustain himself thanks to a year of internship at the Public Security Bureau, which allowed him to save some capital, along with an additional 10,000 yuan from his mother. Yet, with this financial reserve now depleted and the social obligations post-New Year looming, he found himself in a quandary. The joy of the festive season eluded him, overshadowed by uncertainty and financial constraints. Networking required funds, and the question of where to procure money became an urgent dilemma. After the New Year's Eve dinner, when his sister-in-law inquired about the household registration of his young nephew, Chen Shi smiled and replied, "It will be soon. Just a little patience, as one procedure remains incomplete." His sister-in-law appeared somewhat dissatisfied, having waited for months, and with each promise of soon. Her faith in Chen Shi's ability to resolve the matter waned. "As long as your nephew remains unregistered, I cannot rest easy. How long will this take? Why is there still a procedure pending?" Chen Shi, his brother, interjected, "What is the rush? If Xiao Shi says it can be done, it certainly will. Whether it is sooner or later, it doesn't alter anything." Determined to prevent any discord during the festive season, Chen Shi quickly reassured, "Sister-in-law, please don't worry. The primary issue lies with obtaining the birth certificate for the additional child. I am in contact with the family planning office, and once they finalize it, we can proceed with the registration." Chen Shi felt a bead of sweat form. He was unfamiliar with the family planning office, knowing only a few acquaintances there, making communication challenging. This was a national policy, and without any perceived value or equivalent exchange, who would be willing to risk bending the rules to facilitate such matters? His sister-in-law pressed for a timeline, demanding a concrete answer, as her unease was affecting her enjoyment of the holiday. Chen Shi steeled himself and replied, "By March, the registration should be completed." He had considered the worst-case scenario, taking his work permit to the bank for a loan to cover the fine of 10,000 yuan, ensuring his nephew's registration. This matter could not be postponed. Without providing his sister-in-law with a definitive answer, no one could truly celebrate the new year. He felt no indebtedness to his sister-in-law, but he owed his brother greatly. His brother had sacrificed his education to support Chen Shi's studies, working early to earn tuition. During his brother's school years, he had excelled academically, with the homeroom teacher visiting their home thrice, emphasizing that without his brother's sacrifices, Chen Shi would not have been able to attend university. Their parents, unable to support 2 university students, could scarcely manage one. Half of Chen Shi's tuition was earned through his brother's labor. Now working at the police station, he knew that for his family, the matter of registration, though seemingly trivial, was a reflection of his competence. To fail in this task would surely disappoint his brother and even lead his parents to perceive him as ungrateful. Each faced their own challenges, and the fine for the additional child was a financial burden that he alone must bear. It was at that moment, without a second thought, that I declared my commitment. Chen Shi reflected on the audacity of his sister-in-law to question his confidence, which stemmed from the sacrifices made by his brother. If he did not provide her with a definitive answer, she might indeed show him no mercy, berating him as an ungrateful wretch, leaving him silenced. Chen Shi spent 3 days at home, and there were hardly any visitors, let alone those bearing gifts. The villagers held a reverence for authority. Their admiration was reserved for leaders, not merely for those employed within the bureaucratic system. To earn their esteem, one needed to hold a leadership position, at least that of a division-level official. Only then would they regard you with respect. Ordinary clerks and grassroots police officers were merely seen as laborers, enjoying a semblance of stability in their employment. Last year during the New Year celebrations, while he was still at the Public Security Bureau, visitors flocked to his home. Regardless of his official title, for the mere mention of the Bureau commanded their admiration. Gifts were absent, for in their eyes, if he did not seek their assistance, there was no reason to offer him a present. It was only when one required a favor that the expectation of reciprocity arose. If the favor failed to materialize, the gifts were to be returned. Much like his mother, who held herself in high regard despite her lack of status, he had a half-brother in the municipal committee. Yet no one would proactively seek his favor. Wang Hohad often remarked, "If he does not acknowledge me, why should I acknowledge him?" There was truth in her words. Had he been in the provincial committee, people would have eagerly sought his recognition. But as an old farmer, He could not afford to lower his dignity. Waiting for others to recognize him was but a dream. Wang Mingzhong owed him nothing. His father was the one indebted, a matter belonging to a previous generation. Had Wang Hohot initially humbled herself to seek out Wang Mingzhong, a mere token of generosity could have brought prosperity to their family. The poorer one is, the more one clings to their pride. Without the means to support such pride, it becomes tragically absurd. Wang Xinqing, a cousin of Wang Mingzhong, fawned over him, allowing him to effortlessly earn several million. Wang Hohot, being kin to Wang Mingzhong, could not be deemed inferior to Wang Xinqing. A visit to them would surely yield a generous red envelope of 10,000 from Li Nan, which was quite considerate. As Chen Shi pondered these thoughts, a bitter smile crossed his face. One must live in reality. It is impossible to survive in a world devoid of it. In 2009, after enduring much, he fell from the heights to the depths, abandoned by his girlfriend, and returned to the police station, relegated to the role of a mere patrol officer, feeling insignificant. In the eyes of others, he could not even manage a simple household registration, a source of embarrassment. Chapter 34. Light Chen Shi returned to the police station on the third day of the new year, with duty on the fourth. Wang Yanhong returned to the town on the fourth day to accompany Chen Shi during his shift. The festivities quickly came to a close, marking the start of a new year of work. After the Lantern Festival, the celebrations were deemed entirely over. The first significant event following the new year was the release of the investigation report by the Mingzhou municipal government regarding the catastrophic mining accident in Huanchang town. The people were indifferent to the specifics of the gas explosion. Their primary concern lay with the misfortune of the official involved. The deputy county head responsible for coal in Chunyang County, the director of the coal bureau, the deputy director overseeing the coal mine in Huanchang town, the mayor of Huanchang town, and the deputy mayor in charge of the coal mine have all been dismissed from their positions and given disciplinary action within the party. Chen Shi repeatedly reviewed the investigation report, feeling a weight lift from his heart. His career was on the verge of taking flight. He contemplated visiting Lu Youguang in the county town, but then realized that Lu, having landed safely, would undoubtedly head to the municipal party compound to express his loyalty to Wang Mingzhong. Chen Shi took a 2-day leave and traveled to Mingzhou to visit his uncle and aunt. Arriving at 5 in the afternoon, he purchased 2 boxes of gifts and made his way to the municipal party compound, where his aunt, Li Nan, welcomed him warmly. Chen Shi, you shouldn't bring anything when you visit us. Do we really need these little things? Just your presence is enough. Next time, bring your mother along. It would be lovely to have her here. Chen Shi smiled and replied, Aunt, I feel uneasy coming empty-handed. If that is the case, then bring your mother with you next time, she said. His mother had visited once but had not returned since. It was time to bring her again, perhaps with some of their home-cured ham, in hopes that Li Nan would bestow a generous red envelope upon them. He planned to bring his mother along soon. Now, that as settled, Li Nan beckoned Chen Shi to sit down. Before long, Lu Youguang entered, carrying a bulging black leather bag, alone. Chen Shi recognized his purpose for coming and quickly stood to greet him with a smile. County Head Lu, it's good to see you. Lu Youguang smiled and nodded at Chen Shi before addressing Li Nan. Madam, the secretary asked me to wait for him here. He will be back shortly. Li Nan chuckled. It's not your first time here. There's no need to be so formal. Please, take a seat. Lu Youguang sat down, and Chen Shi promptly poured him a cup of tea. Li Nan smiled and said, County Head Lu, you've successfully navigated through this challenge. Our old Wang has certainly put in a lot of effort. There are some things he hasn't mentioned to you, and he owes quite a few favors to people. Lu Youguang stood up. Madam, rest assured, Secretary Wang is like a second father to me. From now on, his every word will be my command, and I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for him. Li Nan waved her hand. County Head Lu, why stand? Please sit. I only meant to say that if you truly wish to show your gratitude, do take care of my nephew, Chen Shi. This was Li Nan deliberately nudging Lu Youguang, and Chen Shi felt touched. With his aunt's endorsement, Lu Youguang would surely look after him. Lu Youguang no longer doubted Chen Shi's earlier words, having momentarily forgotten his promise to promote him to deputy director of the police station. As a county head, it was difficult to remember every detail, and naturally, Chen Shi was not at the forefront of his mind. However, this visit was a gesture of loyalty, and with Li Nan once again urging him to take care of Chen Shi, it was now firmly etched in his memory. Binding Chen Shi to his cause would only strengthen his relationship with Wang Mingzhong. Madam, rest assured, I will take good care of Chen Shi. Chen Shi swiftly replied. County Head Lu, I am your soldier. Wherever you point, I shall go. This was Chen Shi pledging his loyalty to Lu Youguang. At that moment, Wang Mingzhong entered the room, prompting Lu Youguang to rise promptly and exclaim, Secretary. Chen Shi, appearing relaxed and amiable, addressed him as uncle, leaving those unaware to believe their relationship was notably close. This was a deliberate address by Chen Shi, intended for Lu Youguang's ears. Wang Mingzhang glanced at Chen Shi and smiled at Lu Youguang, saying, "Youguang, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Lu Youguang quickly replied, "Not at all. It is my honor to wait for the secretary. Let us discuss the work. Please follow me to the study." The two ascended to the second floor, and after more than an hour, Lu Youguang emerged, his briefcase conspicuously empty. Wang Mingzhang noted the time and remarked, "Youguang, it is quite late. You should have a meal before departing." Lu Youguang smiled apologetically. "Secretary, there are matters in the county that require my attention. I must return and will forego the meal. If there is something urgent, I shall not detain you. Travel safely." "Thank you, Secretary." Li Nan looked towards Lu Youguang and said, "County Head Lu, my nephew is also returning to Chunyuan County. Please take him along." Lu Youguang readily agreed. "Of course, madam." Chen Shi immediately grasped Li Nan's intent. This was a subtle means of fostering their relationship. He stood up and expressed gratitude, addressing Li Nan. "Aunt, I shall take my leave now. Do return, next time. Bring your mother along." "Certainly." Chen Shi approached Wang Mingzhang and said, "Uncle, I am heading back." Wang Mingzhang nodded, observing the two depart before settling down in the living room. Nan, what is the matter? You instructed me not to recognize this nephew, yet you insist on doing so, and now you introduce him to Lu Youguang. Are you truly intent on supporting him?" Li Nan turned to Wang Mingzhang. "Mingzhang, Chen Shi is your real nephew. You acknowledge a host of false nephews outside, yet you refuse to recognize this one. What kind of logic is that? What merits does a country bumpkin possess? Do not be so narrow-minded. I sympathize with your sister's plight. Abandoned by her father and left in the care of her grandparents. She never had the chance to attend school and married early. You have the means now. Chen Shi is quite capable, articulate, and frequently visits us. Why not lend him a hand? Is his purpose for coming here truly to see us? Is it not to seek my support? As his uncle, should you not extend a helping hand?" Wang Mingzhang waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not discuss this further. If Chen Shi possesses the capability to one day become a section-level official, I shall acknowledge him then. If he lacks that potential, even conversing with him would be a waste of time." Li Nan shook her head. "I truly cannot comprehend individuals in your esteemed position. My father was the same. When I sought his assistance in promoting you, he echoed similar sentiments. Wait until you attain a section-level position." Wang Mingzhang spoke earnestly. "He lacks the requisite qualities. Promoting him would be detrimental to both him and me. I have not maintained contact with this nephew for many years. I am unwilling to take risks. The higher one ascends in office, the more they cherish their reputation, and they will not make promises lightly. One's reputation surpasses all else." Li Nan, wishing to divert the conversation, said, "Tomorrow evening, we will dine at my father's. He has matters to discuss with you." Wang Mingzhang was aware of the old man's intentions, yet he found himself unable to refuse. It seemed he was once again being compelled to elevate someone. Having retired, one would expect him to remain in tranquility, yet he still sought to meddle in affairs, proving to be quite restless. For half his life, Wang Mingzhang had been under the old man's scrutiny, and now he resolved to break free from his influence, promoting his own trusted confidants instead. If he were to elevate those favored by the old man, as the deputy secretary of the municipal committee, he would merely become a puppet. He could dine and endure the old man's incessant prattling, granting him the necessary respect. However, should the old man continue his relentless chatter, he would simply disregard him. "Mingzhang, what are you thinking? Are you even listening to me?" Li Nan called out. Wang Mingzhang lifted his gaze, casting a glance at Li Nan. "I heard you. Tomorrow evening, I will find time to accompany you." Chapter 35. 2-month salary. Chen Shi followed Lu Youguang out, as his driver brought the car over. Chen Shi stepped forward, pulling open the door. Lu Youguang settled into the seat, while his driver, Xiao Lu, stepped out and shot a glare at Chen Shi for usurping his task. Lu Youguang referred to him as Xiao Lu, and the driver dared not protest. Instead, he swiftly approached, taking advantage of Lu Youguang's distraction to slip an unopened pack of cigarettes into Xiao Lu's hand, whispering, "Brother Lu, a token of respect. Please look out for me in the future." Having accepted the gift, Xiao Lu naturally relaxed his vigilance towards Chen Shi. They had met previously, and as long as Chen Shi posed no threat to his position, he would not take offense at his attempts to impress the county magistrate. "Xiao Chen, you're being too courteous. We're all brothers here, and I'll look out for you," he replied with a broad smile. Chen Shi inwardly scoffed at his arrogance. Who could he possibly protect? After all, he was merely a driver. The nature of one's work mattered little. What truly counted was the environment in which one operated. All drivers were not created equal. A taxi driver could not be compared to one who served a leader. When they met, civility was paramount. He was of no assistance to you and could easily undermine your efforts. Yet he wore a facade of friendliness, saying, "From now on, I'll be hanging out with Brother Liu." The two climbed into the vehicle and set off towards Chunyang County. Chen Shi occupied the passenger seat and smiled. "County Chief Liu, do you have some time this evening? I would like to report on my work." Wang Mingzhang had not explicitly shown his stance on Li Nan's actions, but neither had he obstructed them, which implied tacit approval for him to promote his nephew. "Very well, I'll carve out some time to hear your report," Liu Youguang replied. "Thank you, County Chief Liu, for this opportunity," Chen Shi quickly responded. "After we arrive at the small courtyard, I will brief you. Would that be acceptable?" In a good mood, Liu Youguang replied, "At the small courtyard. We can eat while you report. It's perfect as I haven't had dinner yet." An hour later, the car came to a stop at the small courtyard, and upon receiving word of their arrival, the owner hurried out to greet them. "County Chief Liu, welcome. Shall we use the same private room as last time?" he asked. All smiles. "Whatever you prefer," Liu Youguang replied casually. As the owner led the way, Chen Shi turned to Xiao Lu, saying, "Brother Liu, please have the owner prepare a table for you in the hall to enjoy your meal at your leisure, with someone treating them." Xiao Lu's impression of Chen Shi improved further. Upon reaching the private room, Liu Youguang took the seat of honor, while Chen Shi rushed ahead of the owner to serve tea and pour water for Liu Youguang. The boss inquired, "Liu County, shall the meals be served as before?" Liu Youguang simply responded with 4 words, "Everything remains unchanged." The boss understood and retreated. Having just celebrated the new year, Liu Youguang had turned 50, having navigated through this challenge. Next, he intended to strive for a deputy department-level position, hoping to secure a full department role before retirement. Chen Shi smiled and remarked, "Liu County, how did you come to know my uncle?" In a good mood, Liu Youguang was inclined to elaborate. "I have known Secretary Wang for quite some time. When Secretary Wang was the Deputy District Chief of Qilan District, I served as the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau. He aimed to implement educational reforms and recognized my potential, recommending me for the position of Director of the Education Bureau. Our collaboration was synergistic, leading to a successful educational reform. The rate of students from Qilan District gaining admission to first-tier universities increased from below 30% to 50%, a remarkable 20 percentage points. Secretary Wang can be considered my benefactor. Without his discerning eye for talent, I might still be languishing in the position of Deputy Director of the Education Bureau. Liu County, this is also your achievement. You are a steed of great potential, and my uncle is a discerning judge of talent. I aspire to become your steed. I wonder if there is an opportunity for that." Liu Youguang felt a strong urge to retort, questioning the audacity of the younger generation. "Are you truly a steed of great potential? Even if you are, must I necessarily be the judge of talent?" However, considering his uncle's influence, he felt compelled to promote and test Chen Shi's capabilities. If he proved inadequate, Liu Youguang would prefer him to distance himself. Yet, Liu Youguang recalled that in his own youth, he had been equally audacious. In his earlier days as a clerk, he had considered various methods to be close to leadership. When the leader enjoyed fishing, Liu Youguang, being a proficient swimmer, would dive into the water to bait hooks for the leader. This pleased the leader, allowing Liu to invite him for meals and gradually build rapport, eventually ascending to a deputy section-level position. Reflecting on these memories, Liu Youguang observed Chen Shi, recognizing that the first step towards advancement was to set aside pride, something Chen Shi evidently accomplished. "Are you indeed a steed of great potential?" Chen Shi hastily replied, "Liu County, I offer myself for recommendation, regardless of the circumstances. I have never settled for second place, only striving for the first. I simply lack an opportunity to demonstrate my capabilities. If you grant me this chance, you will witness my performance." Liu Youguang chuckled. "With your eagerness for advancement and your existing connections, why not speak directly to Secretary Wang? Surely he would provide you with an opportunity to transfer to the Municipal Party Committee, where prospects for advancement abound." This had always puzzled him. Why Secretary Wang had not facilitated his nephew's transfer to the Municipal Committee, where even a casual presence could lead to a formal position, providing far more opportunities than remaining in a township. Chen Shi understood that his response could significantly impact his future. A misstep could nullify his efforts. His mind raced, and he smiled, saying, "Liu County, we are all part of the same circle. To be candid, my uncle previously mentioned that he is also from Fushan Town. He arranged for me to stay in our hometown, partly for my development and partly to care for family members. A county official is not as effective as a current manager. Being in the township allows me to assist many people. In the municipal committee, the distance is too great, and family matters are often trivial. How can one seek him out daily?" In the realm of peculiar occurrences, Liu Youguang, having served as a leader for many years, has grown accustomed to the oddities of life. He once witnessed a certain official consulting a master for fortune-telling, with his own son obstructing the way, arranging for him to become a county-level clerk in order to avert misfortune. Remarkably, this maneuver led to his son's unexpected rise in rank, a testament to the enigmatic nature of certain matters that defy explanation. Nodding in ambivalence, Liu Youguang remained contemplative. The proprietor, brimming with enthusiasm, presented 12 exquisite dishes, each a culinary delight. Chen Shi was taken aback by the bottle of wine in the owner's hand. Within the bureaucratic milieu, he possessed a discerning knowledge of fine liquor. This particular bottle was worth no less than 5,000, a sum equivalent to over a month's salary. With a buoyant spirit, Liu Youguang was inclined to indulge in a few drinks, prompting Chen Shi to rise and fetch the wine. Fortuitously, he had secured a credit card in advance, sparing him the embarrassment of writing an IOU. As Chen Shi poured wine for Liu Youguang, the owner discreetly excused himself. After they had dined heartily and imbibed sufficiently, it was time to broach serious matters. Chen Shi, with a conciliatory smile, remarked, "County Chief Liu, our deputy chief at the Fushan Town Police Station, Old Chong, has officially retired. Rumor has it that the position will be filled by veteran officer Ma Guoyang, who is favored by Chief Wang Jiaming. We are merely awaiting the formal appointment from the County Public Security Bureau." Liu Youguang cleared his throat lightly, advising, "There is no need for haste. Even if the appointment document is issued, it can still be rescinded. Young man, one must maintain composure." Internally, Chen Shi scoffed, thinking, "You are not anxious. But I certainly am. Who are you trying to fool? Once the appointment document is issued, how could it possibly be revoked?" With less than 10 days until the document's issuance at the end of the month, he maintained, "The colleagues at the station are already congratulating Ma Guoyang and presenting him with gifts, which is quite distressing to witness. Little Chen," Liu Youguang cautioned, "to achieve great things, one must learn to be patient. Let us conclude our drinking for today. The secretary entrusted you to me, and you are now under my care. Rest assured, I will look after you, so keep your concerns to yourself." Chen Shi repeatedly assented. After bidding farewell to Liu Youguang, Chen Shi approached the cashier, only to find the bill nearing 7,000, a staggering expense that consumed nearly 2 months' wages. Nevertheless, he deemed the expenditure worthwhile. Without connections, even an abundance of wealth would not secure a meal with the county chief. Chapter 36. The deputy chief's position secured. Liu Youguang kept this matter close to his heart. The following day at work, he summoned Zhang Xiangdong, the director of the Public Security Bureau and concurrently the deputy county chief, to his office. Huang Ming prepared tea for the two of them before discreetly exiting. "Liu County Chief," Zhang Xiangdong responded, unaware of the underlying implications of Liu Youguang's inquiry. "I must inform you that the deputy chief of the Fushan Town Police Station has indeed retired. The recommendation from Chief Wang Jiaming is for veteran officer Ma Guoyang, who has dedicated over 20 years to the station and possesses substantial grassroots experience. The party committee at the Public Security Bureau is currently deliberating this matter." Liu Youguang sipped his tea thoughtfully and remarked, "Director Zhang, last year, a young officer named Chen Shi was transferred from the Public Security Department to the Fushan Town Police Station. I have encountered this young man on several occasions. He is promising and worthy of cultivation. The Public Security Bureau should be bold in its personnel decisions, aligning with the provincial party organization's call to promote and elevate the youth." Zhang Xiangdong remembered Chen Shi's name. He was associated with Liu Youguang. Understanding the nuances of his superior's words, he recognized that leaders often speak in subtle hints rather than explicit terms. With a conciliatory smile, he remarked, "Indeed, young individuals who dare to dream and act should be promoted, infusing fresh blood into the police station of Fushan Town. I merely suggest that you conduct thorough research regarding the promotion of officials and do so with audacity." Zhang Xiangdong nodded in agreement repeatedly. Liu Youguang served tea and bid him farewell. Upon returning to the police bureau, Zhang Xiangdong called Wang Jiaming. Wang Jiaming, upon seeing Zhang Xiangdong's call, promptly answered with a beaming smile, "Director Zhang. Jiaming here. How is Chen Shi, the officer transferred from the Public Security Department to your station?" His mind raced as he pondered what the mention of Chen Shi could signify. Zhang Xiangdong's calm demeanor left him unable to discern whether Chen Shi was favored or had offended him. "Director Zhang, Chen Shi has been at the Fushan Town Police Station for over 6 months and has conducted himself quite well." How could he say quite well? Chen Shi was sent from the Public Security Department. If he were merely quite well, he wouldn't have been placed there in the first place. Wang Jiaming quickly grasped the implication. Chen Shi was to be given significant responsibilities, but how could someone with no connections manage to align himself with Zhang Xiangdong? "Director Zhang, I misspoke. We have another officer named Chen, and I got them mixed up. Chen Shi is a graduate of Donghai Public Security University, young and capable, demonstrating a proactive attitude at the station, a rare talent indeed. With such a prestigious background and youthful promise, why not recommend him for the deputy director position? Wang Jiaming hastily replied, I will arrange for the recommendation right away. Previously, I thought he was too young, having just graduated less than 2 years ago, and needed more experience. Experience also requires being in the right position. The Provincial Organization Department has called for the promotion and utilization of young officials. We must respond to this call and embrace talent without rigid constraints. Wang Jiaming assented eagerly. After ending the call, he sat on the sofa, relieved he had not accepted Ma Guoyang's gift, which would have been an awkward situation. Chen Shi, whom he had previously overlooked, had proven to be more formidable than he had anticipated, managing to connect with Zhang Xiangdong, a deputy division-level official, far beyond the reach of ordinary bureau chiefs. Personnel appointments at the police station typically saw minimal interference from the town government. The process was merely procedural, with authority resting firmly with the police bureau. He swiftly adjusted his recommendation, proposing Chen Shi for the deputy director position and sending the recommendation form to both the town government and the police bureau. Simultaneously, he withdrew Ma Guoyang's recommendation, simply annotating it with the words not suitable. Having completed these tasks, Wang Jiaming perused his contacts and called Chen Shi. Just returning from the county seat and changing into his uniform in the dormitory, Chen Shi received Wang Jiaming's call. This was the first time Wang Jiaming had reached out to him directly. Chen Shi quickly answered, smiling, Director Wang. Chen Shi, please come to my office. Certainly. After hanging up, Wang Jiaming had addressed him by name rather than as Officer Chen, indicating he no longer regarded himself merely as an ordinary police officer. This suggested that Liu Youguang had already made a prior arrangement, instructing him to inform Chen Shi about the recommendation for the deputy director position. Chen Shi felt an overwhelming joy within, yet his countenance remained composed as he approached Wang Jiaming's office, gently tapping on the door. Come in, Wang Jiaming called out. With a smile adorning his face, Chen Shi pushed the door open and entered. Director Wang, you summoned me? Wang Jiaming welcomed him warmly, his face beaming with a smile. Please, have a seat. As Chen Shi settled into the chair, Wang Jiaming inquired gently, Chen Shi, you've been at the precinct for over 6 months now. Are you adjusting well? Yes, I appreciate your guidance, Director Wang, Chen Shi replied. Wang Jiaming probed cautiously. I noticed you took leave for a couple of days. Was there a matter at home? Chen Shi had taken a 2-day leave, and upon his return, received a call from Zhang Xiangdong, clearly an attempt to forge connections. Chen Shi pondered whether to reveal his uncle's position as the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee or to mention his relationship with Liu Youguang. The influence of a municipal deputy secretary could hardly be understated, and to admit such a connection to this remote place seemed implausible even to him. Ultimately, he decided to speak of his ties to Liu Youguang. There was nothing at home. I attended a classmate's wedding in Mingzhou. During the banquet, I met County Head Liu, who invited me to accompany him back to the county, Chen Shi explained. I returned last night and had a few more drinks with County Head Liu, which made me late getting back to Fushan town. Wang Jiaming's mind raced at the implications of this connection to the county head. It could very well mean that he would need to make way for Chen Shi in his role as the precinct head. What does your classmate's family do in Mingzhou? He asked with growing interest. His grandfather was a former municipal leader, and his father is currently in a leadership position, so I suppose they are a family of officials, Chen Shi replied. Wang Jiaming could hardly contain his curiosity and pressed further. What is your classmate's father's name? Wang Mingzhong, Chen Shi responded. Though Wang Jiaming was aware of Wang Mingzhong's background, knowing that he was the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee and had connections with county head Liu Youguang, he mused internally that this explained how Chen Shi had managed to establish a link with Zhang Xiangdong so quietly. Observing Wang Jiaming's expression, Chen Shi sensed that he believed him. It was a reasonable explanation that made sense logically, utilizing the connection of a classmate's father to reach Liu Youguang, who in turn could assist in recommending him to Zhang Xiangdong for the position of deputy director, was a clever maneuver. Wang Jiaming smiled broadly. Chen Shi, why didn't you mention this classmate earlier? The Provincial Organization Department has issued a directive to boldly promote young cadres, emphasizing the need for youth within the ranks. After careful consideration, I believe you, being a graduate of a prestigious institution with commendable capabilities, should be recommended for the position of deputy director. The Public Security Bureau will soon deliberate on your appointment. Chen Shi, brimming with excitement, rose to his feet. Director, I am your subordinate. Whether as a police officer or as a future deputy director, I will follow your lead. Wang Jiaming felt satisfied with Chen Shi's response, despite the advantageous connections. He showed due respect for his superior. Please, sit down. There's no need to be overly excited. I believe the appointment for deputy director will be confirmed by the Public Security Bureau shortly. However, there is one issue that needs addressing. As you know, there has been considerable support within the precinct for Ma Guoyang to become deputy director. He is a seasoned police officer, having served in the station for over 20 years, with profound experience. As you are still young, your appointment as deputy director may evoke certain emotions that require soothing. Chen Shi is well aware that this is merely a spectacle. You have connections that could facilitate your recommendation for the position of deputy director. However, whether you can maintain your position will depend on your capabilities. The role of deputy director cannot be secured merely through an appointment document. It hinges upon how many subordinates respect you. If even one person does not respect you, that is their issue. If none do, then it is your problem. Regardless of your connections, you will inevitably be dismissed in disgrace. Wang Jiaming displayed a malevolent smile. Chapter 37. Incitement after sending Chen Shi away. Wang Jiaming called Ma Guoyang to his office. Ma Guoyang, upon receiving the call, was elated, believing that the appointment from the Public Security Bureau had finally arrived. Upon arriving at the office, he knocked on the door. Come in, Wang Jiaming called out. Ma Guoyang entered with a face full of joy. Wang Jiaming gestured to the sofa beside him. Have a seat. As Ma Guoyang sat down, Wang Jiaming poured him a cup of tea. Director Wang, you summoned me, Ma Guoyang said, his expression brimming with anticipation, almost inquiring if his appointment had indeed come through. Wang Jiaming sighed, taking a sip of tea. Ma Guoyang sensed something amiss. The sigh hinted at potential alterations regarding the deputy director's appointment. Wang Jiaming, astute as he was, wished to avoid incurring Ma Guoyang's wrath. If there was to be resentment, it would be directed towards Chen Shi. The police station could not be a harmonious place. Some conflict was necessary for effective management. Old Ma, I have some unfortunate news to convey. Ma Guoyang's heart sank, and he sat up straight, awaiting Wang Jiaming's next words. Wang Jiaming stood, approached his desk, retrieved the recommendation form, and handed it to Ma Guoyang. Old Ma, take a look. This is your deputy director recommendation form, which has been rejected by the Public Security Bureau's party committee. What? Ma Guoyang's eyes widened, nearly shouting. Do not be alarmed. Let me explain, Wang Jiaming urged. Ma Guoyang felt himself losing composure, struggling to stabilize his emotions. If he were to fail in becoming deputy director, he would be reduced to a laughingstock. Just a year ago, the station had congratulated him on his impending promotion. Everyone had presented him with gifts, and now, if he did not attain the position, how could he continue to navigate within the station? Wang Jiaming spoke slowly. Old Ma, your appointment was initially approved, but then an unexpected candidate emerged. The director insisted on a change, and who would dare to oppose that? Ma Guoyang clenched his teeth, inquiring, who is it? Chen Shi. Ma Guoyang could hardly believe his ears. He had considered various possibilities, but Chen Shi was inconceivable. Coming from a rural background, he had no notable connections. If he had any, he would not have been reassigned from the Public Security Department. He had only returned just over 6 months ago, was young, and lacked substantial qualifications. How could he be appointed deputy director? If Chen Shi were to appear before Ma Guoyang now, he would rush forward to tear him apart. Wang Jiaming was pleased with Ma Guoyang's reaction. He knew Chen Shi could not hold the position of deputy director, as no one would respect a mere youth. Old Ma, one cannot bend an arm against a thigh. The appointment of Chen Shi is imminent, and you must accept reality. Ma Guoyang, somewhat overwhelmed by his emotions, exclaimed, Director Wang, why must it be Chen Shi? If it were someone else, I would feel much better. He is merely a young graduate, barely 2 years out of school, still lacking in maturity, and yet he is to be the deputy director. Is he truly qualified for such a position? He has only been at the police station for a mere 6 months, and I am utterly dissatisfied, 1,000 times dissatisfied. After more than 20 years of service at the station, I finally had this opportunity, only to have it snatched away by him. I cannot accept it. Absolutely cannot accept it. Moreover, just last year, everyone believed I was the rightful candidate for the deputy director role. How am I to face my colleagues now? Ma Guoyang, a grown man, spoke with tears welling in his eyes, feeling wronged and harboring a deep resentment towards Chen Shi. Wang Jiaming listened quietly to Ma Guoyang's outburst, contemplating how to stoke the flames further. Chen Shi is favored by the county magistrate, and Wang Jiaming certainly does not wish to have an accomplished individual beneath him, as it could undermine his authority. Just a couple of days ago, Chen Shi took leave to attend a classmate's wedding in Mingzhou, where he made the acquaintance of County Magistrate Liu, who even treated him to a meal. Moments ago, Zhang Ju called, stating that you are insufficient and that the need is to promote a young and capable officer, directly naming Chen Shi. What recourse do I have? Ma Guoyang seethed. This brat is scheming against me. This is a leadership appointment, and I truly cannot assist you. Chen Shi is being quite unscrupulous, seeking to ascend by speaking ill of you to County Magistrate Liu. Ma Guoyang suddenly stood up, declaring, I will confront him. Wang Jiaming interjected, Old Ma, what do you intend to do? Go confront him? Assault him? Are you ready to jeopardize your career as a police officer? There are numerous ways to deal with Chen Shi within the station when compared to Chen Shi, who possesses greater prestige. Do not doubt it, it is undoubtedly you. If the personnel within the station do not respect Chen Shi, he will be unable to retain his position as deputy director. Wang Jiaming was scheming, planning to transfer Chen Shi to the Public Security Bureau and elevate Ma Guoyang to the position. Lacking any significant connections, Ma Guoyang could only rely on himself. Everything must be dictated by his own will, as the station remains his domain. Ma Guoyang sat down, pondering, what is Chen Shi, after all? While he may command respect elsewhere, within this station, my standing far surpasses his. I will ensure that he cannot stabilize his position as deputy director and that he will be forced to leave in disgrace. In a rural police station, leadership hinges on respect, not merely a piece of appointment paperwork. Chen Shi was also contemplating, while the deputy director position seemed secure, his ability to maintain it was another matter altogether. He understood that his relationship with Liu Youguang was precarious, should he fail to secure his position. Liu Youguang would deem him unworthy of further investment and would cast him aside without hesitation. He had promised Li Nan that he would look after him, and now that he had been elevated to deputy director, if he cannot command the respect of others, who can he blame? Chen Shi reflected on his disadvantages, his youth, lack of experience, and absence of prestige, having only been at the police station for a little over 6 months. How can one astonish the seasoned veterans within the office? Chen Shi had an idea. The appointment documents would soon be finalized, and before their arrival, he needed to circulate the notion of his connection to Liu Youguang. The grassroots personnel in the township inherently held a three-part apprehension towards those with connections, at least outwardly refraining from underestimating them. Chen Shi took out his phone and called Wang Yanhong, asking her to invite her cousin, Su Linlin, to dinner that evening. He also informed Wang Yanhong that he had taken leave to attend a wedding in Mingzhou, where he met County Chief Liu Youguang. Before ending the call, he emphasized that County Chief Liu held him in high regard, allowing him to ride back in his official vehicle, dine at his residence, and stay overnight. Returning only that day, Chen Shi knew Wang Yanhong was candid and would undoubtedly share this with Su Linlin during dinner. The fact that her boyfriend had met the county chief would surely be boasted about at school within a day. The entire township workforce would be aware of Chen Shi and his esteemed association with the county chief, as Wang Yanhong was his girlfriend. Her dissemination of this information would lend it greater credibility. After a couple of days, when the appointment documents were issued, no one would find it surprising. It would seem entirely normal. The elevation of someone favored by the county chief to the position of deputy director would naturally lead to their promotion as the director of the police station, and everyone would regard it as commonplace. While the personnel in the office might harbor inner dissent, they would dare not express it, with one exception, Ma Guoyang. Once Ma Guoyang was dealt with, Chen Shi's position as deputy director would be firmly secured. The township was a shallow pond teeming with turtles. While small temples harbored significant winds, there existed capabilities lacking only in opportunity. Those navigating the township were astute, far surpassing the proficiency of individuals in the county or city. They faced the grassroots populace directly, a challenging endeavor fraught with diverse personalities. Mishandling such matters could lead to dire consequences. Contemplating these thoughts, Chen Shi entered the lounge, revealing no hint of the joy that would accompany his impending role as deputy director, but rather a sense of apprehension. Chapter 38. Appointment. As Chen Shi had anticipated. Within a day, the news of his esteemed association with the county chief had spread like wildfire throughout Fushan town. All eyes were fixated upon him. Chen Shi remained unfazed by the attention, neither arrogant nor changed. He remained as he always had been. In the lounge, Zhang Hu turned to Chen Shi and remarked, "Everyone is saying you are favored by the county chief. Do you believe it?" Chen Shi discerned that Zhang Hu held skepticism. After all, they had worked together daily, and he would be well aware of any background. When others fundamentally doubt you, even those closest to you cannot be persuaded by mere words. Deep-seated beliefs are difficult to alter. Such individuals require tangible actions to awaken them. Chen Shi smiled and refrained from responding. Zhang Hu continued, "If you truly were favored by the county chief, how come you are serving as a grassroots police officer in the station? Surely, you should be a section chief in the Public Security Bureau." Ma Guoyang then entered the lounge, and if a gaze could kill, Chen Shi would have perished countless times. Recently, He wore a sullen expression, directing his discontent at anyone who crossed his path, as if they owed him money. Zhang Hu whispered to Chen Shi, "Have you offended Ma Guoyang somewhere? His gaze towards you is fraught with hostility." Chen Shi chuckled but offered no response. Wang Jianming had undoubtedly informed Ma Guoyang that he had been supplanted as deputy director. Zhang Hu found it peculiar. Both Ma Guoyang and Chen Shi seemed off-kilter. In conversation, Chen Shi always smiled, yet remained taciturn. Ma Guoyang wore a grim expression, as if the world had wronged him. In the realm of adults, where interests intertwine, it becomes a relentless struggle for survival. Chen Shi pondered several strategies to appease Ma Guoyang, only to dismiss them. Without tangible benefits, Ma Guoyang would persist in his opposition. After all, it was he who had lost the deputy director position he had awaited for 2 decades, a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. In a bureaucratic system, aspiring for advancement requires one to cast aside the fear of offending others. With limited leadership positions available, one cannot afford to be overly amiable and wait for someone to promote them. It is a futile endeavor. Once filled with laughter, the break room fell silent as Ma Guoyang entered, and no one dared to broach the topic. Chen Shi stood up and exited, intending to print case documents, only to find that paper was exhausted. He proceeded to the administrative office. Su Linlin greeted him with a broad smile. "Little Chen, now that you've secured a connection with County Chief Liu, may your fortunes soar. Just don't forget your sister." Chen Shi smiled, neither confirming nor denying, shrouding himself in an air of mystery that others readily accepted. Even if there were some truth to it, he aimed to ensure that everyone believed in its veracity. For those without connections, one must don a tiger's skin and wave a grand banner to safeguard oneself. "Sister Su, could you fetch a ream of paper for the printing room? We are out of stock." After recording the request, Chen Shi took a ream of paper and departed. 3 days after Chen Shi's return from the county seat, the appointment documents were issued to the police station. When everyone realized it was Chen Shi, astonishment washed over their faces. How could he be appointed as deputy director? The shock was akin to discovering that one's father had suddenly become a millionaire. If it had been anyone else, the reaction would have been different. Many were left wondering, by what merit? Chen Shi had only been at the police station for a little over 6 months and had been working for less than 2 years. His promotion to a cadre position seemed unjustifiable, drawing a chorus of dissent. However, a moment's reflection revealed that Chen Shi was favored by the county chief. Thus, his elevation to deputy director, or even director, was not entirely unexpected. It appeared that the rumors were true. Chen Shi genuinely held the county chief's favor. While many harbored resentment in their hearts, they dared not express it outwardly. Ma Guoyang, however, was different, with a scowl etched on his face. He bore his discontent both internally and externally. Upon the issuance of the appointment documents, the police station convened a full meeting. On the podium, 2 seats were designated, one for Director Wang Jianming and the other for Deputy Director Chen Shi. In the tiered conference room, all officers were present, engaged in hushed conversations. Chen Shi arrived early at Wang Jianming's meeting room to report on his work. As the meeting time approached, he accompanied Wang Jianming into the conference room, immediately spotting his own seat on the podium. After the 2 individuals took their seats, Wang Jianming addressed the microphone, stating, "Today we convene a meeting for all personnel of the Fushan Town Police Station, marking our first assembly since the new year. The primary agenda is to convey the public security management directives issued by the Public Security Bureau." Wang Jianming underscored the importance of security management, insisting that each administrative village must have a responsible police officer assigned to engage with the community, promote legal education, and encourage villagers to report conflicts rather than resolve them privately. Upon completing the review of the security management document, Wang Jianming declared in a clear voice, "The position of deputy director has remained vacant since Deputy Director Chang Yoji retired last year. I believe everyone has seen the appointment document issued by the Public Security Bureau. I am here to officially announce the appointment of Comrade Chen Shi as the new deputy director of the Fushan Town Police Station." Following the resolution of the Public Security Bureau's Party Committee and in response to the Provincial Organization Department's initiative to promote young officials, sparse applause followed as Chen Shi rose, greeted the attendees, and then took his seat. All eyes turned to Chen Shi, who, in less than 2 years of work and having spent merely over 6 months at the police station, had usurped the deputy director position that Ma Guoyang had coveted for 2 decades. Indeed, he was an exceptional talent, having been transferred back from the provincial department, and his background was undoubtedly impressive. Ma Guoyang's expression darkened further. He felt as though everyone was mocking him, despite their gazes not being directed his way. He was acutely aware of the fact that if Chen Shi succeeded, his own standing at the police station would be jeopardized. Zhang Hu felt a tumult of emotions. He bore no jealousy towards any other candidate for the deputy director role, save for Chen Shi. It was difficult for him to accept that a junior who had always called him Brother Zhang could suddenly ascend to a leadership position. When one rises to prominence, it is often those closest who feel the pangs of envy. Everyone had been struggling together, living modestly, and then suddenly, one of them wins a lottery worth 5 million. While others might shrug it off, those nearby would fixate on the winner, questioning why they should enjoy such fortune without sharing. Intelligent individuals who achieve success often distance themselves from their original circles. Failure to do so typically leads to unfavorable outcomes. Wang Jianming then called out, "Deputy Director Chen, please share your thoughts on your new role." Chen Shi had mentally prepared a succinct speech, vowing to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to serving the public. After the meeting concluded, no one approached to offer congratulations, except for Su Linlin, who stepped forward with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Director Chen. Are you free tonight? Let me treat you to dinner to celebrate." Chen Shi replied with a smile, "Sister Su, I will host the dinner to express my gratitude for your support. This evening, come to Yanhong's house. I will prepare a few dishes, and we can share a couple of drinks." Su Linlin left with a beaming smile. Now at the pinnacle of attention, Chen Shi felt reluctant to indulge in extravagant celebrations in public. Su Linlin, who was Wang Yanhong's cousin, would join him at home for the intimate gathering. As Chen Shi exited the conference room, Zhang Yukai noticed everyone had departed and stealthily returned. Approaching Chen Shi with a feigned smile, saying, "Director Chen, are you available tonight? I would like to report on some work matters." Chen Shi regarded Zhang Yukai. Recognizing him as an old fox who dared not express loyalty openly, but opted for a clandestine approach, fearful of being marginalized. Zhang Yukai was aware that the personnel at the station harbored discontent towards Chen Shi's appointment as deputy director. Fearing public ire, he only dared to express his loyalty once everyone had departed. Chen Shi, unperturbed by the situation, welcomed the show of allegiance, recognizing the necessity of having supportive allies. He patted Zhang Yukai on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "There is an engagement tonight and tomorrow evening. Please arrange for a tranquil setting where I can receive your work report." Zhang Yukai promptly replied, "Of course, Director Chen." Chapter 39. Watching the comedy, the officers at the precinct eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. The office of the deputy director was occupied by Ma Guoyang, who refused to vacate it. The rationale was straightforward. Wang Jianming had assigned him to that office, and he would not leave unless ordered by Wang Jianming himself. For the past few days, Ma Guoyang had been anticipating Chen Shi's arrival to demand that he move out, hoping to create an opportunity to confront Chen Shi publicly. Should a subordinate engage in a physical altercation with a leader, it would reflect poorly on the leader, indicating a lack of respect from the subordinate. If Chen Shi were to engage in a fight with a subordinate shortly after assuming his position, his authority would be effectively nullified within the precinct. If he dared to report to the leaders at the Public Security Bureau, they would perceive his inability to manage his subordinates as a sign of inadequacy for the role of deputy director. Ma Guoyang, resigned to his fate, felt emboldened by the support of Wang Jianming, knowing that he had little hope for promotion and was already a grassroots police officer with no further to fall. Chen Shi, newly appointed as deputy director, had not yet been assigned any tasks by Wang Jianming and was instead sent to attend a training session for mid-level cadres at the town government. Upon returning from the training, he had already devised a plan to win over Ma Guoyang. Once he secured Ma Guoyang's allegiance, he would have the support of others, both overtly and in their hearts. On his first day at the precinct, everyone turned into spectators, eager to observe where Chen Shi would set up his office. Ma Guoyang, upon arriving at work, filled his thermos with water and added some goji berries, awaiting Chen Shi's arrival. As footsteps echoed in the corridor, many wished to witness the spectacle but feigned busyness, walking back and forth. Chen Shi entered the deputy director's office with a calm demeanor. The door was wide open, and Ma Guoyang lounged inside, his legs propped up on the desk, humming a tune. Chen Shi gently knocked on the door, but Ma Guoyang did not even lift his eyelids, blatantly ignoring him. Chen Shi stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Ma Guoyang erupted, shouting, "Xiao Chen, why are you closing the door? What is there to say that the others shouldn't hear? A crowd of onlookers is waiting just outside." Ma Guoyang approached and swung the door open forcefully. Chen Shi remained composed, betraying no emotional turmoil, and lowered his voice, saying, "Lao Ma, do you wish for everyone to know that you accepted 5,000 yuan from the family of an auxiliary police officer to facilitate their entry into the precinct?" Ma Guoyang's countenance stiffened. How did he find out? If this information were to leak, it would not merely jeopardize his chances for promotion, but he might have to forego his police uniform altogether. The money was not received by him. It was a gift delivered to his home, collected by his wife, and he only learned of it later. He He thought it was merely 5,000, and being an auxiliary police officer, he felt there was no harm done. So he did not return it. He quickly closed the door, breaking into a cold sweat, not wishing to advance but aware that he must secure his job. Ma Guoliang coldly stated, "Chen Shi, do not slander me. I have never received any 5,000. Chen Shi, seated in his position, replied calmly, "Shall we summon the disciplinary inspection committee to investigate that auxiliary officer and see if his tongue is as steadfast as yours?" Ma Guoliang was struck with fear. Although imprisonment was unlikely due to the small sum, he feared losing his job. With a guilty conscience, he could not stand firm and had no choice but to lower his head. Chen Shi inwardly scoffed, attributing this advantage to Zhang Yukai, who had discreetly informed him during a work report. Zhang Yukai, a seasoned veteran, recognized that Ma Guoliang held disdain for Chen Shi and thus presented him with an opportunity to leverage. As for how Zhang Yukai acquired this information, it was from the auxiliary officer himself, who, while drunkenly dining out, had boasted about having given 5,000 to Ma Guoliang, lamenting the unprofitability of his meager monthly salary. Zhang Yukai, seated nearby, had absorbed this information, biding his time to use it against Ma Guoliang. Chen Shi coldly commanded, "Pour me a glass of water." Ma Guoliang, seething with anger internally, begrudgingly moved to fulfill the request. Chen Shi took the cup and sipped. "Old Ma, are you willing to vacate your office now?" Ma Guoliang understood that Chen Shi intended to use this incident to manipulate him. A single letter of complaint could jeopardize his career. Suppressing his boiling rage for the sake of his job, he replied, "I will move out immediately." Chen Shi smiled. "Old Ma, I know you feel wronged. If you wish to progress, let us share a couple of drinks tonight." Ma Guoliang grew wary, sensing a trap akin to a banquet of ulterior motives. Chen Shi, with a serious demeanor, assured him, "Rest assured, I will not use this matter against you. Cooperation and mutual benefit are the keys to longevity." Ma Guoliang nodded. "Very well. Let us drink together tonight." He suddenly felt that since the situation had reached this point, it might be wise to hear Chen Shi out. If he truly lost his job, he was not one to be trifled with and would ensure Chen Shi faced repercussions. With Wang Jiaming's support, even if it reached the disciplinary committee, the small amount and his ignorance of the gift would likely protect his position. However, he saw no need to take risks unless pushed to that extent. Chen Shi was fully aware that this was merely a tactic to control Ma Guoliang. He intended to bend him to his will, but such a seasoned player would only respond to tangible benefits. Chen Shi stood up. "All right. This is not a suitable place for discussion. We will talk in detail tonight. Hurry and move out, as I need to move in shortly." Chen Shi opened the door and stepped outside. The onlookers were left in a state of disappointment. What was happening? There was no uproar, nor any altercation. Their disappointment deepened when Ma Guoliang obediently exited, his face clouded with gloom. Everyone was taken aback. Had Ma Guoliang truly capitulated to Chen Shi? Among the spectators was Zhang Hu, who chose to ignore Chen Shi entirely. What right did he have to become the deputy director? What made him superior? With a sarcastic tone, he remarked, "Some individuals are simply fortunate fools. They become leaders without fully grasping their roles. Others, though inwardly resentful, dared not voice such sentiments in front of Chen Shi, maintaining a facade of respect." Upon seeing Chen Shi emerge from the office, Zhang Hu, disappointed by the lack of confrontation, deliberately raised his voice so that Chen Shi could hear his disdain. Chen Shi was taken aback. The strongest reaction came from his former close friend Zhang Hu, whose girlfriend Su Mingming he had introduced. Zhang Hu, feeling slighted, openly expressed his contempt for Chen Shi. The rest looked on, and Chen Shi merely glanced at Zhang Hu, offering a polite smile. "Are you also idle? Why stand here so early in the morning?" The others dispersed, leaving only Zhang Hu, who regarded Chen Shi with evident dissatisfaction. Teaching someone through experience is far more effective than mere words, once stability is achieved. Zhang Hu would learn the consequences of disregarding leadership. Chen Shi chose to ignore Zhang Hu entirely. Individuals like him were not worthy of his attention. Wang Jiaming, who had initially awaited a spectacle, was informed by Su Linlin that Chen Shi had visited Ma Guoliang's office without argument or conflict, resulting in Ma Guoliang voluntarily vacating the office for Chen Shi. Wang Jiaming was momentarily uncertain about the methods Chen Shi employed to elicit such compliance from Ma Guoliang without incident. His intention to refrain from ordering Ma Guoliang to leave was to provide him an opportunity to act out, to witness how Chen Shi's authority was being trampled. Once lost, respect is arduous to regain. Wang Jiaming felt a sense of disappointment toward Ma Guoliang. In Chapter 40, titled Personnel Adjustments, Chen Shi moved into the deputy director's office, prompting a shift in perception among his colleagues. The previous disdain had dissipated. Respect is cultivated gradually. And this was merely the first step. Chen Shi settled into his chair and called Su Linlin into his office. Soon, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," he called. Su Linlin entered with a beaming smile. "Director Chen, you summoned me?" Chen Shi smiled in return and gestured for her to sit. He poured her a cup of tea and inquired, "Sister Su, how long have you been working at the station?" Su Linlin replied with a smile, "Including this year. It has been 6 years." 6 years. It is time for a promotion, Chen Shi stated. Su Linlin's eyes brightened. What did he mean? Was there still room for advancement? The police station had only 2 leadership positions, 1 director and 1 deputy director. Where could she be promoted? "Director Chen, don't jest. I lack connections. I fear I may never have the opportunity for advancement in my lifetime." Chen Shi refrained from unnecessary chatter and presented a personnel adjustment plan for the police station before Su Linlin. "Sister Su, please take a look at the materials. This is my proposal for the personnel adjustment at the police station. The police station has a greater number of personnel than other departments, and being a unit directly under the Public Security Bureau, the only 2 leadership positions of deputy director and director are insufficient. I propose to reorganize the personnel structure into 3 groups, an administrative group, a logistics group, and a security group, each with a group leader reporting directly to the deputy director. I recommend you for the position of administrative group leader, and for the logistics group, I suggest Zhang Yukai, who has already signed in support of this proposal. The leader of the security group is yet to be determined." Su Linlin gazed at the personnel adjustment plan, lost in contemplation. Previously, she had merely been the head of the administrative office without a defined position. Everyone was in the same boat, merely tasked with responsibilities. If this adjustment were to be implemented, she would indeed become a bona fide leader of the administrative group, at least within the police station. Yet, she feared that such a move might offend Wang Jiaming, as she was aligned with him, and proceeding without prior notification could be seen as a betrayal. Su Linlin was astute enough to discern Chen Shi's intentions. He was preparing to solidify this plan. Armed with the personnel adjustment proposal and the signatures of the 3 recommended group leaders, along with his own as the deputy director, to pressure Wang Jiaming. Whether Wang agreed or disagreed, he would be compelled to acquiesce. Otherwise, he would alienate everyone involved. If Chen Shi were to approach Wang Jiaming directly with this proposal, it was certain that Wang would refuse outright. Such an implication suggested that upon assuming office, he intended to initiate personnel adjustments, seeking to seize power and establish his authority. Noticing Zhang Youcai's signature, Su Linlin realized that he had already aligned himself with Chen Shi. Her allegiance had always been with Wang Jiaming. And now she faced a dilemma. Should she betray Wang for the leadership position, or inform him in advance to prepare him for what was to come? Chen Shi, perceiving Su Linlin's internal conflict, smiled and remarked, "Sister Su, in the bureaucratic system, to advance, one must not fear offending others. This personnel adjustment proposal lacks any substantive changes. Your work will remain the same, merely granting you a title. I believe Director Wang will not oppose it. Many within the police station desire this title, so please consider it carefully." Su Linlin understood that Chen Shi was issuing a warning. Should she decline to sign, he would promptly find a suitable replacement. As the deputy director, Chen Shi wielded considerable influence within the police station, and he was advocating for the staff's interests, which would likely garner their support. Even if Wang Jiaming vehemently disagreed, he would have to comply, as the leader of the police station could not afford to incite public discontent. Upon reflection, she realized that the role of administrative group leader paralleled her current duties, lacking true power, yet still conferring a semblance of leadership. This might be the closest she had come to a leadership position, and with a resolute heart, she decided not to let this opportunity slip by. She had not aligned herself with Chen Shi. She remained loyal to Wang Jiaming, and she could clarify her position gradually. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of gratitude toward Chen Shi. This favor would not be forgotten. Chen Shi handed the pen to Su Linlin. Within the confines of the system, it is almost a universal aspiration to ascend to a position of leadership, even if merely nominal. After bidding farewell to Su Linlin, I grasped the personnel adjustment plan. If I could secure Ma Guoyang's support by nightfall, my reputation would be firmly established within the precinct, thereby solidifying my role as deputy director. This personnel adjustment plan, in essence, brought no substantial change to the station and posed no threat to Wang Jiaming. Both Su Linlin from the administrative group and Ma Guoyang from the public security group were loyal to Wang Jiaming. I was merely facilitating matters, allowing them to owe me a favor. The logistics group had always been under the purview of the deputy director, and Zhang Yukai had become an ally without overstepping boundaries. I adhered to the established rules of the precinct, making judicious adjustments within the framework, and even if Wang Jiaming found dissatisfaction, he would have no grounds for complaint. My position as deputy director did not infringe upon his authority as director. That evening, in a private room at the Chunlai restaurant, Ma Guoliang wore a grim expression, regarding me with suspicion. His demeanor was tense, his gaze fixed intently upon me. I poured a glass of wine for Ma Guoliang and smiled, saying, "Let us not be so serious. We harbor no deep-seated animosity. You may think I have usurped your position as deputy director, but when has it ever truly belonged to you? You have never possessed it." Ma Guoliang retorted coldly, "Without your interference, that position would indeed be mine." I responded with a smirk, "You are overly confident. This matter is beyond Wang Jianming's control. With a single phone call from above, he would promptly recommend me instead. Placing all your hopes on Wang Jianming is unwise. Even if I were not in the picture, another would inevitably emerge to seize the opportunity. Wang Jianming himself is uncertain, which is why he hesitates to accept your gifts. It is not that he is unwilling. Rather, he fears the repercussions of failure. Accepting your gifts would only lead to an awkward situation." Ma Guoliang regarded me with suspicion, pondering how I knew of Wang Jianming's refusal to accept his gifts. He had offered gifts on 2 occasions, both of which were declined, and he assumed it was due to their inadequacy. Sensing Ma Guoliang's confusion, I refrained from elucidating further. A leader must maintain an air of mystery. It suffices that I am aware. Do not attempt to deceive me. The reasoning is simple. Leaders are astute individuals who are wary of uncertainties, especially in rural areas. They often refrain from accepting gifts. For should unforeseen circumstances arise and they fail to reciprocate, they risk inciting resentment and potential denunciation, rendering the act counterproductive. Returning a gift would also be a loss of face. Where then lies the leader's authority if they must return what they have accepted? Such matters, fraught with uncertainty, are often left untouched. Should a task succeed, the credit is mine. Should it fail, there are no grievances directed at me, as I have not accepted your gift. Ma Guoliang finds himself in this very predicament, unable to direct his ire towards Wang Jianming, who has not accepted his offerings. Even if he feels anger, he cannot direct it towards me. If Ma Guoliang had accepted a gift, he would have felt emboldened to confront Wang Jianming, possessing leverage over him. Should you refuse to grant me the position of deputy director, I expect you to return what you have taken. Before Ma Guoliang, Wang Jianming's authority was utterly diminished. However, accepting gifts is no trivial matter. This is where Wang Jianming's wisdom lies. Gifts must not be solicited prematurely when they fall outside one's control. Chapter 41. Resourcefulness. Ma Guoliang's animosity towards Chen Shi remained unabated. If his glare could kill, Chen Shi would have perished countless times. With a serious demeanor, Chen Shi retracted his smile and stated, "I am not your political rival, nor will I regard you as one. You are simply unworthy." Seething with rage, Ma Guoliang clenched his fists as Chen Shi continued, "To be frank, I am an associate of County Head Liu. My presence at the police station is merely to gain some grassroots experience. In a few years, I shall be reassigned to the county, likely to a directorial position in a certain bureau." Ma Guoliang felt a flicker of skepticism, given Chen Shi's qualifications. It seemed improbable that he could be promoted to deputy director without County Head Liu's endorsement. Chen Shi directed his gaze at Ma Guoliang. "You have waited 20 years for the position of deputy director, yet I have effortlessly secured it within 6 months of my arrival at the police station. This speaks volumes." It was a cruel blow, and Ma Guoliang seethed with resentment, desiring nothing more than to eliminate Chen Shi, yet feeling utterly powerless. "What do you truly want?" Ma Guoliang growled in a low voice. "To instill despair, then to offer hope. Only then will one comprehend gratitude," Chen Shi implied, revealing to Ma Guoliang. "I could extinguish your existence with far greater ease than crushing an ant, so best you tread carefully." A smile appeared on Chen Shi's face. "I am here to assist you." Ma Guoliang, taken aback, questioned, "You wish to help me?" "Only I can assist you," he retorted. Ma Guoliang, devoid of power and influence, found himself in a state of despair, resigning himself to his fate. "What qualifies you to aid me?" he inquired. Chen Shi fixed his gaze on Ma Guoliang. "You still hold value. I lack connections at the police station, and that is my rationale for offering you help." Seeing Chen Shi's sincerity, devoid of pretense, brought Ma Guoliang some relief. No one offers assistance without motive. One must always ponder the implications of such aid, lest they become a scapegoat, unaware of their impending doom. "What resources do you possess to assist me?" Chen Shi inwardly chastised. This seasoned veteran is impervious to empty promises. Without tangible benefits, how can I expect compliance? "I intend to implement personnel adjustments at the police station, establishing 3 divisions: logistics, administration, and public security. I propose you as the leader of the public security division. This position, though internally appointed, carries weight. When the time comes for the deputy director's promotion, the three division leaders will undoubtedly be prioritized. Chen Shi retrieved a personnel adjustment proposal from his briefcase and placed it before Ma Guoyang. Take a look, there are no issues. Just sign here. For the logistics division, I recommend Zhang Yukai, who has already signed. As for the administration division, I endorse Su Linlin, who also supports the personnel adjustments. We are merely awaiting your signature for the public security division leader. Ma Guoyang gazed at the personnel adjustment proposal, his mind racing with thoughts. In essence, this adjustment entailed no significant changes. It merely conferred titles upon everyone involved. As long as he affixed his signature, and Chen Shi, the deputy director, followed suit. Wang Jiaming would have no choice but to acquiesce. Furthermore, this would not adversely affect Wang Jiaming, as Su Linlin from the administrative office had always been his ally. And he, too, was on his side. The logistics team would be left under Chen Shi's purview, meaning this personnel adjustment did not encroach upon Wang Jiaming's authority. Ma Guoyang regarded Chen Shi with newfound respect. The young man had certainly demonstrated his cunning by securing a leadership role for himself within the security team. If Ma Guoyang were to continue opposing him, it would only reflect poorly on himself. With the proposal's approval, his standing within the police station would be solidified, ensuring his position as deputy director remained secure. Yet, he found himself compelled to sign the document, for refusal would be tantamount to disrespect. And Chen Shi would swiftly find someone to replace him. No one was irreplaceable. Should another assume the role of security team leader, he would become marginalized. And even Wang Jianming would no longer acknowledge his presence, discarding him like refuse. As Chen Shi had indicated, one's value is recognized by those in authority. Gritting his teeth, Ma Guoyang chose to collaborate with Chen Shi. After all, the team leader was still a figure of authority within the police station, which was better than having none at all. Chen Shi discerned Ma Guoyang's intent, recognizing it as a gesture of reconciliation. He retrieved a pen from his briefcase and extended it for Ma Guoyang to sign. Ma Guoyang cast a complex glance at Chen Shi before accepting the pen. Chen Shi, being so youthful, would likely not remain in the deputy director position for long. He had the backing of County Chief Liu, and advancement to a departmental role was inevitable. It would be unwise to offend someone who would soon hold greater authority. Contemplating this, Ma Guoyang realized that Chen Shi's promotion could also pave the way for his own advancement as deputy director. Among the three team leaders, Zhang Yukai was nearing 50 and would retire in a few years, while Su Linlin, being a woman, posed no real competition. He inscribed his name on the personnel adjustment document. From that moment forth, his pursuit of reconciliation signified not only submission to Chen Shi, but also a strategic decision. Having completed the signature, Ma Guoyang respectfully handed the proposal to Chen Shi. A true gentleman knows when to yield. Choosing reconciliation necessitates humility, regardless of age. From this moment, Chen Shi was his superior. Chen Shi did not immediately accept the document, but instead scrutinized Ma Guoyang. A strained smile forced its way onto Ma Guoyang's face. Director, I have signed. Only then did Chen Shi satisfactorily take the personnel adjustment proposal. Old Ma, do you feel like having a drink now? Indeed, Ma Guoyang replied, raising his glass. Director, I toast to you. The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. As they continued to exchange pleasantries and laughter, the earlier discomfort seemed to vanish into thin air. Following a hearty meal and drinks, they rose to leave. As Chen Shi prepared to settle the bill, Ma Guoyang intercepted him, smiling broadly. Director, how could I let you pay? This meal is on me. At least you understand some decorum. Dining with a superior and expecting them to foot the bill is a sign of disrespect. Disrespecting one's superiors can lead to dire consequences. Chen Shi returned to Wang Yanhong's rented apartment, setting down the documents he held, his spirits lifted. Having successfully secured the position of deputy director, he felt a sense of stability. Noticing his radiant demeanor, Wang Yanhong inquired, Chen Shi, have you been drinking again? Having just assumed the role of deputy director, I cannot refuse the numerous invitations to dine. It is unavoidable. I must indulge in a few drinks, he replied. Clad in her nightgown, her figure alluring, Wang Yanhong was swept into Chen Shi's embrace. As she caught the scent of alcohol on him, she playfully urged, hurry and take a shower. I await you in bed. In a hushed tone, Chen Shi suggested, let us bathe together, indulge in a romantic bath. No, you rogue, you wish to cause mischief, she teased. Chen Shi exhaled gently near her ear, sending shivers through her entire being, leaving her weak in his arms. Allow me to wash you thoroughly, he insisted. Wang Yanhong attempted to resist, weakly asserting, I have already bathed. Once is not enough, we shall wash again. His fiery lips met hers, kissing her until she was nearly breathless before he relinquished her. As she tried to escape his grasp, Chen Shi lifted her and carried her into the bathroom. Unbeknownst to them, her nightgown had been discarded at the bathroom door. The sounds of rushing water and her soft gasps filled the air. One by one, Chen Shi's garments were thrown aside. Wang Yanhong pleaded, "Please, I cannot endure this. You have exhausted me to the point where I can hardly rise from bed. And I have class tomorrow." Both drenched, Chen Shi whispered in her ear, "Tomorrow, I shall arrange for you to take the day off. Your principal will grant me this favor." The two engaged in a passionate struggle in the bathroom, and Wang Yanhong was eventually carried out, unable to walk on her own. Chapter 42. The proposal approved the next morning, Chen Shi awoke invigorated, while Wang Yanhong felt utterly drained, yet she still managed to rise. Chen Shi jested, "Take the day off. I shall inform your principal that we engaged in a battle of 300 rounds last night, justifying your need for rest." Wang Yanhong playfully smacked him, "You rogue, I do not want your help in requesting a leave." After washing up and donning his police uniform, Chen Shi grabbed his briefcase and headed to the police station. At the office, he waited until 10 before making his way to the director's office. Gently knocking on the door, "Come in," called Wang Jiaming. Chen Shi entered and greeted Director Wang. Wang Jiaming smiled, "Please, have a seat." After settling down, Wang Jiaming poured Chen Shi a cup of tea. "What brings you here?" he inquired. With a smile, Chen Shi responded, "Director Wang, I have spoken with our colleagues in the station over the past few days, and they have expressed concerns regarding the scarcity of leadership positions. All responsibilities seem to rest upon your shoulders, leaving you overworked and in need of rest. In light of these concerns, I have made some personnel adjustments within the station. Here is the proposed personnel adjustment plan for your review." Chen Shi presented the plan, explaining, "The station will be organized into 3 groups: logistics, administration, and public security, with group leaders appointed under the deputy director to share the workload." Wang Jianming accepted the personnel adjustment plan, thinking to himself, what a young man eager to wield authority. Isn't personnel adjustment merely a means to decentralize power? His impatience was palpable, as he had scarcely settled into his role before daring to seize control. Initially, he contemplated a flat refusal, but recalling Chen Shi's close ties to County Chief Liu, he deemed it prudent to extend some courtesy. Wang Jianming perused the personnel adjustment proposal, which was couched in impressively formal language. He noted the reactions of his subordinates, who were anxious about their own burdens, fearing the demands of their roles. Why? In such a small precinct, were there to be 3 leadership positions established? As for the deputy chief, his presence seemed superfluous. Were it not for the customary structure of the police station, Wang Jianming might have considered abolishing the deputy chief position altogether. Wang Jianming scrutinized the document further and was taken aback upon seeing the signatures of Zhang Yukai, Su Linlin, and Ma Guoyang. How had Chen Shi managed to secure Ma Guoyang's cooperation, as well as Su Linlin's? Su Linlin was his own mistress. How had this matter eluded her lips? Particularly perplexing was Ma Guoyang, whose vice-chief position had been usurped by Chen Shi. How could there be reconciliation between them? Wang Jianming's mind was a whirlwind of questions. From what he could gather, Chen Shi had not encroached upon his authority. The recommendation of Su Linlin as the head of the administrative group and Ma Guoyang as the head of the security group left him feeling assured, as both had been his allies. As for Zhang Yukai leading the logistics group, it was customary for the deputy chief to oversee logistics. Thus, who held that title was of little consequence. The personnel adjustments, while ostensibly significant due to the addition of 3 group leaders, were devoid of substantial change, merely a rebranding of roles. The titles had shifted from heads of the administrative and logistics offices. Only a formal designation was lacking. Chen Shi observed Wang Jianming quietly, awaiting his decision. Should Wang dare to oppose, he would inadvertently align Su Linlin and Ma Guoyang with Chun, incurring their displeasure. The favor Chen Shi had extended was already substantial. He remained indifferent to whether Wang Jianming supported or opposed him, as either outcome would ultimately benefit him. Wang Jianming recognized this shrewdness, and a newfound respect for Chen Shi began to form within him. The young man was resourceful and capable, instilling a measure of trepidation. Setting down the personnel adjustment proposal, Wang Jianming smiled and remarked, "This plan is quite commendable. I have harbored similar thoughts. I consent to the personnel adjustments. The 3 recommended leaders have served in the precinct for many years and are more than capable of sharing some of the workload." Chen Shi flashed a smile in response, saying, "Chief Wang, if you have no objections, I kindly ask you to sign. This proposal will be officially disseminated, and we shall convene a meeting to inform everyone." Wang Jianming grasped the pen on the desk and signed, feeling a sense of coercion with each stroke. Though it did not encroach upon his authority, he could not shake the discomfort of being compelled rather than willingly ceding power. The distinction was significant. After Chen Shi departed, Wang Jiaming summoned Su Linlin. As she entered the office and observed Wang Jiaming's stern demeanor, she realized that Chen Shi had briefed him on the personnel adjustment plan. She regretted not having informed him beforehand, leaving him caught off guard. With a beaming smile, Su Linlin said, "Chief, you summoned me." Wang Jiaming fixed his gaze intently on Su Linlin, who giggled playfully. "Director, please refrain from looking at me that way. It frightens me." Wang Jiaming replied sternly, "This is a workplace. Let us maintain a semblance of seriousness." Su Linlin feigned ignorance. "What is it really?" Wang Jiaming cleared his throat and inquired, "What is the nature of this personnel adjustment?" Su Linlin smiled alluringly. "Well, Chen Shi approached me, stating he intended to adjust the personnel structure, converting the administrative office into an administrative group and recommending me as the group leader, requesting my signature. I thought, an administrative office or an administrative group. They are essentially the same. I was already in charge. It was merely a change of name, so I signed it." She blinked her sparkling eyes, perched on Wang Jiaming's lap, and playfully said, "Director, is this why you're upset with me?" Wang Jiaming retorted with mild irritation, "It's not about that. I'm merely displeased that you didn't inform me beforehand. You are my subordinate. I'll ensure you benefit from this." Chen Shi, as a deputy director, lacks the authority to make such decisions. She understood but thought it trivial, noticing his busy schedule, and thus refrained from mentioning it. She cupped Wang Jiaming's face and planted a kiss on his cheek, instantly dissolving his anger. "All right, this is the police station. Be mindful of your influence. Return now. I have approved the personnel adjustment and promoted you to the leader of the administrative group, which is still a leadership position. Exercise discretion in your duties." Su Linlin stood up, beaming, "Thank you, Director. I take my leave." Wang Jiaming also wished to solidify his alliances, informing them that the proposal originated from Chen Shi and could not be enacted without his approval. He called Ma Guoliang to his office. Ma Guoliang, aware of the matter, quickly arrived and entered Wang Jiaming's office. "Director, you summoned me?" Wang Jiaming smiled. "Please, have a seat." Ma Guoliang sat down and, without waiting for Wang Jiaming to inquire, proactively stated, "Director, I intended to report my work to you. Last night, Chen Shi invited me to dinner, adopting a very humble demeanor, which I felt obliged to acknowledge. He mentioned personnel adjustments at the police station and showed me the proposal, recommending me as the leader of the security group. I was rather inebriated at the time and signed it without much thought. This morning, once sober, I felt something was amiss and hurried to report to you." Wang Jiaming glanced at his watch. It was nearly noon. "If I hadn't called you, would you have refrained from reporting to me?" He mused, recognizing Ma Guoliang's adeptness at feigning ignorance, though he clearly coveted the position of security group leader. "Chen Shi has reported this to me. It isn't a significant adjustment. I concur with his recommendation for you as the leader of the security group, and I have already signed it." Even if Chen Shi hadn't brought it up, I would have made some personnel arrangements and sought approval from higher-ups to appoint another deputy director, intending to recommend you. However, since you signed the personnel adjustment proposal, and being a group leader is indeed a leadership position, you may proceed with it. When the opportunity arises, I still hope for you to take on the role of deputy director." Ma Guoliang pondered inwardly, realizing that such empty promises were no longer appealing to him. He sought tangible outcomes, for mere dreams no longer sufficed. Chen Shi has long refrained from proposing personnel adjustments, clinging tightly to the power he wields for years. Yet he has not granted Su Linlin any official recognition despite her long-standing companionship. He feigns gratitude, declaring, "Director, I am your soldier for life. I will follow you and do whatever you command." Wang Jiaming feels quite satisfied, thinking to himself, "If you wish to challenge me, Chen Shi, you are still immature." Chapter 43. Until you submit to authority, the announcement of personnel adjustments has been disseminated, leading to the convening of the second plenary meeting. On the podium, 3 additional seats have been added, signifying the introduction of 3 group leaders, each occupying a leadership position. These leaders, while devoid of formal ranks externally, stand higher than ordinary staff within the police station, second only to the director and the deputy director. The director and deputy seats are positioned at the forefront of the podium, while the 3 group leaders are arranged in a row behind them. Wang Jiaming delivered a lengthy discourse centered on a singular theme, enhancing the police station's ability to serve the populace more effectively. Chen Shi's address, however, took a more pragmatic approach, recognizing that this meeting was not merely a reappointment announcement, but a vital opportunity to emphasize the importance of advocating for the welfare of the staff, which garnered a round of applause. Many who previously harbored discontent now regarded Chen Shi's appointment as deputy director favorably. His swift personnel adjustments demonstrated his competence. Internally, few dared to underestimate him, with one notable exception, Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu gazed coldly at Chen Shi, contemplating his worth. What does he truly bring to the table? Others may be oblivious, but I am not. He harbored disdain for Chen Shi's rise to deputy director, his expression betraying his contempt. Feeling a deep-seated discomfort at having a former subordinate ascend so rapidly, Wang Jiaming appointed leaders for the security, administrative, and logistics groups, providing Ma Guoyang with a measure of solace, as he too was now considered a leader. Upon hearing the appointments, Zhang Hu's anger surged. What is this nonsense? I was your mentor, guiding you for so long. You become deputy director, yet fail to acknowledge me with a position as head of the security group? Although they shared a close relationship, frequently spending time together, Zhang Hu felt betrayed. I have shared everything with you, my secrets, my trust, yet you offer me nothing in return. Even a meal would suffice. Zhang Hu believed he deserved the head of the logistics group given their prior rapport, yet Chen Shi had chosen to promote Zhang Yukai instead. Unbeknownst to Chen Shi, Zhang Yukai and Zhang Hu had a contentious history, often clashing over financial matters, which only fueled Zhang Hu's resentment. Suppressing his fury, Zhang Hu stood up as the meeting concluded. Just as Chen Shi was about to exit the conference room, Zhang Hu called out, Xiao Chun, do you remember who guided you when you first arrived at the police station? Now that you have ascended to leadership, you do not even extend an invitation to your mentor for a meal. Everyone remained, uniformly directing their gaze towards Chen Shi, displaying a blatant disregard for their leader's dignity. Addressing him as Xiao Chun in front of the entire assembly was a clear sign of disrespect. Wang Jiaming, having just exited the conference room, heard this and smirked coldly to himself. It is often those closest to you who cannot bear to see you prosper, he thought, as he hastily departed. Chen Shi maintained a serene demeanor, offering a smile to the crowd before quietly exiting, not sparing a glance at Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu called out from behind, why are you leaving? I am your mentor, the one who guided you through the intricacies of this business. You must learn to show gratitude. Ma Guoyang, stepping out of the conference room, mused that if he were Chen Shi, he would certainly deliver a sound thrashing to Zhang Hu. A brash novice who could not distinguish between authority and folly. Such recklessness was misguided. The logistics office was rebranded as the logistics team, and the administrative office transformed into the administrative team, with an office on the second floor designated for the newly formed security team. Upon returning to his office, Chen Shi initially intended to disregard Zhang Hu, this foolish jester, but the latter's obstinacy warranted a lesson. He needed to understand that the small pot was forged from iron. A knock echoed on the office door, prompting Chen Shi to call out, come in. Zhang Yukai entered with a beaming smile, saying, Director Chen, I have come to report on my work. Chen Shi replied, have a seat, pouring a cup of tea for Zhang Yukai. Zhang Yukai graciously accepted it, thanking him. Although Chen Shi harbored a disdain for Zhang Youcai's sycophantic nature, he acknowledged the latter's humility. He had swiftly aligned himself with Chen Shi. The matter concerning the auxiliary officer gifting Ma Guoyang would require further time to navigate. In a hushed tone, Zhang Yukai remarked, Zhang Hu, that insolent fellow, disrespected you before so many in the precinct. In the future, when he comes to settle accounts, I will intercept him, delaying his reimbursement for a year and a half, teaching him the consequences of disrespecting authority. Chen Shi smiled and replied, Old Zhang, do not concern yourself with such a clown. He is not worthy of your attention. Indeed, engaging with such a provocateur would only diminish your stature. Zhang Yukai concurred, showering Chen Shi with further flattery, pledging unwavering loyalty to follow his directives without question. After dismissing Zhang Yukai, Chen Shi formulated a plan to address Zhang Hu's impudence. Delaying his reimbursements would be a mild rebuke. To truly bring him to heel, he must learn the sting of consequence. He picked up the phone and called Ma Guoyang to request his presence in the office. Ma Guoyang arrived promptly, and Chen Shi gestured for him to sit. Pouring him a cup of tea, Chen Shi began, Old Ma, as the newly appointed head of the security team, you must make your mark. Utilize the authority at your disposal. Only then will your subordinates regard you as a leader. Ma Guoyang, recognizing this as a directive to take action, listened intently. Chen Shi continued, Fushan town encompasses 23 villages, each of which experiences incidents of livestock theft. This is no trifling matter. It pertains to the financial well-being of the community and reflects poorly on our security. As the leader of the security team, you must mobilize. I propose a plan of action where each village is assigned a police officer for oversight, particularly in Longtugu village, where cattle theft occurs every month. If this continues, the property of the people will remain unprotected. What purpose does our role as police serve if we cannot ensure safety? Zhang Hu is well acquainted with Longtugu village. He previously handled the case involving your cousin Ma Shuang's cattle. Yet, the thief remains at large, and the cattle have not been recovered. It is imperative to station a police officer in the village, demonstrating a commitment to apprehending the cattle thief. Until the thief is caught, the officer should remain there, safeguarding the community's assets. Ma Guoyang comprehended Chen Shi's intention. This meant Zhang Hu would be stationed in Longtugu village to pursue the cattle thief, and he would remain there indefinitely if the thief was not apprehended. I understand, the station head affirmed. Protecting the property of the people is our responsibility at the police station. I will make the necessary arrangements. Upon leaving Chen Shi's office, Ma Guoyang felt a sense of pride in his authority, reminding his subordinates that those who cross him may find themselves assigned to remote villages. You might think that the police station in Fushan town is sufficiently isolated, but the surrounding villages are even more remote. There, even wealth cannot procure goods. There is no such thing as the most remote location, only increasingly remote ones. 2 days later, a public security rectification plan was placed in Chen Shi's office, which he reviewed with satisfaction before signing. Ma Guoyang then took it to Wang Jiaming's office, where it was also signed without objection. You may think that in grassroots positions, one can neglect professional growth and disrespect leadership without repercussions, but Chen Shi has his methods to address such attitudes. Other officers are nominally responsible for their assigned villages and need only respond to security incidents as they arise. However, Zhang Hu is in a dire situation. He is responsible for Longtugu village, which suffers monthly theft of cattle and must remain stationed there until the thief is caught. He realizes that Chen Shi and Ma Guoyang are conspiring against him, yet he cannot voice his grievances. Their rationale, protecting the property of the people, is irrefutable. Unless he is willing to forfeit his job, which he cannot afford to do, remaining in the village is preferable to returning to agricultural labor. Ma Guoyang even organized a grand farewell ceremony for Zhang Hu, ensuring everyone understood the consequences of disregarding leadership. Zhang Hu was driven to the village in a police vehicle, mentally cursing Chen Shi and Ma Guoyang's ancestors. Longtugu village is over 40 kilometers from Fushan town, making it the most distant village, and Zhang Hu felt despondent. Chapter 44. Do they truly view me as a driver? 1 month into his tenure as deputy director of the police station, Chen Shi transformed the officer's initial skepticism into respect. Witnessing Zhang Hu's fate, no one dared to underestimate Chen Shi's authority. He has ample means to assert his will. The respect for leadership is gradually cultivated, and Chen Shi's standing at the police station now surpasses that of Ma Guoyang, second only to Wang Jiaming. Even Ma Guoyang has conceded to Chen Shi, prompting others to reflect on whether their own tenure at the station exceeds that of Ma Guoyang's. When it comes to leadership, one must strike a delicate balance between firmness and leniency, instilling a sense of respect while also offering a modicum of reward. If one merely demands labor without providing any benefits, no one will be inclined to follow. Chen Shi is well aware of this principle. On Monday, Chen Shi received notification that he was to attend a meeting at the Public Security Bureau on Tuesday. This marked his inaugural meeting in his capacity as deputy director. Typically, visits to the county town were made by bus, but this time, he would travel by police car. Early on Tuesday, Chen Shi drove the police vehicle to the residence of Wang Jiaming, awaiting his arrival. The meeting was scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Bureau's office director had chosen this time to accommodate attendees from remote townships like Fushan. Had the meeting been scheduled for the morning, individuals from distant areas would have been unable to arrive on time without staying overnight, which would be quite inconvenient. As he lit a cigarette and waited for Wang Jiaming to descend, Chen Shi grew impatient. After a while, Wang Jiaming emerged with a briefcase, descending at a leisurely pace. Chen Shi, exhaling his smoke onto the ground, quickly approached, opened the car door, and smiled. "Sing, Director Wang, have you had breakfast? I've got one for you." Wang Jiaming glanced at him and replied, "I've already eaten. You should go ahead." Chen Shi, having already had his meal, felt a flicker of displeasure cross his face. "I can lower my stance as a sign of respect, but you must not take advantage of my courtesy. Do not forget that I am your deputy now." As he took his seat, he was left waiting for another 20 minutes, sitting in the back seat. In Wang Jiaming's eyes, this was a sign of disregard for his authority. Though Chen Shi did not show it outwardly, he was plotting in his mind. "If you do not regard me with due respect, then I have no obligation to accommodate you." Driving the car, he detoured to Wang Yanhong's rented apartment, parked, and called her to come down for breakfast. Wang Jiaming was visibly displeased, thinking it inappropriate for him, as a leader, to wait for others. He coughed lightly, asserting, "Deputy Director Chen, we need to head to the Public Security Bureau for the meeting. Why are we stopping here? Let us move." His tone conveyed his dissatisfaction. Chen Shi turned to Wang Jiaming with a smile. "Director Wang, I've prepared breakfast for you. Since you've already eaten, Let us not waste it. I've asked my girlfriend to come down and get it. She'll be here shortly. Chen Shi was well aware of Wang Yanhong's temperament. She would not be ready in less than 10 minutes. Wang Jianming's tone grew more insistent. We need to get to the Public Security Bureau for a meeting chaired by the director. Being late would reflect poorly on us. Chen Shi maintained his smile. Rest assured. Director Wang, there is still ample time before the afternoon meeting. With 5 or 6 hours to spare and an 80-kilometer journey ahead, we could practically walk there. Wang Jianming frowned. It would be better to arrive at the Public Security Bureau early, rest for a bit, and then attend the meeting refreshed. We must present a good image to the director, especially since it's your first meeting with him. I had a good night's rest and am in high spirits, which will surely leave a positive impression. Wang Jianming inwardly cursed, recalling how he had not rested well the previous night, while Su Linlin had enjoyed a peaceful slumber. In a moment of spontaneity, he had engaged in a deep conversation with her, and now, in the throes of middle age, he felt utterly exhausted after just one round. In his youth, he would have managed 3 encounters in a single night without a hint of fatigue. He couldn't help but sigh, reminiscing about the vibrancy of youth. Wang Yanhong arrived late, clutching her lesson plan. Chen Shi rolled down the car window and handed her breakfast. As she approached, she playfully chided, "You rascal. You kept me up all night, and now I can hardly get up for class. I'm nearly late." From the back seat, Wang Yanhong caught sight of Wang Jianming's sullen countenance, his face flushed with embarrassment. She shot a glare at Chen Shi, exclaiming, "The director is inside. You could have given me a heads up." Flustered, she hurriedly walked away. Chen Shi wore a mischievous grin. Wang Jianming was not pleased, as a deputy leader. He had waited over 10 minutes just to witness their flirtatious banter. Suddenly, Chen Shi pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away, nearly causing Wang Jianming to lose his balance. He quickly steadied himself, muttering to himself about the reckless driving, reminding himself that he was a leader and must refrain from foul language. Suppressing his anger, he raised his voice, "Deputy Director Chen, did you just learn to drive?" Chen Shi smiled. "Not at all. I learned in my freshman year." The implication was clear. He had never driven before. Chen Shi was waiting for this moment. "This is my first time driving," he admitted. Wang Jianming's expression darkened. For safety's sake, he insisted, "Pull over. I'll drive." Chen Shi complied, exiting the driver's seat and taking a place in the back, ready to catch some sleep. As Wang Jianming took the wheel, he scowled, thinking, "You, Chen Shi, really dare to let me drive? You treat me like a chauffeur. You're the first to do so." He spoke heavily. "Deputy Director Chen, you've been at the precinct for over half a year and have responded to numerous calls. Who has been driving the car?" He suspected Chen Shi was deliberately making him the driver, though he lacked evidence. With a broad smile, Chen Shi responded, when responding to calls, "It's always the auxiliary officers driving. I know my skills are lacking, especially on mountain roads. Safety comes first, so I never drove." Wang Jianming struggled to find a reason to lash out, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. "That won't do. As a police officer, you should know how to drive." His tone conveyed dissatisfaction with Chen Shi. "Director Wang, I have a driver's license and I can drive," Chen Shi replied. Wang Jianming cursed inwardly, realizing Chen Shi was intentionally making him feel like a chauffeur, sitting in the back instead of the front seat, which only served to heighten his irritation. He quickly deduced that it was unlikely Chen Shi was truly driving for the first time. He had been deceived. It was improbable that every time they responded to calls, it was always the auxiliary officers behind the wheel. If they arrived at the police station and others saw him, the station chief, driving for a deputy director, while that director lounged in the back, it would obliterate his reputation. This was a matter of face. He could not allow that to happen. So he pulled the car over to the side of the road, only to hear the sound of Chen Shi snoring softly. "Deputy Director Chen," he called out several times. Chen Shi, roused from his slumber, opened his eyes and replied, "Director Wang, why haven't you left yet? I didn't sleep well last night and found myself drowsy while driving. You should take the wheel." Stretching lazily, Chen Shi added, "I'm not particularly skilled at driving, so please brace yourself." Wang Jianming reluctantly exited the vehicle and took his place in the passenger seat. Chen Shi felt a sense of satisfaction. This was as it should be. After all, I am not merely your driver. You hold a leadership position, and so do I. You desire respect. Yet am I to be devoid of it? With a firm press of the accelerator, Chen Shi drove smoothly, clearly not a novice behind the wheel. Wang Jianming had always underestimated Chen Shi, failing to regard him as a deputy director. At that moment, he resolved to view Chen Shi as a worthy rival. Meanwhile, Chen Shi internally scoffed, thinking how naive people can be. If one allows themselves to be bullied once without retaliation, it paves the way for countless future transgressions. They will perceive you as a soft target, easily manipulated. To alter this dynamic later would be challenging. if one were to retaliate fiercely at the first instance of bullying. It would send a clear message: you are not to be trifled with, and any attempts to bully you will come at a significant cost, ensuring that they think twice before crossing you again. Chapter 45. If you bloom, butterflies will naturally come. Wang Jianming slept soundly in the car, and by 11 o'clock, they arrived in the county town. Chen Shi gently shook him awake, saying, "Director Wang, we've reached the county." Wang Jianming opened his eyes, feeling refreshed from his nap. "Shall we head directly to the police station or somewhere else?" Glancing at his watch, Wang Jianming replied slowly, "Let us go to Tianshang Renjian." Chen Shi inquired, "Director Wang, do you know the way?" Each time he attended a meeting, Wang Jianming would indulge in a hot bath and a massage at Tianshang Renjian, a place he was exceedingly familiar with, having visited countless times. He directed Chen Shi, and within 10 minutes, they arrived. The reception staff hurried over, recognizing that the two men seated in the front must either be friends or leaders. As the vehicle came to a halt, they promptly opened the passenger door and then rushed to open the driver's side door. Chen Shi alighted and followed Wang Jianming to enjoy a hot bath and a relaxing massage. Since the expenses could be reimbursed, not indulging would be a waste. Inside, several officers from various police stations were already present, soaking in the bath. They greeted Wang Jianming warmly, showing familiarity. Without introducing Chen Shi, Wang Jianming did not engage in conversation either, as they were of equal rank. Maintaining neutrality was sufficient. When the time came, they would assist as needed. If one has not yet attained the appropriate rank, no amount of flattery will yield results, as they would remain indifferent. Chen Shi greeted them with a smile before entering the bath. After enjoying the soak, he opted for a massage, requesting a lovely attendant. Lunch was also at Tianshang Renjian. After the meal, Chen Shi took a short nap, rising at 1:30 to head to the police station for a meeting. This gathering was for officials at the level of section chief and above within the police department, with the lowest rank being deputy section chiefs from various departments, as well as deputy directors from police stations. Chen Shi entered the conference room and spotted Su Pingyan, who looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Was this young man in the wrong place? What was his rank that allowed him to attend such a meeting? Su Pingyan, of course, was too astute to inquire directly. He merely smiled at Chen Shi as a form of greeting. Hastily, he accessed the Public Security Bureau's website to check the leadership of the Fushan Town Police Station, and was astonished to discover that Chen Shi had been appointed as the deputy station chief. He recalled their previous encounter at the small courtyard, where Chen Shi mentioned dining with Lu County. Could it be true that he had established a connection with Lu County? Seeing Chen Shi seated in the center, Su Pingyan stood up and moved to occupy a spot beside him. Aside from the leaders, the seating was unassigned, allowing for a casual arrangement. With a friendly smile, Su Pingyan lowered his voice and said, "Old classmate, you didn't give a heads up about coming to the meeting. After it concludes, we should share a few drinks. Now that you've reached this level, others will finally take notice of you." Chen Shi, now a proper cadre, had indeed surpassed Su Pingyan, who was merely a deputy cadre, by half a rank. Chen Shi replied softly, "Su section chief, let us see how the meeting goes. If there's nothing pressing, we can certainly enjoy a couple of drinks." Su Pingyan nodded in agreement. The meeting commenced with Zhang Xiangdong, the director of the Public Security Bureau and concurrently the deputy county head, entering alongside 3 deputy directors. Following him was the executive deputy director, Lei Hong, who held a rank of regular section chief, making him the second in command at the bureau. The meeting focused on combating crime, maintaining public order in Chunyuan County, and preventing fraud. After over 2 hours, the meeting adjourned. Once the meeting concluded, Wang Jianming mentioned he had matters to attend to and would return the next day, leaving Chen Shi to manage his own schedule. Su Pingyan, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Old classmate, impressive. It's only been a short while, and you've already ascended to deputy station chief without a word of celebration. What is there to celebrate about a section cadre? Nonetheless, at your youthful age, becoming a regular section chief is merely a matter of time." The tides had turned, and Su Pingyan began to flatter Chen Shi. Continuing, Su Pingyan invited, "Why don't you come to my office for a chat? We can share a few drinks this evening." Chen Shi looked at Su Pingyan and smiled, saying, "Su section chief, I need to report to Lu County about work. There's no drinking session on that side, but I will arrange another time with you." Su Pingyan quickly responded, "All right," while inwardly pondering whether Chen Shi had truly forged a connection with Lu County, still feeling somewhat skeptical. Finding a secluded spot, Chen Shi called Huang Ming, the liaison for Lu Youguang. The call was answered promptly. "Hello, Secretary Huang. This is Chen Shi, the deputy station chief of Fushan Town Police Station. I would like to report to Lu County. May I inquire if he has any time available?" Huang Ming thought for a moment before recalling their last meeting was only 2 or 3 months ago, and this young man had already become a deputy station chief, indicating a significant relationship with Liu County. Just back from an inspection at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Liu County's schedule was quite full, and he would need to consult before responding. "Thank you, Secretary Huang," Chen Shi said quickly. Huang Ming hung up the phone and knocked on the door of the county chief's office. Liu Youguang called out, "Come in." Huang Ming entered and smiled, saying, "Deputy Director Chen Shi from the Fushan Town Police Station wishes to report to you." Upon hearing Chen Shi's name, Liu Youguang felt perplexed. A deputy director, seeking to report to me. Does he possess the qualifications for such an endeavor? Those who report to the county head must at least be at the division chief level, typically the heads of various departments or township leaders. Seeing that Liu Youguang could not recall who Chen Shi was, Huang Ming reminded him. "He is the one who dined with you alone at the courtyard." Suddenly, Liu Youguang remembered Chen Shi was indeed qualified, as his uncle was Liu's ally. Cultivating a rapport with him would be beneficial. He had been too preoccupied recently to remember that Chen Shi was one he had promoted himself. "Have him come by tomorrow at 11, Liu instructed. Huang Ming stepped out to call Chen Shi, who was overjoyed to learn that Liu Youguang would grant him an opportunity to report his work. He envisioned advancing to the position of division chief within 2 years, becoming the head of the police station. Chen Shi then reconsidered and smiled, saying, "Secretary Huang, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you for a couple of drinks." Huang Ming, noting Liu Youguang's regard for Chen Shi, recognized that a cadre at the division level who could report to the county head must have significant connections. "I have some obligations, send me the address, and I'll come by tonight," he replied. Chen Shi smiled, "Secretary Huang, I'll pick you up at the county government gate after work." After hanging up, Chen Shi approached the police car. Knowing that building a rapport with Huang Ming would grant him insights into Liu Youguang's schedule, making it easier to arrange a meeting. With so many leaders to meet, one must frequently appear before them to remain memorable. If a mere division-level official were to vanish from their sight for months, they would likely fade from memory. As he reached the police car, Su Pingyan had not yet left and greeted him with a broad smile. "Old classmate, are you heading to report to County Head Liu?" Chen Shi regarded Su Pingyan, recognizing that he too had connections and was not to be trifled with. His uncle was the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. Perhaps he should invite him to the dinner tonight to ease any suspicions and ensure his loyalty. "It's too late today, County Head Liu has plans. I'll report tomorrow at 11, he replied. Su Pingyan looked skeptical. "What level are you to be reporting to the county head? Do you know who typically reports to him?" "They are all at least division chief level. A deputy division chief wouldn't suffice." Though he refrained from exposing Chen Shi's pretentiousness, he suspected that Chen Shi's rapid rise to the position of deputy director indicated support from someone influential, perhaps a deputy county head or a division chief, nothing more. With a forced smile, he inquired, "Do you have a dinner engagement tonight? Shall we share a few drinks?" After a moment's thought, Chen Shi responded, "I've arranged to meet with county head Liu's liaison, Secretary Huang. Would you like to join?" Su Pingyan's eyes lit up, surprised. "Really? You managed to secure an invitation from Huang Ming? That's impressive," he said, quickly dispelling his doubts. Chen Shi appeared earnest, certainly not jesting. "Let us go together tonight," Su Pingyan eagerly replied, stepping forward to open the car door. Chen Shi was pleased with Su Pingyan's reaction. This young man demonstrated versatility and potential. Chapter 46. Huang Ming has served as Liu Youguang's liaison for over a year. When Liu Youguang assumed the role of the mayor of Chunyuan County, it was Huang Ming who took on the responsibilities of liaison. Since the mayor cannot have a secretary assigned independently, the liaison essentially fulfills that role, and informally, Huang Ming is often addressed as Secretary Huang. The county government concludes its workday at 5:30. Chen Shi, driving a police car, felt it was too conspicuous to wait directly outside the government building, so he circled nearby. After more than half an hour, Huang Ming finally exited the county government doors, and Chen Shi's vehicle was positioned ahead of him. At that moment, most individuals had already departed, leaving the entrance of the county government largely deserted. Chen Shi stepped out of the vehicle with a smile, greeting Secretary Huang. Huang Ming was taken aback to see Chen Shi arriving in a police car, but upon reflection, it made sense as he was the deputy chief of the police station. What other vehicle would he take? Chen Shi wore an apologetic smile, opened the back door, treating Huang Ming as his superior while assuming the role of driver himself. Huang Ming, smiling, replied, "I'll sit in the passenger seat." Chen Shi closed the door, and Huang Ming opened the passenger door and settled into the seat. Those who can serve as secretaries possess a certain understated demeanor. There is no pretense. And this action made Chen Shi feel at ease. Once inside, Chen Shi inquired, "Secretary Huang, I am not familiar with the county. Which restaurant serves excellent cuisine? I would appreciate your recommendation." After a moment of contemplation, Huang Ming replied. Perhaps the Qingqing restaurant. Chen Shi had been there before, having visited with Wang Tao and Lu Feng from the police bureau. Within the organization, there exists an unwritten rule that each department has its designated gathering place. The owner of this establishment maintains intricate connections with the leadership of the bureau. It seems the owner of Qingqing restaurant has a solid background, as both the police and county government convene there. Chen Shi smiled, saying, all right. Without needing further directions from Huang Ming, Chen Shi was confident in finding the place. He had a remarkable memory and could easily retrace a path he had traveled once. As they drove, Chen Shi cheerfully remarked, Secretary Huang, I wanted to inform you that Su Pingyan, the deputy chief of the political works section at the police bureau, is my college classmate. He admires your charisma and would like to join you for a drink. Would it be possible for him to come along? With such a request presented, Huang Ming found it hard to decline. He was indifferent, primarily concerned about giving Chen Shi face. Sure, let him come. The more, the merrier. Huang Ming called Su Pingyan, informing him that he was with Secretary Huang and would arrive at Qingqing restaurant in about 10 minutes, inviting him to join. 10 minutes later, upon arriving at the Qingqing restaurant and parking the car, Su Pingyan approached, having memorized Chen Shi's license plate number, a feat not easily accomplished by the average person. His ability to recall the license plate of the county leader's vehicle reflects a certain skill. Su Pingyan jogged over, and as the car came to a stop, he opened the passenger door, recognizing Huang Ming, even though Huang Ming did not recognize him. Huang Ming alighted from the vehicle, and Su Pingyan greeted him with a broad smile, saying, Secretary Huang. After exchanging pleasantries, he quickly rushed to the driver's side to assist Chen Shi, who was stepping out. Su Pingyan then smiled, saying, Old classmate, please allow me to show you inside. Su Pingyan is meticulous in his approach, leaving no room for criticism. Truly a product of a well-bred family, he possesses an innate grace that most could not hope to emulate. The more capable individuals tend to eschew concerns about appearances, adopting a humble demeanor, whereas the ordinary often cling to their pride. It is essential to recognize that one's reputation is conferred by others, rather than demanded outright. Chen Shi smiled and said, Huang Mi, allow me to introduce my old classmate, Su Pingyan, who currently serves as the deputy chief of the political works section at the Public Security Bureau. Su Pingyan promptly approached and shook hands with Huang Ming. Huang Ming introduced himself, stating, I am Huang Ming, the liaison for Lu County. Your esteemed name precedes you. I've long wished to pay my respects, but alas, opportunity has eluded me. My uncle often speaks of you, expressing a desire to learn from your experiences. Huang Ming turned to Chen Shi, inquiring, who is your uncle? Do I know him? Su Pingyan also looked to Chen Shi, recognizing the need for a supportive voice, as to speak of one's uncle's position might seem boastful. Chen Shi interjected, his uncle is the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee. Huang Ming held Su Pingyan in higher regard now, despite being merely a deputy-level official. He dismissed him due to his own ambitions, believing that within a year, he would ascend to a deputy section chief role. However, his uncle's position as secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee changed the dynamics entirely, although a member of the county committee. His influence could either assist or hinder Su Pingyan's endeavors. Promotions to deputy section chiefs require discussion in the county committee, and a single dissenting voice could thwart any appointment. Su Pingyan, resting under the protective canopy of such a powerful figure, remained remarkably humble, a rarity indeed. Huang Ming, as Lu Youguang's liaison, frequently interacted with top officials across various departments. A deputy director in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, also a deputy-level official, faced a personal crisis when his son failed to secure a civil service position, relegating him to a temporary worker role in the bureau, an elevation that felt monumental to the family, as if the entire bureau belonged to them. When Huang Ming visited the bureau on Lu Youguang's behalf, he even dared to obstruct access to the bureau chief. Such folly and malice intertwined. He dared to impede without understanding the implications. While malevolence can be rational, this individual's actions were self-destructive, blinded by a false sense of ownership over the bureau. The truth of the matter was that he was merely a deputy director. Even if he were the chief, he could not wield authority indiscriminately. His incessant need for validation, frequently boasting of his father's position, revealed an insecurity. After completing his errands, Huang Ming seized the opportunity to inform Lu Youguang, who promptly made a call, reprimanding the bureau chief. The call was made in the morning, and by afternoon, the individual was dismissed. Even after his dismissal, he could not find peace. Driving around the county in an Audi, he seemed desperate to broadcast his father's alleged corruption. How could a deputy director, earning a modest salary, afford a vehicle worth $700,000 to $800,000? His numerous enemies led to whistleblowing to the disciplinary committee, revealing a checkered past that could not withstand scrutiny. Now, his father is incarcerated, their assets confiscated, and his wife has left him. He has become a laughingstock in the county. Such a downfall serves as a poignant reminder that personal capability outweighs familial connections. Su Ping'an arrived at an unspecified time, having already reserved a private room. As the three entered, Su picked up the menu and inquired, "Huang Mi, old classmate, do you have any dietary restrictions?" Huang Ming softly replied, "I cannot handle anything too spicy." Chen Shi gradually added, "I have no restrictions, just refrain from ordering anything spicy." He suggested 2 non-spicy dishes, indicating that the others could choose spicy options without concern for him. Su Ping'an quickly interjected, "I do not consume spicy food either." "What is this? Aren't you someone who revels in spiciness? How come you now shy away from it?" Su Ping'an, a person of considerable connections and capabilities, at least holding the rank of a section chief, ordered 8 or 9 dishes and handed the menu to Huang Ming, who glanced at it and replied, "That will suffice." He then passed it to Chen Shi, who waved his hand, "You order as you wish." As Chen Shi served tea to the two, Su Ping'an stepped out briefly, returning with 2 bottles of wine. This was a deliberate gesture on his part. Upon uncorking the bottles, the rich aroma of fine wine wafted through the air. He poured the wine into decanters, placing them before Chen Shi and Huang Ming. Chapter 47. Toasting. The dishes arrived swiftly, and the three engaged in toasts, enjoying their meal and drink. Huang Ming remembered Su Ping'an well, and Chen Shi made a lasting impression as well. Feeling the urge to relieve himself, Chen Shi stood up and headed to the restroom, where he encountered Wang Tao. With a flushed face from drinking, Wang Tao greeted Chen Shi. "Chen Shi, are you dining here? Who are you with?" Chen Shi decided to drop the pretense, revealing, "I am with Section Chief Su and the liaison from Lu County, Huang Mi." Wang Tao was not surprised to hear about Su Ping'an, but was skeptical about Huang Mi's presence, though he kept his thoughts to himself. "Let's go raise a toast to our leaders. Lu Feng, Wang Haiyang, and Li Li are also here. We should include them." Chen Shi did not decline. "Very well. If you hold such respect for your leaders, it would be remiss of me to hinder your toasting." Wang Tao guided Chen Shi back to the private room, where Wang Haiyang and the others appeared to have indulged quite a bit themselves. Wang Tao exclaimed, "Do you know with whom Chen Shi is dining tonight?" Lu Feng interjected, "With Section Chief Su, I presume?" "Not just Section Chief Su, but also Huang Mi," Wang Tao clarified. Lu Feng expressed skepticism. "Is that true?" "True enough. You will find out when we toast." Chen Shi remained silent, leading the 4 to the entrance of the private room. Wang Tao halted. "Chen Shi, you should go in and inform the 2 leaders. We will follow behind." Chen Shi smiled. "No need. Huang Mi enjoys a lively atmosphere." With that, he pushed open the door, and the 4 followed him inside. Chen Shi introduced Section Chief Su, Huang Mi. "These 4 are colleagues from the Public Security Bureau. They admire you and wish to offer a toast." Upon seeing Huang Ming, the 4 were taken aback, recognizing him as Huang Mi. They knew him well, though he did not know them. Respect for Chen Shi blossomed within them. This young man had quite the prowess to dine alongside Huang Mi. Within the system, one's standing is determined by the company one keeps at the dining table. Wang Tao hastily approached, his face adorned with a smile, saying, "Secretary Huang, Section Chief Su. I am Wang Tao from the Public Security Bureau's Security Management Team. It is an honor to meet both of you today. Allow me to toast you." Lu Feng stepped forward, stating, "I am also from the Security Management Team. My name is Lu Feng." Wang Haiyang interjected, "Greetings, esteemed leaders. I am Wang Haiyang from the Criminal Investigation Team." Behind them, Li Li advanced, introducing himself. "I am Li Li from the Traffic Police Team." Huang Ming chuckled lightly. "You only toast the 2 of us and neglect Director Chen?" Wang Tao quickly realized that Chen Shi had unexpectedly been promoted to director and smiled apologetically. "I shall toast you first, then Director Chen." This statement held merit, as Su Ping'an was the Deputy Section Chief of the Political Work Department at the Public Security Bureau, and since all 4 were from the Bureau, they were certainly inclined to curry favor with him. Huang Ming's influence transcended mere bureaucracy. As the county mayor's liaison, access to the mayor required passage through him. He could easily hinder one's progress or orchestrate one's downfall. Numerous directors and deputy directors catered to Huang Ming's whims, let alone these 4 low-ranking officers. As for Chen Shi, as a director of a township police station, his relevance was minimal. The respect afforded to him stemmed from the fear that he might ascend to a deputy section chief position, which could one day place them beneath him, an undesirable prospect, indeed. Thus, the 4 toasted Huang Ming and Su Ping'an before turning to toast Chen Shi. Chen Shi, understanding the dynamics at play, amicably raised his glass with the 4. At the dining table, establishing familiarity was paramount, offering opportunities for future camaraderie. After the 4 had concluded their toasts, they departed. Upon leaving the private room, Wang Tao promptly settled the bill for Chen Shi's table and sent him a message, inquiring when he might be free to share another drink. Chen Shi informed him that he would be reporting to the county mayor tomorrow and would arrange for a meeting when time permitted. Wang Tao had no doubts about Chen Shi's credibility as a deputy director of a township police station. His ability to dine with Huang Ming was undoubtedly due to the latter's regard for the county mayor. Many sought to dine with Huang Ming, yet a mere deputy director, without the mayor's connections, would not have the privilege. Huang Ming inquired, "Director Chen, how do you know these for?" Chen Shi, uncertain of Huang Ming's intent, simply wished to clarify whether there was a deeper significance. He candidly replied that he had met them during training at the Public Security Bureau. Huang Ming had no ulterior motives. It was merely a casual question, yet he would remember these four, recognizing their potential value. After indulging in more drinks, the three rose to leave. Su Pingyan intended to pay the bill, but Chen Shi held him back. "Section Chief Su, I promise to treat you both to a couple of drinks. If you insist on paying, then next time, it shall be your turn, and I shall not contest it." "Old classmate, you are being overly polite." "Very well, I shall organize a gathering another day for us to reconvene." When Chen Shi went to settle the bill, he was informed that it had already been taken care of by Wang Tao. Having parents entrenched in the system undoubtedly endowed one with insight. Chen Shi's appreciation for Wang Tao increased significantly. Three individuals emerged from the restaurant, where Wang Tao and his companions awaited, greeting them with cheerful smiles. "Our esteemed leaders, allow us to escort you back," they offered. Su Pingyan turned to the four, pointing out, "You've all indulged quite a bit, as law enforcers. Do you not comprehend that driving under the influence is a crime?" The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. After all, Chen Shi had also consumed a fair amount and was unfit to drive. Huang Ming smiled and suggested, "We've all had enough to drink. Let's prioritize safety and take a taxi home." The four readily concurred. Indeed, Chen Shi's police car could only remain there, to be retrieved the following day. Wang Tao and his companions had initially intended to foster a closer rapport with Su Pingyan and Huang Ming, yet found themselves in an exceedingly embarrassing predicament. They hastily summoned 4 taxis, and Chen Shi remarked to Huang Ming, "Secretary Huang, I shall see you home. It is only proper since I brought you here." Observing Chen Shi's insistence, the others abandoned their thoughts of offering Huang Ming a ride. Chen Shi proceeded to open the rear door of the taxi. Huang Ming smiled. "There's no need for that. I haven't drunk much and can return on my own." "Secretary Huang, I shall accompany you," Chen Shi insisted. "You know where I reside." Huang Ming did not voice his curiosity, and seeing Chen Shi's determination, he no longer declined. Su Pingyan and Wang Tao watched them depart. Wang Tao, with a forced smile, offered, "Director Su, may I drive you home?" Su Pingyan accepted without demur and entered the taxi. After seeing Su Pingyan off, Lu Feng and his companions drove away, having consumed little and remaining alert. In the taxi, Huang Ming inquired, "Director Chen, you haven't overindulged, have you?" "Not at all. I am quite alert," Chen Shi replied. "Secretary Huang, your capacity for alcohol is impressive. Having consumed so much, you appear completely unaffected." Huang Ming explained, "As a secretary to leaders, possessing a good tolerance is essential. One must shield the leaders from excessive drinking, and if they become inebriated, it falls upon us to care for them. A strong constitution is a requisite for a secretary. Otherwise, if a secretary succumbs to intoxication, it would be the leader's responsibility to look after them." Huang Ming was tempted to retort that such remarks were rather obvious, as he could easily handle 2 to 3 kilograms without issue. After a brief exchange, they arrived at Huang Ming's residential complex. Being a local from the county, he lived at home. As for connections, he had none, having earned the recognition of Liu Youguang through his own merit and becoming a liaison officer. Huang Ming's parents were business people who could offer little assistance beyond financial support. After Chen Shi alighted and escorted Huang Ming into the complex, he returned to the vehicle, instructing the driver to take him to Tianshang Renjian for a massage and a good night's sleep. Chapter 48. Reporting for duty the following morning. Wang Jiaming knocked on Chen Shi's door. Fresh from a hot shower and clad in pajamas, Chen Shi emerged from the bathroom, feeling invigorated after a restful night. Upon opening the door, he found Wang Jiaming standing at the threshold. Chen Shi warmly greeted him. "Director Wang, please come in. What an early hour." Wang Jiaming remained rooted. Glancing at his watch, "Is it still early?" "It's 9 o'clock. I called you twice, but you didn't answer." His tone revealed his dissatisfaction. Chen Shi had not intentionally ignored the calls. He habitually set his phone to silent while sleeping. He greatly despised being awakened by phone calls during his slumber. Having just arisen, he had yet to glance at his phone, attended to his bodily needs, and taken a warm shower when a knock echoed at his door. He hastily explained, "Director Wang, I had my phone on silent and didn't notice. Is there something urgent? Wang Jiaming, visibly displeased, replied, Deputy Director Chen, it's time to return. Chen Shi smiled and responded, Director Wang, I have an appointment with County Chief Liu at 11 to report on work, so I must wait. The notion of reporting work to County Chief Liu was laughable. Did he truly believe he was worthy of such an audience? Wang Jiaming doubted Chen Shi's words, suspecting he was merely attempting to intimidate him with the name of County Chief Liu. With Liu so busy throughout the day, would he spare any time for Chen Shi's report? Observing Wang Jiaming's skepticism, Chen Shi's smile faded, and he adopted a serious demeanor, stating, if Director Wang is unconvinced, I can provide you with Secretary Huang's number for verification. Chen Shi turned, approached the bedside table, retrieved his phone, and, standing at the door, displayed Huang Ming's contact for Wang Jiaming. Indeed, Wang Jiaming did not possess Huang Ming's mobile number. He was far too distant from the county chief's rank to have any interaction with him. Sensing Chen Shi was earnest, Wang Jiaming forced a smile, Deputy Director Chen. I was merely inquiring. Don't take it to heart. Go ahead with your report. I'll wait here for you. Chen Shi reclaimed his phone, saying, if you have an urgent matter, you may drive back first, and I shall return by bus. The police vehicle is at the Qingxing Hotel. I drank too much with Secretary Huang and Section Chief Su last night and didn't drive back. Wang Jiaming's expression darkened slightly. There's nothing urgent. I shall wait for you. He turned to leave, recalling that after yesterday's meeting, he sought out the Executive Deputy Director Lei Heng to report on work. However, Lei Heng had other dinner engagements and did not attend, so he dined with several township police station chiefs and invited the chief of the security management team, Wang Sanduo, to join. They were all loyal to Lei Heng. It appeared that Chen Shi had indeed established a connection with Liu Yoguang, who seemed to hold him in high regard. A mere section-level cadre able to meet with the county chief commanded significant respect. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out as he realized that with the county chief's backing, Chen Shi's position as director would inevitably be secured. He needed to devise a plan to remove him. The prospects of his own promotion to a full department head seemed dim. However, reigning as a local authority in the Fushan Township Police Station was still an appealing prospect. Unbeknownst to Chen Shi, Wang Jiaming's thoughts were tumultuous. After tidying up, he had breakfast and departed at 10, arriving at the county government office. In the corridor, he encountered Huang Ming, greeting him with a smile, Secretary Huang. Huang Ming softly replied, Director Chen, arriving so early. Please head to the comprehensive office. My office is available. Director Zhang from the Education Bureau is currently reporting to County Chief Liu, so please wait a moment. Huang Ming also served as the deputy head of the comprehensive office, with the head being someone he had recommended. Thus, the comprehensive office was essentially Huang Ming's domain. Upon entering Huang Ming's office, he poured a cup of tea for Chen Shi. Director Chen, please hold on. I have some matters to attend to first. Chen Shi quickly responded, Secretary Huang. I apologize for the interruption. Please carry on. He sat alone in the office, feeling a sense of ennui. Rising to his feet, he gazed out at the bustling clerks and reflected on how many dream of working in the county government. Yet, upon entering, one finds themselves at the beck and call of others, rendered inconsequential. Chen Shi returned to the sofa, contemplating how to report his work to County Chief Liu in a manner that would capture his attention. Shortly after 10:40, Huang Ming returned to the office. Director Chen, County Chief Liu requests your presence. This was an invitation for an early reception, and Chen Shi quickly stood up, acknowledging that Liu Yoguang at least regarded him with some importance. Upon entering the county chief's office, Chen Shi greeted Liu with a warm smile. County Chief Liu. Liu Yoguang looked at Chen Shi and said, Xiao Chen, please take a seat. The informal address of Xiao Chen signified camaraderie, while Director Chen indicated a professional relationship. Chen Shi sat down with a smile, as Huang Ming poured him a cup of tea and filled Liu Yoguang's thermos before stepping out. Outside, Huang Ming was one who had to command respect. Here, he was merely a servant. Liu Yoguang inquired, Xiao Chen, how is your work at the police station? Chen Shi promptly replied, I am here to report on my work at the police station. He highlighted the key points, mentioning that after taking office, personnel adjustments had been made, establishing 3 team leaders. Each administrative village in Fushan Town was assigned a police officer responsible for promoting fraud prevention and legal education. He particularly emphasized the remote Longtu-Go village, where villagers frequently suffered theft of cattle and horses. A police officer was stationed there long-term to safeguard the villagers' property. Chen Shi understood that Liu Yoguang was assessing whether he possessed the requisite qualities. Within the institutional framework, having connections was common. However, to advance, one's abilities were paramount. Insufficient capability would mean that connections could only provide temporary aid, not a lasting foundation. Ordinary individuals might believe that having connections suffices. But one should ponder the multitude of counties and cities across the nation, where county and city leaders abound. How many of their offspring surpass their predecessors in political careers? Most merely rely on their parents' protection, securing minor positions, and leading a life of mediocrity. Liu Yaguang held Chen Shi's methods in high esteem, noting his political acumen at a young age. Were he the police station chief, he would never endorse personnel adjustments. Signing off would signify a loss in this strategic game. Chen Shi's shortcomings lay in his youth and lack of experience, making it difficult for him to command respect. Without tangible accomplishments, his prestige would be undermined, and a leader without esteem would struggle to maintain their position. Upon taking office, Chen Shi's personnel adjustments established his authority, solidifying his role as deputy director. If he continued to labor diligently, his youth would bode well for a promising future. Chen Shi readily agreed. Liu Yaguang then shifted the topic. Have you visited your uncle's house recently? Work has been too hectic lately, so I haven't had the chance. My aunt mentioned she misses my mother, and I plan to take her along when I do visit. He added, despite the busy work schedule, one must make time to see your uncle. Secretary Wang works tirelessly managing such a large city. It is essential to spend time with him. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer. Liu Yaguang was quite pleased with Chen Shi. The young man exhibited considerable ability and political awareness, making him a worthy candidate for cultivation. As mealtime approached, Chen Shi prepared to take his leave. Liu County Head, I shan't impose any further. I shall depart now and return next month to report on my work. Liu Yaguang, smiling, replied, what's the rush? It's mealtime. Allow me to escort you to the county government canteen to sample the fare. Is it not delectable? Chen Shi, slightly taken aback by the invitation, nevertheless replied, Liu County Head, you are so busy. I would prefer to dine outside. This was a test. Would the leader's casual remark be taken seriously? What was his standing that he could dine alongside the county chief? Liu Yaguang chuckled. Having a meal bears no relation to busyness. One must eat regardless of how occupied one may be. With Liu Yaguang extending his invitation once more. To decline would be to appear ungrateful. Such an opportunity was rare. By partaking in this meal, his name would be well known within the county, and his status recognized throughout the system. Chapter 49. Dining with the county chief. Chen Shi cheerfully expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Liu County Head. Huang Ming, who had been waiting outside, approached as mealtime arrived and inquired, Liu County Head, shall you go down to eat, or shall I fetch the meal for you? Liu Yaguang responded, I shall go down to eat. I will take Xiao Chun to sample our county government's cuisine. Liu Yaguang stood, and Chen Shi promptly followed suit, with Huang Ming trailing behind as they made their way to the canteen. Along the way, many greeted Liu Yaguang, and upon arriving at the canteen, they found 2 floors, the first floor for ordinary clerks and the second for those at the level of deputy section chief and above. There was no formal regulation. Yet this unwritten rule was respected. A clerk would not dare ascend to the second floor without a leader's accompaniment. Lunchtime was when the afternoon assignments were often dispatched, sending clerks off to the townships. Huang Ming, as the county chief's liaison, adhered to this protocol and dined on the first floor, only accompanying Liu Yaguang to the second. Those on the first floor cast curious glances at Chen Shi. He was a new face, prompting whispers among them. Who is this who dines with the county chief? The county government was small, and it took but a moment for one to discover who was in the leader's presence. Even one's ancestral lineage could be unearthed. This time, however, they had miscalculated. None were aware of Chen Shi's true identity. He hailed from a remote township, having never studied in the county itself. To economize on travel expenses, he had chosen to attend high school in Fushan Town. Chen Shi often reflected that had his family been slightly more affluent, he could have attended Chunyang County No. 1 high school, potentially scoring an additional 40 to 50 points on the college entrance examination. Chunyang County's educational quality was lamentably poor, having produced no students who had gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University in over a decade. Those scoring above 600 were exceedingly rare. The highest educational standards were at Chunyang County No. 1 high school, yet even its acceptance rate for first-tier universities languished at a mere 30%. The second high school was located in Huanchang Town, the third in Fushan Town, and the fourth in Shangning Town. These township schools had appallingly low graduation rates, with only the occasional student achieving first-tier university admission. Most years, the number of students qualifying for second-tier universities did not exceed 10 per institution. Chen Shi, who took the college entrance examination in 2004, achieved a remarkable score of 589 in the science stream, surpassing the second-place student from San Middle School by a staggering 100 points. He truly resonated with the adage, better to be a tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. In a typical rural high school, His fervent dedication to studying set him apart from his peers, who often deemed him an oddity for his commitment to academics. Despite the skepticism surrounding him, there were benefits. From the principal to the class teacher and subject instructors, all showered Chen Shi with care and attention, always considering his needs first. During his high school years, he became a figure of prominence within his institution, consistently outperforming the second-best student by at least 100 points in every examination. However, in such an environment, he gradually became complacent, underestimating the competition. It was only after the college entrance examination that he realized the vastness of the landscape. He was not merely competing against the students of San Middle School or even the seniors of Chunyang County, but with high schoolers from across the entire Donghai province. In the provincial context, he felt utterly ordinary. He recalled that year when the science stream cutoff for first-tier colleges in Donghai province was set at 520, and he exceeded this benchmark by 69 points, ranking fourth in Chunyang County. The top 3 students scored 601, 596, and 590 respectively, all hailing from Chunyang County No. 1 high school. The teachers in the ordinary rural high schools lacked adequate proficiency. In subjects like mathematics and physics, some struggled to convey fundamental concepts, leaving Chen Shi to largely self-study. Given these circumstances, he believed that with slightly better teaching and a more conducive learning environment, he could have achieved a score of at least 634. This thought lingered in his mind for years, filling him with regret for not striving harder. In the first-floor office, the staff whispered among themselves, speculating about Chen Shi's identity. Some suggested he might be a confidant of Liu Youguang, recently appointed to the county government. Although there had been no new appointments recently, given Chen Shi's youthful appearance, they deduced he could not be a senior official, perhaps only a deputy section chief. However, dining with the county chief hinted at a promising future ahead. Accompanied by Liu Youguang, Chen Shi ascended to the second floor, where numerous leaders of section level and above rose to greet the county chief. Liu Youguang merely nodded in acknowledgement and led Chen Shi to the dining area. The cafeteria staff, seeing the county chief with a guest, welcomed them with exceptional warmth, serving generous portions with steady hands. The 3 dishes and soup offered in the county government cafeteria were truly delightful, leaving a lasting impression on Chen Shi, who would later make it a point to return for meals whenever he had business at the county government. Liu Youguang inquired, "How is the food, Xiao Chen?" Chen Shi nodded enthusiastically, "Delicious. The meals at the county government cafeteria are simply the best." Nearby, Huang Ming smiled silently, knowing the food was bound to be excellent. After all, it was prepared for esteemed guests. At that moment, Zhang Xiangdong, the director of the Public Security Bureau, approached with his meal, greeting them with a broad smile. "County Chief," Liu Youguang replied, "please, have a seat." Huang Ming promptly extended his greetings and made room for Zhang Xiangdong. Liu Youguang turned to Zhang Xiangdong and said, "Xiangdong, allow me to introduce you to the deputy chief of the Fushan Town Police Station, Chen Shi." Chen Shi promptly stood up, greeting, "Good day, Chief Zhang." Zhang Xiangdong smiled and gestured for him to sit. "This is Chen Shi, and he has a close relationship with County Chief Liu, which is why he can dine with him." Chen Shi was also scrutinizing Zhang Xiangdong, noting that the fact Liu Youguang addressed him by name rather than by title indicated a strong rapport. He must be a trusted confidant. This was their first close encounter. As during yesterday's meeting, Chen Shi had sat on the podium, too far away to observe him closely. It would have been impolite to stare at a leader throughout the meeting. Zhang Xiangdong inquired, "Where are you from, Director Chen?" Chen Shi quickly replied, "I'm from Fushan Town." While the question seemed casual, it held deeper significance as Zhang sought to ascertain whether Chen Shi was a relative of Liu Youguang. Liu hailed from Izhou and had no known relatives in Chunyang County, let alone in Fushan Town. Unable to deduce the connection between Chen Shi and Liu Youguang, Zhang Xiangdong remained curious. Liu Youguang, recognizing Zhang's thoughts, willingly clarified, "Xiangdong, Secretary Wang's hometown, is also Fushan Town. Did you know that?" Zhang Xiangdong shook his head. "I had thought Secretary Wang was from Mingzhou. Little Chen here is Secretary Wang's nephew. His mother is Secretary Wang's biological sister." Zhang Xiangdong was taken aback by this revelation. Had it come from anyone else, he would have dismissed it. How could the nephew of the deputy secretary of the municipal committee possibly serve in a grassroots police station? Surely, he should be in the municipal bureau. Huang Ming, equally astonished, sensed that Chen Shi had an extraordinary background but could not pinpoint it. He involuntarily gasped, relieved he had not offended Chen Shi, as it could have jeopardized his career. His respect for Chen Shi deepened significantly. Zhang Xiangdong had previously reviewed Chen Shi's dossier, noting he had been transferred from the Public Security Department, which had puzzled him at the time. Now it seemed clearer. It was quite likely that Wang Mingzhang had sent Chen Shi to the grassroots level to gain experience, preparing him for future advancement to a leadership position. Who would have thought that within such a modest police station, there would be such a formidable figure? Zhang Xiangdong felt his rank was insufficient to connect with Wang Mingzhang and hoped to support Chen Shi in the future. He aspired to progress, not wanting to be solely reliant on Liu Youguang, who wouldn't wish to associate with influential figures, yet opportunities were scarce. Chapter 50. Candor and Transparency. It was indeed a pity that those working at the county government did not visit the Intelligence Bureau. For Chen Shi's background had been thoroughly uncovered upon his departure from the county government. In such a small jurisdiction, secrets were virtually non-existent. The county town was far too compact for any semblance of mystery. Before leaving, he requested Zhang Xiangdong's personal phone number, assuring him that he could report any matters directly to him. Upon leaving the county government, Chen Shi took a taxi to the Qingqing Hotel, driving away in a police vehicle to meet Wang Jianming. Wang Jianming entered the car with a dark expression. Despite his anger, he still sat in the passenger seat. Wary of underestimating Chen Shi, he glanced at his watch. It was nearly 2 o'clock. Coldly, he remarked, "What time is it? Will we still make it back to work?" With a smile gracing his face, Chen Shi replied, "I never realized that you, Director Wang, were so fond of your job. One must always keep in mind the duty to serve the people. Do you understand?" As Chen Shi drove, he felt an urge to laugh, seasoned as they were. What tales of ancient spirits could they still indulge in? "Director Wang, it's just the two of us in this car. Is this conversation truly worthwhile?" Wang Jianming's expression darkened further. Chen Shi continued, "I understand your concerns. You fear I might usurp your position as director. Let us be candid. I have no interest in such a role. A director in a remote town is hardly significant." Wang Jianming felt offended, his lips trembling with indignation. "What do you mean? Director Wang? Broaden your perspective. I have already leveraged my connections with County Lu. Do you truly believe I could remain in a desolate place like Fushan Town for long? It takes over 2 hours just to reach the county seat. The economic situation is dire. It's hard to articulate. If one wishes to advance in their career, one must at least be in the county seat. Wouldn't you agree?" His words, coarse yet grounded in truth, left Wang Jianming's gaze icy. He viewed the other as a rival, unaware that Chen Shi did not regard him as a competitor at all. Chen Shi added, "I desire the position of deputy director merely as a stepping stone. With that foundation, in 2 to 3 years at most, I could be promoted to a deputy section chief. It is not beyond reach. Though you two hold the title of deputy section chief, can it truly be compared to that of the county? A mere captain of the public security management team in the county can command respect. Can you do the same?" He continued, "If it is wealth you seek, how many entertainment venues are there in a township? As of now, Fushan Town has only a few internet cafes, and not a single KTV exists. It's not for lack of attempts. It's simply that no one patronizes them. Any that opened closed within a month." At this point, Chen Shi could not suppress a chuckle. "I apologize. I couldn't help myself." Wang Jianming's expression darkened further. "When others speak of you, and you feel anger, it is indicative that their words have struck a nerve." He too aspired to progress, to become the captain of the public security management team in the county, where opportunities for gifts abound during festivals. In the county, gifts were measured in thousands, while the most extravagant gift he had ever received did not exceed 5,000. Driving, Chen Shi remarked, "There is no need to view me as a rival. With the energy you expend on such thoughts, you would be better served by spending time in the county, forging connections, and striving to relocate there. That would be far more beneficial." Wang Jianming retorted, "Why don't you come to the county?" "The time has not yet come," Chen Shi replied. Wang Jianming fell into contemplation. He had frequently broached the subject with Lei Heng regarding his desire to work within the police bureau. Each time he did, the topic was deftly sidestepped. Without a powerful backing, being a director while concurrently serving as deputy town mayor was already his limit. Further advancement seemed insurmountable. However, if he could cultivate a good relationship with Chen Shi, who was well connected with the county magistrate, perhaps he too could ascend should Chen Shi rise to become the director of the police bureau. Wang Jianming could not help but chuckle. What was he thinking? Chen Shi was young, and he was much older. By the time Chen Shi ascended to the position of police chief, Wang would likely be retired. Chen Shi inquired, "Wang, what are you laughing at? Share it with me so we can both enjoy a laugh." Wang Jianming forced a slight smile. "It's nothing." Chen Shi was indeed correct. There was no need for him to fixate on Chen Shi. Given Chen's background, he would not linger at the police station for long, and it was unnecessary to offend a young man with boundless potential. "Director Chen, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will support you in any way I can. Once you advance, just remember your humble station chief." Chen Shi smiled and replied, "I hope we both progress together. Who doesn't wish to advance?" Unfortunately, opportunities are scarce, Wang Jiaming mused inwardly. The two had reached a reconciliation. There were no deep-seated grudges or conflicts of interest between them. Chen Shi indeed looked down upon a station chief from a remote township. Advancement to the police bureau was the true path. Today, they had been candid with one another. And if he wished to achieve results, no one could impede him. To enter the police bureau and ascend to leadership, one must produce results, without achievements. Even leaders would have no opportunity to promote you. The reason it was challenging to advance from a township police station was that no significant results emerged, and major cases were often seized by the police bureau. Wang Jiaming had now relinquished the desire for advancement. His current aim was to assist Chen Shi in his departure, for it was difficult to remain at ease with an exceptional subordinate. By the time they returned to the police station, it was already past 5 o'clock, and the rural roads were hardly conducive to swift travel. Wang Jiaming did not return to the station, but instead went home. While Chen Shi drove the car back to the police station, Wang Yanhong called, mentioning that Su Mingming wished to treat them to a meal. Chen Shi understood that Su Mingming intended to plead on Zhang Hu's behalf. Now was not the time for leniency. If he wished to discipline Zhang, he must ensure he experienced enough hardship. I'm quite busy and cannot join for dinner. Perhaps another time, he replied. Chen Shi intended to visit the logistics team to find Zhang Yukai, as the dormitories had been reassigned to their management. His current accommodation was too small, and he needed to switch to a larger room. He arrived at Zhang Youcai's office. Zhang was preparing to leave for home when he saw Chen Shi enter and quickly greeted him with a smile. "Chief, you're back from the meeting," he said, just arriving. Chen Shi sat in his boss's chair, and Zhang Yucai immediately poured him some tea, smiling as he asked, "Do you have any instructions? Is there a larger dormitory available?" Zhang Yucai understood Chen Shi's request. There were 2 suites available, while the rest were single rooms. One suite was occupied by Wang Jiaming, and the other was taken by the former deputy chief, who had yet to remove his belongings. Chen Shi's expression darkened as he looked at Zhang Yucai, remaining silent. Zhang had long wished to vacate his cousin's suite for Chen Shi to reside in, but hesitated since it was his cousin's property. Having managed logistics for so many years due to his cousin's support, he felt reluctant to ask someone who had just retired to vacate their room. Now Chen Shi is compelled to ask for the house back, as he is yet to retire and wishes to linger for a few more years. As for his cousin's aspirations, they are of little consequence. He can no longer manage his own affairs. Chen is assured that he will summon the family to vacate the premises tomorrow and arrange for some renovations before moving in. Chen Shi nods in satisfaction. The rights he holds are not to be squandered and will expire if not utilized. This residence boasts 3 bedrooms and a living room, rendering any need for external rentals unnecessary. Why not invite Wang Yanhong to move in? The free accommodation is certainly appealing. Chapter 51. Surrounded by good people, Chen Shi spent a brief moment in his office before rising to return. Upon his arrival, Wang Yanhong, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you busy? Why are you back so soon?" He replied, "I just returned from the county. There's nothing pressing." "Is that so? Mingming invited you to dinner. Why not go?" Her invitation undoubtedly pertained to Zhang Hu's situation. Henceforth, if she were to extend an invitation, you could simply say, "I have prior engagements." Wang Yanhong gazed at Chen Shi with admiration. "How did you know it was about Zhang Hu? Is it really that difficult to deduce?" Chen Shi replied, "Did she ask you to plead Zhang Hu's case?" Wang Yanhong nodded. "Mingming is my good friend, and Zhang Hu is your brother. Mingming said he realizes his mistakes and wants to be reassigned. Longtugu village is too remote, and he has nowhere to stay. Now he is mingling with Yi Kaihan and Niu Yud, and he is unfamiliar with the area. It will be quite some time before anyone can uncover the identity of the cattle and horse thief. This thief is cunning. Once he leaves, he won't commit any crimes. As he cannot discern friend from foe, he has yet to experience sufficient hardship. He must endure a bit longer for it to be truly ingrained. This is a positive development. While he remains in Longtugu village, at least this thief will not dare to steal cattle or horses again." Chen Shi changed his shoes and settled onto the sofa. "Let us not dwell on him. Inform Su Mingming that it was not my decision to send him there, but rather the arrangement of the security team. Each officer, aside from the leadership, is assigned responsibility for a village. If we exert ourselves, we shall apprehend the thief and he can return." Wang Yanhong acknowledged this with an "oh," as she wished to distance herself from the matter. Her boyfriend now holds a leadership position, and the demeanor of the school leaders and teachers towards her has notably changed. It feels as though she is suddenly surrounded by benevolent individuals, all exhibiting kindness. Wang Yanhong approached and perched herself upon Chen Shi's lap, to which he embraced her warmly. "I have delightful news for you." "What news?" Wang Yanhong eagerly pressed. "Regarding your rental, after extending it for 1 more month, cease renting and move to the police station. I have been allocated a complimentary 3-bedroom apartment for your convenience. Wang Yanhong, filled with elation, planted a kiss on Chen Shi's cheek. I adore you. I can save 300 in rent each month, which totals 3,600 in a year. Chen Shi continued. Utilities can also be reimbursed. Wang Yanhong exclaimed. That's wonderful. We will save at least another 100 each month. Just thinking about it excites me. Chen Shi regarded Wang Yanhong, the little financial enthusiast, with joy. His spirits soared. Being a leader indeed has its privileges, affording benefits that ordinary individuals cannot enjoy. Wang Yanhong, with an expression of excitement, exclaimed, What would you like to eat? Tonight, I shall prepare anything for you as a treat. Chen Shi, having indulged in rich foods over the past few days, contemplated and replied, I would like a bowl of noodles. This prompted a look of astonishment from Wang Yanhong, who questioned, given the opportunity, You choose just a bowl of noodles? Regardless of the dish, as long as you prepare it, I shall relish it. You have been teaching all day and must be exhausted. Let us have something simple tonight, and we can prepare a grand feast over the weekend. Feeling immensely fortunate to have such an understanding boyfriend, Wang Yanhong reflected on her previous life, where she saved the galaxy in a single day, and in this life, she was blessed to find such a wonderful partner. With heartfelt sincerity, she said, I am not tired at all. What do you wish to eat? I will go buy the ingredients and cook for you. I truly desire only a bowl of noodles, Chen Shi reiterated. Wang Yanhong planted a kiss on his cheek and went to the kitchen to prepare the noodles. The following morning, as Chen Shi arrived at the office, he received a phone call from his elder brother, Chen Shi. Brother, is there something you need? Xiao Shi, the matter regarding your nephew's household registration has been resolved. The village head personally delivered the completed documents to our home. He mentioned that you have been appointed as deputy director and did not inform us beforehand. Since taking office, Chen Shi had been preoccupied with work and had forgotten about this matter. The documents are no longer necessary. Return them to him. I owe him no favors. I will arrange for my nephew's registration immediately. Checking the calendar, he noted that it was March, and he had promised his sister-in-law that the registration would be completed before the month ended. After hanging up, Chen Shi informed his wife, Wang Xiufan. Return the documents to the village head. Xiao Shi stated he will arrange for the child's registration without owing him any favors. Wang Xiufan expressed her dissatisfaction. It has taken so long to finalize the registration. The village head even took the initiative to deliver the documents, and now we are sending them back? If the registration does not go through, will he still be willing to assist us? Chen Yanshi, smoking his pipe, chimed in, Xiao Shi can handle it. If he says it can be done, it surely can. Our relationship with the village head has never been strong, and him delivering the documents is merely a way to curry favor with Xiao Shi now that he is in a position of authority. Wang Xiufan, hearing this, was even more frustrated. Now that he is in a leadership role, and yet our family remains unaware while others are informed? What kind of situation is this? Chen Shi shot her a warning glance. Xiao Shi has just assumed his position. He should remain humble and not draw too much attention to himself. Wang Xiufan's displeasure towards Chen Shi grew. What is this? The child is nearly 6 months old, and the registration has yet to be completed. If it were not for my husband, would he even be attending university? Now he is in a leadership role and does not seem to value our family. This is excessive modesty, to the point that others are aware while we are left in the dark. She raised her voice. He has become a leader. Yet the registration is still unresolved. The child is almost half a year old, and no vaccinations have been administered. If he is not anxious, I certainly am. Chen Shi, you should ask him if he can expedite the process. If it cannot be done, we will look for someone else. Are we to send him gifts as well? Chen Yanshi, tapping his pipe, shared his own concerns. It is urgent that the child's registration is completed. Without it, the vaccinations cannot be given. And delaying this is not a solution. He said gravely, Xiao Shi, call your brother again and urge him to expedite the matter. It is implausible for Chen Shi to claim he has no thoughts on the matter. His younger brother is at the police station, attempting to register a household. Yet despite the passage of time, the process remains unresolved. Initially, Chen Shi considered that his brother might face challenges due to being an ordinary officer, someone whose voice might not carry much weight. Now, however, he has ascended to the position of deputy director. How could he fail to facilitate his child's registration? Everyone else is aware of his leadership role, yet he remains oblivious to it. This situation weighs heavily on him, and one must wonder if he still regards himself as the elder brother. While Chen Shi harbored discontent towards Chen Shi at home, he too recognized that the delay in registering his nephew had been excessively prolonged. Just as he contemplated summoning Su Linlin to his office, a knock interrupted him. Come in. Chen Shi called out. Su Linlin entered, recalling that Chen Shi had approached her some time ago regarding the registration of his nephew born out of wedlock. Previously, as an ordinary officer, She would not have taken risks, but now the circumstances have shifted. He is a leader, and taking a risk seems worthwhile. Her affair with Wang Jianming is not a sustainable arrangement, and she senses his waning influence. Aspiring for advancement. She learned from her cousin that Chen Shi had earned the county mayor's recognition, suggesting that his future prospects would surpass Wang Jianming's. Seizing the opportunity to curry favor with him could potentially lead her to the county as well, possibly securing a position as a cadre. Chapter 52. Flattery. With a beaming smile, Su Linlin entered the office. Director Chen, I have come to report on my work. I was just about to summon you. He replied with a smile. Please, take a seat. Su Linlin wasted no time and went straight to the point. Director Chen, last year you mentioned wanting to register your nephew. I am here to inquire whether it should still be in Fushan Town. One who wishes to doze off will find a pillow offered. You mentioned there were difficulties? Indeed, there are challenges, but they can be resolved. Su Linlin replied with a conciliatory smile. Chen Shi regarded her with an approving glance. Please arrange for it to be completed today. The words were polite, yet the tone was commanding. As Su Linlin exited the office, Chen Shi, concerned for his family's apprehensions, called his brother. Just as Chen Shi was about to phone Chen Shi to urge him about the registration, his phone rang. Seeing it was his brother, he quickly answered. Brother, the registration has been arranged and will be completed today. Please come to the town later to collect the household register. As the deputy director of the police station, I didn't inform you because I was still solidifying my position. It was not appropriate to draw attention. Now that I am secure, you need not worry. Although Chen Shi had not intended to explain, he felt compelled to alleviate any concerns his family might harbor. Upon hearing Chen Shi's explanation, Chen Shi understood the struggles his brother faced. Without any connections, achieving the role of deputy director meant navigating numerous watchful eyes, and he empathized with his brother's predicament. After hanging up, he joyfully announced, Xiaofan, the child's household registration can be processed today. I will go to the town this afternoon to retrieve it. Wang Xiaofan remained visibly dissatisfied, coldly responding, it should have been completed long ago. The delay has been excessive. Chen Shi's expression darkened. Xiaofan, it's fine to say this in front of us, but please refrain from mentioning it in front of Xiaoshi. He is now a leader, and he has his own difficulties. Wang Xiaofan snorted disdainfully. You all have your troubles, but I do not. Chen Yanshi, fearing an argument between the couple, cleared his throat. Xiaoxing, now that the household registration is settled, please return the proof to the village head. It's important not to owe anyone a favor. Just say you were unaware that Xiaoshi had already completed the registration at the police station yesterday. Chen Shi took the document and stepped outside. Su Linlin acted swiftly. Within an hour, she successfully registered Chen Shi's nephew's household and delivered it to his office. Chen Shi poured a cup of tea for Su Linlin. Thank you, Sister Su. Su Linlin smiled and replied. Chen Shi, this is part of my duty. It's only natural. After sipping her tea, she continued. Chen Shi, do you have time this evening? My mother sent a free-range chicken from our hometown, raised for 3 years. I've invited my cousin and would like to have you over for dinner. It's only fitting to extend this courtesy, given that she had just assisted him. Sure. I'll come over tonight for a meal, he replied. Su Linlin beamed. It is our honor to have you dine at our home. She took another sip of tea. I have some matters to attend to. I'll head over after work. All right, Chen Shi agreed. By mid-afternoon, Chen Shi arrived in town and visited Chen Shi's office. He looked around, excitement evident on his face. Indeed, being a leader is different, such a spacious office. Chen Shi poured tea for his brother and handed over the household registration booklet for his nephew. Brother, will you be going to work on the coast this year? Of course, staying home to farm one tea yield much. I would have left earlier if it weren't for the kids' registration. Is your sister-in-law going too? Yes. We need both incomes. We'll work for another 2 or 3 years, save up to build a house, and then we can support the children's education. Chen Shi had previously contemplated having his brother and sister-in-law start a small business in town, but the population was too sparse, and they lacked experience. He dismissed the idea. Working as a police auxiliary offered a meager salary, insufficient to support even oneself, let alone a family. Most who took such jobs were young, having only to feed themselves. Are both children being left at home? No, they're coming with us to work. How else can we earn money? It's challenging for the elderly to manage both the eldest son and the grandchildren, especially with so much land to tend to. My parents need to farm while also caring for the kids. Chen Shi felt he still lacked the means to provide a better life for them. After a brief conversation, Chen Shi needed to return to prepare for his upcoming work on the coast. Chen Shi accompanied his brother Chen Shi out of the police station and stopped by the supermarket to buy some items for the children and his parents for Chen Shi to take back. Upon returning to his office, Zhang Yukai entered with a broad smile. Chen Shi, the house is ready. I've arranged for the renovations to begin tomorrow. In a week. You can move in. Chen Shi called out. Please, have a seat, as he poured a cup of tea for Zhang Yukai. After sitting down, Zhang Yukai inquired, Chen, are you available tomorrow noon? My mother is celebrating her 75th birthday, and I would like to invite you to join us. Chen Shi felt compelled to accept this invitation. In human interactions, aside from interests, emotions also play a significant role. The intertwining of interests and emotions fosters enduring relationships. I will come by tomorrow noon, Chen Shi replied. Zhang Yukai quickly responded, Thank you, old Zhang. There is no need for such formality. Within the precinct, we are superior and subordinate, but once we step outside, we are friends. Zhang Yukai reiterated his agreement. After seeing Zhang Yukai off, Chen Shi glanced at his watch. The end of the workday was approaching. A call from Wang Yanhong interrupted his thoughts, conveying that Su Linlin had invited them to dinner. It was evident that Su Linlin was reaching out to him first. If Chen Shi declined, Wang Yanhong, her cousin, would not extend the invitation any further. After work, the two made their way to Su Linlin's residence. Upon arrival, Chen Shi was struck by the image of Su Linlin's husband, who seemed to carry an expanse of verdant grassland upon his head. Whether he was genuinely unaware of the relationship between Su Linlin and Wang Jianming or merely feigning ignorance remained uncertain. Su Linlin's husband was not very talkative. He exchanged greetings and quickly retreated to the kitchen to attend to his tasks. Su Linlin reclined on the sofa. Upon noticing Chen Shi and Wang Yanhong, she promptly sat up. Chen, please, take a seat, she urged, hastily fetching some fruit. It was apparent that Su Linlin held a position of authority within the household, with her husband responsible for cooking, laundry, and housekeeping. The home was impeccably tidy, not a speck of dust in sight. Su Linlin warmly welcomed, Chen, cousin, please enjoy the fruit. Chen Shi smiled and replied, Su Jia, please refrain from calling me Chen here. It feels too formal. Just use my name. However, Su Linlin, being quite astute, continued to address him as Chen Shi. The dishes were quickly prepared and brought to the table. A large bowl of free-range chicken, fragrant and enticing, accompanied by several stir-fried dishes. Su Linlin urged Chen Shi and Wang Yanhong to sit down and enjoy the meal. She then presented a bottle of wine, declaring, Let us indulge tonight. There's no need to return home. Stay with us. It's merely a short walk. We will head back shortly, Wang Yanhong replied. Su Linlin poured 4 glasses of wine, lifted her glass, and exchanged a knowing glance with her husband, who promptly raised his glass in response. To you, Chen, cousin. She toasted. Wang Yanhong quickly interjected, We are all family. There is no need for toasts. Let us drink. The 4 clinked their glasses and drank, with Wang Yanhong savoring a few bites of food. Brother-in-law's culinary skills are exceptional. If he opened a restaurant, it would surely thrive. Chen Shi, having tasted a few dishes, concurred, finding them superior even to Wang Yanhong's cooking. Su Linlin smiled and remarked, What good is a man's culinary skill if he lacks ambition, like Chen Shi? Her husband's expression darkened in response, and he lowered his head to continue eating. Chapter 53. Cousin Chen Shi and Wang Yanhong lingered at Su Linlin's home until late into the evening before returning. In a household, regardless of gender, it is strength that speaks volumes. Chen Shi was certain that Su Linlin's husband was fully aware of her connection with Wang Jianming. Knowing he shouldn't speak out, he remained silent. As the middle school's director of education, his promotion came through the assistance of Wang Jianming, who could easily manipulate him, as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. More importantly, Su Linlin effortlessly dominated her husband at home, treating him like an ineffectual fool. A man lacking in strength should reconsider marrying a beautiful wife, a case in point being Wu Dalong. The following day at work, Chen Shi's 2 cousins visited his office. His eldest cousin, Chen Jianhua, and his second cousin, Chen Jianying, were eager to see him after hearing of his promotion to deputy director of the police station. Chen Shi invited them to sit, offering cigarettes and pouring them tea. Chen Jianhua, puffing on his cigarette, remarked, Little Shi, you've become deputy director and didn't he even mention it. Had we known, we would have come to see you sooner. Chen Shi replied, What does that mean? You wouldn't have sought me out if I hadn't been promoted? It's been almost a year since I returned to the police station, and I haven't seen either of you. Chen Jianying interjected, Little Shi, it's impressive. Just 2 years after graduation, and you're already deputy director. With this momentum, perhaps you could become a director in the future. Chen Shi then inquired, Are you 2 here on business in town? Chen Jianhua responded, We specifically came to find you. Chen Shi suspected he knew the reason. Chen Jianying continued, Our older brother's land was occupied by Su Ruqing's family for construction. We confronted them, but they refused to compensate us. In retaliation, we removed a few bricks from their house, and when they reported us, the police arrived and detained me for 10 days, costing me 3,000 yuan. It's utterly unacceptable. Chen Jianhua, filled with indignation, added, "They are merely bullying us because their relative is the head of the finance department. This situation infuriates me. We even filed a lawsuit, hired a lawyer, and spent 20,000 yuan, only to lose the case. The entire Qinghe village is laughing at us. Little Shi, now that you're deputy director, you must help restore our family's dignity." Chen Shi felt exasperated by his cousin's lack of capability and excessive ambition. They had suffered losses without causing any damage to the other side, and he found it absurd that he had to endure detention and legal fees without any benefit. The lawsuit was dismissed due to the plaintiff's lack of standing. Chen Jianying asked, "Little Shi, what do you suggest we do? I'm willing to follow your lead." Having learned from his past mistakes of supporting Chen Jianhua in vandalizing Su Ruqing's property, which led to his own detention and financial loss, he realized that brotherly bonds should be clear-cut. He would no longer engage in such foolishness, but would rather provide moral support from behind the scenes. Chen Shi countered, "What do you propose? Please articulate your demands." Chen Jianying replied, "I have but one request. Detain Su Ruqing for 10 days as well, to reclaim our dignity and show the villagers that I, Chen Jianying, am not to be trifled with. But they haven't committed any crime. On what grounds can we detain them?" With a mischievous grin, Chen Jianyong said, "I have been keeping an eye on Su Ruqing. Just last night, I pilfered a nest of chickens from Li Fugui's home. Do you have any evidence?" "No, but I am a witness. Search his house. I assure you, there will be ample evidence, both testimonial and physical. Let us see what he has to say." Chen Shi interjected, "We must adhere to the facts. I cannot make unfounded claims. I witnessed it myself." "Have you spoken to Fugui?" "I did. That coward dares not provoke Su Ruqing. Last year, his horse devoured 2 ears of corn from Su Ruqing's field, and Su slapped him twice, demanding 200 yuan in compensation, 100 for each ear. It is an egregious injustice against Fugui. Su Ruqing is no saint either. He is a bully who preys on the weak. It is time to rid the community of such scourge." Chen Shi called Ma Guoyang, who promptly arrived at the office. "Chen, you called for me? There's a significant theft case in Qinghe village. You will lead the team personally. Take 2 police vehicles and deploy additional officers to apprehend the suspect." Chen Shi turned to Chen Jianyong. "This is my cousin. He witnessed the suspect stealing a nest of chickens from my childhood friend. He will guide you to the suspect's residence to recover the chickens." Ma Guoyang quickly grasped the situation. "All right, I will lead the team now to bring the thief back. You, young man, accompany team leader Ma," Chen Shi instructed. Chen Jianyong stood up, brimming with excitement. "Su Ruqing, you shall experience the taste of detention." He followed Ma Guoyang out. Chen Shi turned to Chen Jianhua. "Brother, what is your demand?" "Demolish his house and return my land. This matter is beyond the purview of the police station. I will consult with the land department for further steps." Chen Jianhua, having bottled up his frustrations for so long, exclaimed passionately, "Xiao Shi, as long as you help my brother demolish his house, I will spare no expense. My brother does not care for money. He values his reputation. Let the people of Qinghe village see that those who provoke me meet a dire fate." Chen Shi understood that Su Ruqing's house was built on unapproved agricultural land, which strictly speaking, should not have been constructed upon. Once built, it would inevitably face demolition. In rural areas, the authority is often distant. People build as they please, unmonitored. "I understand. You may return for now. I will treat the director of the land department to a meal soon to clarify matters." Chen Jianhua implored, "Please expedite this." As Chen Jianhua exited, the police vehicles were still stationed, and he hopped into one alongside Chen Jianyong, heading back to Qinghe village. Ma Guoyang personally led the operation. With 2 police vehicles, 2 officers, and 4 auxiliary officers, swiftly arriving at Qinghe village. The sirens blared upon entering, drawing the attention of the villagers, who gathered around the police cars, puzzled by the commotion. Ma Guoyang stepped out and inquired of Chen Jianyong, "Where is the owner of the stolen chickens? Let us there." Both Chen Jianyong and Chen Jianhua guided Ma Guoyang and the officers to Li Fugui's home. Li Fugui was chopping wood and, upon seeing the police, dropped his axe in fright. Ma Guoyang asked, "Did someone steal your chickens last night?" Li Fugui, taken aback, replied, "Last night, a whole nest of my chickens was stolen." Several auxiliary police officers were taking notes nearby. A hen accompanied her brood of 12 chicks. Ma Guoyang inwardly scoffed, deeming this not a case of theft, but rather a mere petty crime. "Can you identify your chickens?" "Yes. I have marked the wings of the chicks to prevent them from getting lost." Ma Guoyang turned to Chen Jianyong. He had seen the thief last night and was now heading to search the suspect's home. Li Fugui was completely unaware of the situation. His chickens were frequently stolen, and he had never considered that the police would intervene. Last year, when his cattle were stolen, he had not seen any police involvement. despite the loss being worth over 10,000 yuan. He was led by Chun Jianyong and Chen Jianhua, guiding him towards Su Ruqing's home. Chun Jianhua whispered to Li Fugui, "Xiao Shi has become the deputy director. These officers were sent by him." Only then did Li Fugui comprehend the situation. Chapter 54. Su Ruqing. The Su family was having dinner when a group of police officers arrived, followed by many villagers eager to witness the commotion. Su Ruqing set down his chopsticks, uncertain of what was happening. His wife, father, and mother all stood up. Chen Jianyong pointed at Su Ruqing, stating, "Captain Ma, he is the one who stole the chickens." Before Ma Guoyang could respond, Su Ruqing glared at Chen Jianyong. "What are you bringing the police here for, Chen Jianyong? Who stole the chickens?" Chen Jianyong raised his voice. "You stole a nest of chickens from Li Fugui's home at 10 o'clock last night. I saw it with my own eyes." "You're talking nonsense. Li Fugui, did I steal your chickens?" Li Fugui, a timid and cowardly man, was so frightened he could barely speak. Chen Jianyong glared at Su Ruqing. "You little brat. Who are you cursing? Say it again, and see what I do to you." Su Ruqing's father grabbed a hoe from the side and shouted, "Come on. If you dare touch my son, I will break your legs." Su Ruqing's father, known as Su Erden, was infamous in Qinghe village for bullying honest villagers. Li Fugui's father had been tormented by Su Erden his entire life. Their land had initially been of similar size, but over the years, Su Erden encroached upon it, until Li Fugui's land was nearly gone. When Li Fugui's father confronted Su Erden, he had a tooth knocked out. Su Erden had bought a cow, raising it with the village's acknowledged Good Samaritan, promising to share the profits from selling the calves, but after raising several calves, he sold them all by himself, giving nothing to the family. When they approached him for their share, he refused to pay and even claimed that the family had made his cow too thin, extorting 500 yuan from them. After raising the cow for 7 or 8 years, they were left with nothing and had to pay him. Such bullying was intolerable. Chen Jianyong, a fierce man, roared, "Old pig dog, I alone can take on both of you. Let us see how I break your legs." Ma Guoyang, with a dark expression, shouted, "What are you all arguing about? Do you think we are invisible?" He pointed at Su Ruqing, stating that someone had witnessed him stealing chickens from Li Fugui's home last night, and that they would be searching his residence. Su Erden, relying on his age, was not intimidated by the police and shouted, "Let us see who dares to search my house." He stood guard at the entrance. Su Ruqing felt a pang of guilt. He had indeed stolen Li Fugui's chickens last night, and had not thought much of it, simply placing them in his own chicken coop. He quickly signaled his wife to hide the chickens. She rushed towards the coop. Chen Jianyong exclaimed, "Captain Ma, she is going to hide the chickens." Ma Guoyang warned, "I caution you, this is obstructing law enforcement. Step aside quickly, or you will be arrested." Su Erden retorted, "Who are you trying to intimidate? My nephew is the director of the finance department. Go ahead and try to arrest someone." Ma Guoyang snorted, "If you were the head of the police station, I might hesitate, but the finance director is of no consequence to me." He bellowed, "Arrest him." Several auxiliary officers advanced, and Su Erden swung the hoe in his hand towards them, escalating the situation to an assault on a police officer. The hoe was caught by one auxiliary officer, while 2 others swiftly subdued Su Erden. Su Ruqing grabbed a sickle nearby, intending to assist, but a vigilant officer swiftly kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jianyong rushed forward, landing several punches to Su Ruqing's abdomen, snatching the sickle from his grasp and discarding it. Having learned from previous encounters and aware of the legal ramifications, he refrained from inflicting visible injuries. His actions were commendable, aiding the police in apprehending the wrongdoer. Ma Guoyang instructed the auxiliary officers to handcuff Su Erden and Su Ruqing. Su Ruqing's mother threw herself on the ground, wailing that the police were beating them. Ma Guoyang shouted, "They assaulted an officer. If you continue to obstruct justice, you will be arrested as well." Fearful, she fell silent. Even if the chickens were not found, assaulting an officer was a serious offense that could lead to imprisonment. Chen Jianyong and Chen Jianhua hurried towards the chicken coop, where they spotted Su Ruqing's wife hiding the chicks. The auxiliary officers followed closely behind. Li Fugui, often bullied by Su Ruqing, recalled the incident from last year when his horse had wandered near Su's field, pecking at a couple of corn kernels, resulting in 2 slaps and a demand for 200 yuan. He instantly recognized his own hen and chicks, marked with red dots using a water-based pen. "No one fears anyone. That chicken belongs to my family," he shouted. Chen Jianyong stepped forward and snatched the bag from Su Ruqing's wife, who was trying to conceal the chicks inside. Upon opening it, he discovered 7 chicks. Su Ruqing's wife attempted to reclaim the bag, but Chen Jianyong pushed her aside, holding the chicks up to Captain Ma. "Captain Ma, they are in possession of stolen goods." Ma Guoyang glanced into the bag and instructed Li Fugui, Retrieve all your chickens and place them in the bag. Li Fugawei leapt into the coop, capturing both the chicks and the hen, placing them into the bag. Ma Guoliang held a bag, instructing the auxiliary police to photograph and gather evidence. This is stolen property. We must take it to the police station. You will accompany us for a while, and once the evidence is collected, you may sign and reclaim your chickens, he declared. Li Fugawei hastily replied, all right. Su Erden and Su Ruqing were escorted into the police vehicle. Chen Jianyong, having suppressed his indignation for years, relished the moment, exclaiming, I told you so. After detaining me for 10 days, I would make sure to return the favor. He spoke before the onlookers from the village, seeking to restore his lost dignity. Chen Jianhua pointed at Su Ruqing's house, loudly proclaiming to the gathered villagers, before long, this house will be demolished. Having previously lost face and suffered significant setbacks, he was determined to reclaim his honor. The villagers, witnessing the arrest of Su Erden and Su Ruqing, felt a sense of satisfaction. At last, someone was addressing the misdeeds of this unscrupulous father and son. The village chief observed the scene from a distance, acknowledging that the Chun family had produced a formidable figure, and it would be wise to avoid provoking them in the future. Chen Jianhua beamed with excitement, affirming, I have said it before. I must see Su Ruqing's house torn down to assuage my grievances. Chen Jianyong concurred, stating, we cannot allow the people of Qinghe village to mock us any longer. We must restore our pride. They have family, and now we do too. We need not fear them. The two then visited their uncle, Chen Yanshi. Upon entering, Chen Jianyong produced cigarettes to share with Chen Yanshi. Uncle, is Xiaoxing not home? Chen Yanshi accepted the cigarette, replying, he is preparing for work tomorrow, tidying up inside. At that moment, Wang Hohak called out, and Chen Xing emerged from the room. Eldest brother, second brother are here. The four settled down, and Chen Jianyong took a puff of his cigarette, saying, you are starting work tomorrow. I was supposed to have gone earlier, but I was waiting for the child's household registration to be finalized. It has delayed things, Chen Xing explained. Has it been completed? It was done yesterday. No fines were incurred, I trust? Before Chen Xing could respond, Chen Jianhua interjected, Xiaoshi is now the deputy chief at the police station. If there were fines, we would have settled them long ago. Chen Xing added, no fines were paid. If there had been, I would have registered sooner. Chen Jianyong looked at Chen Xing, suggesting, forget about working. Why not open a restaurant in Fushan town? With Xiaoshi's protection at the police station, business would surely thrive. We are not fond of cooking, nor are we skilled at it. Running a restaurant is exhausting, and even with good business, the profits are minimal. Being close to home would allow us to care for the elderly and children. My parents are still young. We will work for a few years and then consider opening a restaurant. Seeing Chen Xing's resolute stance, Chen Jianyong chose not to press further. Chapter 55. The intermediaries Su Ruqing and Su Erden were brought into the interrogation room at the police station, where Ma Guoliang personally conducted the questioning. Initially, Su Ruqing attempted to deny the charges, but, faced with both witnesses and physical evidence, was left with no choice but to confess. Stealing chickens was not a grave offense, typically warranting a mere 2-day detention, but the charge of assaulting a police officer was far more serious and could lead to imprisonment. Ma Guoliang submitted the confession to Chen Shi's office. As Chen Shi reviewed the statement, he noted that a 10-day detention for chicken theft was already severe, but the charge of assaulting an officer was considerably more consequential. He was determined not to overlook the misdeeds of this unscrupulous father and son, emphasizing the importance of upholding the law and being a law-abiding citizen. To govern individuals effectively, one must ensure their complete compliance. Anything less may lead to endless repercussions. Ma Guoliang inquired about the handling of this case, seeking guidance from Chen. Those who dare to assault law enforcement officers, such vicious criminals, must face severe punishment. A case should be filed, and they will be sent to the Public Security Bureau tomorrow for legal proceedings. Ma Guoliang nodded, understanding the course of action, to hold those who attack police accountable, with stringent measures to follow. Li Fugawei, carrying a bag of chickens, arrived at Chen Shi's office. Chen Shi invited him to sit down, having known him as a kind-hearted individual since childhood, and poured him a cup of tea. Fugawei, should anyone dare to bully you in the village, call me, and I will seek justice for you. Li Fugawei smiled sheepishly. This time he dared to claim his chickens because Chen Jianhua had informed him that the police were sent by Chen Shi, who had become the deputy director. Without such encouragement, he would not have had the courage to acknowledge his own chickens, fearing retribution from Su Ruqing. Su Ruqing's cousin held the position of director at the finance office, making him a figure of considerable influence within the village, one that even the strongest would hesitate to confront, especially someone as timid as Fugawei. Chen Jianhua and Chen Jianyong were living embodiments of this dynamic. Thank you, Xiaoshi, for standing up for me. Chen Shi patted his frail shoulder. "We are childhood friends. I have always defended you. Rest assured, no one will dare to bully you in the village again." The office bore an unpleasant odor reminiscent of chickens. "It's getting late. Take your chickens and head home," Chen Shi advised. "One day, I will bring you a rooster from my own farm. The meat is delightful." Chen Shi waved his hand dismissively. "No need to bring anything. I wouldn't accept it. Just go home." Li Fugawei, beaming with joy at the return of his chickens, exited the office. After Su Ruqing was taken away, his mother wailed inconsolably, while his wife maintained a level of composure, aware that the situation was dire. She quickly reassured her mother-in-law. "Mother, please stop crying. I've seen the news. Assaulting a police officer leads to imprisonment. We must contact my cousin and find a way to help them." Su Ruqing's mother, frightened into silence, hastily retrieved her phone to call her nephew. Li Mengjiang, the director of the finance office, received his aunt's call and learned the troubling details. He understood that the situation was grave. His aunt's family had encroached on Chen Jianhua's land to build a house, leading to a previous conflict that had been quite tumultuous, during which he had advised them without any compensation. The land belonging to Chen Jianhua was a small plot of cultivated land without official documentation, categorized as collective land. The use of the land was merely informal. In court, evidence would be paramount, and there was no plaintiff, thus the court would ultimately dismiss the case. If Chen Jianhua's family dared to resort to violence, they should be reported to the authorities. However, the circumstances had changed. Chen Jianhua's cousin had quietly become the deputy director of the local police station, and he knew precisely how to manage the situation. The land on which his aunt's house was built was designated for agriculture and lacked the necessary approvals, rendering it illegal construction, which the land authority could demand to be demolished. The recent arrests of his uncle and cousin were acts of retribution. Last time, Chen Jianhua suffered a complete defeat, incurring over 20,000 in legal fees with little to show for it. His brother, Chen Jianyou, was detained for 10 days after stealing a few bricks from his uncle's yard, resulting in a 3,000 compensation. Li Mengjiang was aware that his cousin, relying on his connections, had been bullying honest villagers, instilling fear in many who dared not provoke him. The villagers, though seething with anger, remained silent, especially regarding the land that Chen Jianhua's family had lost to construction. Not only did he face no repercussions, but he also managed to have Chen Jianyou detained and made him pay 3,000, further emboldening his audacity. Li Mengjiang maintained a cordial relationship with Wang Jianming and thought to seek his assistance, considering Wang's position as the head of the station. He picked up the phone and dialed Wang Jianming. When Wang's phone rang, he saw it was Li Mengjiang calling and answered. "Director Li," Wang acknowledged. "I wish to inquire about a matter." "What is it?" "The personnel from your station went to Qinghe village today and have detained my uncle and cousin." "I'll look into it. It's not a significant issue. My cousin merely took a chicken from a villager. Such a trivial matter hardly warrants detention. Please facilitate a resolution to have him pay the villager a couple of hundred yuan and secure his release." Wang Jianming was unaware of the details, but sensed a complication. Who would concern themselves over a mere chicken theft? If they pursued every petty theft, the station would be overwhelmed, constantly apprehending chicken thieves. Though he valued his relationship with Li Mengjiang, he refrained from responding immediately. "Director Li, I am not familiar with this issue. Allow me to investigate further before I get back to you." After ending the call, Wang Jianming contacted Ma Guoyang, requesting his presence in the office. Ma soon arrived. "Take a seat," Wang instructed. Once seated, Wang posed a question. "Old Ma, did your security team go to Qinghe village today to apprehend a chicken thief?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Ma recounted the events that transpired. Realizing that it was Chen Shi who had initiated the arrest, Wang understood that Su Ruqing had deep-seated grievances with Chen Shi's cousin, stemming from land disputes that had previously resulted in police involvement. With Chen Shi's cousin having been detained before, understanding the complexities, Wang Jianming had no desire to involve himself in the matter. It was not his concern. While he had a decent rapport with Li Mengjiang, he did not wish to offend Chen Shi, especially since this issue transcended the triviality of a chicken theft, potentially escalating to an assault on an officer. He decided it best to observe from the sidelines. If he were to render a favor, it would naturally be to Li Mengjiang. However, his influence paled in comparison to that of Chen Shi, who had the backing of the county magistrate. Whereas Li Mengjiang was merely the deputy director of the finance bureau, the distinction was clear to him. "Old Ma, you may return to your duties. I have taken note of the situation." As Ma Guoyang departed, Wang Jianming placed another call to Li Mengjiang. The connection was established swiftly. "Director Wang, is it not a significant issue?" "Director Li, the matter is somewhat grave. While chicken theft is minor, the assault on an officer complicates things considerably. This situation is under the purview of Deputy Director Chen, and it is inappropriate for me to intervene. Li Mingjiang fell silent for 3 seconds before saying, Director Wang, you are the head of the police station, the one in charge. How can you not make a decision on such a trivial matter? Let us share a couple of drinks tonight. During my last visit to the county for a meeting, Deputy Director Zhou from the Finance Bureau gifted me 2 bottles of fine liquor, and I was hoping to find time to enjoy them with you. Wang Jiaming internally scoffed, realizing that it was likely he who had delivered the liquor to Deputy Director Zhou, who then found it unworthy and asked him to take it back. Their relationship had not yet reached such a level, and it was not worth confronting Chen Shi over this. Forget it, Deputy Director Chen has invited me to dinner tonight. Perhaps we can arrange another time. His stance was clear. This time, he stood with Chen Shi. Li Mingjiang grew anxious, knowing that this matter could not be delayed. Chen Shi had finally seized an opportunity, and it was likely that tomorrow he would forward the case to the Public Security Bureau for formal investigation. Some matters, when unmeasured, appear insignificant, yet when weighed, they can carry immense gravity. Assaulting a police officer is a criminal offense that leads to imprisonment. Director Wang, please convey to Deputy Director Chen that I will treat you both to dinner tonight. Wang Jiaming felt it necessary to maintain this social nicety. In a small town, one often encounters the same faces, and it was prudent to avoid straining relationships. This was merely a matter of goodwill, a request for him to act as a mediator. Whether they could reconcile was their concern, not his. Wang Jiaming readily agreed. Chapter 56. Humility. Chen Shi was troubled, struggling to find a way to deal with Su Ruqing and his son when they fortuitously presented an opportunity. The act of petty theft was minor, but assaulting a police officer warranted serious repercussions. They deserved to face the consequences of their actions. There was no need to hastily demolish the house. It would be prudent to imprison these 2 ruffians for a couple of years first. A knock sounded at the office door. Come in, Chen Shi called out. Wang Jiaming entered, and Chen Shi rose to greet him. Director Wang, what brings you here? You could have called or asked me to come over. There was no need for you to make a personal visit. Wang Jiaming, with a beaming smile, replied, It's nothing urgent. I simply wanted to stretch my legs after sitting for a while. Director Li Mingjiang from the Finance Bureau asked me to invite you to dinner tonight. Li Mingjiang had finally made his presence felt. The audacity of Su Ruqing and his son in the village stemmed from their reliance on his influence. This time, he was determined not to let them escape unscathed. Due to his cousin's troubles, his own family had become the subject of ridicule in the village, leaving him feeling powerless and humiliated. All right, I will grant this favor to Director Wang. Wang Jiaming, still smiling, remarked, You are quite considerate. Very well, I will respond to him. After seeing off Wang Jiaming, Chen Shi silently laughed to himself. Knowing that the Chen family in Qinghe village had long since abandoned any semblance of dignity, they allowed a rogue to trample over them. After work, Wang Jiaming came to fetch Chen Shi for dinner. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Li Mingjiang was waiting outside. As he spotted the 2 men approaching, he hurried over with a broad smile. Director Wang, Director Chen, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Please, come inside. Wang Jiaming smiled back, saying directly, How could I let you wait outside? After you. The 3 men entered the restaurant and proceeded to a private room where Li Mingjiang had already ordered the dishes. He gestured for Wang Jiaming to take the seat of honor, with Chen Shi and himself flanking him on either side. Li Mingjiang produced 2 bottles of fine wine, stating, These were given to me by Director Zhou. Chen Shi could not help but scoff internally. He held little regard for a mere deputy director of the Finance Bureau. He generously filled the glasses of both Chen Shi and Wang Jiaming. The dishes were promptly served, and Li Mingjiang persistently endeavored to curry favor with Chen Shi, continually toasting to him. Once they had indulged in food and drink, it was time to address serious matters. Li Mingjiang turned to Chen Shi, saying, Director Chen, today the police station apprehended my uncle and cousin in Qinghe village. From what I gather, it's a minor issue. They should simply apologize to you and your cousin. Please coordinate this matter. We are from the same village and work in the same township, so there is no significant conflict here. Just let them go. With an air of calm, Chen Shi replied, Director Li, your uncle and cousin are guilty of assaulting a police officer. This is no trivial matter. Tomorrow, they will be sent to the Public Security Bureau for formal investigation. This constitutes a criminal offense, which is beyond the jurisdiction of our police station. Li Mingjiang, feeling slighted by Chen Shi's refusal to accommodate him, forced a smile. There was still a chance to negotiate since no formal case had been filed yet. Chen Shi, though soft-spoken, remained resolute in his stance. Li Mingjiang's expression darkened as he turned to Wang Jiaming with a forced grin, asking, What do you think about this matter? Director Wang? Wang Jiaming picked up a cigarette from the table and stated clearly, This case is under Director Chen's purview. I am not involved. It is your affair. and I am merely the intermediary facilitating this meeting. Li Mingjiang understood that once a case was filed and sent to the Public Security Bureau, it could lead to at least 2 years of imprisonment for assaulting a police officer, a crime that would not be shielded from public scrutiny. Furthermore, he had no influential contacts within the Bureau. He realized he had to concede. Director Chen, the dispute between your cousin and my cousin pertains to land for construction. Beyond that, there are no significant issues. Previously, your cousin demanded 10,000, but my cousin offered 5,000, and they could not reach an agreement. Now, let us settle at your cousin's initial request of 10,000 to purchase the land. Chen Shi shook his head. Director Li, that cannot be the sole consideration. While your cousin initially sought 10,000, he has incurred legal fees amounting to 20,000 due to the lawsuit. That loss must also be accounted for. Li Mingjiang gritted his teeth, conceding, fine, 30,000 it is. I'll accept that. It's better than facing prison. All right, I will inform my cousin, 30,000 it is. Chen Shi shook his head once more. 30,000 accounts for direct losses, but there are also indirect losses. Over the past 2 to 3 years, my cousin's family has frequently visited the court, only to have their case dismissed, leading to ridicule from the entire village. This emotional toll cannot be compensated with money. Li Mingjiang's anger flared, his face darkening. Director Chen, we are colleagues. Let's not push things too far. Chen Shi's gaze hardened as he looked at Li Mingjiang. Excessive? Who has been excessive in this situation? Occupying someone else's land without compensation and then sending them for detention, only to demand 3,000 in return. Director Li, tell me, who is truly at fault here? Wang Jianming, aware of the background, lowered his head. He recalled that Li Mingjiang had called him about this matter. And since the Chen family lacked influence, he had obliged. However, Chen Shi's cousin had indeed committed an offense, with Su Ruqing providing video evidence as testimony. You may discuss the matter at hand, but do not involve me, he cautioned. Li Mingjiang let out a cold snort. Assaulting a police officer did not harm the officer. At most, it would result in a year or so in prison. What is the worst that could happen? Just a stint in jail. Chen Shi sneered. Su Ruqing built his house on farmland, which he likely did not obtain approval for. Even if he did, it would still be illegal. The central government's protection of arable land is not to be challenged. His house is subject to demolition according to the law. It had cost over 200,000 to construct, and the loss would be substantial if it were torn down. Li Mingjiang clenched his fists. He could not confront Chen Shi directly. If things went awry, not only could he end up in prison, but his house could also be demolished. The Land Bureau had its connections. If Chen Shi were an ordinary officer, the Bureau would not heed him. But as the deputy director with the backing of the county chief, the situation was markedly different. The construction of his uncle's house was inherently illegal and unsustainable. The Land Bureau would not risk offending Chen Shi on his behalf. Their relationship had not reached that level. His gloomy expression quickly transformed into one of delight. Director Chen, how can we resolve this matter? Chen Shi extended 5 fingers. Li Mingjiang gritted his teeth. 50,000? Isn't that a bit excessive? Not at all. Su Ruqing was caught red-handed and received 15 days of detention. Li Mingjiang slammed the table and stood up. Director Chen, don't go too far. You demand 50,000 in compensation and also a detention? You're leaving me no dignity. Chen Shi's expression darkened. He abruptly rose and slammed his palm on the table, producing a thunderous sound. Director Li, didn't you think it was excessive when you detained Chen Jianyong? Li Mingjiang replied coldly. Director Chen, this is non-negotiable. Chen Shi asserted firmly. There is no room for negotiation. This is the bottom line. Wang Jianming stepped in to mediate, his face adorned with a smile. Let us all sit down. What is the point of this? Let's discuss it amicably to avoid discord. He first urged Li Mingjiang to sit, then pulled Chen Shi down as well. Once they were seated, Wang Jianming had no desire to involve himself in their disputes, which had nothing to do with him. Li Mingjiang took a deep breath. There was no escaping it. Chen Shi had the upper hand, and he could not impose his will. Compared to imprisonment, the prospect of demolishing his house, a payment of 50,000, and a 15-day detention seemed quite reasonable. Li Mingjiang's expression shifted rapidly. He suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Director Chen, what is this all about? Just tell me how to proceed. It's not a big deal. Chen Shi raised 3 fingers. In 3 days, I want to see your sincerity. He stood and addressed Wang Jianming. Director Wang, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With Chen Shi gone, Wang Jianming remained, feeling awkward as he could offer no assistance. Director Li, I have matters to attend to as well. I'll be leaving. As Li Mingjiang watched Wang Jianming's departing figure, his gaze turned icy. When had he ever been so manipulated? He seized the unfinished bottle of liquor on the table and smashed it heavily onto the ground. Chapter 57. 50,000. The following day at work, Chen Shi summoned Ma Guoyang to his office. instructing him not to send Su Ruqing and Su Erden to the Public Security Bureau for filing a case just yet. He then called Chen Shi, requesting him to visit the police station. Li Mengjiang arrived at the station to meet Su Ruqing and Su Erden privately. Upon seeing his cousin arrive, Su Ruqing's heart leaped with joy, realizing that salvation was at hand. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Cousin, please help us escape." Li Mengjiang gestured for him to lower his voice. Su Erden, with a sheepish grin, implored, "Nephew, please rescue my brother-in-law. I intend to report them for the police's indiscriminate arrests." Li Mengjiang retorted curtly, "Did you not strike the officer with a hoe?" Su Erden quickly replied, "No." Li Mengjiang scoffed. The patrol's body cameras captured everything. Su Erden, lacking any finesse and deception, found himself cornered by the evidence, lowering his gaze. Yet, refusing to relent, he argued, "I did strike, but I did not hit anyone. If I had, your predicament would be far worse, with at least 5 years as a minimum." Su Ruqing, now apprehensive, asked, "Cousin, are we going to prison?" Li Mengjiang regarded Su Ruqing with disdain. He possessed little ability, but excelled in bullying the weak. Having offended many in their village, he was destined for trouble. A few days of detention would serve to temper his arrogance. Continuing down this path could entangle Li Mengjiang in his misdeeds. During his university days, Su Erden had lent him 5,000, a favor that now weighed heavily upon him. Debts of any kind are manageable, but familial obligations are burdensome and everlasting. Do you comprehend the gravity of assaulting a police officer? It is a criminal offense that leads to imprisonment, Li Mengjiang stated firmly. Su Erden, now frightened, pleaded, "Nephew, you must assist my brother-in-law. We cannot go to jail. If you wish to avoid incarceration, do you dare to assault an officer?" Su Erden and Su Ruqing had initially thought that a simple word from Li Mengjiang to the station chief would suffice for their release. But the prospect of imprisonment now terrified them. Su Ruqing, typically a coward who feared the strong, turned pale, his voice trembling. "Cousin, what shall we do?" Su Erden, equally flustered, chimed in, "Nephew, do you not know Chief Wang Jianming? We could simply offer him some money to secure our freedom." Li Mengjiang inquired, "How much is your uncle willing to part with?" 2,000, Su Erden blurted, believing it a substantial sum. Li Mengjiang chuckled in disbelief. "Uncle, do you truly think they need your 2,000? Su Ruqing interjected, 5,000. Li Mengjiang's tone darkened. "You are being charged with assaulting a police officer, initially. Petty theft would result in mere days of detention, but assaulting an officer is a serious crime that warrants formal investigation. To secure your release, you should expect to add at least a zero to that amount." Su Ruqing gasped, 50,000. Li Mengjiang quickly cautioned, "Lower your voice. Contemplate this. Will you pay 50,000, or would you prefer to face imprisonment? The choice is yours." Su Erden shook his head vigorously. "If it costs 50,000, I would rather serve time." Su Ruqing, however, had no desire for incarceration. He would gladly part with 50,000 to avoid it. "Father, let us contribute 50,000. Think about it. The two of us surely earn more than 50,000 in a year. That's right, spending money to avert disaster." Su Erden reflected calmly. Yet he couldn't believe that after swinging his shovel, he would have to part with 50,000 without even striking anyone. He sought to negotiate. "Dear nephew, could you speak to Director Wang about lowering it to 20,000? Li Mengjiang's expression darkened. "Do you think this is a marketplace where we haggle? It's 50,000. Not a penny less. You must have it ready in the next couple of days." Su Erden had some savings, but he intended to keep them for his retirement. Throughout his life, he had been meticulous with his finances, never engaging in unprofitable ventures. He only ever sought to gain and never to lose. He had saved 200,000 and was willing to allocate 150,000 for his son's house. He reserved 50,000 for his own retirement. Fully aware of his son's character, wasting everything and failing at every endeavor, a 30-year-old who had yet to earn a single penny. For the house construction, he had his daughter-in-law borrow 100,000 from her parents, contributing 150,000 himself to complete the building. He had his own plans. He expected that the 10,000 borrowed from his daughter-in-law's parents would never be repaid. As he aged, he dreamt of his son caring for him. But that was a fool's hope. This 50,000 was untouchable. With a troubled expression, he said, "Dear nephew, we simply don't have the money. As you know, we borrowed 10,000 from your cousin's father-in-law a few years back for the house, and we truly cannot come up with the funds." He proposed, "How about you lend us 50,000, and we promise to repay you by the end of the year?" Li Mengjiang's face grew dark, feeling as though he was being taken advantage of. "My salary is not much, and with such expenses, I have no money to spare. Figure it out for yourselves. Either face prison or pay up, it's your choice." Su Ruqing, aware of her father's wealth, exclaimed, "Father, what are you waiting for? Take the money from your savings to help us in this emergency." Li Mingjiang looked at Su Erden, realizing he was indeed calculating, attempting to place the burden upon him. Su Erden shot a glare at Su Ruqing, attempting to explain. I do have some money in my savings, but it's in a fixed deposit, and withdrawing it early would incur substantial interest losses. In emergencies, it's the funds that matter, not the interest. Su Ruqing, anxious, insisted that he couldn't spend another day in the police station. It was too tormenting. The interrogation room contained only a table and 2 chairs, and he had sat on one for an entire night, now feeling utterly exhausted. Li Mingjiang asked in a low voice, "Do you have the money?" Seeing Li Mingjiang's displeasure, Su Erden quickly smiled and replied, "Dear nephew, I do have some funds, but they are meant for me and your aunt's retirement." Su Ruqing interjected, "What does that matter now? We might not even live to see old age." Su Erden slapped Su Ruqing's arm. "Nonsense. What are you saying? Do you wish for my early demise?" Li Mingjiang, uninterested in their bickering, interrupted, "Enough. Money is earned through hard work. Consider this a lesson. Once you are out, remember what is permissible and what is not." Su Erden promptly agreed. "My dear nephew is right. I will cover the 50,000. This money is not for Director Wang, but for Chen Jianhua." Su Ruqing exclaimed, "On what grounds?" Su Erden's expression darkened, his mood soured. "What is Chen Jianhua to demand 50,000 from me? He can dream on." Li Mingjiang's gaze turned frosty. "On what grounds? His cousin is the deputy director, and Chen Shi's current standing is remarkable. He is a young cadre favored by the county head. In no time, he will be promoted to deputy section chief. This matter falls under Director Wang's jurisdiction, but it is Chen Shi who is responsible. He is the one who sent people to apprehend you. You have willingly handed him leverage against you. Do you expect this to end amicably?" Su Erden retorted defiantly, "Once I'm out, I will report him to the police." "For what? For harboring personal grievances? You assaulted an officer. Wherever you lodge your complaint, he holds the upper hand. He will lawfully and appropriately deal with you, without any issues arising. Furthermore, the land on which you built your house is arable land. It lacked approval and is deemed illegal construction. When Chen Jianhua's family had no one in government, naturally, no one intervened. But now, Chen Shi is a cadre, a favored individual of the county head. The land bureau will extend its courtesy to him. If they decide to demolish your houses, do not say, 'I did not warn you.'" Chapter 58. Harming others without benefit to oneself. Su Ruqing expressed her dissatisfaction. "If the land bureau shows Chen Shi such favor, does that mean they disregard you? He is the deputy director, while you are the director. Your standing should be greater." Li Mingjiang scoffed disdainfully, "You know nothing. You have violated regulations by occupying arable land for construction, which is indefensible. Even if I wished to assist, I would be powerless." Su Erden's face darkened further. "Nephew, we initially intended to offer Chen Jianhua 5,000, but he demanded 10,000. As you said, we need not give him a penny. That land is not his. Why now must we pay him 50,000? Is that little piece of land worth so much?" Li Mingjiang's expression grew stern. "Do not casually offer advice. If things go awry, the responsibility lies with you. They will not remember you when things are favorable. Legally speaking, that land indeed does not belong to him. Chen Jianhua has sued in court. Has he won? He spent 20,000 on a lawyer, only for the court to dismiss the case outright. The plaintiff's claim was unfounded. His brother, Chen Jianjun, pried up a few bricks from your yard and was detained for 10 days, compensating you 3,000. Now the tables have turned. He has allies who wish to reclaim their lost dignity at your expense. You are at their mercy, with your vulnerabilities in their hands. If you still trust me, pay the 50,000 and let this matter rest. If you do not, I will wash my hands of it. You must navigate this on your own." With that, Li Mingjiang turned to leave. Su Erden, a man of shrewd intellect, far cleverer than Su Ruqing, swiftly stepped forward to detain him. "Nephew, uncle was wrong. We will heed your counsel. Do not take it to heart. Uncle knows you act in our best interests." Li Mingjiang, with a darkened countenance, turned to Su Ruqing. "For your theft, you face a 15-day detention. Prepare yourself mentally." Su Ruqing protested. "After paying 50,000, you still want to detain me for 15 days? On what grounds? This is sheer bullying. You sent Chen Jianjun for 10 days, and he ended up compensating 3,000. Do not lose face in the future. Keep your hands clean and do not leave them with leverage." Su Erden understood that Li Mingjiang was no match for Chen Shi. They could only accept their fate. Henceforth, they should refrain from provoking the Chen family. Li Mingjiang entered Chen Shi's office, where he was greeted with a warm smile, as if the unpleasantness of the previous night had never occurred. "Li, please take a seat," Chen Shi said. As Li Mingjiang settled down, Chen Shi poured him a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Li Mingjiang remarked, "As per your instructions, this matter will be concluded, and none should seek further trouble." Chen Shi smiled and replied, "This afternoon, Chen Jianhua will arrive. We will serve as witnesses for them to sign a land transfer agreement. Most importantly, ensure that the funds are prepared. Li Mingjiang stood up. Rest assured, Chen, the money is ready, not a penny less. Watching Li Mingjiang's retreating figure, Chen Shi thought that returning both the principal and interest was a lenient gesture. In the afternoon, the brothers Chen Jianhua and Chen Jianyong arrived at the office. Chen Jianhua inquired, Xiao Shi, when will Su Ruqing's house be demolished? What benefit do you gain from demolishing his house? Chen Shi replied, it serves to vent your frustrations and demonstrates to the people of Qinghe village that those who provoke me will face dire consequences. Chen Shi's expression darkened. Elder brother, I must speak candidly as a brother. You need to understand your own capabilities. How many disputes have you engaged in? And how many have you actually won? Chen Jianhua felt a bit embarrassed. Had it been earlier, he might have scolded Chen Shi for not assisting him. Now, however, Chen Shi was the deputy director. And even with courage, he would not dare to speak out against him openly. Privately, however, he certainly would. Chen Jianyong asked, Xiao Shi, how do you think this matter should be handled? Chen Shi lit a cigarette and took a puff. It is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Demolishing Su Ruqing's house serves no purpose other than to satisfy anger. Engaging in actions that harm others without benefiting oneself should be avoided. You are in the right. But if you demolish Su Ruqing's house, the villagers will feel that it has gone too far and may even sympathize with him. Li Mingjiang has approached me, willing to offer compensation. Elder brother, how much do you desire? Chen Jianhua's face darkened. 100,000. Not a penny less. There is no room for negotiation. Chen Shi turned to Chen Jianyong. Second brother, what do you think is a fair amount for compensation? Chen Jianyong took a sip of tea and set the cup down. Elder brother, 100,000 is out of the question. Let's be pragmatic. A compensation of 30 to 50,000 would suffice. Previously, you sought 10,000. And you spent 20,000 on lawyers for the lawsuit. Anything above 30,000 is acceptable. The land you possess is not extensive, merely around 70 to 80 square meters. Without Xiao Shi's support, you won't receive a single penny and will only become the subject of ridicule among the villagers of Qinghe. Chen Jianyong demonstrated a reasonable understanding of the situation, earning him a look of approval from Chen Shi. Elder brother, the land is yours. If you insist on 100,000, then I will no longer involve myself. You may pursue it on your own. How much you can retrieve is your concern. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianhua lost his confidence. Without the backing of Deputy Director Chen Shi, he would not receive even a single penny. Chen Jianyong advised, Elder brother, do not be overly greedy. Every little bit counts. If you demolish his house, you won't even be able to cultivate your own land. Chen Jianhua pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Shi, I will heed your advice. Whatever you suggest, I shall follow. Chen Shi waved his hand dismissively, replying, do not rely solely on my judgment. This is your land, and you must determine its worth based on reality. Avoid making exorbitant demands. Chen Shi was reluctant to exert effort only to receive ingratitude. If he proposed a compensation of 50,000 and later regretted deeming it insufficient, he would not only be forgotten for his kindness, but also blamed in silence. 50,000 was already a considerable limit. Chen Jianhua would not incur losses and would indeed benefit remarkably. If one were to truly procure land in the countryside for 50,000, at a rate of 100 per square meter, one could acquire 500 square meters to construct a dwelling. This arrangement would restore his dignity, and most importantly, Su Ruqing could indeed afford it. Should the amount rise to 100,000, pressing him too hard might result in his inability to pay upon his release from jail. Discovering his house demolished could provoke Su Ruqing, at his advanced age, into unpredictable actions. One should never drive another to desperation. Even an ant will bite if cornered. Chen Jianhua meticulously calculated and stated, I propose a compensation of 40,000, which is well-founded. I had initially requested 1,000 from them, yet they offered only 500. For my land, I demand no less than 1,000. Legal expenses, including lawyer fees, have cost me 20,000, which they must reimburse. Additionally, I seek another 10,000 for lost wages, encompassing the time spent in court and compensating Jianyong's family 3,000 for his 10-day detention. Jianyong concurred. That seems reasonable. It is not an excessive request. Chen Shi had intentionally refrained from suggesting 50,000 up front. He wanted Chen Jianhua to voice it himself. If he proposed 40,000, and you succeeded in negotiating for 50, he would remember your goodwill. If it were less than that, and 100,000 was excessive, a compromise must be struck. I will speak with Li Mingjiang to negotiate for 50,000, with 2,000 allocated for lost wages. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianhua's face lit up with joy. He had gained an additional 10,000 and felt immense gratitude towards Chen Shi. This matter had been handled splendidly. Without a doubt, 50,000 was preferable. Should an additional 10,000 be rendered, he would readily provide it to you. Chen Shi waved his hand, saying, "What use do I have for your 10,000? We are brothers. I cannot stand by while you are wronged." The people of Qinghe village must understand that tormenting the Chen family comes at a cost. His tone grew more serious as he warned Chen Jianhua, the troublemaker. "If others dare to bully you, I will stand up for you. However, should you misuse my influence to intimidate others, your affairs will be yours alone. And I will not intervene, proceeding strictly according to the law." Chen Jianhua repeatedly affirmed his understanding. Chapter 59. Signing the agreement in Chen Shi's office. 6 individuals were seated. To the left sat Chen Shi, Chen Jianhua, and Chen Jianyong, while to the right were Li Mengjiang, Su Erden, and Su Ruqing. Chen Shi held a transfer agreement, and Chen Jianhua possessed a copy as well. Li Mengjiang and Su Ruqing each had their own copies. 4 land transfer agreements were present, with 2 witnesses, Chen Shi and Li Mengjiang. Chen Shi spoke with gravity. "We have reviewed the agreements. There are no issues. Both parties are to sign." Chen Jianhua responded, "No issues here." Su Erden and Su Ruqing reluctantly echoed, "No issues." Chen Shi stood up, picked up 2 pens from the desk, and handed one to Li Mengjiang. Li Mengjiang passed the pen to Su Ruqing, gesturing for him to sign first. Reluctantly, Su Ruqing signed the agreement, lamenting the substantial loss he had incurred. Had he known, he would have given Chen Jianhua 10,000 from the outset, thus avoiding this prolonged turmoil. Instead, he ended up losing an additional 40,000 and facing a 15-day detention. After signing, he returned the pen along with the agreement to Li Mengjiang. Li Mengjiang took the pen and the agreement, signing it himself. Both Chen Shi and Chen Jianhua also affixed their signatures to the document, after which they exchanged copies, each signing and stamping their respective agreements. 4 copies of the agreement were made, with each of the 2 notaries retaining one, while Chen Jianhua and Su Ruqing kept one each. Su Erden opened his black leather bag, took out 50,000 yuan, and handed it to Chen Jianhua. The money was counted in person, as he did not wish to be held accountable later. To ensure transparency, Chen Shi had borrowed a counting machine from the post office. Wary of any potential deceit from Su Erden, Chen Jianhua counted the money, confirming it was indeed 50,000, with no discrepancies or counterfeit notes. Chen Shi smiled, remarking that they were all from the same village, and now they were even, shaking hands to reconcile. Li Mengjiang interjected, stating that it was unnecessary for such a trivial matter to have caused such a ruckus for so long. Su Erden cleared his throat, adding that their families were still related, as Jianhua's grandmother was his own aunt. Chen Shi inwardly scoffed at the notion of being relatives while creating such chaos. They should have settled this matter earlier. Had it not been for his position as deputy director, they might have taken advantage of Li Mengjiang to bully Chen Jianhua. With the matter resolved, Su Erden was released, and Su Ruqing took him back to the detention center. Chen Jianhua expressed gratitude to Chen Shi, having regained his face and made a profit from the ordeal, offering 3,000 to Chen Jianyong. After sending off the Chen brothers, Chen Shi experienced the intimidation that power could wield. As Friday arrived, Chen Shi realized he had not visited the municipal party compound to see his aunt, Li Nan. For quite some time, he had promised Li Nan that he would bring his mother, Wang Ho-hat, along for a visit. Chen Shi called Chun Yinshi to prepare some local delicacies, planning to take his mother to Mingzhou on Saturday to spend time at his aunt's residence. Early Saturday morning, Chen Shi drove the police car to pick up his mother. Chen Yinshi had arranged for mountain goods and even included a local chicken. Chen Shi drove his mother to Fushan town, opting not to take the police car to Mingzhou. The visibility of the police vehicle was too conspicuous. It was wise to exercise caution. One never knew if someone with ulterior motives might snap a photo and spread it online, jeopardizing his hard-won position as deputy director. Carrying large bags and a live chicken, they took a bus to Mingzhou, arriving in the early afternoon. Chen Shi called Li Nan in advance, confirming that they would be at home for the weekend. Upon reaching the municipal party compound, the security guard recognized Chen Shi and opened the door for them. At the entrance, they rang the doorbell, and the housekeeper, Xiao Chun, answered. Upon seeing Chen Shi, she greeted him warmly. Wang Ho-hat, having visited once before, was quickly recognized by Xiao Chun, who promptly greeted her. "Sister is here." Wang Ho-hat was still adjusting to the situation and simply uttered 2 words, "Hello." Xiao Chun observed as Chen Shi brought in a live chicken, inquiring, "I can't kill the chicken, can you?" Chen Shi chuckled, "I can manage that, just wait a moment." He entrusted the items to Xiao Chun to take to the kitchen, then accompanied his mother to the living room. Aside from Li Nan, there was also a young lady, around 17 or 18, whose features bore a resemblance to Li Nan's. She must be his cousin, Wang Lingza. Li Nan stood to greet them. "Sister, welcome. Please take a seat." Chen Shi smiled and greeted, "Aunt." Li Nan turned to Wang Lingza. "Lingza, Why aren't you greeting your aunt? She is your father's elder sister. Chen Shi took the initiative to introduce himself. Lingzi, I am your cousin, Chen Shi. Wang Lingzi, noticing Chen Shi's handsome appearance, asked, why have I never heard my father mention he has an elder sister? I only know about my little aunt. Li Nan explained, it's a long story. When we have time, I will tell you. We didn't know each other before, but now we do. Wang Lingzi called out, Aunt. Wang Hohot beamed, saying, my dear niece. You are truly beautiful, just like your mother. Chen Shi was pleasantly surprised that his mother could offer compliments and felt inclined to commend her for it. Wang Lingzi giggled. This cousin is quite handsome, much more so than the boys in our class. Chen Shi revealed a bright smile. Thank you for the compliment, cousin. I've visited a few times, but never encountered you. I usually stay at my grandmother's and seldom come back. Wang Lingzi whispered to Chen Shi, what is your QQ number? I want to add you. Indeed, his charm made him popular wherever he went. Chen Shi shared his QQ with Wang Lingzi, and they exchanged contact information. He felt a surge of joy. Their relationship had evidently grown closer, and it was clear that Wang Lingzi harbored a fondness for him. The maid, Xiao Chun, entered the living room and said, Chen Shi, please kill the chicken. I can't do it. Chen Shi explained to Li Nan, Aunt, we brought a native chicken, still alive. I will handle the killing and prepare it. Li Nan chided, why do you always bring things whenever you come? I've told you so many times, it's quite far. And you don't have a car, it's inconvenient. Wang Hohot chimed in, Nan, we raise these ourselves in the countryside, without feeding them any commercial feed. They taste excellent. Being from the mountains, we don't have much to offer. I always think of you and feel compelled to bring something. It feels incomplete otherwise. Filled with affection, Chen Shi recognized from whom he had inherited such sentiments. If his mother had pursued education in her youth, she could have at least become a teacher by now. On the other hand, the genes from his father's side were characterized by arrogance, lofty aspirations, and fragile realities, often concerned with appearances while lacking substance. Chen Jianhua was a quintessential example of this folly, oblivious to his own foolishness. Chen Shi proceeded to kill the chicken, completing the task in just over 10 minutes. Having done this numerous times at home, he was quite adept. This time, Wang Hohot was far less restrained than during her previous visit, feeling much more relaxed and engaging in delightful conversation with Li Nan. Who could have imagined that a principal from Mingzhou No. 1 High School could have such an engaging dialogue with an illiterate rural woman? Wang Lingzi, in a moment of whimsy, decided to observe Chen Shi as he skillfully prepared a chicken. The primary allure lay in Chen Shi's striking handsomeness, which captivated her deeply. Chen Shi assisted the maid, Xiao Chun, in preparing the meal. He rarely cooked, often merely lending a hand at home. He inquired of Wang Lingzi, my uncle is not at home. She replied, your uncle is perpetually busy, seldom seen, either attending meetings or dining out. Out of the 365 days in a year, he is absent for 360. Chen Shi smiled, remarking, being a leader is indeed demanding. With a population of 400 to 500 million in Mingzhou, there is much for my uncle to oversee. What sort of concern is that? It is merely a matter of leadership. Wherever he goes, he is flattered, but at home, no one caters to him. Chen Shi remained silent. As if to concede the truth in her words, upon returning home, he was simply a husband and father, not a leader. His wife and daughter were the ones he sought to please. Chapter 60. Shopping. The meal was prepared swiftly, and the four of them sat around the dining table, filled with laughter and joy, creating a warm atmosphere. This was Wang Hohot's second visit, and she felt a comforting sense of belonging. Li Nan, having grown up in the city as a high-ranking official's child, did not disdain her for being an illiterate from the countryside. Addressing her as big sister with such affection made her feel closer to Li Nan than even her own brother, who had never once called her big sister. After dinner, as darkness descended, Li Nan took Wang Hohot by the hand, insisting on taking her to the mall to buy her clothes. Wang Hohot adamantly refused, feeling that since Li Nan treated her as a true sister, she could not allow herself to spend her money. She believed in reciprocity from a young age. She understood that if someone bought you something, you should return the favor. However, with Li Nan's affluence and generosity, how could a rural person like her afford to purchase anything of value in return? Chen Shi understood his mother's apprehensions. He recognized that Li Nan genuinely wished to treat her well, compensating for the injustices she faced growing up in the countryside. Li Nan was forthright. If Wang Hohot persisted in her refusal, it would only displease her. She quickly interjected, Mom, Aunt is taking you out. Let's just take a stroll. You mentioned you haven't yet explored Mingzhou, and this is only your second visit. Let's go out together. Li Nan cheerfully added, that's the spirit. I have some free time tonight. Big sister, let me show you around. Wang Hohot, like a child, looked to Chen Shi for reassurance, and he offered her an encouraging glance. She placed her trust in her son, who had seen the world and was now a leader. Perhaps the city folk were different from the rural ones, not bound by the same norms of reciprocity. While reciprocity was indeed important, as a rural person, what she could offer was emotional value. Simply bringing joy to Li Nan would suffice. The entirety of her family's possessions combined did not equate to the value of the bag Li Nan held. Li Nan instructed the driver to bring the car to the entrance, and as he stepped out to open the door, she assisted Wang Hohat into the vehicle. Wang Lingze also wished to join in the outing, so the three of them settled into the back seat, while Chen Shi occupied the front passenger seat. Upon arriving at Wanda Plaza, they disembarked, and Wang Hohat marveled at the towering buildings, exclaiming in wonder at how high they could be constructed. Li Nan grasped Wang Hohat's hand, her expression devoid of any disdain, filled instead with warmth and enthusiasm. Wang Hohat, akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, was dazzled by the spectacle around her. The clothing boutiques resided on the 5th floor of the mall. Upon their arrival, Chen Shi observed that each store showcased high-end brands, with garments costing no less than several thousand. Li Nan and Wang Hohat appeared as close as sisters, while Wang Lingze trailed behind, rolling her eyes at her mother's overflowing sympathy, perceiving kindness in everyone. She turned to Chen Shi, asserting, "You really are my cousin." This left Chen Shi bewildered. What did she mean by that? After all, he was indeed her cousin. Chen Shi briefly recounted his mother's situation, leaving Wang Lingze perplexed. Are there truly people who would abandon their own daughters? Chen Shi silently chuckled, recalling that her grandfather was precisely that sort of individual. Wang Lingze quickly pieced it together. Your maternal grandfather is my grandfather, which implies my grandfather is a scoundrel. Chen Shi wished to nod in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Her grandfather indeed resembled a modern-day Chen Shi, abandoning wife and daughter alike. Wang Lingze mused aloud. However, I never met him, so I have no impression of him. He passed away when I was very young. Chen Shi replied, I never met him either. Wang Lingze rolled her eyes. Your mother hasn't met him either. How could you? Chen Shi offered an awkward smile. The two then entered a specialty store, where Li Nan requested the attendant to fetch several outfits for trial. Although Wang Hohat hesitated, Chen Shi leaned closer to his mother and whispered, Auntie genuinely cares for you. Just listen to her and don't dampen her spirits. She can afford it. With that encouragement, Wang Hohat followed the attendant to try on the clothes. After trying on several ensembles, one particular outfit made Wang Hohat appear youthful and elegant. Clad in that attire, she resembled a lady of high society, provided she refrained from speaking, for her words would betray her. The adage clothes make the man held true. Chen Shi leaned in and noted that the ensemble, comprising shoes, pants, a coat, and a shirt, totaled over 30,000. Such a gift was excessively extravagant. Seeing Li Nan's delighted expression, he realized refusing it would only bring her discontent. For her happiness was priceless. Wang Hohat quietly asked Chen Shi, is this outfit expensive? How much does it cost? Not much, Chen Shi replied evasively, unwilling to disclose the truth, fearing his mother would refuse it outright. Wang Lingze whispered to Li Nan, Mom, your compassion is excessive. Can a rural person really wear clothes worth thousands? Li Nan's expression darkened. What do you mean rural person? She is your dear aunt. Are you the only one entitled to expensive clothing while she is not? Wang Lingze pouted, of course she is worthy. As long as you are happy. That is what matters. Wang Lingze held no fondness for this aunt. A country bumpkin claiming to be her relative was hard for her to accept. Nonetheless, she followed along to the mall primarily to gaze at Chen Shi's handsome visage, a natural charm that attracted everyone's attention, making him undeniably pleasing to behold. Li Nan beamed, Sister, this is the one. It makes you look youthful and exudes elegance. Wang Hohat was perplexed by the concept of temperament, to which Chen Shi elucidated. It is merely about wearing something appealing. With a beaming smile, it was evident that she was quite fond of this notion, yet she feigned modesty, stating, I have plenty of clothes at home. I shall try it on, but wearing such attire for farm work is quite impractical. What a waste of resources, clothes worth tens of thousands, worn for labor. Wang Lingze was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Shi quickly interjected, Mother, this outfit is not meant for work. It is intended for visiting relatives and attending social gatherings. Wang Hohat chuckled, Oh, I know, I was only jesting. Even if your mother lacks discernment, the feeling of wearing it is altogether different. Wang Lingze let out a dry laugh, finding the jest utterly unamusing. Li Nan then chimed in, Elder sister, let us purchase this set. Salesperson, please process the card. She produced a golden card from her bag. Wang Hohat hastily protested. Nan, you cannot pay for me. I have brought money. She retrieved over 1,000 yuan from her person and handed it to the salesperson, who, upon seeing the amount, exclaimed, Sister, Do you realize how expensive this outfit is? This sum barely covers the tip. Li Nan, with a radiant smile, insisted, Sister, keep your money. I promise to buy it for you. Presenting the golden card to the salesperson, who immediately recognized Li Nan's exceptional status. She was a purveyor of high-end clothing. She could discern that Li Nan's ensemble alone was worth several tens of thousands. And the handbag she carried was worth around 200,000. Had Wang Hohot and Chen Shi entered the store, she would have dismissed them entirely. It wasn't a matter of looking down upon them, but rather that they could not afford to be served, as it would be a waste of time. With respectful hands, she accepted the golden card, smiling apologetically. Please hold on a moment. Wang Lingzi, unable to contain himself, remarked, Aunt, put the money away. That amount you have is better saved for your return journey. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Chapter 61. A 20,000 yuan red envelope. Chen Shi felt a surge of discontent, though she kept her feelings concealed. Her mother was unfamiliar with the ways of the world and simply did not comprehend the value of this attire. In Fushan town, one could purchase a complete outfit for a mere 1 or 200 yuan. In her understanding, city clothing was expensive, yet over 1,000 should suffice. Li Nan pulled Wang Hohot aside, saying, Sister, please do not be so formal with me. If you continue to be so polite, I shall be displeased. Wang Hohot, looking rather embarrassed, replied, How can I impose? Each time I come, it seems I am a burden. Her visit was not motivated by a desire for gain, but rather for her son's prospects. Had she been willing to humble herself, she would have come much sooner and would not have waited until now. Her father did not acknowledge her. She could have gone to his workplace to confront him, compelling him to recognize her. Yet Wang Hohot refrained from such actions. She valued her dignity and self-respect, traits deeply ingrained in her character. Li Nan, with a playful smile, said, You still regard me as your brother's wife. Henceforth, please refrain from such comments. Li Nan held a disdain for her sister-in-law, as every visit seemed to revolve around demands for power or money. Though she was warm-hearted, she was not naive. She had helped elevate both her husband and herself, provided financial assistance, and even secured a home for them. Yet they regarded her with condescension, viewing her merely as a school principal. Had she been in their position, she would have aspired to become the director of the Education Bureau with such connections. This statement was inadvertently overheard by Li Nan, which led her to harbor intense resentment towards her sister-in-law. She issued a strict order that Wang Mingzhang was no longer to assist them. However, upon encountering Wang Hohot, her perception shifted entirely. The sincerity and simplicity of rural folk were etched upon their faces, and she felt an immediate affinity for this elder sister. Learning of Wang Hohot's plight, she felt deep sympathy, believing that her father-in-law had wronged Wang Hohot profoundly, and she yearned to make amends. The sales clerk respectfully presented the golden card along with some clothing. Chen Shi stepped forward to accept the garments. In truth, he could have pretended to pay, feigning generosity. However, he reasoned that there was no need for such pretense. Should Li Nan perceive him as ostentatious, the embarrassment of having to pay would be palpable. Li Nan took Wang Hohot's hand, leading her out of the specialty store. With a cheerful demeanor, she exclaimed, Sister, I bet you've never been to the movies. Let me take you to see one. I have seen films before, back in the commune, but they were outdoor screenings, Wang Hohot replied. I'm referring to a cinema. Chen Shi interjected, explaining, Mom, Aunt said cinema, which is quite different from watching at home. It's filled with many people. Come on, sister, let us go watch a movie. Ascending to the 8th floor, the film's content was of little consequence. Li Nan primarily wished for Wang Hohot to experience urban life. Wang Lingzi received a phone call and informed Li Nan, Mom, my classmates are on the 3rd floor. I'm going to meet them. Li Nan cautioned, return early. Don't stay out too late. Understood. Chen Shi followed Li Nan and Wang Hohot into the theater, where Wang Hohot experienced her first cinema screening. Her face alight with wonder. After the film concluded, they exited the mall, where their driver awaited, promptly opening the car door upon their arrival. Li Nan called Wang Lingzi to ask if she wished to return with them, but Wang Lingzi opted to stay a while longer. Upon returning home, it was nearly midnight. This was Chen Shi's second time sleeping at the municipal compound. The first had been the previous year when he accompanied his mother. The following morning, after breakfast, he spotted Wang Mingzhang in the living room, uncertain of what time he had returned the previous night. For a leader, robust physical health is paramount. Frequent late nights and drinking take their toll. One risks an early appointment with Yama, the king of the underworld. Chen Shi greeted his uncle with a broad smile, to which Wang Mingzhang merely nodded in acknowledgement, never once glancing at Wang Hohot. Chen Shi could discern that Wang Hohot attempted several times to address him as brother, yet the words faltered on her lips. Li Nan directed her gaze at Wang Mingzhang. You returned home close to 2 in the morning last night. It's Sunday. There's no work. Why rise so early? I need to make a trip to Izhou. I'll return tomorrow, he replied. From Li Nan's tone, it was evident that Wang Mingzhang had traveled to Izhou frequently. Chen Shi pondered the implications. Undoubtedly, Wang Mingzhang had connections beyond merely his father-in-law, who had only managed to attain the position of deputy municipal secretary. To reach such heights, he must have affiliations with prominent members of the provincial committee. To advance further, one must make frequent trips to Izhou, often appearing in the presence of leadership, for only then can one hope to be favored during fortunate events. The housekeeper, Xiao Chun, promptly served breakfast. After Wang Mingzhang had his meal, he departed. Wang Lingze, oblivious to the late-night festivities, remained ensconced in slumber, blissfully unaware of the time. Chen Shi intended to leave after breakfast, but Li Nan insisted Wang Hohot stay for lunch before departing. Li Nan escorted Wang Hohot to the park for a leisurely stroll. Chen Shi chose to remain behind, watching television. As Li Nan left, she reminded the housekeeper Xiao Chun to prepare lunch by 11 o'clock, so that Chen Shi and Wang Hohot could return home early. Upon their return, after a brief chat, lunch was ready, yet Wang Lingze still had not arisen. Li Nan called out, "Elder sister, it's time to eat." Wang Hohot replied, Nan, Lingze is still asleep. Let us wait for her." This child could sleep remarkably well, often lingering in bed until past 1 o'clock on weekends, and she possessed a certain reluctance to have her dreams disturbed. Wang Hohot, however, could not afford to wait until that late hour and needed to return home sooner. After the meal, Chen Shi smiled and said, "Aunt, we must take our leave. The journey is long, and we might arrive home after dark." Wang Hohot stood up and said, Nan, I will visit again when time permits. The Wang family is truly blessed to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law like you. Li Nan chuckled. Wait a moment, I have a red envelope for you. Wang Hohot hastily replied, No, I cannot accept it. You bought me a set of clothes last night. How can I take your red envelope? Li Nan retrieved an envelope from her bag, revealing a substantial stack of money, seemingly over 10,000. This is but a small token of my appreciation, elder sister. Please accept it. Wang Hohot stepped back, saying, No, how can I accept your red envelope? Li Nan responded with a smile, Elder sister, if you refuse to take it, you imply it is insufficient. Wang Hohot resolutely decided she could not accept it. Noticing Wang Hohot's stubbornness, Li Nan felt a tinge of frustration. Chen Shi interjected, Mother, this is Aunt's sincere gesture. You should accept it. When visiting relatives, it is customary to accept their generosity. They are not in want. While you come from a rural background, it is only polite to accept. Seeing Chen Shi's urging gaze, Wang Hohot reluctantly accepted the red envelope. At last, Li Nan beamed with joy, as she genuinely wished to make amends with Wang Hohot. She called for the driver to take Chen Shi and Wang Hohot to the station. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Chen Shi expressed his gratitude to the driver profusely. Although Li Nan could regard him as merely a driver, Chen Shi could not, considering the driver's affiliation. In the waiting area, Wang Hohot opened the envelope to discover a total of 20,000. Last time it had been 10,000. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her face, for no one had ever shown her such kindness throughout her life. Chen Shi offered her a tissue to wipe her tears. Wang Hohot then pressed the envelope into Chen Shi's hand, saying, Xiao Shi, you take this. I know it is not easy for you out there, spending money everywhere. This is for your social engagements. Chen Shi did not initially desire this, yet he found himself in dire need of money, burdened by numerous social obligations that demanded expenditure. Holding a thick envelope, he felt the weight of maternal love within it. Chapter 62. Moving time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed. Ushering in April, the lease on Wang Yanhong's rented apartment was expiring, and she planned to move into the dormitory of the police station over the weekend. Chen Shi preferred that the personnel at the station remain unaware of this, so he arranged for 2 movers to transport their belongings. However, it seemed someone had leaked the news, for on Saturday morning, those who were not working gathered to lend a hand. Zhang Yukai excelled in his efforts, demonstrating remarkable strength despite his age. Ma Guoyang arrived late. By then, their belongings had already been loaded onto the vehicle. His presence was merely to ensure that the leadership noticed his contribution. Su Linlin assisted Wang Yanhong diligently, exhibiting an admirable work ethic. Wang Yanhong observed that ever since Chen Shi had been promoted to deputy director, Su Linlin's demeanor towards her had transformed from arrogance to that of a close sister. Within an hour, the move was complete, and Chen Shi invited those who had helped to dine with him, but they declined and departed. Helping a leader with tasks only to be treated to a meal was not worth the trouble. One might as well refrain from assisting if they wished to remain in the station's good graces. Chen Shi genuinely wanted to treat everyone, yet they all left, leaving only Su Linlin behind. The dormitory comprised 3 bedrooms and a living room, all newly renovated, and Chen Shi was pleased with Zhang Youcai's performance. Su Linlin assisted in organizing their belongings, and after a morning of hard work, everything was in order by noon. Chen Shi and the 2 others went to a restaurant for lunch. After dining, Chen Shi felt drowsy and returned to his new home for a nap. Wang Yanhong and Su Linlin remained seated. After Chen Shi departed, Su Linlin turned to Wang Yanhong, saying, "Yanhong, with Chen Shi's exceptional qualities, you should marry him sooner rather than later. We are still young. Let us wait 2 years, Wang Yanhong replied. Are you foolish? Why wait 2 years? Chen Shi is already a department cadre at a young age, recognized by the county head. His career will surely flourish. By 30, he could be just a deputy section chief, accomplishing little. Seize the opportunity to marry him before he reaches that position, and he will be yours. I sense he has no intention of marrying. Even if he did, should things not go well, divorce rates are alarmingly high now. In the system, divorce is not as simple as it seems. Many leaders have not lived with their wives for over a decade and still cannot divorce due to political implications. The higher the position, the harder it is to divorce. How many leaders have you seen go through that? What is the point of such a marriage? Su Linlin retorted with a laugh. What is the point? With the title of a leader's wife, one can enjoy the privileges that come with it, benefits beyond your imagination. My perspective is straightforward. 2 people who can frequently be together, without worries about food or clothing, leads to a simple and joyful life. I seek neither titles nor benefits. Su Linlin shook her head vigorously. Do you know why so many people came to help you move today? I am not naive. It is solely because Chen Shi has become the deputy director that they came to assist. This is the advantage. Wherever you go, you are afforded respect. Chen Shi currently holds the position of deputy director. Once he is reassigned back to the county police bureau, you may reside in the county seat. Do you intend to spend your entire life here? My path is predetermined. I must serve for a full 5 years before I can depart. That is the standard for ordinary individuals. However, as a leader's family member, a single phone call can facilitate your exit, believe it or not. Wang Yanhong harbors affection for Chen Shi, appreciating him for who he is, devoid of ulterior motives. Previously, he was an ordinary police officer, and her fondness for him remains unchanged even now that he is the deputy director. The matter of marriage has crossed her mind, yet she perceives Chen Shi's reluctance to commit. Should she force him into marriage? After all, she is not someone who cannot find a partner. Her pride forbids such an act. Noticing Wang Yanhong's silence, Su Linlin inquired, I will ask you plainly. Do you wish to marry Chen Shi? Without a moment's hesitation. Wang Yanhong nodded. Then, during your intimate moments, ensure he does not wear a condom, conceive a child, and even if Chen Shi is unwilling to marry, he will have to. Wang Yanhong shook her head resolutely. Chen Shi is meticulous in this regard. He insists on wearing protection every time. Su Linlin grinned mischievously and suggested. It's all about human effort. Discreetly puncture the condom a few times, and with time, you need not fear the possibility of not conceiving. Wang Yanhong was unwilling to resort to such tactics to pressure Chen Shi into matrimony. What is truly hers cannot be taken away by anyone, and what does not belong to her should not be forced. She believes in letting things unfold naturally. Su Linlin hopes that Wang Yanhong will marry Chen Shi, as such a relationship would make her a relative of his, potentially aiding her own career advancement should Chen Shi rise further in his career. Beyond that, she does not dare to aspire for more. Suddenly, Chen Shi sneezed, mentally cursing someone for speaking ill of him behind his back. His phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was his sister, Chen Ai. Answering the call, he was startled by her crying, instantly losing any trace of drowsiness. It turned out that his brother-in-law, Zhang Gao, had been caught stealing electricity at home by the utility workers. He denied the accusation, but during the dispute, he became agitated and even assaulted one of the workers. The workers called the police, and Zhang Gao was brought to the station. The utility company cut off their electricity and imposed a fine of 5,000. After understanding the situation, Chen Shi reassured his sister not to worry, promising to resolve the matter swiftly so that her husband could return home promptly. After hanging up, he called Ma Guoyang to gather more details. Ma Guoyang was also unaware of the specifics, but he promptly contacted the on-duty officers for clarification. The individual was still en route to the police station and would arrive shortly. Ma Guoyang hurried to Chen Shi's home to report the situation. Inwardly cursing the on-duty officer for his incompetence, he should have recognized the parties involved. This minor issue could have been settled easily by soothing the temporary worker at the utility company, thereby transforming a significant issue into a trivial one, but instead, it forced him to rush to the police station. Chen Shi, having grasped the entire situation, awaited the return of the police vehicle in the station's duty room. More than 10 minutes later, A police car arrived at the police station. The responding officers had already received a call from Ma Guoyang, learning that Zhang Gao was the brother-in-law of Chen Shi. What a regret it was to have apprehended a relative of a superior. Would one still wish to maintain their position? Zhang, who was not inclined to show Chen Shi any courtesy, despite their previously cordial relationship. He had been dispatched to Longtugu village and had yet to return. One must never regard a superior as a friend. A leader is a leader and deserves respect. He alighted from the police vehicle and warmly invited Zhang Gao to step out, instructing an auxiliary officer to escort him to the lounge. He hurried to the duty room, where Ma Guoyang and Chen Shi awaited him, promptly stating, "Director, team leader, the individual is in the lounge. Once we complete the necessary procedures, he can be released." Chen Shi understood that this situation could not simply be dismissed. After all, the brother-in-law was in the wrong, having resorted to violence and theft of electricity. He called for the staff from the Electricity Management Office to provide some reassurance. "Director, the personnel from the Electricity Management Office are not permanent employees, but temporary workers." The implication was clear. The temporary workers were not to be taken seriously, and they could be released immediately, knowing they were relatives of the director. They dared not cause trouble. Chen Shi's expression darkened, prompting Ma Guoyang to hastily add, "If I tell you to strike, then strike. There is no need for so much unnecessary talk." The officers quickly acknowledged this. Chen Shi proceeded to the lounge to gather the details from Zhang Gao. The brother-in-law was a straightforward man and should not have resorted to violence. Zhang Gao recounted that he had an altercation with the staff from the Electricity Management Office, who incessantly called him a thief. In a moment of heated emotion, he slapped one of them. The other party, unyielding in their stance, had a countenance that Zhang Gao found utterly intolerable. He simply could not refrain from retaliating. In truth, he had not stolen much electricity, exploiting a loophole in the meter. He had tapped into a streetlight on the second floor, which had only yielded a few kilowatts in a month. He deeply regretted his petty theft, realizing that attempting to gain small benefits could lead to significant losses. Chapter 63. Temporary workers. Upon seeing Chen Shi, Zhang Gao's anxious heart finally found some peace. After Chen Shi had gathered the full account of the incident, he instructed an officer to activate the law enforcement recording device, revealing the brazen demeanor of the temporary worker, who repeatedly labeled Zhang Gao as a thief. Chen Shi reconfirmed with Zhang Gao, "You only struck him once?" Zhang Gao recalled the incident with rising indignation. The other party had been excessively arrogant and relentless in their accusations. "He incessantly called me a thief. I could bear it no longer and slapped him. And then he reported me, threatening me with dire consequences." "How much electricity did you steal?" "Not much, just exploiting a loophole in the meter to tap into a streetlight on the second floor. I had only been drawing from it for 2 months before being caught, and I rarely used it, barely even 10 kilowatts. At that moment, Chen Ai rushed in, visibly shaken, eager to ascertain the situation. Upon seeing Chen Shi, she quickly exclaimed, "Your brother-in-law is being disobedient. I told him not to tap into it. It wouldn't save him much money, but he wouldn't listen." As she spoke, she retrieved a fine from her bag. Niu Xingda had issued a hefty fine of 5,000, demanding payment within 3 days or else threatening to imprison her brother-in-law. For stealing less than 10 kilowatts of electricity, a fine of 5,000 is far too harsh. Chen Shi took the fine and glanced at it. It bore the insignia of the Fushan Town Electricity Management Office, along with the amount, but contained little else. The fine notice is problematic. It lacks the official seal of the Electric Management Bureau. Zhang, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Why doesn't he just rob us? Every month, he charges an additional 20 kilowatts in losses. That amount translates to at least 10 kilowatts worth of money lining his pockets. It's utterly exploitative." Chen inquired, "Who is Niu Xingda?" "Niu Xingda is the administrator from the Electric Management Bureau responsible for our village committee," Chen Ai responded. A police officer interjected. "He is a temporary worker hired by the Electric Management Bureau to collect electricity fees and manage the lines." Chen Ai, looking anxious, said, "Xiao Shi, what should we do? He has cut off our electricity, and if we don't pay the fine, he'll send your brother-in-law to prison." "Do not worry. This is a trivial matter that I will handle," Chen Shi reassured his sister. At that moment, Niu Xingda arrogantly entered the police station. Upon seeing Chen Ai, he imperiously demanded, "Is the money ready?" Zhang retorted, "I won't pay a single cent. You claim I've stolen less than 10 kilowatts, yet you want to fine me 5,000. Why not just rob me?" Niu Xingda scoffed, "If you don't pay, don't expect to use electricity in the future. You slapped me. I will pursue charges of intentional harm and send you to prison." Chen Shi's expression darkened. Niu's brashness was infuriating, and he could barely restrain himself from striking him. The insolence was simply unbearable. Ma Guoyang asked, What law states that a slap constitutes intentional harm resulting in imprisonment? Niu Xingde dismissed Ma Guoliang with disdain, shouting, "That slap is no trivial matter. It gave me a concussion. Wouldn't that be considered intentional harm?" Ma Guoliang's countenance grew stern. "You can't just claim a concussion without evidence. Just because you say it is, doesn't make it so. I am the victim here. If there is to be an interrogation, it should be directed at him. Expedite the case and send him to detention, at least for 10 days or half a month." Niu pointed at Zhang Gao. The police officer shouted from the side, "Is this your family's station? You can't just declare detention at will." Niu Xingde retorted, "My brother-in-law is the village chief of Mingxing village. He frequently drinks with your Captain Wang. Would you like me to call him and inform Captain Wang?" Chen Shi's gaze turned icy as he looked at Niu Xingde. It was clear he was leveraging his connections to intimidate. One could only imagine how arrogant he must be in front of the villagers, believing he could ascend to the heavens with a mere ladder. "Is your arrogance known to Captain Qin?" Niu Xingde widened his eyes. "Who are you? Just tell me how this matter will be resolved." The police officer sternly replied, "This is our Captain Chen. Speak respectfully. Isn't Captain Wang in charge? Why is his surname Chen?" Niu Xingde questioned incredulously. "I am the deputy chief, Chen Shi," he stated in a subdued tone. Initially, he had intended to have his brother-in-law apologize and treat Niu to a meal to settle the matter. But witnessing Niu's arrogance and his frequent bullying of villagers, it was clear that he needed to be dealt with appropriately. Niu Xingde, with an air of disdain, remarked, "Deputy chief, huh?" Chen Shi asked, "You demand a 5,000 fine. What is your basis for this?" "I am the administrator. My word is the basis," Niu replied arrogantly. Chen Shi then produced his phone and called Qin Jiang, the head of the Electric Management Bureau. The call was quickly connected. "Chief Chen, what instructions do you have? In the town, is Qin present?" "Yes. The administrator of your star village is quite arrogant, imposing fines without adhering to the regulations of your electric management office. His word is law. He is at our police station. Please come over." "All right, I will come to address the matter." When Niu Xingde observed Chen Shi making a call to the station chief, fear engulfed him. He quickly contacted his brother-in-law, urging him to call Chief Wang. Explaining that the police were bullying him, he had been assaulted, and instead of interrogating his assailant, they were questioning him. Village Director Zhang Hai, upon receiving a call from his brother-in-law, was incensed that anyone would dare bully him. He dialed Wang Jiaming. "Chief Wang, what is happening at your police station? My brother-in-law has been beaten, and instead of interrogating his assailant, they are questioning him. You must help him seek justice." Wang Jiaming, familiar with Zhang Hai from their frequent drinking sessions, felt compelled to assist. "Old Zhang, I am unaware of this matter. Let me inquire." After ending the call, he rang Ma Guoliang for further details. When Ma Guoliang's phone rang, and he saw it was Wang Jiaming, he glanced at Chen Shi before answering. "Chief Wang, old Ma, is it true that Zhang's brother-in-law has been assaulted at the police station?" "Yes, the situation is somewhat complicated. I have just learned that the assailant is Chen's brother-in-law. This matter involves electricity theft, and Chen has summoned Qin from the Electric Management Office to handle it." Upon hearing that the issue was related to Chen Shi's brother-in-law, Wang Jiaming lost interest. If it did not involve other leaders, he would lend a helping hand. However, if it involved leadership, they could engage in their own disputes. He preferred to observe from the sidelines. He ended the call and contacted Zhang Hai. "Old Zhang, I have gathered some information. Your brother-in-law was assaulted by Deputy Chief Chen's brother-in-law, and Chen is handling the situation, so I cannot intervene. Aren't you the chief? Isn't the police station under your authority? Can't you manage a deputy chief? It's not as simple as that. I am quite busy here, so I must hang up." After ending the call, Wang Jiaming felt angered by Zhang Hai's arrogance. His previous tone had been accusatory. The police station is directly managed by the Public Security Bureau, and he also serves as the deputy town chief, making him Zhang Hai's superior. Being addressed in such a manner was quite displeasing. Zhang Hai, accustomed to his own arrogance, regarded only the town chief and the secretary as superior figures, disregarding others. Seeing Wang Jianming not yielding to him, he drove to the police station to support Niu Xingde. "Chen Shi is nothing. His brother-in-law assaulted my brother-in-law, and it must be dealt with according to the law, otherwise I will take the matter to the Public Security Bureau and report his unjust enforcement." Chapter 64. Niu Xingde. Qin Jiang learned from the wife of a county government employee that Chen Shi was dining in the cafeteria with the county chief. This signal alone was sufficient to indicate that Chen Shi's future was boundless. Those dining with the county chief were all officials at the department level or above. Even deputy department level officials were not qualified. Chen Shi's ability to dine with the county chief confirmed the rumors that he was a favored individual of the county chief. Qin Jiang, not daring to delay, hurried to the police station. When Niu Xingde saw Director Qin Jiang arrive at the police station, disbelief washed over his face. It was quite surprising that Director Chen would extend such courtesy to Chen Shi by summoning him to the station. With a smile, Chen Shi greeted Director Chen. Your administrator at the Electric Management Office is rather arrogant. Qin Jiang turned his gaze towards Niu Xingde, who happened to be the brother-in-law of Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai had invited him for a meal and presented gifts, persuading him to work as a temporary employee at the Electric Management Office. Just a mere temporary position. And he had readily agreed to facilitate the favor. What is going on? Niu Xingde stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Fear gripped him. The fine he had issued was printed without authorization, and the collected fines had found their way into his own pocket. If Qin Jiang were to discover this, his position as a temporary worker would be jeopardized. In a low voice, Chen Shi said, Director Qin, please have a seat. Let me explain the situation. Qin Jiang took a seat, and an officer promptly poured him a glass of water. Chen Shi recounted the details of the incident and inquired, Director Qin, take a look at this fine. Charging for less than 10 degrees of electricity theft with a penalty of 5,000. What's the basis for that? The administrator claims that his word is sufficient. Niu Xingde interjected hastily. I never said that. Don't wrongfully accuse me. An officer nearby scoffed. Are you still a man? Where's that arrogance you had before? Now you refuse to acknowledge it? Our law enforcement recording device has captured everything. Despite Niu Xingde's desire to deny the allegations, the evidence was indisputable. If his statement were to be released online, it would surely incite public outrage. He had no choice but to bow his head in submission. Qin Jiang took the fine from Chen Shi and upon inspection, recognized it as counterfeit. Pointing an accusatory finger at Niu Xingde, he rebuked, Niu Xingde, how dare you use a fraudulent fine to extort money for yourself? Niu Xingde lowered his head, unable to meet Qin Jiang's gaze. Chen Shi then questioned, Director Qin, what is the basis for the penalties issued by the Electric Management Office? He explained, for electricity theft under 1,000 degrees, the penalty is tenfold. Given the circumstances surrounding your brother-in-law, if we calculate it at 10 degrees, at 1 yuan per degree, the fine would total 100. A fine of 5,000 represents a penalty 50 times the appropriate amount. How do you intend to address this? Niu Xingde, being a temporary worker, had violated the employee regulations of the Electric Management Office and should be dismissed immediately. What? Niu Xingde exclaimed in shock. Ignoring him, Qin Jiang addressed Chen Shi, saying, I will arrange for someone to reconnect Zhang Gao's electricity immediately. We temporarily lack an administrator in Xingming Village, and I believe Zhang Gao is a suitable candidate. You can step in for the time being, and I will issue a formal appointment notice upon your return. Desperately, Niu Xingde pleaded, Director Qin, I realize my mistakes. For the sake of my brother-in-law, please grant me another chance. I promise I won't print fraudulent fines or issue penalties indiscriminately again. Realizing his peril, he understood that it was too late. Qin Jiang was not oblivious to the rampant misconduct among the temporary workers who engaged in arbitrary charges and fines. He had turned a blind eye, recognizing that with a monthly salary of 800 yuan, some allowances were necessary. Each household was routinely overcharged by 10 degrees for losses, and the administrators had reached an unspoken agreement to collect an extra 20 degrees, pocketing the additional charges each month. An administrative village typically comprises several hundred households, with larger ones exceeding 1,000. The income generated is substantial, indeed quite lucrative. An administrator collects an excess of 10 yuan from each household, resulting in a minimum income of 5,000 to 6,000 and potentially soaring to over 10,000. Yet, this is still deemed insufficient. The insatiable nature of human greed manifests in arbitrary fines. Since Niu Xingde assumed the role of administrator, having once lived in dire poverty, he has managed to construct a 2-story villa within a span of 3 to 5 years, leading a considerably comfortable life. With newfound wealth comes a sense of superiority, often leading to arrogance. The darkest aspect of human nature reveals itself in the exploitation of even the slightest authority to complicate others' lives. Chen Shi observed that Qin Jiang had bestowed this lucrative position upon his brother-in-law, evidently seeking to forge a connection with him. Chen Ai, finding fortune in misfortune, promptly expressed gratitude. Thank you, Director Qin. I assure you he will perform admirably and repay your kindness. Zhang Gao appeared bewildered, fully aware of the depths of corruption involved, struggling to believe such fortune could befall him. Director Qin, I promise to excel in this role. From now on, your word is my command, Chen Shi asserted. He understood that his sister and brother-in-law, astute in their dealings, engaged in small businesses, particularly in coal trading, ensuring meticulous accounting to avoid losses. Their adeptness in local affairs made it clear that without tact, small businesses in such locales would struggle to thrive. Qin Jiang's gesture of goodwill implied he would not pursue any wrongdoing by the Electric Management Bureau, as to do so would cast him in a poor light. With a smile, he remarked, "Thank you, Director Chen. Let us share a drink tonight." "How courteous. The evening is on me," came the reply just as Jiang Hai stormed in, visibly agitated. Seeing his ally had arrived, Niu Xingde feigned distress, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, they are bullying me." Director Chen arrives without due inquiry, demanding my dismissal. Jiang Hai, with a booming voice, retorted, "We live in a society governed by law. Who dares to act with bias? I shall report this to the Public Security Bureau." This was directed at Chen Shi, who had encountered Jiang Hai during town meetings. Jiang Hai took a seat beside Qin Jiang. "Old Qin, are you truly intending to dismiss my brother-in-law?" "Old Jiang, he has unilaterally issued fines from the Electric Management Bureau, contravening established regulations. I am left with no choice," Qin Jiang explained. "What nonsense. Regulations are dictated by you, are they not? Extend me a favor and let him submit a self-reflection. Let this matter rest," Jiang Hai insisted, casting a glance at Chen Shi. "You cannot possibly compare to my relationship with Qin Jiang. A mere boy, yet he dares to challenge me," thought Qin Jiang, his expression darkening. "Is this your approach to soliciting assistance? The regulations are issued by the Power Supply Bureau, not dictated by me. Violation necessitates enforcement." Jiang Hai, sensing a lack of respect, scowled. "I invited you for drinks in vain, receiving no courtesy in return. This matter is non-negotiable." Niu Xingde, in a panic, interjected, "Brother-in-law, Director Chen has reassigned my administrator position to Zhang Gao." Jiang Hai's expression darkened ominously. "Is this not a slap in my face? Dismissal is one thing, but you cannot transfer this position to Chen Shi's brother-in-law. It is evident you are backing Chen Shi in this." His expression darkened. "Old Qin, this is rather unamusing, isn't it? Are you trying to rub my face in the dirt?" Qin Jiang suppressed a cold laugh within. Who did he think he was? Why should he extend any courtesy? Eating together, boasting, and doing favors were one thing, but when it came to the path of officialdom, as a mere village head, what could he possibly demand of him? In the small realm of Star Village, the villagers indulged him, treating him as someone of importance, yet in town, he was nothing. Qin Jiang's greatest aspiration was to be reassigned back to the county. Even a lateral transfer would suffice. Chen Shi was a favored individual of the county mayor, destined to return eventually. Now was the time to cultivate relationships that might prove beneficial in the future. His tone chilled slightly. "Director Jiang, this matter pertains to the internal affairs of the Electric Management Bureau. Am I required to report to you?" Jiang Hai was momentarily taken aback. During their meals, they acted as brothers, yet when it came to a confrontation, he showed no hesitation. Those within the system often wore dual faces. Chapter 65. Qin Jiang understood that he could not be manipulated by Jiang Hai. He was the head of the Electric Management Bureau, while Jiang Hai was merely seeking his favor, having no leverage over him whatsoever. After years as a village head, Jiang Hai was no fool. He knew how to maneuver others. Laughing heartily, he patted Qin Jiang on the shoulder. "Let us not take this so seriously. You can use whoever you like. Who am I to demand reports from you?" Jiang Hai then turned his gaze to Zhang Gao, suppressing his smile. "If I cannot handle Qin Jiang, do you think I cannot handle you?" His expression darkened. "Zhang Gao, did you strike my uncle?" Niu Xingde, infuriated over losing a lucrative position, was even more incensed that Qin Jiang had awarded that role to Zhang Gao. He shouted, "Brother-in-law, Zhang Gao slapped me. I intend to sue him." Chen Ai, observing the situation, expressed her concern. "He merely gave you a light slap, and you called him a thief. Isn't he a thief for stealing electricity? Am I mistaken?" Ma Guoliang interjected sternly. "Has the court rendered a judgment? You dare label him a thief? That is defamation, and you could face 10 days of detention for that. What constitutes a subordinate? It is when the leader finds it inconvenient to speak, and you must step forward to assist in articulating their words." Niu Xingde, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, "I will call him a thief. If you have the guts, detain me. Do you think I'm afraid?" Ma Guoliang's expression darkened, his face laden with anger, causing Niu Xingde's heart to tremble with fear. Jiang Hai fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Shi, Deputy Director Chen. "This is a clear case of favoritism and injustice. Your brother-in-law assaulted my uncle, and I intend to take him to the county hospital for examination. If his injuries are severe, Zhang Gao will be charged with intentional harm, and I will report him to the police and file a lawsuit to see him imprisoned." Chen Ai, feeling intimidated, spoke with a quiver in her voice. He merely tapped him. "Look at him, lively and uninjured. Does he seem hurt to you?" This prompted Jiang Hai to give Niu Xingde a meaningful glance, and Niu Xingde understood, exclaiming, "I have a headache. I was struck and now have a concussion." He leisurely lay down, calling out, "Quick, summon an ambulance." Chen Shi retrieved his phone. "I will call for you." but it won't be an ambulance. It will be the disciplinary committee. He picked up the fine on the table. You have forged the fine from the Electric Management Bureau, with a penalty of 5,000 yuan, committing the crime of extortion and also involving embezzlement. Over the years, how many fines have you imposed on others, pocketing the money? The tickets they hold are evidence. Others may be unaware, but Niu Xingde is acutely aware of the countless individuals he has wronged through his illegal fines. He has lost count of those who harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Should the Discipline Inspection Commission intervene, they would undoubtedly rush forward to tear him apart. With a sudden movement, he stood up, forcing a smile. Director Chen, please don't hit me. I am fine now. Chen Shi's icy gaze turned to Jiang Hai. Director Jiang, shall we take him to the county hospital for an examination? Niu Xingde, casting furtive glances, understood that this matter could not be pursued further. If it were, Zhang Gao would remain unscathed while he himself would end up behind bars. Jiang Hai clenched his teeth. Let it go. He turned to leave, feeling humiliated today, bearing a grudge against Qin Jiang, who had offered him no face. Niu Xingde followed suit, but a nearby police officer called out, Niu Xingde, stay back. An official report has been filed, and we must follow protocol. The officer stepped forward, leading Niu Xingde and Zhang Gao to sign a settlement agreement. Chen Shi escorted Qin Jiang out of the police station. Qin, tonight, I will treat you. Don't argue with me. Good. Qin Jiang drove away. After completing the formalities, Zhang Gao and Chen Ai emerged, while Niu Xingde left with a look of defeat. Had he known that Zhang Gao's brother-in-law was Chen Shi, he would never have provoked him, lamenting the loss of his job. Chen Ai felt elated. As misfortune had turned into fortune, being an administrator was quite a lucrative position. She now regretted not providing more support to her brother when he was studying. At that time, they had borrowed 5,000 yuan, and once Chen Shi completed his 2-month internship, he repaid them. Zhang Gao had insisted it was unnecessary, believing that Chen Shi, having been accepted into the Public Security Bureau, would be of assistance to them. Chen Ai thought back, then that her brother was in Ezhou, far away and unable to help, so she accepted the repayment. Had she known he would be transferred back to the police station and become the deputy director, she would have never accepted that 5,000 yuan. The couple approached Chen Shi, and Zhang Gao instinctively reached for his pocket, forgetting his cigarettes as he was led away by the police. Chen Shi, having cigarettes in his pocket, took one out and offered it to Zhang Gao. Zhang Gao awkwardly smiled, accepted the cigarette from Chen Shi, lit it, and took a puff to ease the tension. Xiao Shi, thank you. Without you, we would surely have been compelled to pay that 5,000 yuan fine. Chen Shi also lit a cigarette. In the future, approach matters with a long-term perspective and do not be blinded by petty gains. Brother-in-law, Jiang Hai is the village head, since you both hail from the same village. Ensure he does not find any incriminating evidence against you. This administrative position is coveted, and there are many eyes on it. Fines must be substantiated, so do not act recklessly. Zhang Gao quickly replied, I understand. Rest assured, I will not give Jiang Hai any leverage. Chen Ai chimed in. Your brother-in-law is prudent and knows his limits. After years in business, he has never made a mistake. Chen Shi nodded in affirmation. Chen Ai continued. Tomorrow, let us transport a load of fine smokeless coal to our parents. They need not concern themselves with payment. The elder sister was reciprocating kindness. Having reaped benefits today, she felt compelled to respond, for their business thrived. Chen Ai maintained a principle in her dealings. She could forego profit, but never suffer a loss. Even when delivering coal to her parents, she ensured that the fuel costs were accounted for, merely abstaining from profit, yet resolutely avoiding any deficit. Chen Shi did not refuse. Acquiescing to her plan, Chen Ai further instructed, Xiao Shi, please invite Director Qin to dinner tonight, and bring along your brother-in-law. Let him foot the bill. No need. We can discuss that later. It is paramount that we focus on our work first, he replied. He was not well acquainted with Qin Jiang, and bringing along another person might complicate the conversation. Chen Shi understood that Qin Jiang's interest lay not in him personally, but in the connections he represented. An idea suddenly struck him. Cultivating a good relationship with Qin Jiang could prove immensely beneficial. His brother-in-law had inadvertently landed a lucrative position, but what of his second brother? Chen Shi? Far from home, how much could he possibly earn in a year? Their parents were at home, struggling to care for 2 children and manage the farm. Could he bear to witness their hardship from afar? Today he owed Qin Jiang a favor. Why not accrue another? The more debts he incurred, the stronger his connections would become. Chen Ai then produced 1,000 yuan and handed it to Chen Shi. He looked perplexed. Elder sister, what is this for? Take it. You are doing me a favor by hosting dinner tonight. You should not have to bear the expense. Director Qin is here because of you. For us, merely speaking to him would be a challenge. Your brother-in-law's new role as administrator fills me with gratitude, please accept it. This exemplified the essence of being considerate. Nothing is guaranteed, and no matter who lends you a hand, one must always harbor gratitude. Chen Shi declined the money, feeling a sense of comfort from his sister's gesture. At least she did not presume, "I am your elder sister. Your assistance is expected." Zhang Gao chimed in, "Xiao Shi, please accept it. This 1,000 may not suffice. Whatever the cost of the meal, let your brother-in-law know, and I will reimburse you tomorrow. I only brought this amount in haste. You are helping us, and it is unreasonable for you to cover the expenses." Chen Shi refused, smiling as he said, "Elder sister, brother-in-law, keep the money for our parents to buy something nice. We can reimburse our meal expenses. Do not worry about this." Upon hearing her brother's words, Chen Ai finally accepted the money, planning to buy some items for their parents when they delivered the coal the following day. Chapter 66. The Weight of Wine that evening. Chen Shi reserved a private room at Chunlai Restaurant for a dinner meeting set for 7 o'clock. Qin Jiang arrived promptly at 6:50. Chen Shi greeted him with a smile and a handshake. "Director Qin, please come in." "You are too kind. I appreciate you coming out to greet me," he replied. As they entered the private room, Chen Shi offered Qin Jiang the seat of honor, but Qin Jiang insisted he take it instead. Chen Shi, feeling no need for formality, settled into the primary position and accepted the menu handed to him by Sun Rui. Sun Rui, with a face full of smiles, inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "Esteemed leaders?" Chen Shi then asked, "Qin, do you have any dietary restrictions?" "I have no restrictions, just the common palate," Qin replied. Chen Shi ordered 6 dishes and a soup, prompting Sun Rui to hastily leave to arrange for the chef, as these two were distinguished guests who deserved no lack of attention. Chen Shi brought along a fine bottle of wine, a gift from his aunt during his last visit to the municipal compound, intended for his father, Chen Yanshi, who had little fondness for alcohol and had passed it on to Chen Shi instead. This wine was quite expensive, equivalent to a month's salary. Qin Jiang immediately discerned the quality of the wine, recognizing Chen Shi's regard for his own status. At the dining table, the quantity of wine served reflected the stature of the guests. Chen Shi's invitation to Qin Jiang for dinner bore 3 layers of meaning. First, to express gratitude for his assistance that day. Second, to foster a closer relationship. And third, to seek further assistance in future matters. The dishes arrived promptly, both spicy and mild. Chen Shi poured wine for Qin Jiang, raising his glass. "Qin, I toast to you." Chen Shi lowered his glass, and Qin Jiang lowered his even further, clinking their glasses together before downing the contents in one go. "This is excellent wine," Qin Jiang exclaimed. Chen Shi smiled. "During my recent visit to the county, Lu County invited me to his home, and this bottle was a gift from him." Listening carefully, it was evident that Chen Shi had a special relationship with Lu County. An invitation to one's home and the gifting of wine suggested that Chen Shi was a trusted confidant. Qin Jiang felt fortunate to have allied himself with Chen Shi, hoping merely to be reassigned back to the county without additional desires. "Since this wine is a gift from Lu County, I must indulge in a few more glasses," he declared. As they exchanged toasts and savored their meal, Qin Jiang lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs, with Chen Shi following suit. "Qin, are you from Fushan Town?" he asked. "No, I am from the county seat," Qin replied. "Fushan Town is quite far. It must be tiring for your family to travel back and forth." "I've been in Fushan Town for 3 years now, making several trips each month. It's exhausting. I should apply for a transfer back to the county, as this commuting is unsustainable. I have applied several times, but the leadership has consistently denied my requests. There is nothing I can do." Qin Jiang's position as director was arranged by his uncle, who was the deputy director of the Power Supply Bureau. In the leadership structure of the bureau, each position was filled by someone connected, making it impossible to simply move anyone at will. With the position of director at the Fushan Town Electric Management Office vacant, and its remoteness discouraging those with connections from applying, it fell to him. Initially, he thought that with his uncle's backing, he could endure 2 or 3 years in Fushan Town until a vacancy arose in the bureau, allowing for a transfer back. Even if that didn't materialize, being assigned to a township closer to the county seat would suffice. However, fate had other plans. Just 6 months after arriving in Fushan Town, his uncle suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and passed away unexpectedly. With his support gone, the prospect of returning to the county became a distant dream, and even a transfer to a nearby township now seemed a luxury. For the past 2 years, he had been seeking connections and offering gifts in hopes of facilitating a transfer closer to the county seat, but lacking the necessary relationships. He found himself unable to even deliver the gifts he had prepared. Chen Shi was a favored individual of Lu County, and he sensed an opportunity. Upon learning that Zhang Gao was Chen Shi's brother-in-law, he decisively dismissed Niu Xingda and appointed Zhang Gao as an administrator. This was a gesture of goodwill towards Chen Shi, as he believed that Chen Shi was his only chance to be reassigned back to the county. One must first offer incense before worshipping the Buddha. Waiting until Chen Shi was promoted and then trying to ingratiate oneself would be too late, as he would likely disregard him entirely. Qin Zhang viewed this as an investment. Trusting his instincts, he believed Chen Shi was extraordinary, capable of at least securing a formal position. By aligning himself with Chen Shi now, he felt confident that returning to the county was merely a matter of time, if not attaining the role of deputy director. Chen Shi was aware of Qin Zhang's intentions. Both were seasoned players in the game of relationships, well aware of each other's subtle motivations. In essence, it was a matter of reciprocal exchange, without value. One would not even warn a glance. In the bureaucratic realm, some matters cannot be rushed. Finding the right person at the right time yields exceptional results. Indeed, Chen Shi's words were quite profound. Qin Zhang nodded in agreement and inquired about Chen Shi's origins. I hail from Qinghe village in Fushan town, a native through and through. I was in elementary school when our village first got electricity. My older brother, 3 years my senior, attended junior high but had to drop out due to our family's financial struggles. He has been working along the coast ever since. I had initially intended to arrange a position for him as an auxiliary police officer at the station, but the salary was insufficient to support a family. So he had to leave home, Chen Shi explained with a deep sigh. Qin Zhang recognized the implication. Chen Shi was seeking a job for his brother at the Electric Management Bureau. The bureau offered better pay and benefits, far superior to that of an auxiliary police officer. By arranging for Zhang Gao to become an administrator, Qin Zhang had already extended a favor. Helping Chen Shi's brother secure a role at the bureau would create a debt of gratitude that Chen Shi would owe him. The intricate web of relationships within the system was built on mutual obligations. What one owes the other, creating a profound connection among those on the same boat. Indeed, this year our Electric Management Bureau has an enrollment quota. However, it requires a college diploma and an electrician's certification, Qin Zhang stated. Is the electrician's certificate easy to obtain? What about the college diploma? Chen Shi inquired eagerly. My brother has completed a correspondence college program and has received his diploma. Given this wonderful opportunity, I will encourage him to apply, Chen Shi replied swiftly. The two raised their glasses and drank to their agreement. An equitable exchange had been established. Qin Zhang would assist Chen Shi's brother in joining the Electric Management Bureau as a formal employee, and in return, Chen Shi would owe Qin Zhang a favor, potentially aiding him in his future endeavors to return to the county. Qin Zhang was patient. He was in no rush, knowing that Chen Shi had yet to be reassigned. The most disheartening aspect was the absence of hope, yet now Qin Zhang saw a glimmer of it. He believed that Chen Shi would not remain in Fushan town for long. Chen Shi had been contemplating how to secure his second brother a job in town to prevent him from having to leave home and turning his child into a left-behind youth. This had been a lingering concern since he assumed the role of deputy director. As he aspired for a political career, he would inevitably lack the time to care for his parents, and with his brother away working for extended periods, this was not a sustainable solution. With the issue resolved, he felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Chen Shi possessed remarkable foresight. Prior to his brother's marriage, he had encouraged him to pursue a correspondence diploma, which has now proven invaluable. Yet, a mere diploma is insufficient. Upon his return, he plans for him to enroll in a correspondence bachelor's program. One can never predict when such an opportunity may arise. With enthusiasm, Chen Shi bid farewell to Qin Zhang and, upon returning home, promptly contacted Chen Shi, urging him to return swiftly and apply for the internal recruitment at the Electric Management Bureau. This time, he refrained from making definitive statements, merely suggesting that there was a chance, as he had a favorable rapport with Director Qin of the Bureau, even having arranged for his brother-in-law to take on an administrative role there, thus opening a pathway for entry. Upon hearing of this opportunity, Chen Shi was filled with joy. Securing a position at the Bureau promised a lucrative salary, excellent benefits, and, most importantly, proximity to home, allowing him to care for their child and parents. The couple hastily resigned from their jobs and set off for home. Chapter 67. Acknowledging mistakes with his brother's employment arranged. Chen Shi felt a sense of ease in the following days. As summer approached, the weather began to warm. Just as he was preparing to leave work, he received a call from Wang Yanhong. Are you free tonight? She inquired. What's the matter? Chen Shi replied. Su Mingming has mentioned a few times wanting to treat us to dinner, and I felt awkward declining. What do you think? Should we join her? She is quite sincere. This reminded Chen Shi of Zhang Hu. It had been several months since the incident in Longtugu village, which served as a profound lesson. All right. I have no other plans this evening. Since she's invited several times and is your good friend, I suppose it's only fitting to oblige, he responded. Thank you, she replied. After work, they arrived at Chunlai restaurant, where Su Mingming awaited Chen Shi at the entrance. After half an hour, Chen Shi and Wang Yanhong finally arrived. This delay was a deliberate arrangement. If one invites me to dinner with a request in mind, it is only respectful that they wait. For it underscores the significance of hierarchy. Meeting a leader is challenging, and dining with one is even more so. If a leader can be met casually, and dining with them is effortless, their worth diminishes in the eyes of others. Su Mingming greeted them with a beaming smile. Yanhong, Director Chen, please come in. Chen Shi nodded back at Su Mingming with a smile, acknowledging her. Upon entering the private room, Su Mingming insisted that Chen Shi take the seat of honor. With her to his left and Wang Yanhong to his right. Filled with sincerity, she ordered an ample selection of dishes. Wang Yanhong remarked, Mingming, why order so much food? There are just 3 of us, it will go to waste. Su Mingming chuckled apologetically. I wasn't sure what Director Chen likes to eat, so I ordered a variety. She produced a bottle of wine, pouring a glass for Chen Shi and one for herself. Wang Yanhong teased, Mingming, you've told me more than once that you don't drink. What is the occasion tonight? Tonight, having the honor of hosting Director Chen makes me so happy that I must toast with you, she said, raising her glass. Director Chen, I've never had alcohol before, but I'm truly delighted to have you here, so I raise a toast in your honor. Chen Shi smiled. You are Yanhong's friend, and thus my friend too. If you cannot drink, there's no need to force yourself. I've never drunk either, so I'm unsure if I can. In one go, Su Mingming downed her drink, leading to a fit of coughing, prompting Wang Yanhong to pat her back in consolation. Mingming, if you cannot drink, then do not force yourself. Su Mingming stifled a cough, assuring him, it's nothing. She lifted her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. This was sincerity. Chen Shi noted it with keen eyes. Zhang Hu was indeed fortunate to have found a girlfriend like Su Mingming. Let us all refrain from drinking. I, too, am not fond of alcohol. Let us focus on the meal, he suggested. Su Mingming quickly responded, Director Chen, I sincerely apologize. You and Yanhong should drink. Allow me to pour for you. She reached for the bottle, intent on serving Chen Shi. He raised his glass, saying, I have a slight cold and cannot partake. Chen Shi genuinely wished to abstain from alcohol. He preferred to avoid it unless necessary, having only sought to gauge Su Mingming's sincerity. With her earnestness established, he saw no reason to press the matter further, especially given that she was a close friend of Wang Yanhong. Wang Yanhong interjected, Mingming, Director Chen truly does not wish to drink. I have never seen him indulge at home. Realizing that Chen Shi was indeed resolute in his abstinence, Su Mingming set the bottle down. After consuming 2 bowls of rice, Chen Shi laid down his chopsticks. Su Mingming felt a slight dizziness. They had yet to address the main issue, so she hastily followed suit and put down her bowl. Several times she contemplated speaking but hesitated. Seeking favors is never easy. Chen Shi awaited her to voice her thoughts. Surely, he could not be the one to initiate. I shall grant you 10 more minutes, if you remain silent. I will take my leave. Wang Yanhong offered Su Mingming an encouraging glance. Summoning her courage, Su Mingming finally spoke. Director Chen, I have a request. Upon learning of Zhang Hu's previous actions, I scolded him thoroughly. His assignment to Longtugu village was well-deserved. Chen Shi interjected. Each officer at the precinct is assigned to a particular village. It is not a matter of targeting Zhang Hu. There is no question of deserving or not. It is simply a work arrangement, serving the people wherever they may be. Su Mingming quickly replied, Indeed, what you say is true, Director Chen. However, considering Zhang Hu has been in Longtugu for several months, might it be possible to reassign him? He need not remain there permanently. He could return for urgent matters. Was this request prompted by Zhang Hu, or is it your own initiative? He inquired. He acknowledges his mistakes. He urged me to convey this, she admitted. Have him return to the precinct tomorrow and come to my office. I wish to hear his explanation in person, Chen Shi declared as he stood to leave. Su Mingming's face fell with worry. Did this mean he would not forgive Zhang Hu? Wang Yanhong patted her shoulder reassuringly. Do not fret. Chen Shi's request for Zhang Hu to return to the precinct is merely to prompt some self-reflection. If he reflects deeply, he will be forgiven. Is that truly the case? Su Mingming asked, seeking reassurance. Trust me, I am the one closest to him. Su Mingming had also prepared a gift, asking Wang Yanhong to take it back. Wang Yanhong recognized that Chen Shi's willingness to share a meal indicated his forgiveness. Had he not forgiven Zhang Hu, he would not have returned for dinner. It is indeed time. A few months in such an unwelcoming place as Longtugu has imparted a profound lesson. Wang Yanhong accepted Su Mingming's gift without hesitation. Declining would have left her feeling unsettled. On her way home with the gift, Chen Shi did not inquire further, feigning ignorance. The next day at work, Chen Shi sat in his office, attending to official matters when a gentle knock sounded at the door. As he entered, the door swung open, and Zhang Hu walked in with his head bowed, appearing as though he had transformed into a different person, noticeably thinner. Director Chen, I have come to reflect upon my actions. Last night, upon receiving a call from Su Mingming, he was overwhelmed with joy, pouring out 5,000 words of self-critique and reflection throughout the night. Chen Shi poured him a cup of tea as he sat down. Zhang Hu retrieved several pages of his written reflection from his bag and placed them before Chen Shi. Director Chen, this is my self-critique. I was in the wrong. I implore your forgiveness. With his head lowered like a child who has erred, he felt an overwhelming desire to leave Longtugu village. The village was truly an inhospitable place, too remote and desolate, where misery only deepened. It was a location where even wealth could not procure necessities. Surrounded by towering mountains, the villagers displayed a lack of civility. Initially, Ma Shuang had welcomed him warmly, but over time, Ma Shuang ignored him entirely, leaving him to share quarters with Yi Kaian. The thieves in Longtugu were cunning. After his arrival, they had not stolen any cattle or horses, and he had become so paranoid that everyone appeared to him as a thief. Chen Shi turned to Zhang Hu and asked, "Where did you go wrong? I should not have envied you." Zhang Hu admitted to being envious of Chen Shi, who mingled effortlessly with their circle of friends. "I wish you well. However, I did not wish for you to surpass me." Chen Shi recognized this as the truth and began to read the self-critique. It was profoundly written. The environment shapes character, and even the most obstinate individuals, after spending months in Longtugu village, could be tempered. After finishing the reflection, Chen Shi was quite pleased and boomed, "Lift your head and stand tall." Zhang Hu immediately straightened up, raising his head to meet Chen Shi's unyielding gaze, his resolve crumbling. He genuinely acknowledged that there was nothing about which to feel envious. Whatever Chen Shi did, he did it better. Even Ma Guoyang respected him. What right did he have to feel otherwise? With a solemn tone, Chen Shi declared, "Zhang Hu, you have performed admirably in Longtugu village. At least during these past few months, there have been no losses of cattle or horses, and that is your merit. Director, from this day forth, I, Zhang Hu, am at your service. Wherever you point, I shall follow." Chen Shi was pleased, stating, "Since you have returned, do not go back. Stay at the police station and only venture to Longtugu village when necessary." Zhang Hu beamed with joy. "Thank you, Director Chen." Chapter 68. A hidden thought. Chen Shi received notification to attend a meeting at the Public Security Bureau. As a deputy director, he was expected to be present, and naturally, the director would attend as well. Chen Shi stood up, exited his office, and approached Wang Jianming's office, gently knocking twice. "Come in." Chen Shi pushed open the office door and entered, smiling as he greeted Director Wang. Wang Jianming poured a cup of tea for Chen Shi. After taking a seat, Chen Shi inquired, "Director Wang, the Public Security Bureau has announced a meeting tomorrow afternoon. Will you be attending? If you, a deputy director, are going, how could I possibly not attend? I also received the notice. We will head up together tomorrow morning." Chen Shi smiled. "Good. I will arrange for Zhang Hu to take us." Wang Jianming's vigilance heightened. Was Chen Shi intending to cultivate Zhang Hu? Every time he attended a meeting at the police station, he insisted on going alone, not out of consideration for his subordinates, but to prevent them from mingling with the leaders of the police department. Conversely, he often drove the former director and deputy director to meetings, seizing opportunities to familiarize himself with the leaders and showcase his abilities, ultimately leading to his promotions to deputy director and director. The path he traversed should not be retraced by his subordinates. He preferred to endure the hardships himself. Chen Shi was either unaware of these intricacies or simply sought to take the easy way out. After all, in the treacherous terrain of bureaucracy, each step taken is fraught with peril. One can only ascend, never descend, and there is much to learn. Young man, take your time. There may come a day when you stumble without realizing it. As work took precedence, he advised against Zhang Hu driving them, suggesting that if Chen Shi found driving tiresome, he would take the wheel himself. Observing Wang Jianming's genuine concern for his subordinates, Chen Shi noted that whenever Wang attended meetings alone, he always drove himself, unlike other police stations that relied on drivers. Now, as he accompanied Wang to the police station, Chen Shi found himself in the role of driver. Wang, each time he went to the police station for a meeting, took matters into his own hands, never allowing officers to drive him. This aspect was something I felt I should learn from you. There are many areas where you can learn from me, but remember, the higher you climb, the greater the fall. Everything must revolve around work. I am not a department-level leader requiring a driver for a mere meeting. Chen Shi understood this as a criticism. How could a division-level cadre expect to be driven for a meeting, especially when his rank was even lower than Wang's? Taking a sip of tea, Chen Shi was surprised at Wang Jianming's strong reaction. He had no justification for requiring a special car for meetings. Clearing his throat, he said, "Director Wang, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. I have other matters to attend to." Watching Chen Shi depart, he thought to himself that if he had received recognition from the county chief in his youth, he would at least hold the position of a department head by now. Chen Shi was indeed fortunate to have earned Lu County's favor. Sometimes, destiny plays a significant role. Some individuals are simply born to lead. Early the next morning, Chen Shi drove to Wang Jianming's residence to pick him up. As soon as he parked, Wang Jianming emerged from the building. This time, he naturally took the passenger seat. Noticing Wang fasten his seatbelt, Chen Shi remarked, "Aren't you driving this time?" If Wang had suggested that Chen Shi drive, he wouldn't have indulged him and would have immediately let him take the wheel. After all, one should not be ostentatious and refuse a ride from Zhang Hu. With a smile on his face, Chen Shi asked, "Director Wang, have you had breakfast?" "Not yet," Wang replied. "I haven't either. Let's grab a bowl of rice noodles on the street." Chen Shi had assumed that Wang would bring him something this time. But since he had tea during their last outing, he thought to himself that opportunities are often fleeting. After starting the car, they arrived at a rice noodle shop, where they both got out to enjoy breakfast. The place was bustling with patrons. As in the small town, everyone knew each other and exchanged greetings. After finishing breakfast, Chen Shi waited for a moment, noticing that Wang Jianming showed no intention of driving, as he was, after all, a rank higher than Chen. It was only fitting to give him that courtesy. As long as they communicated on equal footing, there was no issue with Chen taking the wheel. Chen Shi got into the car, with Wang Jianming in the passenger seat, and they headed towards the county town. Wang Jianming closed his eyes to rest, while Chen Shi focused intently on driving, and neither of them spoke. Upon reaching Shangying town, Wang Jianming slowly opened his eyes and inquired, "Where are we now?" An urgent meeting was convened at the Public Security Bureau in Shangying town, the reason for which remained unclear. Wang Jianming had called Lei Ming yesterday to ascertain the meeting's agenda, which involved a man from Chunyang County named Zhang Dong, who had committed a robbery in Yizhou, resulting in the murder of an entire family of 5. He had since fled Yizhou, prompting a province-wide alert, particularly in Chunyang County, which was Zhang Dong's hometown, warranting heightened vigilance. Wang Jianming was testing Chen Shi's awareness of how the leadership at the Public Security Bureau regarded him. Chen Shi, however, was oblivious to the deeper implications, merely thinking it was just a meeting. He had not contacted Zhang Xiangdong for inquiries, reflecting his inexperience. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. Was there a significant matter concerning the afternoon meeting? "Is this meeting urgent?" he asked. It seemed Chen Shi was unaware of the meeting's gravity. An urgent meeting was not merely defined by its immediate scheduling, but rather by its relevance to oneself, thus making it genuinely urgent. Zhang Dong was not only from Chunyang County, but also from Fushan Town, and during the meeting, the leaders of the Public Security Bureau would surely call upon him. Aiming to catch Chen Shi off guard, the inexperienced youth, who dared to challenge him daily, would inevitably stumble, tempering his arrogance. This would allow the Bureau's leaders to see that the seasoned veterans were indeed reliable. "Isn't it urgent?" Wang Jianming retorted, explaining that normally meetings were announced 3 days in advance, but this time notification had come just before the end of the workday yesterday, with the meeting set for this afternoon, thus qualifying it as urgent. Chen Shi sensed an undercurrent in Wang Jianming's tone, which seemed laden with meaning. Meetings typically commenced around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, yet this time it was scheduled for 1, indicating that something significant might have transpired. Wang Jianming had found his footing, having thoroughly outmaneuvered Chen Shi in their previous exchanges. Chen Shi glanced at Wang Jianming, contemplating whether he was privy to the meeting's details. However, he knew that questioning him would be futile. This cunning old fox would not divulge anything. Upon arriving in the county town, Chen Shi planned to call Zhang Xiangdong. He drove swiftly, but traffic congestion delayed him by half an hour, and by the time they reached the county town, it was already 11 o'clock. Chen Shi dropped Wang Jianming off for a sauna, opting not to partake himself. He took out his phone, preparing to call Zhang Xiangdong, but hesitated and quickly hung up. They were not well acquainted, and it would be rather presumptuous to inquire about the meeting's content in such a manner. Then he thought of Su Ping'an, the deputy chief of the political work section, who would surely be informed. Chen Shi dialed Su Ping'an, and the call was answered promptly. "Chief Chen, we are convening a meeting now. Just call me by my old classmate's name. No need for formalities like Chief Chen. It feels too distant. And you needn't call me Chief Su. Just Ping'an will suffice." Chen Shi discerned the sincerity in the intent for an equitable dialogue, understanding that true equality in conversation necessitates an equal footing in status. Without such parity, meaningful discourse is unattainable, as the inferior party is compelled to look up. "All right, Ping'an, may I inquire about something? The atmosphere of this meeting feels distinct. Has something significant transpired? Are you not aware? This meeting pertains to your station in Fushan Town. Zhang Dong from Chunyang County committed a robbery in Izhou, brutally murdering an entire family of 5 before fleeing the scene. Zhang Dong hails from Longtugu village in Fushan Town. Consequently, Chunyang County has much to attend to, and your precinct will be particularly occupied as it falls within a critical surveillance area. Chen Shi expressed his gratitude profusely, realizing that Wang Jianming, the cunning old fox, intended to catch him off guard. The leadership would undoubtedly pose inquiries, and he felt wholly unprepared, risking being caught unawares. Chapter 69. Difficulties at 12:30. Chen Shi arrived at the conference room. The attendees included the captain and vice-captain of the Public Security Management Team, the captain and vice-captain of the Criminal Investigation Team, as well as the heads and deputies of various police stations. Seating arrangements were fixed, and it was 10 minutes after his arrival that Wang Jianming made his entrance. Chen, you arrived quite early. Given the urgency of the meeting, I thought it prudent to come early. Why didn't you indulge in a sauna? Director Su from the Political Work Department, a former classmate of mine, invited me to dinner, leaving me no time for such luxuries. The Political Work Department is a pivotal division within the Public Security Bureau, and its head is typically a candidate for the position of Deputy Director. Su Ping'an, the deputy head, was well aware of his esteemed lineage. His uncle serves as a member of the county committee and the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, providing him with substantial clout. Suddenly, Wang Jianming recalled that Su Ping'an, too, was an alumnus of Donghai Police University, and it dawned on him that he was indeed a former classmate of Chen Shi. Such serendipity made it difficult for one not to ascend the ranks. Having initially contemplated undermining Chen Shi, he quickly dismissed the notion. Maintaining a cordial relationship with him was imperative, as they could only be allies, not adversaries. With a beaming smile, he remarked, Chen, I inquired about today's meeting agenda, which centers on the pursuit of the fugitive Zhang Dong. Zhang, a native of Chunyang County and a resident of Longtugu village in Fushan Town, committed a robbery in Izhou, resulting in the tragic demise of an entire family before escaping. Chen Shi regarded Wang Jianming, recognizing the old fox's change of heart, as he no longer sought to undermine him. The mention of Su Ping'an's name proved effective, commanding respect even from Wang Jianming. Director Wang, your precinct will be quite busy in the coming days. Such a heinous criminal as Zhang Dong is astute enough not to return home to evade capture. That would be akin to walking into a trap. Chen Shi comprehended Wang Jianming's insinuation. It was merely for show. However, he did not share this sentiment, for the most perilous places could also serve as the safest havens. Some criminals, indeed, engage in the very opposite, thriving in the shadows. The meeting commenced with the arrival of Director Zhang Xiangdong, Executive Deputy Director Lei Hong, Deputy Directors Song Yuming and Zhu Jianming. The agenda was primarily focused on the strategic deployment for capturing the fugitive Zhang Dong, with the Public Security Management Team tasked with overseeing the county's surveillance, while each police station was responsible for their respective jurisdictions. The Criminal Investigation Brigade is responsible for the surveillance and apprehension throughout the entire county. Any trace of evidence must be reported immediately to the brigade. After completing the deployment, Lei Hong turned to Wang Jianming. Fushan Town is the birthplace of the criminal and serves as the core of our operation. Deputy Director Chen, please elaborate on your specific plans. Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback. Did he not turn to Wang Jianming, the director and primary responsible party? As a master of chess, why was he now being asked about his own arrangements? With his name mentioned, Chen Shi had no choice but to rise, being the youngest among those present. All eyes turned to him as he spoke clearly. Director Lei, allow me to report on the arrangements for Fushan Town. The criminal hails from Longtugu village in Fushan Town, which borders Yixing County in Nanxi Province, surrounded by mountains and with inconvenient transportation. The entire province of Donghai has been placed on alert, with the Public Security Department issuing an A-level wanted notice. The criminal finds it exceedingly difficult to move within Donghai and may exploit the shadows to circumvent the province's surveillance, entering Nanxi Province and hiding deep within the mountains of Longtugu village. Lei Hong interrupted Chen Shi. You claim the entire province of Donghai is on alert and that the criminal finds it difficult to move. Yet how could he possibly enter Nanxi Province? Is this not contradictory? Realizing Lei Hong was intentionally trying to undermine him, Chen Shi responded, Director Lei, according to the escape route released by the Public Security Department, the criminal has already fled from Izhou and is now near Minfu County, which borders Guiyuan County in Nanxi Province. He may have managed to escape to Guiyuan County in a very short time. The Public Security Department has not yet had the opportunity to implement province-wide measures, and the criminal is no longer in Donghai, but in Nanxi. Following your reasoning, The criminal is now in Chen Shi and will ultimately hide deep in the mountains of Longtugu. The mountains stretch for dozens of miles and intertwine with Yixing County. How many police forces would it require to apprehend the criminal in such vast terrain? The mountains of Longtugu are immense, even with thousands of officers deployed. It is unlikely we would find any trace of him. While he can survive in the summer and autumn, in the spring and winter, food will be scarce, driving him to seek sustenance in Longtugu village. If we mobilize the villagers to report any sightings of the criminal, offering a reward of 100,000 for information leading to his capture, we will naturally apprehend him. If we proceed with your approach, how long shall we wait to catch the criminal? A year would be sufficient. Lei Hung scoffed. The Public Security Department has mandated that the criminal be apprehended within a month. You suggest a year. When the leaders inquire, how will you respond? Chen Shi, feeling the weight of the situation, thought, what nonsense. I am merely a deputy director, merely coordinating the deployment. Yet it feels as though this monumental task of capturing the criminal has been directly assigned to me by the Public Security Department. Zhang Xiangdong coughed lightly, sensing that Lei Hung was deliberately making things difficult for Chen Shi. The Public Security Department had issued a directive to local police stations, emphasizing the necessity of capturing the criminal within a month. There is no specific individual responsible. The Provincial Public Security Bureaus merely assist in the coordination. The burglary took place in Ezhou, and thus, the primary responsibility lies with the Ezhou Public Security Bureau. This directive was issued to the Ezhou Bureau, and it has no bearing on the Chunyang County Public Security Bureau. Zhang Xiangdong remarked slowly. This is merely Deputy Director Chen's speculation, and we can certainly consider this line of thought. The Public Security Department's order to apprehend the criminals within a month is directed at all provincial public security bureaus, not at any single individual. It was evident to all present that he was clearly supporting Chen Shi and advocating for him. Lei Hung interjected, Director Zhang. Fushan Town is the criminal's hometown. If the perpetrator retreats there to hide, we cannot bear the consequences. Zhang Xiangdong's tone grew somber. Lei Bureau, perhaps you should be dispatched to Fushan Town to oversee and prevent the criminal from escaping there. Lei Hung understood that should he dare to contradict Zhang Xiangdong again, he might indeed be sent to the remote Fushan Town. The criminal would not be foolish enough to return to Longtugu village, even if they did. It would not be his concern. Director Zhang, I am merely expressing my concern. Deputy Director Chen's reasoning is commendable. We should proceed according to his insights. Lei Hung learned that Chen Shi had been promoted by Zhang Xiangdong, and that they were not aligned. Zhang Xiangdong was an ally of County Mayor Liu Youguang, while Lei Hung was affiliated with County Party Secretary Hu Hai. His harassment of Chen Shi stemmed solely from his personal disdain. Zhang Xiangdong concluded, each of you must ensure that your jurisdictions are adequately managed. If a criminal appears in your area and escapes easily, the chief will bear full responsibility. Wang Jianming felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. Should the criminal indeed return to Longtugu village and escape, his position as director would likely be in jeopardy. Chapter 70. Seeking funds. After the meeting, Wang Jianming felt an immense weight on his heart. As Fushan Town served as the operational center, he knew the criminal was unlikely to return to Longtugu village, yet he could not shake his apprehension. Better safe than sorry, he thought. Deputy Director Chen, do you believe the criminal would flee to Longtugu village? I cannot say. It depends on luck, Chen Shi replied. He considered this an opportunity. If he could capture a criminal that the Public Security Department had failed to apprehend, securing a promotion to Deputy Section Chief would be within reach. Wang Jianming perceived luck to be more of a curse. He fervently hoped the criminal would not return. If they did hide in Longtugu village and he failed to detect them in time, the rank he had painstakingly achieved could very well slip from his grasp. Chen Shi exited the conference room and called Zhang Xiangdong. The call connected swiftly. Xiao Chen, what can I do for you? Chen Shi was elated. Zhang Xiangdong saved his number and referred to him not as Deputy Director Chen, but as Xiao Chen, indicating a sense of camaraderie. With a beaming smile, he said, Director Zhang, I would like to report on some work matters. Do you have a moment? I am available now. Please come to my office. After hanging up, Chen Shi hurried to the director's office, finding the door ajar. He gently knocked. Zhang Xiangdong lifted his gaze towards Chen Shi. Xiao Chen, come in. Chen Shi entered the office with a cheerful smile. Director Zhang, please take a seat. After sitting down, Chen Shi received a cup of tea from Zhang Xiangdong, graciously accepting it with both hands. Thank you, Director Zhang. The more Zhang Xiangdong observed Chen Shi, the more he appreciated him. The young man was quite charming. Noticing Zhang Xiangdong's cup was empty, Chen Shi promptly refilled it. Director, I believe the criminal is likely to escape to Longtugu village. Zhang Xiangdong nodded in agreement. Recognizing Chen Shi's intuition, sometimes, actions are driven by instinct. Xiao Chen, you have a keen mind. Follow your instincts. If you succeed, the credit will be yours. If not, I will support you, so pursue it boldly. Thank you for your guidance, Director Zhang. Oh, you flatter me. I have yet to mentor you. Yet you thank me for my guidance. You're taking this too seriously. Chen Shi continued. Director, if the criminal truly escapes to Longtugu village, our precinct's outdated equipment may hinder our ability to apprehend him. If he manages to flee, it would be a blow to your reputation. Zhang Xiangdong chuckled. You sly one, still beating around the bush. Speak plainly. How much funding do you need? Since you're being so straightforward, I'll ask for a modest amount. Chen Shi replied, somewhat bashfully. 2 million. You really dare to ask for that, starting off with 2 million? Do you know how much your precinct receives in a year? 300,000. And do you know how much the Public Security Bureau's annual budget is? Between 5 million to 10 million. The exact figure is uncertain. You've done your homework well. You know the Public Security Bureau's budget is just shy of 10 million, yet you still dare to ask for 2 million. Director, this is for capturing a serious criminal. Seize this opportunity to request some special funding from the Provincial Department. Zhang Dong is not a first-time offender. He has been wanted by the Ministry of Public Security for quite some time. He has already taken 3 lives, and with this incident, the toll rises to 8. My belief that he will return to Longtugu village is not mere intuition. It is deduced from his escape route. Zhang Dong possesses formidable counter-surveillance skills, and Longtugu village borders Nanxi province, allowing him to traverse between the 2 provinces and hide in the dense mountains. Having grown up in Longtugu village, he is intimately familiar with the terrain. If he wishes to remain hidden, no number of people sent and will locate him. His motives are clear. He stole money and left Ezhou swiftly, heading towards Minfu County. Beyond Minfu County lies Nanxi province. While everyone assumes he has fled to Nanxi province, he may very well make a return to Chunyang County, concealing himself in the mountains of Longtugu village, effectively vanishing amidst police surveillance. Are you so certain that the criminal will indeed return to Longtugu village? This is a hypothesis. We must test it to know for sure. If I am correct, and we capture a fugitive whom neither the Ministry of Public Security nor the Provincial Department could apprehend, Director, it would reflect well on you. Conversely, if he hides in Longtugu village and escapes, the responsibility would fall upon you. It is preferable to believe in the existence of something rather than its absence. As long as it is not hidden within one's jurisdiction, one is free to go wherever they please, for he cannot oversee every detail. Zhang Xiangdong smiled and remarked, are you also looking to seize this opportunity to take advantage of the police department? No, that is absolutely not my intention. I merely wish to alleviate some burdens for Director Zhang. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiangdong replied, I will allocate 500,000 for you, earmarked for specific use. And it must not be diverted elsewhere. I will require an accounting at a later date. Chen Shi rose and offered a salute. Rest assured, Director Zhang. Once Zhang Dong returns to Longtugu village, I guarantee he will be captured and brought to justice. Although the allocation is somewhat modest, at 2 million, a 50% reduction is acceptable. Surely, 100,000 must be granted. Zhang Xiangdong shot Chen Shi a glare, produced an approval slip, and inscribed his name and the amount. Now be gone. Chen Shi exited with a cheerful demeanor. Observing Chen Shi's retreating figure, he thought, I have issued the approval. Whether you receive the funds hinges entirely upon your efforts. Numerous have received an approval slip, yet failed to secure the funds. What does it mean that the King of Hell is easy to meet, yet the little demons are troublesome? The director's approval slip remains in the political work section, filling half a drawer. Chen Shi, clutching the slip, pondered deeply. This matter could only be addressed through Su Ping'an. He retrieved his phone and first called Huang Ming, intending to report to Liu Youguang. The call connected swiftly. Hello, Huang, this is Chen Shi. Director Chen, you are too kind. Huang, I am at the police department for a meeting and would like to report to County Chief Liu. Please hold on. I will find County Chief Liu for you. After hanging up, Huang Ming, having learned that Chen Shi is the nephew of the deputy mayor, treated him with even greater respect. He did not dare to delay and promptly entered the county chief's office. County Chief Liu, Chen Shi is at the police department for a meeting and wishes to report to you. Liu Youguang glanced at his daily schedule. He had a dinner appointment with the deputy party secretary shortly and would be heading to the city for a meeting the following morning. He instructed that Chen Shi should focus on his work and report next time. After a moment's thought, Liu Youguang called out, Xiao Huang, wait a moment. Huang Ming had just stepped out of the office and hurriedly returned. I will give him a call. This is a privilege reserved for those at the deputy division level. If the county chief does not meet in person, he must personally call to explain, a rarity throughout Chunyang County. Chen Shi's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Liu Youguang calling, and his heart quickened. He quickly answered, wearing a broad smile. County Chief Liu, Xiao Chen. Have you concluded your meeting at the police department? It just finished. I would like to report on my work. I have a meeting in the city tomorrow morning. Let us defer the report to next time. Focus on your work. Understood, County Chief. After hanging up, he felt a surge of excitement. The fact that Liu Yoguang did not meet him in person but took the time to call himself indicated special treatment reserved for trusted individuals. The phone rang again, and seeing it was Huang Ming, he promptly answered with a smile. Hello, Huang. Director Chen. County Chief Liu has a dinner engagement tonight and a meeting in the city tomorrow morning. He requests that you report next time. County Chief just called me. Thank you for the update, Huang. Are you free tonight? Shall we share a drink? Tonight, I shall accompany County Chief Liu to a banquet, and we shall arrange another meeting on a later date. After hanging up the phone, Huang Ming demonstrated exceptional social acumen, fully aware that Liu Yoguang had called. He still took the time to return the call, signifying his respect for Chen Shi. There is a reason he holds the position of secretary to the county chief. His meticulousness in affairs leaves no room for criticism. Chapter 71. The approval. Chen Shi called Su Pingyan to inquire about his whereabouts. Su Pingyan was in his office and invited Chen Shi to join him. Upon arriving at Su Pingyan's office, with the door ajar, Chen Shi gently knocked. Su Pingyan looked up, and upon seeing Chen Shi, his face lit up with joy. Old classmate, feel free to come in and make yourself comfortable, he said warmly. Chen Shi entered and seated himself on the sofa, while Su Pingyan stood to pour him a cup of tea. Has the meeting concluded? Chen Shi asked. Yes, it has. I just finished reporting to Director Zhang. We are focusing our efforts on Fushan Town, the hometown of several criminals, and have implemented a concentrated surveillance strategy. Chen Shi produced a document. Pingyan, I truly need your assistance this time. This is the approval from Director Zhang for the funding of our surveillance efforts. The annual budget for the Fushan Town Police Station is a mere 300,000, which barely covers the expenses for dozens of personnel. Without adequate funding, how can we effectively maintain surveillance? If criminals manage to return to Fushan Town, we shall bear the brunt of the repercussions, and it could implicate the relevant leaders in our bureau. Su Pingyan received the document, noting the allocation of 500,000 specifically for concentrated surveillance, bearing Zhang Xiangdong's signature. If it were anyone else presenting this request, he would have sidestepped the issue, claiming that the bureau lacked funds and that they would have to wait. As for the lack of funding leading to inadequate surveillance and criminals escaping back to Fushan Town, that would be your problem, not mine. However, Chen Shi was different. He was someone esteemed by County Chief Liu, and it appeared that Zhang Xiangdong also held him in high regard. The bureau was indeed experiencing financial constraints. The budget for 2010 was 8 million, of which nearly half had been allocated to the police stations across 10 townships, leaving the remaining half to support a multitude of personnel in the Public Security Bureau. It is estimated that the available funds now amount to less than 200,000. This situation is undoubtedly challenging, yet it must be resolved. Chen Shi cannot afford to offend. His future career prospects may become more promising as a result. Strengthening the bond between the two men is the most direct approach. Within the system, relationships are built on mutual indebtedness, making it difficult to discern who owes whom. As interests become intertwined, binding them as comrades in the same endeavor. The exchange at the banquet is merely a formality, a means of acquaintance. The true test of their relationship lies in their ability to collaborate effectively. Bring the approval from Director Zhang to me, no matter how difficult it may be. I will find a way to transfer the funds to your police station's account, Su Pingyan assured him. Chen Shi quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Pingyan. Old classmate. Given our relationship, there is no need for such formalities. The head of the finance department was unavailable today, but I shall meet him tomorrow to finalize the funding details. At that moment, Chen Shi's phone rang. It was Wang Tao from the Public Security Management Team. Chen Shi answered the call. Director, I heard you were in for a meeting. Do you have time this evening for a drink? Su Pingyan had done him a great favor, and he intended to treat him to dinner. As for the other subordinates, he had little time to entertain them. Wang Tao, I have a dinner engagement tonight. Let us reschedule for another day. Wang Tao promptly replied, all right, we shall meet again. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shi smiled and inquired, Pingyan, do you have other plans for the evening? Let us share a few drinks. You're treating, so you must have time, he added. Chen Shi glanced at the clock. It was nearly time to leave work. I'll wait for you in your office. Will it disrupt your work? Not at all. It's almost quitting time. And I have no pressing matters. Anything urgent can wait until tomorrow. Chen Shi's phone rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Zhang Xiangdong. He quickly answered with a beaming smile, Director Zhang. Xiaochen, do you have plans for tonight? None. Chen Shi responded without hesitation. My leader's matters take precedence. As for the dinner with Su Pingyan, it's of little consequence. We can arrange it for another day. It matters not as long as you hold value. Tonight, Mayor Li from Fushan Town has invited me to dinner. I'd like you to join me and get acquainted. Thank you, Director Zhang. Please come to my office. We shall go together shortly. Of course, Director Zhang. After ending the call, Chen Shi looked apologetic. Pingyan, I'm sorry. Director Zhang wants me to attend a dinner. And it's an invitation from my superior, which is difficult to decline. I'll owe you this meal. I promise to make it up to you another time. Su Pingyan internally scoffed, realizing that while Chen Shi felt too hesitant to refuse his superior, he had no qualms about declining him. He regarded Chen Shi with newfound respect. Not everyone could attend a dinner hosted by Director Zhang, which clearly indicated Chen Shi's importance in the eyes of Zhang. With a warm smile, he said, "Our relationship allows for flexibility in dining arrangements. However, opportunities to dine with a leader are rare." Were the roles reversed? Su Pingyan might have boasted about being invited by Zhang Xiangdong, as such privileges were afforded to no more than a select few within the police department. Yet, Chen Shi displayed no arrogance. Instead, he offered an explanation filled with regret. This young man possessed an innate ability to navigate social interactions, making one feel at ease, often reflected in such seemingly trivial matters. Regardless of the person, granting others their due respect ensures mutual admiration and reciprocity. Chen Shi rose and left for Zhang Xiangdong's office. "Xiao Chen, sit down. We will head out shortly," Zhang Xiangdong called out. Chen Shi smiled and complied. "Yes, Director Zhang." The more Zhang Xiangdong observed Chen Shi, the more he appreciated him. The young man was handsome and quite charming. Sometimes, good looks are an innate advantage. Not only women are drawn to him, but even men find him likable. There's no need for justification. One simply feels at ease in his presence. As the workday concluded, Zhang Xiangdong prepared to pick up the briefcase on his desk when Chen Shi stepped forward, taking the briefcase with a smile. "Director Zhang, allow me to carry that for you." Zhang Xiangdong was pleased with Chen Shi's initiative. The young man had a keen sense of awareness. Carrying the briefcase, Chen Shi followed Zhang Xiangdong out of the office building. His dedicated vehicle was already waiting at the entrance, and the driver jogged over to open the door as Zhang Xiangdong settled inside. Chen Shi prepared to take the passenger seat, feeling somewhat hesitant to sit in the back with Zhang Xiangdong. Zhang called out, "Xiao Chen, come sit in the back with me." Chen was taken aback by the honor, recognizing the need for humility when being elevated by a superior. He quickly smiled and replied, "Thank you, Director Zhang." The driver was momentarily stunned. This young man was indeed remarkable, evidently someone valued by Director Zhang. As Chen settled into the back seat beside Zhang, the two engaged in casual conversation. It was the peak hour for leaving work, and most people noticed Chen Shi departing with Zhang Xiangdong from the Public Security Bureau. Curiosity arose regarding Chen's background, conveying a clear signal throughout the bureau that Chen was aligned with Zhang Xiangdong. Wang Jianming, who had just finished reporting to Lei Hong, observed this scene and felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't Chen Shi someone favored by Lu County? How had he become associated with Zhang Xiangdong? Few within the bureau had the privilege of sitting alongside Zhang. Upon reflection, he realized that Zhang was Lu County's confidant, making Chen's affiliation with Zhang less surprising. It would be wise to respect this young man. It seemed that within a couple of years, he could be promoted within the Public Security Bureau, potentially to a deputy section chief. Alas, comparisons were inevitable. Reflecting on his own youth, he recalled not even knowing where the temple gate was. Why had he not recognized Chen as a talent sooner? With such a formidable figure backing him, anyone would feel anxious, needing to devise a plan to ensure he was kept at bay, lest he threaten Wang's own position. Chapter 72. Li Hong. Zhang Xiangdong's dedicated vehicle halted at a small courtyard where Li Hong, the mayor of Fushan Town, awaited at the entrance. Promptly stepping forward to open the car door, "Director Zhang," he greeted as Zhang emerged. Chen Shi, however, did not receive the same courtesy. The driver felt a pang of disappointment as Li Hong preemptively opened the door, a task that should have been his. With no one to assist him, Chen had to open the door himself, acknowledging his current standing and the necessity of humility. Exiting with his briefcase, he barely had time for Zhang to introduce him before Li Hong cheerfully exclaimed, "Director Chen." Chen quickly jogged forward to shake his hand, beaming as he responded, "Mayor Li." Having seen Li Hong a few times during meetings, he had no prior personal interaction, yet Li recognized him instantly, truly the mark of a leader with a good memory. Zhang Xiangdong, maintaining a calm demeanor, advised, "Xiao Chen, make sure to learn from Mayor Li in private." "Yes, Director Zhang," Chen replied. "Mayor Li has been quite supportive during my time in the town." Li Hong discerned Zhang's appreciation for Chen through his tone. Chen was someone admired by Lu County and now also associated with Director Zhang. With the backing of these two influential figures, advancement seemed inevitable. The young man had a way with words. Despite their lack of previous personal interaction, Li felt compelled to ensure Chen received his due support moving forward. Director Chen, if you encounter any difficulties at work, feel free to reach out to me. Chen silently mused that this was the way of leadership. Always speaking partially, offering to listen to challenges, but leaving the resolution dependent on one's mood. Thank you. Hu Santai, the owner of the small courtyard, jogged out with a beaming smile and greeted Director Zhang, Li Zhan. Upon noticing Chen Shi, he remarked, "This young man is quite impressive. Previously, he was with County Head Liu, and now he is associated with leaders at the departmental level. He is destined to be a political star." A person capable of achieving great things possesses a remarkable memory. Having encountered countless individuals in a single day, he instantly recognized Chen Shi. "Ah, Chen Shi, you're here as well," he said. Zhang Xiangdong, surprised, asked, "You two know each other?" The owner, with a polite smile, replied. Chen Shi accompanied County Head Liu for dinner a couple of times. The owner, Hu Santai, had a formidable background. He was a member of the Municipal Standing Committee. And Liu Daming, the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, was his cousin. Li Hong regarded Chen Shi with newfound respect. Being able to dine with County Head Liu indicated a significant relationship. More than mere appreciation, it signified a close confidant. Previously dismissive of Chen Shi, he realized he needed to take him seriously. He was indeed a noteworthy individual. Leading the way, Hu Santai guided the trio to a private room. Zhang Xiangdong took the seat of honor, with Li Hong to his left, while Chen Shi and the other two settled down before Hu Santai took his place on the right. Hu Santai inquired with a grin, "Director Zhang, Li Zhan, shall we adhere to your preferred tastes?" Zhang Xiangdong turned to Chen Shi and asked, "Young Chen, do you have any dietary restrictions?" "I have a broad palate." With no particular dislikes, Chen Shi replied. Hu Santai had previously underestimated Chen Shi, but he recognized that this young man was far from ordinary. The leaders held him in high regard, prompting him to investigate Chen Shi's background. With a nod and a smile towards Chen Shi, Hu Santai excused himself. Chen Shi promptly poured tea for the two leaders, aware that he was merely a subordinate in their presence. After some casual conversation, the dishes were served, and Hu Santai brought the wine, pouring for the trio. The leaders sipped leisurely as he remarked, "I must attend to other matters." Hu Santai did not consider Chen Shi a leader. He viewed him as far too young for such a role. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Shi was destined to stir the waters, bringing about a significant upheaval in the political landscape of Chunyang County. As the three exchanged pleasantries and enjoyed their meal, Li Hong hesitated to discuss serious matters with Chen Shi present. Chen Shi understood that Zhang Xiangdong had brought him along to familiarize Li Hong with him, establishing that he was aligned with him, which would be beneficial for future operations in Fushan Town. Sensing the moment was right, Chen Shi stood up, saying, "Director Zhang, Li Zhan, I've run out of cigarettes. I'll step out to buy a pack." Zhang Xiangdong nodded, indicating for him to go, recognizing the young man as perceptiveness. If he had to call for him, it signified that he was not worth nurturing. Once outside the small courtyard, Chen Shi took a stroll, timing himself perfectly. Half an hour was sufficient, regardless of what he needed to say. Upon returning to the private room half an hour later, it was evident that the two had completed their discussion and were now engaged in light banter. Chen Shi was surprised to discover that leaders too enjoyed gossip, a notion he had not anticipated. After all, leaders are human, possessing curiosity and emotional complexities just like everyone else. Taking his seat, Chen Shi quietly poured wine for both leaders while eavesdropping on their gossip. It was said that the deputy secretary of the municipal government maintained over 30 mistresses, one for each month, leaving him overwhelmed. Li Hong wore a broad smile. Did he not realize that ancient emperors often met an early demise due to the overwhelming presence of concubines, depleting their vitality? With few living to a ripe old age, many leaders in high positions seem only to indulge in pleasures, forgetting their original intentions. The greatest greed of humanity lies in insatiability. This deputy secretary general, once a humble teacher in a remote town, faced disdain from his wife for his perceived ineptitude, leading her to seek companionship elsewhere. After attaining success, he sought mistresses increasingly younger and more alluring, reliving youthful romances each night to compensate for past grievances. It is said that this deputy secretary general was rather frugal, never footing the bill during dates, leaving his lovers after their encounters without a second thought. His downfall came when he refused to acknowledge a debt of 300,000 to one mistress, who subsequently reported him, leading to his disgrace. One should not be both lecherous and stingy. Mutual benefit is essential, yet sacrificing oneself over a mere 300,000 is utterly foolish. Listening to the gossip, Chen Shi pondered that to navigate the political landscape with fortitude, one must maintain a clean slate. Never accept money that does not belong to you, and be cautious in choosing intimate partners. Among corrupt officials, 9.5 out of 10 fall prey to these two pitfalls. After indulging in drinks for a while, Zhang Xiangdong glanced at the time. It's getting late, let us call it a night. Chen Shi, carrying his briefcase, accompanied Li Hong to Zhang Xiangdong's car. Chen Shi smiled, saying, Director Zhang, allow me to see you home. No need, my driver will suffice. Young man, attend to your own matters, Zhang replied. Chen Shi, wearing an apologetic smile, handed his briefcase to Zhang Xiangdong. As Zhang's vehicle departed, Li Hong inquired, Chen, where are you staying? I haven't made arrangements yet. I'll find a place soon. When a leader asks such a question, one cannot simply state their residence. Claiming no arrangements allows for the possibility of drawing closer to the leader. If you have no plans, stay at my place. The secretary has matters to attend to and return to the town early, leaving a room vacant. Chen Shi, recognizing Li Hong's invitation, could hardly refuse. As Li Hong held a position of authority, and Chen was but a subordinate. To disregard such an offer would be to show a lack of respect. Zhang Xiangdong's refusal to let Chen accompany him home was an opportunity for Chen to spend more time with Li Hong. Clearly, Li Hong understood Zhang Xiangdong's intentions, which prompted his invitation to Chen Shi. With a beaming smile, Chen Shi responded, Thank you, Li. I shall impose. No need for formality. Do come by the government more often. We are all part of the same team. Li Hong is aligned with Zhang Xiangdong, and Chen Shi, in essence, is too, making them compatriots. Indeed, Li, I will report to you more frequently in the future. As Li Hong stepped out to sign off, the town government vehicle approached. Chen Shi hurriedly opened the door, and Li Hong took his seat. The driver exited to assist with the door, but was a moment too late. Recognizing Chen Shi, he smiled and nodded. Chen Shi prepared to sit in the front passenger seat, but Li Hong called out, Chen, take the back seat. Chen Shi smiled. Li, you may call me Xiao Chen from now on. I am but your soldier. Having a leader address him informally fosters a sense of closeness. And thus Chen Shi settled beside Li Hong. Li Hong chuckled, Let us stick to names, it feels more intimate. The driver appeared utterly bewildered, wondering when the relationship between these two individuals had grown so amicable. In Chapter 73, 500,000, Chen Shi and Li Hong enjoyed a sauna together, engaging in an open and honest exchange that deepened their connection. After a relaxing massage and some idle chatter, Chen Shi retreated to his room for rest. The following morning, Wang Jianming went to summon Chen Shi, only to discover that he had not returned, which left him feeling quite irked. This young man was increasingly disregarding him. Not only did he fail to return home, but he also neglected to inform his superior about it in advance. Upon calling Chen Shi, Wang Jianming found him savoring breakfast with Li Hong. When Chen Shi answered the phone, he heard Wang Jianming's sullen voice. Chen, where are you? Chen Shi provided his location, adding, Wang, could you please come pick me up? It would save me the trouble of taking a taxi. Wang Jianming's anger flared. How audacious for Chen Shi to expect him to come fetch him. However, recalling that Chen Shi had departed with Zhang Xiangdong the previous day, his fury quickly subsided. After all, one could not fault someone with such a formidable background. Through gritted teeth, he responded, Fine. After finishing breakfast with Li Hong, Chen Shi prepared to visit Mingzhou. How could he resist such a splendid opportunity to spend time alone with his superior and strengthen their rapport? Seated in the government's official vehicle, he returned to the town, instructing Wang Jianming to drive himself back. The government vehicle halted in front of Li Hong, just as Wang Jianming arrived in his police car, stepping out with a grim expression. Upon seeing Li Hong, his demeanor brightened instantly, and he hurried over, exclaiming, Mayor Li, you are here as well. Wang, are you heading back to Fushan town? Indeed, Chen Shi observed, remarking silently on the duality of bureaucratic personas. Wang Jianming's obsequiousness was striking, more radiant than when he encountered his own father. As the driver attempted to open the car door, Wang Jianming preempted him. Once Li Hong settled in, he turned to Chen Shi and said, Chen Shi, when we return to the town, come to my office. I have 2 packages of fine tea, and I would like to gift you one. Thank you, Mayor Li. Watching the government vehicle depart, Wang Jianming was left in a state of perplexity. When had Chen Shi become so close to Li Hong? Others were typically the ones offering tea to their superiors, while Chen Shi seemed to have the unique fortune of receiving such a gift from a leader. Chen Shi smiled and replied, Wang, I had a few drinks with Director Zhang and Mayor Li last night. There were vacant rooms at the town government, and Mayor Li kindly invited me to stay. I forgot to inform you. Wang Jianming beamed. It's no problem. Spending time with leaders is part of the job. Chen Shi stepped forward to open the car door. Wang Jianming waved his hand, saying, I get car sick. I'll sit in the passenger seat. With a smile, Chen Shi entered the vehicle, thinking, It's not that you get car sick. You simply don't dare treat me as your chauffeur. As Chen Shi drove back to Fushan town, Wang Jianming deeply understood that having a formidable superior was not always beneficial. Chen, regarding the deployment of forces to apprehend criminals in Fushan Town. Director Zhang has instructed that you take the lead on this matter. It is entirely your responsibility. Chen Shi chuckled inwardly. This was clearly an attempt to avoid accountability. After all, the higher the waves, the more valuable the fish. Risk and opportunity are inherently balanced, if one aspires to ascend the ranks in a steady and untroubled manner. Such dreams are but illusions. Such fortune is not destined for you. Very well, I shall take charge of the operation to apprehend the criminals. Last night, during a dinner with Director Zhang, I secured a budget of 500,000 for a key operation. Director Zhang emphasized that the funds must be used exclusively for this purpose. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiaming remarked, "What a clever fellow. Why didn't you mention this sooner? For the sake of that 500,000, I cannot allow you to bear the responsibility alone." However, the words had been spoken. A leader's word must be upheld. Or else how can one maintain authority in the eyes of subordinates? If one does not honor their promises, who would take them seriously in the future? Chen, has the finance department agreed to process the 500,000 signed by Director Zhang? Wang Jiaming understood well that once the leadership had signed off, the funds would be handled without question, no room for daydreaming. The head of the finance department had received his fair share of gifts. Even an annual budget of 300,000 could be delayed by a month or two. No matter how influential Chen Shi might be, it would not sway the finance head. At most, the funds would arrive within a week. Wang Jiaming looked on in disbelief, thinking, who do you think you are? This is money, not mere paper. Even if you are the favored son of Zhang Xiangdong, the finance department may still refuse to transfer the funds. Chen Shi recognized Wang Jiaming's skepticism. He aimed to project an air of mystery, to evoke respect through obscurity. Observing Chen Shi's unwavering confidence that the 500,000 would arrive without issue, Wang Jiaming decided to set aside his doubts for the moment and consider potential benefits. Chen, our police station in Fushan Town has not updated its office equipment in years. Might we allocate 20,000 from your special funds to procure new equipment? That is acceptable, Chen replied, but Director Zhang insists that the funds be used solely for their intended purpose. If they are diverted elsewhere, please inform him. Wang Jiaming felt a surge of anger but suppressed it. As the head of the police station, it was infuriating to feel stifled. It was one thing to be submissive before superiors, but to suppress his feelings in front of subordinates was equally vexing. After calming himself, he replied with a facade of tranquility, "Let us pretend I didn't say anything." Chen Shi inwardly scoffed. Even if office equipment were to be replaced, he would ensure it was clear who was responsible for the funding. Subordinates choose to follow a leader who advocates for their welfare. Such advantages cannot be handed out without effort. Money must be pursued actively. If one has the capability, they should seek it out themselves. After all, during his tenure as station chief, has he not pursued funds for upgrades? The car was enveloped in silence as Wang Jiaming simmered with frustration. And upon returning to the station, it was already past 11. Wang Jiaming alighted and called Su Linlin, his pent-up anger boiling over as he shouted, "Notify everyone. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, all personnel are to convene in the meeting room." This is what one might call impotent rage. Chen Shi stepped out of the vehicle, a smirk gracing his lips as he departed with an air of disdain. Su Linlin, receiving the call, felt bewildered. What could have prompted such fury? Was there some unfortunate news regarding the meeting at the police bureau? She called Chen Shi to inquire about the situation. He responded with an air of nonchalance. "Oh, it's nothing of concern, just an A-level fugitive from Fushan Town." After hanging up the phone, the notice was sent out. A meeting was scheduled for 2 o'clock. Su Linlin entered Wang Jiaming's office without knocking, simply pushing the door open. Wang Jiaming felt a surge of displeasure. Perceiving a challenge to his authority, the police station no longer felt like his independent domain. He found himself powerless against Chen Shi. And now Su Linlin was walking into a confrontation. He bellowed, "Do you not know to knock before entering? Get out." Su Linlin had never witnessed such a fierce outburst from Wang Jiaming, and she hurriedly retreated. Most individuals tend to vent their frustrations on those they are familiar with. Turning back, Su Linlin re-entered the office and softly inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you so angry?" After a pause, Wang Jiaming replied, "It's nothing. Just feeling a bit off." She cautiously probed, "Did the leaders at the bureau criticize you?" If it were merely a criticism from the bureau, he would not have been concerned. He was accustomed to it. However, feeling disrespected by subordinates was a first for him. He might well be the only leader in the entire Chunyang County to endure such indignity from his subordinates. This was not something he could admit. Revealing it would be humiliating. Caught between feeling humiliated and angry, he chose to harbor his resentment. Chapter 74. Action Team. After having dinner at home, Chen Shi arrived at the office to begin preparing the deployment plan. He picked up his phone and called Zhang Hu to summon him to the office. Just as he hung up, The office door swung open, and Zhang Hu knocked lightly, wearing a broad smile. "Come in." Zhang Hu stepped into the office. "Chen, you called for me." Chen Shi poured a glass of water for Zhang Hu, as he had no time to brew tea. "How long have you been in Longtugu village?" Zhang Hu's guard went up, sensing an implication behind the question, fearing he might be sent back. He quickly replied, "Less than 3 months. Your opportunity has arrived." Zhang Hu was puzzled by Chen Shi's words. During this meeting, A-class fugitive Zhang Dong had committed a heinous crime in Yizhou, murdering an entire family of 5. He hailed from Longtugu village in Fushan town. Zhang Hu seemed to grasp the situation, having spent so much time in Longtugu village. "You must be well acquainted with the environment there. I would like to assign this matter to you." The prospect of returning to Longtugu village did not appear to Zhang Hu as an opportunity, but rather as a painful reminder of the past. Chen Shi smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. You will not be stationed there for an extended period. Mobilizing the community will be more effective than your presence in the village. The power of the people is boundless. Having been there for so long, you surely have a few reliable friends who can be rallied. Criminals possess formidable counter-surveillance skills. Deploying officers to the village would only alert them. Even if the fugitive returns to Longtugu village, he is unlikely to show himself." With this, Zhang Hu's anxiety eased. He had no desire to return to that wretched place. Chen Shi then asked, "Do you not wish to take on this responsibility?" Zhang Hu quickly affirmed, "I do." "Good. This matter must remain confidential. It cannot be disclosed to anyone else." Chen Shi reassured him, "You have my word. I want to breathe a word of it. The matter of life and death can still be discussed. One's life is of utmost importance." Chen Shi was quite pleased with Zhang Hu's performance. During the upcoming meeting, "I will propose the establishment of a special task force, with myself as the leader and you and Ma Guoyang as deputy leaders. We shall select 7 key police officers, focusing our efforts on Longtugu village. This is to demonstrate our diligence to the higher-ups, while privately, you should enlist a few trustworthy villagers in Longtugu to keep watch. Should any suspicious activity arise, report it immediately. Thank you for your guidance, Director Chen." Zhang Hu felt a surge of joy within. He considered himself a leader in his own right. "The villagers you choose will receive a monthly salary of 500. The community also needs to make ends meet, and such incentives will ensure their diligence. Should they uncover credible leads on Zhang Dong, a reward of 50,000 will be granted for verified information." Zhang Hu realized that he could not compare to Chen Shi. The latter had a comprehensive approach to matters, while Zhang could only see one side of the coin, struggling to grasp the bigger picture. As the meeting time approached, everyone gathered in the conference room. Wang Jianming, in an attempt to reclaim some authority, deliberately arrived 10 minutes late. Upon entering, he cast a glance at Chen Shi, signaling that he was the principal authority, and that the meeting could not commence without him. Wang Jianming took his seat, cleared his throat, and felt a bit more at ease. Today's meeting was called due to a significant incident. He announced that he and Deputy Director Chen had attended a meeting at the Public Security Bureau, where it was reported that a heinous crime had occurred in Yizhou, resulting in the murder of an entire family of 5. The perpetrator, Zhang Dong, hails from Longtugu village in Fushan town, which falls under our jurisdiction. Fushan town will serve as the focal point for our operations. Recognizing the need for funding for this operation, I discussed with Deputy Director Chen and secured 500,000 from the Bureau to support our vital deployment efforts. Applause erupted from the audience, as the station had been financially strained, and finally, funds were being allocated. Chen Shi cast a disapproving look at Wang Jianming, questioning his audacity. When did he ever consult with me about the funding? I was the one who approached the leadership for the allocation, while he contributed nothing, yet here he was, seizing credit in front of the subordinates, ensuring they remember his merits. As the leading figure, Wang Jianming was not to be openly challenged by Chen Shi. To do so would irreparably damage their relationship. Chen Shi, not naive in the ways of the workplace, realized that confronting Wang directly would only serve to create enemies. Wang Jianming continued, "After careful consideration, I am entrusting the responsibility of our operations to Deputy Director Chen, who will oversee the specific arrangements." He looked at Chen Shi with a glint of triumph, as if to say, "You wish to usurp my authority? You are only carrying out my directives." The funding was a joint effort, yet in the eyes of our subordinates, I shall always remain the ultimate authority of this precinct. Finally, Wang Jianming felt he had regained some ground, a smug expression adorning his face. Chen Shi silently wished ill upon Wang Jianming's ancestors. Such was the privilege of the principal authority. Aware of Wang's attempts to steal the limelight, he refrained from exposing him directly. Instead, he exchanged a knowing glance with Wang, silently declaring, "Watch how I counter your moves." He spoke loudly, stating that the leadership of the Bureau placed great importance on the home invasion robbery case. The Public Security Department issued a Class A wanted order, and Director Zhang instructed that the criminal's hometown, Fushan Town, would serve as the command center. As the person in full charge, I established a special action team at the police station to collaborate with the Public Security Department in apprehending the criminal. I took on the role of team leader, with Ma Guoyang and Zhang Hu serving as deputy leaders, selecting 7 capable officers to oversee the operation. Officers wishing to join the special action team were to approach the 2 deputy leaders for registration after the meeting. Wang Jiaming, suppressing a smile, found it difficult to maintain his composure. After all, I was the station head. Had I consented to the formation of this special action team? Reflecting on my earlier statement to let Chen Shi take full responsibility, I found myself at a loss for a rebuttal. I had indeed assigned him that authority, and to oppose it now would clearly portray me as untrustworthy in front of my subordinates. Chen Shi continued, stating that each officer participating in the special action team would receive a monthly stipend of 1,000. Wang Jiaming yearned to interject, accusing him of buying loyalty. But he remained silent, merely watching. To ensure the loyalty of subordinates, one must provide them with benefits. It was common knowledge that criminals would not be foolish enough to return to their hometowns. Thus, the 1,000 in incentives felt akin to a windfall, prompting eager anticipation among the officers. Following the meeting, they promptly rushed to register for the special action team. Chen Shi smiled at Wang Jiaming, hinting that the best was yet to come. The office equipment at the police station, having been in use for many years without replacement, was largely ineffective, severely hampering operational efficiency. I decided to allocate 100,000 from the operational budget to procure a new set of office equipment for the station, assigning this task to the logistics team leader, Zhang Yukai. Zhang Yukai, loyal to me, would certainly benefit from this arrangement. He was expected to receive a share of the procurement profits. Zhang Yukai beamed with delight at the prospect of a 10,000 profit, exclaiming, "Chen Shi, I solemnly pledge my unwavering support to you." A round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Wang Jiaming was eager to object, questioning how funds designated for specific purposes could be diverted for purchasing office equipment, asserting his authority as the primary decision-maker. Yet he dared not voice his dissent. Chen Shi was advocating for the station's welfare, and opposing him would incite public outrage. He even struggled to mask his dissatisfaction, forcing a smile upon his face. Another discontented party was Su Linlin, with Zhang Yukai set to gain from the 10,000 procurement profit, and Ma Guoyang attaining the position of deputy leader in the special action team, while the operational budget stood at 500,000. After allocating 100,000, there remained 400,000, which promised substantial rewards. Even Zhang, who managed to secure a deputy leader position, leaving me, the administrative group leader, with nothing, a situation that seemed rather unjust. Chen Shi could only think that Su had chosen the wrong allies. Chapter 75, Deployment. After the meeting, officers from the public security team eagerly approached Ma Guoyang and Zhang Hu to register. Almost all the officers from the public security team signed up. Upon reviewing the list, Ma Guoyang found himself in a predicament. This was a task fraught with potential grievances. Deciding who would join and who would be excluded posed a significant challenge. He selected 3 individuals with whom he had close ties and said to Zhang Hu, "Xiao Zhang, these 3 have demonstrated exemplary performance and enthusiasm during operations. They should be included in the action team. The remaining selections are yours to determine." Zhang Hu, filled with self-satisfaction, was unaware that Ma Guoyang had offloaded the task of dealing with offending individuals onto him. Chen Shi instructed Zhang Yukai to prepare an office for Zhang Hu, who had now assumed the role of a junior leader. Many police officers approached Ma Guoyang, inquiring about the situation of the special operation team. With a single evasive remark, Ma Guoyang assigned the responsibility to Zhang Hu, claiming he was unaware of the specifics. Zhang Hu selected 4 individuals with whom he shared a good rapport, submitting a list of 7 names to Chen Shi. Glancing over the list, Chen Shi paid little heed, believing it prudent to grant some power to his subordinates, allowing them to experience the allure of authority. He signed the list and instructed Ma Guoyang to inform these officers to convene in Longtugu village the following morning. Cunning and seasoned, Ma Guoyang exited the office, passing the task to Zhang Hu, accepting the responsibility without hesitation. Zhang Hu had yet to realize that he was now on equal footing with Ma Guoyang and not under his authority. As the list was disseminated, uproar ensued. Those not included in the special operation team unleashed a torrent of curses upon Zhang Hu, oblivious to having offended the majority of his colleagues. He remained unaware that people tend to remember grievances far longer than kindnesses. The next morning, at 6:30, the 7 officers of the special operation team, along with a team leader and 2 deputy leaders, assembled, taking 3 police vehicles towards Longtugu village. Upon arrival, with the body camera recording, they initiated their operations, conducting background investigations on Zhang Dong. Villagers with familial ties or friendships to Zhang Dong were summoned for questioning. Their responses meticulously recorded for submission to the Public Security Bureau. This was a facade of activity, loud yet ineffective. It was not until afternoon that the Special Operation Team departed Longtugu village. Upon reaching Fushan town, Chen Shi announced, "Let us dine at a restaurant." The group's faces brightened. It is customary that if subordinates toil under a leader's command throughout the morning, they should not return to a cold meal. In amicable relationships, one might be offered a warm portion of food, while in less favorable ones, even cold leftovers could be denied. It feels disheartening to labor under a leader only to return to a meal. Should one be asked, "Have you eaten?" and reply in the negative, how would others perceive this leader? Upon arriving at Chunlai restaurant, Chen Shi generously proclaimed, "Order whatever you desire." This was a gesture of goodwill. Everyone eagerly selected dishes they typically would not indulge in, relishing their meal with joy. In the afternoon, the team established their presence in the town, alerting the public that Zhang Dong was a dangerous individual. Citizens were urged to report immediately upon spotting him. Posters detailing Zhang Dong's wanted status were plastered everywhere, drawing attention as people memorized his physical characteristics. Citizens who provided credible leads would be rewarded with 200,000 yuan, while those who captured him would receive 500,000. Chen Shi later gathered information about the case, realizing that Zhang Dong had brutally murdered a family of 5 in Ezhou, a particularly grave matter, as the head of that household was the deputy director of the Ezhou Finance Bureau. The perpetrators responsible for the assassination of the leader must be apprehended by the Public Security Bureau, as directed by the municipal secretary. This indicates the immense pressure faced by the Public Security Bureau and the Ezhou Public Security Bureau. Chen Shi convened a meeting for the special task force, instructing each member to engage with the community, rallying the populace to aid in the capture of the criminals, leaving them no refuge. The specific assignments were delegated to the 2 deputy leaders. After a long day, Chen Shi returned home to rest. The following day at work, Su Linlin visited Wang Jiaming's office. "Are you still the director of the police station?" she inquired. "The station has only 4 police cars, 3 of which are commandeered by the special task force. With only 1 left, how can we respond to emergencies? If something goes awry, who will take responsibility?" She expressed her dissatisfaction with Chen Shi, feeling that she had received no benefits and hoped to incite Wang Jiaming against him. Upon hearing her, Wang Jiaming thought, indeed, the special task force has funding. Why should they monopolize the limited resources of the police station? He called Chen Shi, requesting his presence in his office. Su Linlin picked up the phone and contacted Chen Shi. Upon receiving the call, Chen Shi sensed that Wang Jiaming was up to no good. Arriving at Wang Jiaming's office, he noticed Su Linlin was also present and smiled, saying, "Sister Su is here as well. I came to report to Director Wang. Please continue your conversation." Su Linlin stood and left, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Wang Jiaming smiled and gestured for Chen Shi to sit. "Director Chen, doesn't your special task force have funding? Why are you occupying 3 police cars from the station? Officers have reported that when they receive alarms, they lack police vehicles and can only respond on foot. This is manageable for nearby calls, but what about remote villages? If an alarm pertains to the safety of citizens and we fail to respond in time, resulting in severe consequences, who will bear the responsibility? Is it your fault or mine?" Wang Jiaming directly criticized Chen Shi for appropriating the resources of the police station. Chen Shi retorted, "Director Wang, have there been any severe consequences? If there were, it would be too late." Wang Jiaming's expression darkened. "Not yet. But what is there to worry about? The directive from Chief Zhang is to focus our resources on Fushan town. I am merely executing a command from leadership. As for the lack of police vehicles, the station has always been under-resourced. This has nothing to do with our special task force." Wang Jiaming scoffed. "That's a specious argument. I am merely presenting facts and reasoning. According to the requirements of the Public Security Bureau, each police station should be equipped with at least 6 police vehicles. My use of 3 vehicles for focused operations in Fushan town is entirely reasonable. It is not that I am taking more. Rather, the police station is inadequately equipped. The special task force could operate without occupying any vehicles. But if we identify a criminal and cannot apprehend them in time, who will be responsible?" Wang Jiaming realized he had been drawn into a convoluted argument, but took this opportunity to remind himself to apply to the Public Security Bureau for the allocation of the 6 necessary police vehicles. With a light cough, Director Zhang's directive must be executed with utmost seriousness. The deployment in Fushan town cannot be relaxed. I will report the actual circumstances to the Public Security Bureau. As for your special operations team, allow one vehicle to be released first. And once the Public Security Bureau provides the remaining two, they will be returned to you. All right, no problem. We shall follow Wang's arrangements. Listen to my arrangements? Not a chance. Wang Jiaming internally cursed. Chapter 76. Balancing interests. Chen Shi exited Wang Jiaming's office, fully aware that Su Linlin was undoubtedly plotting against him. It was only natural for her to feel disgruntled, as everyone else was benefiting while she was not. Chen Shi merely intended to remind her that aligning with him would yield rewards. Su Linlin was Wang Jiaming's associate, and it was not characteristic of a seasoned politician to allow enmity to fester without offering any incentives. A mature politician strives to balance various interests, ensuring that all parties at the table have their share, rather than coercing one side to the point of overturning the table entirely. For the sake of Wang Yanhong, he could not afford to let his relationship with Su Linlin deteriorate too severely. Upon returning to his office, Chen Shi called Zhang Yukai to come in. Zhang Yukai promptly arrived, wearing a broad smile as he greeted, "Director Chen, you called for me." "Old Zhang, please take a seat." Chen Shi did not brew tea, but poured him a glass of water instead. "Old Zhang, the procurement of office equipment will be transferred to the administrative team." Zhang Youcai's expression darkened. This exemplified the challenges of reform throughout history. Asking vested interest groups to relinquish their power was a daunting task. Who would willingly concede their privileges? This group wielded life and death authority, while the common populace, devoid of power, could only be at their mercy. It was unlikely they would permit themselves to be exploited. A backlash would ensue, and if they didn't eliminate the reformers, they would merely show restraint. Chen Shi inquired, "Old Zhang, are you unwilling?" Zhang Yukai longed to voice his frustrations. "You offer me hope and then despair. What is this?" Internally resistant, he managed to muster a forced smile. "Of course, I am willing. I will follow Director Chen's arrangements. Look at your lack of ambition. Of the 500,000 in funding, merely 100,000 is to be distributed. The remaining 400,000 will be assigned to your logistics team. Remember, these funds are earmarked for specific purposes, and I will be auditing the accounts." Happiness arrives too swiftly, akin to a whirlwind. 400,000 is a substantial sum, abundant with potential. He immediately brightened. "Rest assured, Director Chen. Every penny will be spent transparently. Without your signature, no one shall take a single cent." Chen Shi nodded. "You may leave now. First, procure a mobile phone for each member of the Special Operations Team, along with a set of uniforms and a batch of law enforcement recording devices." "Understood, Director Chen." Zhang Yukai took out a small notebook and diligently noted the instructions. Such an attitude would surely please any leader. Documenting every directive was a sign of respect for authority. Observing Zhang Yukai's earnestness, Chen Shi felt he should emulate this, even if just for show. "Now go ahead." After Zhang Yukai departed, Chen Shi called Su Linlin to his office. Su Linlin received a phone call and, wary of neglecting her duties, hurried to the office. "Chen, please sit," she said as Chen Shi poured her a glass of water. "Sister Su, do you harbor any grievances against me?" Su Linlin replied with a feigned smile, "Of course not. How could I possibly have any issues with my superior? You are Yanhong's cousin, which makes you my cousin too. I intended to look after you, but with Wang's support, I find myself unable to do so." Not fully comprehending Chen Shi's insinuation, Su Linlin shot him a flirtatious glance, proclaiming, "I wouldn't mind having both of you care for me." The allure of a mature woman is often irresistible, yet Chen Shi was no ordinary man. "Sister Su, I wish to transfer the procurement of office equipment for the logistics team to your administrative team. I am unsure if you would be amenable to this." A moment's hesitation would demonstrate a lack of respect for financial matters. "I would be delighted," Su Linlin beamed. "Chen, my brother-in-law has gone to the county for training, leaving me home alone. Come for dinner tonight. I have stewed the local chicken brought from my hometown. It's quite nourishing." "Is this merely a dinner invitation? Or do you have other intentions?" Chen Shi quipped, "It sounds as though you wish to entrap me. Are you so brazenly enticing me? While your cousin Yanhong is unaware. Does your former lover, Wang Jiaming, know of this?" As he gazed upon her ample figure, it was indeed a temptation too great for the average man to resist. Yet, Chen Shi was not an average man. He understood the importance of maintaining boundaries, never accepting money from others, and steering clear of alluring women. Some women pose no threat after an encounter, while others can be perilous. Faced with Su Linlin's blatant seduction, Chen Shi cleared his throat and replied, "Yanhong is at home preparing dinner for me." Su Linlin responded with a sultry smile, "Oh, Chen, do not jest. My cousin is away for training and will not return until tomorrow. You are well aware that her absence makes your intentions all too clear, nearly written upon your face." With a serious demeanor, Chen Shi declared, "I have other plans for tonight. We shall arrange this for another day." Su Linlin, sensing his lack of interest, retracted her smile, realizing that many desired her, and she was offering him a chance. Rising to leave, she thought, how ungrateful. Not wanting to sleep with me, truly a man missing out. As lunchtime approached, Zhang Hu, accompanied by Yi Kaihan and Yo Yud, arrived at the entrance of Chen Shi's office. You two wait outside. I will go in to report to the director. He gently knocked on the office door. Come in. Chen Shi called. Zhang Hu entered. Director, I am here to report on my work. Have a seat, Chen Shi replied. And Zhang Hu poured himself a cup of water before speaking. Director, I found 2 suitable individuals in Longtugu village. You have met them before, Yi Kaihan and Yo Yud. They often meander about the village, observing everything that transpires. Nothing escapes their notice. Most importantly, these 2 are accustomed to petty theft, so no one would suspect their collaboration with the police. Chen Shi recalled these 2 and deemed them indeed suitable for the task at hand. All right, let the 2 of them keep a close watch. Should they uncover any clues, they are to report immediately. Additionally, Chen, there is another matter. These 2 individuals are quite impoverished and cannot afford mobile phones. Is it possible to provide them with one? Please consult Zhang Yukai to procure 2 phones for Yi Kaihan and Yo Yud. They are to be encouraged to perform well. Should they excel, the phones will be their reward, but failure will result in their retrieval. Should they lose them, they must reimburse the full price. Chen Shi noted that Zhang Hu had been performing admirably, demonstrating diligence in his tasks. He intended to commend him when Zhang Hu preemptively interjected. I have brought the 2 individuals to the police station, and they are just outside your office. Would you like me to bring them in for you to offer some guidance? Zhang Hu fancied himself clever, always keen to uphold the authority of his superiors. Chen Shi's expression darkened, and he spoke sternly. They are undercover agents, and you've brought them to the police station as if you want everyone to know. Quickly send them away. Do not let anyone see them. Find a discreet location to meet with them, preferably within the town, and avoid Longtugu village to prevent exposure. Did I make another mistake? Zhang Hu inquired, bewildered. Chen Shi shot him a glare. Hurry up. Zhang Hu stood to leave. But Chen Shi called after him. Wait, it's mealtime. Give them 100 to go eat. Understood, Zhang Hu replied, exiting the office. Chen Shi assessed Zhang Hu's capabilities, concluding he was fit only to be a deputy director. The disparity between individuals reveals itself in their handling of matters. Some manage affairs comprehensively, satisfying all parties involved, while others offend everyone, isolating themselves. Chapter 77. Funds received. Zhang Yukai knocked on the office door. Chen Shi called. Come in. Upon entering, Zhang Yukai bore a joyful expression. Director Chen. The funds have arrived. Chen Shi was taken aback by the promptness and quickly inquired. Is it 500,000? 500,000, not a cent less. Su Pinggan truly delivered. Suppressing his inner delight, Chen Shi smiled. I see. You may return to your duties. Zhang Yukai exited, closing the door behind him, as leaders require privacy. The door must not be left ajar. This distinction between Zhang Hu and Zhang Yukai is evident in their consideration of details. Chen Shi picked up his phone and called Su Pinggan. The call connected swiftly. Pinggan, thank you. The funds have been received. Speaking like this makes us sound distant. Do not forget, you owe me a meal. I will come up on Saturday for just the 2 of us to enjoy a drink. All right, I have another meeting, but I will come up to chat. After hanging up, Chen Shi felt an exhilarating rush. Having funds in hand facilitated matters. Meanwhile, Su Linlin, upon learning of the funds' arrival, hurried to Wang Jiaming's office. Jiaming, the 50,000 has been received. The smoother Chen Shi's tasks progressed, the more discomfort Su Linlin felt, particularly as he awaited the approval for his request to replenish the police station's vehicles, with the logistics department still pending confirmation. With a budget of 500,000, it has barely been 2 days since the funds were transferred. In the Public Security Bureau, Chen Shi's influence surpasses even that of the station chief, his authority feeling challenged. He expressed his discomfort with a sharp tone. How many times have I reiterated, during work hours, one must address their position? Sitting on the sofa, Su Linlin rolled her eyes, feeling recently that Wang Jianming was ineffective both in bed and as a station chief, constantly overshadowed by Chen Shi, the deputy chief. The personnel within the bureau seemed to regard Chen Shi as the primary leader. Yet, she offered words of encouragement. Chief Wang, do not fret. Chen Shi will not remain in the bureau for long. At most, a year or 2, and he will surely be promoted to the county level. Wang Jiaming scoffed. What is there for me to worry about? In the precinct, I am the one in charge. No matter Chen Shi's background. He is merely the deputy chief and must heed my command. Indeed, indeed, Su Linlin replied, repeating herself thrice, though her troubled expression betrayed her inner turmoil, as if her worry were inscribed upon her face. After the afternoon work commenced, Chen Shi learned that town mayor Li Hong had returned from Mingzhou. It was imperative to maintain the recently established rapport. Emulating Zhang Yukai, he prepared a small notebook to carry, ready to record any directives from leadership. Whether he could execute them was another matter, but his attitude must be exemplary. He picked up his phone and called Li Hong. Upon connection, Chen Shi beamed. Mayor Li, have you returned to Fushan Town? Did you arrive last night? Are you in the office? I would like to report on my work. Yes, I am here. I will come over, Li Hong replied. After hanging up, Chen Shi requested Zhang Hu to drive him to the town government. The distance was short, merely a few hundred meters, yet as a leader, he felt it improper to walk. Upon arriving at the town government, Chen Shi instructed Zhang Hu to return with the police car, in case it was needed for urgent matters. He was not one to flaunt his position or misuse public resources. He approached the mayor's office and gently knocked on the door. Come in, Li Hong invited. Chen Shi entered with a warm smile, saying, Mayor Li, please, take a seat, Li Hong gestured. As Chen Shi settled in, Li Hong poured him a cup of tea, which Chen Shi graciously accepted with both hands. He took a sip to assess its quality. It was pleasant. I have a few more packets here. Take one with you when you leave. As the mayor insisted, Chen Shi nodded, tasting the tea again. Though it was somewhat bitter, he remarked, delicious. I appreciate this bitterness. It sharpens the senses. I shall take a packet home. Thank you, Mayor Li. Li Hong inquired. Chen Shi, how long have you been in Fushan Town? I came down last year. In a month, it will be a year. Young and promising, do well. One must learn from Mayor Li, who is willing to guide you without reservation. Li Hong had a niece who taught at a high school in the county seat, and he felt she and Chen Shi would make a suitable match. He casually asked, do you have a girlfriend? Yes, a teacher at the central school. Li Hong felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing someone else had already claimed her affections. Are her parents teachers as well? No, they farm in the countryside. Li Hong felt a surge of joy. Someone like Chen Shi would never seek a girlfriend without a background. At most it was merely a fleeting dalliance, leaving his niece with a glimmer of hope as she awaited their inevitable breakup. Although the meeting was ostensibly a work report, not a single serious matter was discussed. It was merely idle chatter about mundane life. As he departed, Chen Shi took with him a bag of tea leaves. What a stroke of irony. While others brought gifts to the town mayor, he audaciously pilfered from the mayor's collection. Upon seeing Chen Shi, the staff at the town government hastily greeted him. It was clear that without established connections, one could not simply take things. His brazen demeanor indicated he was indeed an insider among the leadership. Chen Shi shifted his focus to surveillance. While many believed this effort was futile, he held a different perspective. Opportunity favors the prepared. Should Zhang Dong truly escape back to Longtugu village, it could serve as a stepping stone for his advancement. With even a mere 1% chance, he was determined to exert 99% effort to seize it. Chen Shi remained steadfast in his belief that diligence would be rewarded. As Saturday arrived, Chen Shi opted not to have someone drive him to the county town. He preferred to maintain an air of mystery by driving himself in the police vehicle. Departing from Fushan Town just after 1 in the afternoon, he drove for 2 hours and arrived in the county town around 4. He decided to indulge in a sauna at Heaven on Earth to unwind, emerging only at 6 to call Su Pingyan, who was in his dormitory. Chen Shi drove to fetch him. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Su Pingyan was already waiting at the entrance. Without waiting for Chen Shi to exit and open the door, he slid into the passenger seat. Their interaction was one of equals. He dared not treat Chen Shi as a subordinate who needed his door opened. Chen Shi inquired, where shall we dine? You're treating tonight. I'll follow your lead. At Xiao Yuan Renjia. Is it not a place frequented by leaders? Su Pingyan replied. Are we not leaders ourselves? Chen Shi mused. After all, he held the title of deputy section chief, and Chen Shi was the deputy director. How could they not be considered leaders? There were no stipulations dictating that only those of certain ranks could dine at Xiao Yuan Renjia. Driving to the establishment, they found the parking lot filled with official vehicles. Upon disembarking, Hu Santai emerged and, upon spotting Chen Shi, hurried over to greet him. Chen Shi, which esteemed leader are you accompanying today? Chen Shi smiled and replied, I'm with this esteemed section chief Su. Unfamiliar with Su Pingyan, Hu Santai nonetheless recognized his uncle's influential position as the secretary of the political and legal committee. How could he know Chen Shi? The lowest rank he typically interacted with was that of deputy section chief. Chen Shi, having worked predominantly in rural areas, was a surprising acquaintance for him. Sensing Hu Santai's lack of recognition towards Su Pingyan, Chen Shi introduced, you may not know section chief Su, but you surely must know his uncle, the secretary of the political and legal committee. Hu Santai quickly extended his hand to Su Pingyan. Section chief Su, my apologies for not recognizing you. Please, do come inside. Noticing Chen Shi had not accompanied any county leaders, Hu Santai had no desire to waste time on what he deemed mere lackeys. He instructed the waiter to escort them to a private room, citing urgent business, and then departed. Chapter 78. The first encounter. Chen Shi and Su Pingyan followed the waiter into the private room. Chen Shi gestured for Su Pingyan to take the principal seat. But Su Pingyan declined, insisting that Chen Shi sit instead. With a smile, Chen Shi proposed, "Then let us both refrain from sitting." They eventually settled down, and Chen Shi, well aware of Su Pingyan's preferences for spicy food, ordered an array of fiery dishes. Su Pingyan stood up, requesting, "Hand me the car keys." Chen Shi, not inquiring about his intentions, promptly handed them over. Shortly thereafter, Su Pingyan returned, carrying a fine bottle of wine. "Pingyan, what are you doing? We agreed that I would treat tonight. Why did you go buy wine?" "Old classmate, this is a gift from my home. My uncle has an abundance of wine that he cannot possibly consume, so I thought I would help him out and save some space." "Oh, the perks of being a leader, endless cigarettes, and an unquenchable supply of fine wine. If that's the case, I shall not hold back." Upon entering the car, Chen Shi had not noticed that Su Pingyan had brought wine. He quickly rose to accept the bottle, uncorked it, and poured for both Su Pingyan and himself. The dishes arrived swiftly, and the two began reminiscing about the amusing anecdotes from their university days, erupting into hearty laughter. Those were indeed the most splendid times of their lives. Unlike elementary, middle, and high school, where parents and teachers imposed strict controls, leaving little room for anything beyond studying. University life was a breath of fresh air, a liberation from parental oversight, where teachers had little say, and one could do as one pleased, as long as it did not breach the law. As Chen Shi reflected, those were carefree and joyous moments. Suddenly, Su Pingyan inquired, "I recall you had a girlfriend. Quite beautiful, albeit not from our school. Are you two still together?" "We broke up." The mention of Qin Min brought a tinge of sadness to Chen Shi. After all, she was his first love and had always treated him well. Forgetting her was an impossibility. She would forever remain tucked away in his heart. Su Pingyan nearly exclaimed, "Breaking up is splendid. My cousin now has a chance." Sensing Chen Shi's melancholic demeanor, he quickly restrained himself. How could he find joy while his old classmate was in sorrow? As a mature politician, he too felt the weight of nostalgia. With a deep sigh, he confessed, "I truly regret not having experienced love during my university years. I was so absorbed in my studies that I neglected the important matters of the heart. Now, when I wish to pursue a relationship, I am overwhelmed with work, leaving no time for such pursuits. Moreover, relationships formed within a professional context often lack purity. They tend to be mere transactions, where one's background and future prospects take precedence over the individual." Chen Shi regarded Su Pingyan thoughtfully. If one desires a pure romance, it is not unattainable. One must relinquish their advantages and engage with the world as an ordinary person. Such love is bound to be genuine. Su Pingyan shook his head vigorously. "No, if one views themselves as an ordinary person, they will attract only ordinary companions. It lacks excitement. University was the best. It was devoid of ulterior motives, and affection was genuine." Pausing, he pondered whether he had digressed. Realizing he needed to steer Chen Shi back towards the topic of introducing his cousin. "Are you interested in dating?" "I am already in a relationship." "Have you found another girlfriend?" "Indeed, my dear brother. With such a tender expression moments ago, you swiftly turned and sought the company of a girlfriend. The Oscars owe you a golden statuette. What does your girlfriend do?" "She is a teacher at the Central School of Fushan Town." "Are her parents also educators?" "It seems like you have rehearsed this," just like Li Hong inquired. "No, her parents are farmers." In an instant, a flicker of hope ignited in Su Pingyan's despondent heart. Farming is advantageous, after all. This is merely a fleeting dalliance, and he surely will not marry her. My cousin still has a chance. I shall await your breakup in anticipation." Chen Shi queried, "Pingyan, what type of partner are you seeking? If I come across someone suitable, I shall introduce you." "No need. I have received numerous introductions without finding the right match. The individual may be suitable, yet their family is not, or vice versa. It is quite challenging. Finding a spouse. Does the compatibility of the family truly matter? It does, significantly. Our path is in governance. Ideally, a future father-in-law should hold a position that can be of assistance. Seeking an ordinary family would merely burden oneself without offering any support." Chen Shi sensed that he was being subtly pointed at, yet he had no evidence. Indeed, it is difficult to find someone who can provide assistance in one's career. A prospective father-in-law must at least be a departmental cadre with real power. Looking across the entirety of Chunyang County, there are scarcely a handful of those above the departmental level whose families are actively seeking partners for their daughters. Su Pingyan nodded in agreement with Chen Shi's remarks. Chen Shi jested, "Pingyan, your expectations are excessively high. You might as well prepare for a life of singleness. I would rather remain single than settle for less. If there is no suitable match, I prefer solitude. With a mischievous grin, Chen Shi remarked. You are not still a virgin, are you? Su Pingyan replied earnestly, my first time shall be reserved for my future wife, and hers must be given to me as well. Chen Shi sighed. Alas, you have added another criterion. It must also be a virgin. By your standards, one might as well seek a partner in kindergarten. Su Pingyan was not inclined to continue discussing this topic. He was not lacking in female companionship, but rather in a suitable and captivating partner. Let us not dwell on such matters. Next time, bring your girlfriend along. I wish to meet her. You have high standards, so she must be an exquisite beauty. She must indeed be a beauty. The two raised their glasses, clinking them together before downing their drinks in one go. After some more light-hearted conversation, they finished their meal and prepared to depart. Chen Shi intended to drive, but Su Pingyan called out, old classmate, no drinking and driving. Driving and drinking do not mix. As law enforcement officers, we must not violate the law. Chen Shi withdrew his outstretched hand and then opened the car door. Who said I was driving? I merely have a pack of cigarettes. As they exited the small courtyard, Su Pingyan inquired, where do you reside? Are you planning to head back? It is getting late. You should return to rest. Chen Shi glanced at his watch. It was only just past 9. So early? Can you sleep if you return now? Come, let me treat you to a sauna, enjoy a massage, and feel the soft hands of the ladies. Su Pingyan hesitated, contemplating whether to go, as he had never been completely undraped in front of others. Chen Shi jestingly remarked, Pingyan, you haven't yet indulged in a sauna, have you? Su Pingyan quickly refuted, how could I have not experienced it? Come, let us go to the sauna. Chen Shi hailed a taxi, ushering Su Pingyan into the vehicle, heading towards the establishment known as Heaven on Earth. Upon arriving at the changing room, Su Pingyan felt a wave of discomfort. Even in the presence of men, the thought of being completely undraped filled him with embarrassment. In contrast, Chen Shi exhibited no such psychological burden, confidently disrobing to enjoy a soak. After a prolonged internal struggle, Su Pingyan finally summoned the courage to shed his garments and partake in the bathing experience. Chen Shi summoned a young and attractive attendant for a massage, and Su Pingyan, too, requested one. This marked his first close interaction with a female, leaving him tense and apprehensive. His excessive nervousness prompted the masseuse to stifle a laugh. Casting a look of disdain, Chen Shi immediately discerned that Su Pingyan had never experienced a massage before. Who would have imagined the deputy section chief of the political work department to be so reserved? He chose not to expose this, recognizing it would embarrass Su Pingyan. Chapter 79. Have you graduated from elementary school? Chen Shi resided at Heaven on Earth, while Su Pingyan insisted on returning home. The next day, Chen Shi awoke at 10 o'clock to a phone call from Su Pingyan, who mentioned he had left some items in the taxi and requested Chen Shi to visit his dormitory. Chen Shi got up, refreshed himself, and took a taxi to the small courtyard where he lived, driving the police vehicle to Su Pingyan's location. Upon arriving downstairs, he called Su Pingyan, who swiftly descended, carrying 4 bottles of liquor. Upon opening the car door and placing the bottles inside, Chen Shi was taken aback. Was he truly expected to drink so early in the morning? For you, Su Pingyan stated. Why are you giving me liquor? Do you have an abundance of money? I do not wish for gifts. These are fine wines, acquired from my uncle. My family possesses plenty and cannot store them all. It then dawned on Chen Shi. Su Pingyan had summoned him merely to present these bottles of liquor. Is that all? No, thank you. The journey back to Fushan town was lengthy, and by the time they arrived, it was already afternoon, coinciding with the bustling market day. Wang Yanhong called, and Chen Shi answered, are you still in the county? I have returned, now in the town. Hurry back, your brother and sister-in-law are at our house, and I find it difficult to converse with them. I shall arrive shortly. Chen Shi drove the police vehicle into the police station, carrying the 4 bottles of liquor gifted by Su Pingyan back home. Wang Yanhong and Chen Shi exchanged awkward glances, both seemingly uncomfortable. Upon seeing Chen Shi return, Wang Yanhong welcomed him as if he were a savior, quickly rising to greet him. Why have you brought so much liquor? It was a gift from someone. Chen Shi replied, addressing his brother and sister-in-law. Chen Shi stood up, welcome back. Wang Yanhong took the 4 bottles from Chen Shi and placed them in the room. Turning to him as she said, you two chat. I will go buy some vegetables. Second brother, second sister-in-law, please join us for dinner tonight. Without waiting for Chen Shi and his wife to respond, she hastily departed, harboring no fondness for Wang Xiufan. Wang Xiufan lifted a bag of white beans beside her. Xiao Shi, these are from home for you. She and Chen Shi entered the house, but did not see Chen Shi and did not give the white beans to Wang Yanhong. She held Wang Yanhong in low regard, thinking that it was inappropriate to live together before marriage, especially for someone in the teaching profession. How could one educate others in such circumstances? What irked her the most was that every time she visited, she behaved like the mistress of the house, assuming a role as if she were Chen Shi's wife despite merely being in a romantic relationship. The white beans, priced at 10 yuan per pound, amounted to at least 5 pounds here, totaling 50 yuan. Chen Shi was absent, so she did not give them to Wang Yanhong, and Chen Shi remained unaware that the beans had come from her. With a smile, Chen Shi accepted the white beans, saying, "There are quite a few. Please don't bring so much next time. It's getting hard to store everything. My sister always brings us something when she comes to the market." Wang Xiaofan chuckled. "Xiao Shi, you are just being polite. We should bring more when we come here." Chen Shi quickly denied this, not wanting his relatives to overthink the situation. He took the white beans and stored them in a room designated for agricultural products gifted by relatives. Inside, there were 4 large hams, one from Chen Jianhua, one from Chen Jianyong, one from his elder sister Chen Ai, and another from Wang Yanhong's parents. The room was filled with numerous agricultural products sent by relatives. Chen Shi stepped out to brew tea for Chen Shi, while Wang Yanhong had previously brought drinks for the two. "Brother, how are you finding your job at the electric management office?" "It's good, quite easy. I went to Mingzhou for a month of training and passed the assessment. Officially becoming an employee. That's great. Just keep it up," Wang Xiaofan interjected. "Xiao Shi, we came today to discuss something important with you," she continued. Casting a warning glance at Chen Shi inquired, "Sister-in-law, we are family. Feel free to speak your mind." Ignoring Chen Shi's warning, Wang Xiaofan continued, "You see, we don't have much land at home, and our parents are still young enough to help us with the children. During these past 2 months, I've been at home caring for the kids, earning nothing, relying solely on your second brother. When will we be able to build a house? Everyone in the village is constructing new homes, while our situation remains unchanged since I married in. We are all cramped together. This is not sustainable." Chen Shi, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Do you mean you want to go out and work?" Wang Xiaofan exchanged a glance with Chen Shi, signaling him to speak up. After all, he was Chen Shi's brother, and his words would be hard to refuse. Without him, even with Chen Shi's current position as director, it would be questionable whether he could even graduate from university. Chen Shi took a sip of tea and cleared his throat. "Xiao Shi, the situation is this. Your sister-in-law wishes to work at the electric management office as well. Since you have a good relationship with Director Qin, could you mention it to him and see if there are any openings?" After all the deliberation, it seemed as though the electric management office was merely an extension of their family, a place one could easily enter. However, Chen Shi's relationship with Qin Jiang was one of mutual benefit. He had already received assistance once, and asking again would be delicate. Wang Xiaofan added, "I believe I could handle collecting electricity fees. The brother-in-law is now an administrator and earns quite a bit each month. You only see the thief indulging in meat but fail to notice the thief receiving punishment. The position of the administrator may seem lucrative, yet it is also physically demanding. When issues arise within the management's jurisdiction, one must take responsibility for maintenance. The wires and poles weigh several dozen kilograms, requiring at least a couple of individuals to lift and replace them. Can you handle such laborious tasks? There has never been a female administrator." Wang Xiaofan, noticing Chen Shi's silence, was aware that she had come to discuss the administrator's position. Her brother-in-law, Zhang Gao, was an administrator and earned a substantial income monthly, which stirred feelings of envy within her. "Chen Shi, you are utterly unambitious. As a formal worker, you earn less than my brother-in-law. If I were to stop working and rely solely on you, you would never be able to afford a house in your lifetime." Chen Shi retorted irritably, "You talk too much. There are no female administrators. Do you think it's merely about collecting electricity fees? One must obtain an electrician's certification to maintain the lines in their jurisdiction. If you lack the skills, you can always learn. No one is born with knowledge." Chen Shi turned to Wang Xiaofan, saying, "Sister-in-law, being an administrator is labor-intensive and not easy work. The electric management office has explicitly stated they do not hire women for this role." Wang Xiaofan, reluctantly responding to Chen Shi's words, said, "If I can't be an administrator, then arrange for me to have a formal position. I see that there are women in the electric management office. Do you think it's that simple? Did you graduate from elementary school? The requirements for the electric management office are stringent," Chen Shi replied, feeling exasperated. If he did not assist, he would return home to argue with his brother and burden their parents. Chen Shi interjected, "Xiao Shi, if this is too difficult, let it go." Wang Xiaofan, frustrated, exclaimed, "What do you mean, let it go? You can arrange for Zhang Gao to be an administrator, but when it comes to me, it's dismissed. Do you wish for me to stay home and farm with your parents? After a year of toil, what will we earn? With 2 children to raise, how will we afford their education? My greatest regret is marrying you. At nearly 30, I have yet to see a trace of a house." Chen Shi exclaimed. Why do you speak so much nonsense? Do you think the electric management office is yours to control? They have recruitment requirements, at least a college diploma and an electrician's certification. In our batch, there isn't a single woman. If you were capable, I would stay home to care for the children while you earned the money and built the house. But do you possess such capability? Chapter 80. Another favor owed. Chen Shi spoke in a low tone. Enough of this. I will think of a solution. Upon hearing Chen Shi speak, Wang Xiufan's expression brightened instantly. Xiao Shi has a good relationship with Director Chen. As long as you speak up, there will be no objections. Chen Shi grew increasingly irritated with his sister-in-law and replied curtly, the formal positions at the electric management office are not solely determined by Director Chen. They depend on recruitment quotas from the Power Supply Bureau. My second brother was fortunate enough to qualify this year. Sister-in-law, you wish to enter. But there are no available quotas and educational requirements. Since you haven't even graduated from elementary school, you cannot apply for a correspondence diploma. I will see if it's possible for you to work as a temporary employee, Chen Shi added. Chen Shi quickly responded. Being a temporary employee would still be a good opportunity. Wang Xiufan's smile faded, blaming her parents for not allowing her to pursue an education, harboring resentment towards them. Wang Yanhong returned from grocery shopping and proceeded to prepare a meal. Wang Xiufan stood up and said, Xiao Shi, we should be heading back now. Yanhong was already busy cooking, and it wouldn't take long. They could eat and then return. The two children were still at home, needing care, while their parents worked in the fields, waiting for her to return to prepare dinner. Chen Shi also stood up, saying, I won't eat anymore. I appreciate your help with my sister-in-law's situation. As brothers, I will assist as much as I can. Seeing that his brother and sister-in-law were determined to leave, Chen Shi did not insist on keeping them and accompanied them out of the police station. Wang Xiufan let out a cold hum. The moment I laid eyes on Xiao Shi's girlfriend, I was displeased. I can't fathom what kind of judgment Xiao Shi has to choose someone like her. She is far inferior to my cousin. You should have a word with our parents and encourage Xiao Shi to break up with her. My cousin is making a decent living in Ezhou doing beauty treatments. I believe they would be a perfect match. If they got together, it would strengthen our family ties. When they marry, my cousin could easily return to the town and open a beauty salon. There is currently no beauty shop in Fushan town, and it would surely thrive. Chen Shi glared at Wang Xiufan. She is a teacher. How can she possibly be worse than your cousin? Furthermore, this is Xiao Shi's personal matter. Do not meddle in it. The benefits of keeping it within the family are clear. If Xiao Shi marries my cousin, it would only deepen our relationship. I am his elder brother. What more do you want? You may be his brother, but I am merely seen as an outsider in his eyes. If he marries my cousin, things would be different. Think about it. My cousin often whispers sweet nothings to him, which surely would lead to him treating me better. Securing a permanent position at the Electric Bureau is not out of the question. Enough. You, who barely graduated from elementary school, should be grateful for a temporary job. What more could you want? What of my elementary education? I am still his legitimate partner and better than this Wang Yanhong, who hasn't even married him but is living together without a shred of shame. The two continued to bicker as they made their way home. Upon returning, Chen Shi found Wang Yanhong emerging from the kitchen. Why did they leave? They need to go back to take care of the children. We can eat something simple. How can we settle for something simple? With two of us, we should prepare something delicious. Wang Yanhong returned to the kitchen to continue her cooking, harboring no fondness for Wang Xiufan, as she felt the latter's gaze upon her was distinctly judgmental. She prepared several of her specialty dishes, which Chen Shi relished. Since being with Wang Yanhong, he had gained a few pounds. With Wang Yanhong's company, the otherwise monotonous days in Fushan town gained a touch of vibrancy. In such a remote town, even finding a place for a sauna or a massage was nearly impossible. Come Monday, Chen Shi pondered how to broach the subject with Qin Jiang. Without arranging a temporary position for his sister-in-law, peace at home would be elusive. He picked up his phone and dialed Qin Jiang. The call connected swiftly. With a broad smile, Chen Shi said, Director Qin, do you have time this evening? Director Chen, is there something you need? Not really. I just wanted to invite you to dinner tonight. Sure. Pleased with Qin Jiang's prompt acceptance, Chen Shi ended the call. To solicit assistance, one must present something of tangible value. Next time I visit the county town, I shall inquire with Huang Ming to see if it is possible to invite the leaders of the Power Supply Bureau for a meal. Even if we cannot transfer Qin Jiang back to the county, we could at least arrange for him to be moved to a township nearer to the county. As Fushan town is quite distant, his wife and children reside in the county, and his frequent travels back and forth are not ideal. In the evening, at Chunlai restaurant, a banquet is held in honor of Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang arrives early, and Chen Shi stands at the entrance to greet him. Director Qin, how could I allow you to wait at the door? I apologize for my tardiness. Not at all. I specifically arrived early to await your arrival. We still have 10 minutes until our scheduled time. You are not late. Rather, you are early. Please, come inside. The two enter the private room and take their seats. Chen Shi has already ordered dishes in advance, and after a few casual exchanges, the food is served. Chen Shi presents a bottle of fine liquor gifted by Su Ping'an. Meant for the Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary, such wine is certainly not of inferior quality. Chen Shi uncorks the bottle and pours a glass for Qin Jiang. This is from the last meeting at Director Zhang's residence. I noticed he had an abundance of wine, so I thought I would help him with it. To be able to procure wine from a leader's home signifies a deep relationship. Zhang Xiangdong, hailing from Lu County, has garnered Chen Shi's esteem, and naturally, they share a close bond. Qin Jiang muses inwardly that he must secure Chen Shi's favor, as it may present an opportunity to ascend to a deputy section chief position. Chen Shi understands that within the system, relationships must be complemented by value. Value supersedes all else. One must be of use to others. He raises his glass with a smile and says, Director Qin, I toast to you. Chen Shi holds his glass low, while Qin Jiang lowers his even further, and they both drink heartily. What a fine wine. The quality of a leader's home wine is indeed unmatched, Qin Jiang exclaims, prompting Chen Shi to refill his glass. As they engage in trivial conversation while enjoying their drinks, it soon becomes time to discuss more serious matters. Chen Shi, not one for beating around the bush, directly addresses the issue. Director Qin, does your electric management office require any temporary workers? Uncertain of Chen Shi's intentions, Qin Jiang wonders if he has a relative seeking employment. Brother, can't you find another avenue? It feels as though you are relentlessly pulling wool from the same sheep. He tentatively probes, is there a relative seeking work? My sister-in-law and brother have been working along the coast, but now that they have returned, my brother has been fortunate enough to gain your support and secure a position at the electric management office as a full-time employee. However, my sister-in-law is facing difficulties. She would have to return to the coast alone, which causes my brother some concern, so he wishes to find her a job in town. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang realizes it pertains to his sister-in-law. Even if the temporary positions are not lacking, he would generally refuse if it were an ordinary relative. The temporary posts are already filled, particularly for women, making arrangements challenging. Weighing the pros and cons, dismissing a temporary worker to accommodate Chen Shi's sister-in-law would leave him indebted to Chen Shi. With a troubled expression, he replies, this is somewhat difficult. Although it's your sister-in-law seeking employment, challenges must be met with solutions. Tell her to come by in a few days, and I will contact her. Chen Shi raised his wine glass, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Qin. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall undoubtedly see to it with utmost diligence. On this occasion, Qin Jiang did not exhibit modesty, holding his glass aloft, surpassing Chen Shi's by a notch. Chapter 81. Audacious Thoughts. On Friday afternoon, Chen Shi received a call from Qin Jiang. Chen Shi, next Monday, please have your sister-in-law report to the electric management office. I shall arrange for her to join the logistics department. Thank you. Let us share a few drinks this evening, Qin replied. Next time, I must return to the county after work. There are matters at home that require my attention. With that, Chen Shi ended the call. Qin Jiang's efficiency remained commendable. Matters discussed on Monday were addressed by Friday. He then picked up his phone and called Chen Shi, wishing to share the joyous news. The call connected swiftly. Xiao Shi, are you home? Just arrived. Today, I was inspecting lines in the neighboring village and returned early. Chen Shi's face beamed with joy. He relished this job, which was close to home, providing a decent income and freeing him from the need to seek work along the coast. The arrangement for your sister-in-law's employment is confirmed. She will start at the electric management office on Monday morning. Please inform her to prepare accordingly. Chen Shi was overwhelmed with elation, never having imagined that one day he and his wife would both be employed. Wonderful, he exclaimed repeatedly. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofan, cradling their child, inquired, what has you so delighted? After ending the call, Chen Shi beamed as he conveyed, Xiaofan, Xiao Shi has secured your job. You'll begin at the electric management office on Monday. That is splendid. Wang Xiaofan's face radiated with joy. She had never anticipated that someone without a primary school diploma could one day receive government employment. She handed the child to her mother-in-law, saying, I must tidy up in preparation for work. Chen Shi urged, why the rush? You don't start until Monday. We have 2 more days. You can organize tomorrow. Wang Xiaofan, brimming with excitement, retorted, what do you know? It's best to prepare early. Wang Hohot took the child, her heart also swelling with happiness. She never envisioned that one day, 3 members of their family would be in government positions. Her youngest son, even a leader, truly a dream come true. Chen Yanshi, inhaling the smoke from his welding, reflected on how his family, once inconsequential in the village, had transformed from poverty to prosperity over the past 2 years. His youngest son had become a leader, his second son joined the electric management office, and now his daughter-in-law was also to be employed there, with his son-in-law serving as an administrator. As he stepped outside, the influential figures of the village greeted him with smiles and offered cigarettes, particularly the village head's family, who previously would not meet his gaze, now welcomed him with remarkable warmth, as if they were longtime friends. Chen Shi felt immense satisfaction with their current life. They had food and clothing, and his children were thriving. Surely, it was a testament to the well-tended graves of their ancestors that warranted a monument. In rural life, failure was often blamed on ancestral graves, which were sometimes relocated for better feng shui. Success, however, was attributed to the merit of those graves, deserving of immediate commemoration. Clearing his throat, Chen Shi's inner joy was evident upon his wrinkled face. Xiaoxing, you must invite Xiaoshi to visit. The graves of your grandparents have been well tended, and your success is a testament to their blessings. It is time to erect a monument. Chen Shi also concurred, asserting the necessity of erecting a monument. Aside from the parents, the entire family relies on public provisions, undoubtedly a blessing from their ancestors. Very well. When Xiaoshi has some free time, let us summon him to discuss the establishment of a monument for my grandparents. Chen Shi nodded in satisfaction. Wang Xiufan emerged from the room, glanced at her mother-in-law Wang Hohot, then turned to her father-in-law Chen Shi, and with palpable excitement proclaimed, I have a bold idea. I could secure a position at the Electric Administration Bureau. With my parents being under 60, they could potentially join as well. If we inform Xiaoshi, our entire family could work there, providing mutual support. Within a year, we could have our house built. Her spirits were high, believing she possessed keen insight. Amidst a throng of suitors, she had chosen Chen Shi at first glance. She felt assured she had not married poorly, as Chen Shi was now a permanent employee, guaranteed a stable income. Though she was a temporary worker, she held faith that one day she too would attain permanence. The three were momentarily stunned by her words. Her proposal was audacious indeed. The Electric Administration Bureau is not a retirement home. Not just anyone can gain entry, Chen Shi remarked, tapping his pipe thoughtfully. Your mother and I are both over 50. What chance do we have of entering there? Chen Shi looked at Wang Xiufan. Have you lost your senses? What age are your parents? Do you truly believe the Bureau is your family's domain? Consider this. If your parents were to join the Bureau, who would tend to the fields and the children? Are you foolish? Cultivating this small plot yields minimal profit, barely matching a month's salary at the Bureau. As for the children, we could invite my mother to help. I would ensure she receives 1,000 a month, and she would gladly accept. Wang Hohot quickly interjected. Let us not burden Xiaoshi. Gaining entry for you would require considerable effort. As elderly individuals, we wouldn't be able to work there for long. Let us not make a fuss. Wang Xiufan, visibly dissatisfied, retorted, Mother, if we can earn for a year, that is still worthwhile. Xiaoshi is quite close with Director Qin. Getting family members in should pose no problem. As the old saying goes, one must look after oneself. Previously, she might have chastised her mother-in-law for their lack of accomplishments, lamenting their inability to build a decent house, always wary of potential pitfalls. Observing that her husband was a commendable son, she felt compelled to temper her criticisms towards her mother-in-law, having never regarded Wang Hohot with much esteem since her marriage. Chen Shi shot Wang Xiufan a disapproving glance. You're daydreaming. Do you truly think the Electric Administration Bureau is your personal property, allowing anyone to enter at will? Seeing the unanimous disapproval from the three, Wang Xiufan abandoned the notion. I was only considering the family. If you're unwilling, then let it be. I'll pretend I never mentioned it. With a huff, she returned to pack her clothes. Chen Shi pondered, recognizing that Qin Jiang had assisted him twice. He ought to express his gratitude in a tangible manner, rather than merely offering empty promises. He picked up his phone and called Huang Ming. The call connected swiftly. With a broad smile, Chen Shi greeted, Secretary Huang. Is Director Qin in the county? No. He will be here tomorrow. Are you familiar with the Director of the Power Supply Bureau? Do you have something in mind? Indeed. I wish to invite the Director of the Power Supply Bureau to dinner, but I am not well acquainted with him, which is why I thought of you. The Director of the Power Supply Bureau is someone I am familiar with. You wish to invite him to dinner tomorrow evening. Allow me to inquire if he is available. Very well, thank you. Will it just be you alone? There is also Qin Jiang, the head of the Electric Management Office in Fushan Town, primarily to facilitate his introduction. Understood, I shall make the inquiry. After hanging up, I can help Qin Jiang strengthen his relationship with their bureau director, which can be considered a tangible contribution. Huang Ming soon called. Chen Shi promptly answered, Secretary Huang, Director Chen, I have inquired, and he is available for dinner tomorrow evening. Thank you. Are you free tomorrow night? This gathering cannot proceed without you as the intermediary. I will make time for you both and facilitate the introduction. Much appreciated. See you tomorrow evening. After ending the call, Chen Shi contacted Qin Jiang again. Director Qin, I will also be heading to the county town tomorrow. I have arranged to meet your bureau director and Secretary Huang for a couple of drinks tomorrow evening. Qin Jiang was elated and quickly replied, excellent. This meal is on me. How could I let you pay? We are all on the same side. Let us not compete over this. We shall see who pays when the time comes. The two shared a hearty laugh. Chapter 82. Reciprocity. Lu Changchun, the director of the Power Supply Bureau, received a call from Huang Ming, stating that Chen Shi, the deputy director of the Fushan Town Police Station, wished to invite him to dinner. He was momentarily taken aback, as he was not at all familiar with Chen Shi and had never even met him. Upon learning that Qin Jiang, the head of the electric management office in Fushan Town, would also be present, everything became clear. Qin Jiang sought a transfer back to the Power Supply Bureau. His wife and children resided in the county town, while Fushan Town was too distant, resulting in a long-distance family situation. He had previously sought Lu Changchun's assistance, but the request lacked sufficient weight and was promptly declined. Positions within the Power Supply Bureau are limited, and each director of the remote town offices faces their own challenges, all vying for transfers back. There is only one position for each individual, and remote towns also require personnel. Not everyone can be relocated to the county. However, when Huang Ming made the call, it was a courtesy that had to be extended, as he was a trusted liaison of Lu County. While Chen Shi was unknown to him, he had heard of his reputation, a person appreciated by Lu County, who dined with him in the government cafeteria, and had attained the position of deputy director at such a young age, likely destined for a future career, at least at the level of a department head. As for Qin Jiang, he did not regard him highly. When someone invites you to a meal, particularly someone unfamiliar, it is essential to comprehend their intentions. An old saying suggests that while conversation may be casual, dining within the system is not to be taken lightly. Lu Changchun understood these nuances and readily agreed to Huang Ming's invitation for the dinner tomorrow evening. On Saturday afternoon, Chen Shi drove to the county town, adhering to the usual routine of first visiting heaven on earth for a sauna to ease his weary body. The dinner was set for 7 o'clock, and at 6, Qin Jiang called to inquire about Chen Shi's whereabouts. Chen Shi instructed him to come to heaven on earth. Qin Jiang arrived in his private vehicle to pick up Chen Shi. Chen Shi preferred not to roam around in the police vehicle, as it was too conspicuous. One must maintain a low profile. As Qin Jiang observed Chen Shi emerging, he promptly exited the vehicle, greeting him with a warm smile. Chen, however, waved his hand, indicating that Qin Jiang was not merely a chauffeur. I shall occupy the front passenger seat, he declared. Upon opening the car door, Chen noticed 2 exquisite bottles of wine resting in the front seat. Qin Jiang swiftly approached, removing the bottles and placing them in the trunk. Once inside the vehicle, Qin Jiang inquired, Chen, shall we go to collect Director Lu? No need, Chen replied. Director Lu has a dedicated vehicle. His driver will bring him over. We are to fetch Secretary Huang. He then dialed Huang Ming, informing him of their arrival. Huang Ming, exchanging pleasantries, ended the call. Upon arriving at Huang Ming's residential community, they found him waiting at the entrance. As the car came to a halt, Chen hastily exited and opened the door. Secretary Huang, I apologize for the wait. Please step inside. I've just come down from my home, Huang Ming replied, as Qin Jiang also alighted, offering a friendly greeting. Huang Ming responded courteously to Qin Jiang's salutation. Chen accompanied Huang Ming, settling into the rear seat. Is County Head Lu in the county town? Chen inquired. No. He left for Mingzhou early this morning and will not return until Monday, Huang Ming responded. His absence indicated that he was attending to private matters, wishing to keep them discreet. Chen had initially contemplated visiting County Head Lu the following day, but that idea was quickly dismissed. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, they found it filled with numerous luxury cars. Chen exited and prepared to open the door for Huang Ming, who, however, took the initiative and stepped out himself. He was cautious not to regard Chen as a subordinate, recognizing that Chen's future career trajectory might soon surpass his own. This was one of the reasons he assisted Chen. Seeing the time was 6:40, Qin Jiang realized they could not allow Huang Ming and Chen to wait outside for Lu Changchun. Secretary Huang, Director Chen, please step inside. I have reserved a private room, Huang Ming said with a smile. We shall await Director Lu. Qin Jiang quickly interjected, Secretary Huang, you and Director Chen should enter the private room first. I will wait for Director Lu here. It would not do for Lu Changchun to keep Huang Ming waiting outside. Chen smiled and remarked, Secretary Huang, let us proceed inside. Allow Qin Jiang to wait for Director Lu. Huang Ming's invitation was merely courteous, and he followed Chen inside. Chen exchanged a glance with Qin Jiang, silently conveying an opportunity that should be seized. The dinner gathering that Huang Ming was attending warranted Lu Changchun's promptness. He arrived at the small courtyard at 6:50. Observing Lu Changchun's official vehicle come to a stop, Qin Jiang jogged over, opened the door, and greeted him with a beaming smile. "Director Lu." As Lu Changchun stepped out and noticed the absence of Huang Ming and Chen, he inquired, "Has Secretary Huang not yet arrived?" "They are here. I instructed them to enter first," Qin Jiang replied. Lu Changchun hastily made his way inside, unwilling to keep Huang Ming waiting. Qin Jiang quickly followed, arriving at the private room where Huang Ming and Chen were engaged in casual conversation. Upon seeing Lu Changchun enter, both stood to greet him. Lu Changchun approached Huang Ming, grasping his hand with a smile. "Secretary Huang, I apologize for the delay." "Director Lu, you are too kind. We have only just settled in," Huang Ming responded, turning to Chen. "Director Lu, allow me to introduce you to Director Chen of the Fushan Town Police Station." Chen Shi stepped forward, grasping Lu Changchun's hand, and with a smile said, "Director Lu, greetings. I am Chen Shi. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Your youthfulness surpasses my expectations." The three exchanged pleasantries, and Lu Changchun urged Huang Ming to take the principal seat, but Huang Ming resolutely declined, insisting that Lu Changchun occupy it instead. Huang Ming settled on Lu Changchun's left, while Qin Jiang invited Chen Shi to sit on his right. However, Chen Shi insisted that Qin Jiang take the seat, stating, "This banquet is prepared in your honor, so do not distance yourself from the leadership." Thus, Chen Shi positioned himself beside Huang Ming. Qin Jiang hastily poured tea for the guests, only to remember that the wine had yet to be brought in, prompting him to step out to retrieve it. Upon his return, the dishes he had prearranged were served at the designated time, having inquired in advance about preferences. Lu, for instance, did not consume spicy food, and upon questioning Chen Shi, he discovered that Huang Ming also abstained from spiciness. Chen Shi instructed him to order entirely non-spicy dishes. As Qin Jiang uncorked the wine and poured for the three, they engaged in convivial toasts, enjoying a hearty meal. Huang Ming then inquired, "Qin, where is your hometown?" "I hail from the county seat," Qin Jiang replied. "Are your family members all there?" "Yes, they are. My parents are elderly, my child is in elementary school, and my wife is alone, managing both my parents and the child. I live too far away and can only visit on weekends to help out." "Does your wife not work?" Huang Ming asked. "She is employed at the county government. She had an opportunity for promotion to deputy section chief, but chose to decline due to the demands of home life." Chen Shi cast a grateful glance at Huang Ming, recognizing that being a liaison for the county mayor required high emotional intelligence, as he understood the weight of his inquiries regarding Qin Jiang's situation. The two were not well acquainted and did not know much about Qin Jiang's family. A casual question could afford Qin Jiang the chance to express his grievances in front of Lu Changchun. However, lamentations must be articulated judiciously. Without the right moment, such complaints, if forced before a superior, might render one akin to a tiresome storyteller, eliciting disdain instead of sympathy. Fushan town lies 80 kilometers from the county seat, all provincial roads, making the commute arduous. Chen Shi interjected appropriately, "It is all work there. I feel guilty for not being able to care for my family." Despite a deep-seated desire to return to the county seat, he could not voice this urgency, instead maintaining an air of nonchalance. It was imperative not to give the impression of discontent towards the leadership. Lu Changchun, while willing to show consideration for Chen Shi, could afford no such leniency towards Qin Jiang, as there were no leadership positions available in the bureau at present. Suitable opportunities must be awaited. Clearing his throat, Lu Changchun remarked, "Qin, I have only now become aware of your situation. Should you encounter difficulties, it is essential to promptly report them to the bureau. As you can see, all leadership positions are currently filled, but rest assured that when a suitable opportunity arises, the bureau will give it careful consideration." With those words, Qin Jiang felt reassured, quickly responding, "Thank you for your concern, Director Lu. With your busy schedule, I hesitate to trouble you with my minor issues." Internally, Qin Jiang cursed, "You old fox, seeking connections and disregarding my concerns." Those in leadership positions are often adept at feigning ignorance. Chapter 83. Acquiring a property. Having concluded the formalities, Huang Ming smiled and addressed Lu Ju, "Let's call it a night. Qin will return once a week. He should spend more time with his wife and children." Before departing, he reminded Lu Changchun to show more concern for his subordinates. Lu Changchun promptly agreed. "All right, we'll end it here for tonight." Chen Shi intended to settle the bill, but Qin Jiang subtly gestured that it had already been taken care of. As the four of them exited, they accompanied Lu Changchun on his way out. Qin Jiang expressed his gratitude, saying, "Huang Mi, Chen Suo, thank you for your assistance. Huang Ming replied with a smile. Qin Suo, you are being too courteous. I haven't done much. If you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed towards Chen Suo. Observing the dynamics, Chen Shi felt insignificant in this scenario, as Lu Changchun was merely doing Huang Ming a favor. Chen Shi had previously invited Lu Changchun to dinner, but was met with indifference. After all, he was merely a deputy director in a rural township, and even the favor of a county leader held no weight with Lu Changchun. Presently, Chen Shi found himself in a position of seeking Lu Changchun's favor, while Lu Changchun had no need of Chen Shi's assistance. Huang Mi, Lu Ju is here out of respect for you. Had I invited him, he would not have come at all. Thank you, and should you require anything in the future, do let me know. Lu Changchun displayed humility, while Chen Shi needed to act sensibly and not overreach. The trajectory of Huang Ming's career would undoubtedly ascend beyond the rank of a regular department head. Qin Jiang reiterated his thanks. Huang Mi, Chen Suo, I truly appreciate your help. Huang Ming waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Let us conclude for the evening. Qin Jiang quickly offered. Allow me to drive you home. It would be unwise to drive after drinking. Observing the understated demeanor of his companions, Chen Shi smiled. I will take Huang Mi home. Qin Suo, please return to your family early. Qin Jiang insisted. I am headed in the same direction. I will drive you both. He hurried outside to hail a cab, calling for his wife to bring the car back. After securing a taxi, Qin Jiang opened the door, with Huang Ming and Chen Shi seated in the back. While he occupied the front passenger seat, he felt elated, having bridged the gap with Lu Changchun. If he continued to foster this relationship, a transfer back to the county would not be a formidable challenge. Qin Jiang was no novice in the workplace. He understood that relying solely on Lu Changchun's vague promise from tonight would not suffice. By morning, it might be forgotten altogether. Moreover, having befriended Huang Ming, whose influence was considerable, would ensure that Lu Changchun felt compelled to acknowledge him. Feeling fortunate, he recognized that aligning himself with Chen Shi was indeed a sagacious choice. The vehicle arrived at Huang Ming's residential complex, and Qin Jiang quickly exited to open the door. Huang Mi, we have arrived. Huang Ming stepped out, and Qin Jiang hurriedly ran to open the door for Chen Shi, who had already pushed the door open. Qin Jiang offered an awkward smile. Chen Shi, returning the smile, said, Huang Mi, take care. Huang Ming waved to them as he walked back into the complex. Qin Jiang opened the car door. Chen Suo, let me give you a ride. Chen Shi entered the vehicle, and Qin Jiang followed suit. There's no need to see me off. Just take a taxi back and spend more time with your family, Chen Shi insisted. As we journeyed, Qin Jiang reflected momentarily and inquired, Chen, could you provide me with Huang Mi's phone number? He handed his mobile to Chen Shi. Chen Shi dialed the number and returned the phone to Qin Jiang. This is Huang Mi's contact, he stated. Qin Jiang accepted the device, saving the number for future occasions, intending to send gifts to Huang Ming during festive seasons. The car swiftly arrived at Tianshang Renjian, where Qin Jiang offered to open the door for Chen Shi, but was firmly restrained by Chen Shi's hand on his shoulder. Chen, we are comrades. There is no need for such formality. Chen Shi exited the vehicle, waving farewell to Qin Jiang. The following morning, Chen Shi drove back to Fushan town. Upon returning home around 11, he noticed Wang Yanhong was absent. After making inquiries via phone, he was met with the sound of her mother's sobs. What has happened? Chen Shi asked. Wang Yanhong's voice was laced with tears. My father has been assaulted by my second uncle and my cousin. Is he severely injured? Blood is pouring from his head and has yet to be staunched. Do not fear. I shall come immediately with assistance and summon an ambulance from the health center. After ending the call, Chen Shi reached out to Zhang Hu, requesting him to accompany the on-duty police officer to Gaipai village. He also contacted the health center's director, instructing him to dispatch an ambulance to Gaipai village. Wang Yanhong hung up, tears streaming down her face. Although she wished to call Chen Shi, knowing he was in the county seat and fearing to disturb him, she refrained. Initially contemplating reporting the incident to the authorities to apprehend her uncle and cousin, she hesitated, realizing that such actions could lead to enmity. Just then, Chen Shi's call provided her with a sense of reassurance. Earlier that day, her uncle and cousin had arrived, demanding her parents vacate the ancestral home, a legacy from her grandparents. As her father had no sons, it was expected that upon her marriage, the family name would change. This house was inherited from Wang Yanhong's grandparents, with a prior agreement that whoever cared for the elders would claim their possessions. Wang Yanhong's uncle, having sought work elsewhere, neglected to care for the elders, while her parents devoted themselves to their upbringing. Her uncle, having struggled to find stable employment, returned to the village last year with his family to construct a modest dwelling. Previously, disputes had arisen over this matter. Wang Yanhong's parents refused to allow them to reside there, citing their unwavering commitment to care for the elders without any financial contributions from the uncle. Now, returning to claim the house, her parents would undoubtedly resist. Wang Yanhong's father, now advanced in years, had once earned a modest living selling pork. Her mother advocated for building a house, but her father felt that since they had only one daughter, who would eventually belong to another family, there was little point in constructing a home. As long as they had shelter, it sufficed. The money they had earned was squandered recklessly, and within a few years, it had vanished, leaving no funds even for her college tuition, necessitating a targeted approach. Receiving her mother's call early that day, informing her of her uncle and cousin's intentions to harm her father, Wang Yanhong hurried back, though regrettably, she arrived too late. She found her father bleeding and groaning on the ground, with her mother stating that her cousin had struck him with a stool. Wang Yanhong's mother, stifling her sobs, inquired, "Who was on the line?" Chen Shi's mother felt an immense sense of relief upon hearing her daughter's name, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She exclaimed loudly, "You all wait here. My son-in-law is the deputy chief of the police station, and he will be here shortly to take you away." Uncle spat in disdain. "What a shameless display. You aren't even married yet you dare to call him your son-in-law. A respectable young woman like you has thrown away all dignity by living with a man, bringing shame upon our ancestors." Wang Yanhong glared at her uncle with indignation. "Uncle, mind your words. This is my affair, and it is none of your business. Chen Shi has already called for help. You are committing intentional harm, and I will hold you legally accountable." Uncle scoffed derisively. "What does he, a mere outsider, have to do with the Wang family? Sooner or later, you will belong to another family. This ancestral home was left by my parents, so vacate it at once. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to resort to violence." Wang Yanhong, being a woman, was taken aback by the threat, unable to meet her uncle's fierce gaze. Her cousin, with a menacing demeanor, declared, "You are forcing our hand. We tried to reason with you, but you insist on pushing us to violence. You must leave today. If you do not, I will drag your belongings out and set them ablaze." What is Chen Shi but the deputy chief of the police station? Even if he were the county secretary, he cannot meddle in our Wang family's affairs. Chapter 84. A reckoning. Wang Yanhong's father lay on the ground, groaning with blood oozing from his head, while her mother stood petrified, paralyzed by fear from the threats of her cousin and uncle. Uncle pointed a finger at Wang Yanhong, rebuking her. "You are nothing but a burden destined to marry off, no matter how much you study. You will always belong to another family, and you are no longer related to the Wang family. If you have any sense, you will persuade your parents to vacate this house immediately." Faced with the predatory stares of her uncle and cousin, Wang Yanhong felt as though they could devour her at any moment. Where was Chen Shi? Her mind raced with confusion, leaving her uncertain of what to do. The number of villagers watching the scene increased, yet none dared to intervene in what they perceived as a private matter of the Wang family. Her cousin yelled at Wang Yanhong's father, who lay incapacitated. "If you're going to die, do it outside. Don't die in my home." He prepared to drag Wang Yanhong's father out. Seeing this, Wang Yanhong rushed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of her father. "If you lay a hand on him, I will make sure you end up in prison. Do you believe me?" Her cousin glared at her ferociously. "Get out of my way, or I swear I'll stab you right here." Wang Yanhong retorted defiantly, "Go ahead and try." Seizing a kitchen knife nearby, her cousin lunged at her. Wang Yanhong froze in terror, realizing he truly intended to harm her. Uncle quickly restrained his son, exclaiming, "You are courting death. Your brother is involved with some unsavory characters. He has killed before, and not just once. If your family wishes to survive, you must quickly apologize to your brother and vacate this house. Perhaps, out of familial ties, he might spare your lives." Cousin shouted, "Father, do not stop me. Today, I shall slay their entire family." The wail of sirens pierced the air, leaving Wang Yanhong, her mind paralyzed with fear, muttering, "You have finally arrived." Wang Yanhong's mother, paralyzed with terror, was rendered speechless by her fright. Had it not been for the second uncle restraining her cousin, would her daughter have stood a chance against a single blow? Chen Shi arrived with 4 or 5 police officers, accompanied by doctors and nurses. The gathering crowd parted hastily. Wang Yanhong, overwhelmed with fear, found her legs unresponsive, trembling uncontrollably. On the verge of collapse, Chen Shi swiftly moved forward, cradling Wang Yanhong with one arm. She burst into tears, akin to a child who has endured bullying, holding back her cries until she could finally see her parents. Chen Shi hurriedly reassured her. "Do not worry, I am here." The medical team approached to assess her father's injuries. The second uncle and cousin, upon seeing the police, had initially planned to perform a ruse to intimidate Wang Yanhong and her mother into vacating the premises. However, the police had indeed arrived. Wang Yanhong's mother, upon spotting Chen Shi, felt a surge of hope, pointing at the second uncle and cousin while exclaiming, "Son-in-law, quickly apprehend them." He brandished a knife, threatening to harm Yanhong. Before Chen Shi could respond, Zhang Hu stepped forward, his voice booming. "Drop the knife. I warn you 3 times, or I shall fire." He instinctively reached for his waist, realizing he was unarmed. Faced with Zhang Hu's imposing figure, the cousin, terrified, hastily discarded the kitchen knife onto the ground. Zhang Hu promptly seized the knife. After calming Wang Yanhong, Chen Shi coldly inquired, "Did you harm this person?" The second uncle, mustering his courage, retorted loudly, "This is a private matter for the Wang family. What business is it of yours? When you invade another's home with violence, it becomes our duty as police officers to protect the lives and property of the public. Arrest these 2 miscreants." Zhang Hu took the lead, rushing forward to subdue the cousin, while the other officers apprehended the second uncle, applying handcuffs. The cousin shouted, "The police are arresting people indiscriminately. Is there no one to intervene? This is a private affair for the Wang family. What right does an outsider have to interfere?" Chen Shi released his hold on Wang Yanhong and approached the cousin with a fierce demeanor. "You have inflicted harm upon others, violating the law. You will be taken to the procuratorate, and charges will be filed, leading to imprisonment." Wang Yanhong's mother pointed at the cousin. "He has killed before, and not just one." "Is that so?" Chen Shi's icy gaze pierced the cousin. The second uncle hurriedly interjected, "Officer, I was merely fabricating a story to frighten them. My son has never killed anyone. Just because you claim he hasn't, does that absolve him? He will be taken in for an investigation by the Criminal Police Division." The cousin, now terrified, cried out, "I did not kill anyone. I swear I did not." The second uncle shouted to Wang Yanhong, "Yanhong, I am your true second uncle. Quickly, persuade your boyfriend. Your brother has never killed anyone. I was merely trying to scare you." Wang Yanhong collected her thoughts, her tone frigid. "Now you acknowledge your relation as my uncle, yet you did not utter a word when you were brandishing a knife at me. I shall hold you legally accountable and ensure you face imprisonment." Chen Shi retorted coldly, "Even if no murder has occurred, the threat is undeniable, and culpability cannot be evaded. Take them away, conduct thorough interrogations, and send them to the Public Security Bureau for formal investigation." The uncle and cousin were visibly terrified. The cousin, overwhelmed, soiled himself, a stream trickling down his pant leg. Chen Shi glanced at him, dismissing the cowardice. Such a character had once committed murder, yet only preyed on the weak, deserving of retribution. Zhang Hu, accompanied by police officers, apprehended the 2. Wang Yanhong's father's bleeding had ceased, and Chen Shi inquired of the doctor, "Is his condition serious?" The doctor replied that the injuries were grave, with excessive blood loss, necessitating immediate transfer to the health clinic. Chen Shi crouched down, lifted Wang Yanhong's father, and placed him onto a stretcher while a nurse prepared him for drip. Wang Yanhong exclaimed, "Dad, are you all right? Don't scare me." Her father, in a daze, could not articulate a response. Upon arrival at the health clinic, the staff, witnessing his unconscious state, insisted on transferring him to the county hospital due to their inability to manage the case. He was swiftly transported to the county hospital, where, after emergency treatment, he regained consciousness 3 days later and was out of danger. During these days, Chen Shi remained by Wang Yanhong's side, recognizing the vulnerability of the human spirit in times of distress. Upon learning her father was stable, Chen Shi prepared to return to the police station. Wang Yanhong escorted him out, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Chen Shi. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. I am your boyfriend. Anyone who dares to bully you is also challenging me, and they will bear the consequences. From now on, call me immediately should anything arise, understood?" Wang Yanhong nodded obediently. Reflecting on her fears, had her father's condition deteriorated further, the outcome could have been dire. Chen Shi then inquired, "Have you decided to send your uncle and cousin to prison?" With resolute determination, Wang Yanhong affirmed, "They nearly killed my father and threatened our family. Their actions must face the full force of the law. Sometimes, I fail to comprehend how one could resort to such brutality against family over a dilapidated old house. The moment they struck, all familial bonds were severed, replaced by hatred. If we were to let them go, I shudder to think what further transgressions they might commit." Chen Shi gently reassured her, "Your uncle and cousin are bullies who prey on the weak. They deserve to be punished. Ensure they spend several years in prison. It will teach them to behave." Wang Yanhong acknowledged with a soft hum, recognizing her own frailty in the face of danger. She now understood her father's tenacity in raising sons. Had she possessed a brother, her uncle and cousin would certainly have refrained from such brazen acts of intimidation against her family. Fortunately, she had found a responsible and steadfast boyfriend. Chapter 85. Overthinking. After Chen Shi departed, Wang Yanhong returned to the hospital room to care for her father. The door to the ward swung open, and Su Linlin entered, carrying gifts. Noticing Wang Yanhong's father asleep, she whispered, "Is uncle still not awake?" Wang Yanhong rose to greet her cousin, saying, "Cousin, it's quite a distance you've traveled. I appreciate your effort." In the past, Su Linlin would never have ventured to the hospital to visit her uncle, but times had changed. With Wang Yanhong now in a relationship with Chen Shi, who knows what the future might hold? I took a leave of absence upon hearing about my uncle's predicament. It frightened me so much that I couldn't sleep for days. I needed to come and see him, or I wouldn't find peace of mind. For the past few days, her sleep had been restful, yet with this uncle, whom she had scarcely met, he felt more like a stranger, and she could easily fabricate lies. She wanted Wang Yanhong to remember her kindness, emphasizing the significance of her visit. "I could come over the weekend without taking leave. I am merely concerned," Su Linlin replied. Noticing Chen Shi was absent, she inquired, "Where is Director Chen?" "He just left to return to the police station," she was informed. Su Linlin had come primarily to let Chen Shi see her visiting her uncle, to present herself favorably in his eyes. Upon realizing Chen Shi had departed, disappointment washed over her. An idea struck her. She picked up her phone intending to call Chen Shi, but thought better of it, and said to Wang Yanhong, "I only took a day off. I must hurry back today as I have work tomorrow. Yanhong, since Director Chen just left, could you call him? I would like to catch a ride with him." "Cousin, you just arrived. Stay for dinner before you leave." "No need for that. I prefer to return after eating. It will be too late otherwise." Wang Yanhong, seeing Su Linlin was adamant about leaving, picked up her phone and stepped out of the ward to call Chen Shi. "Yanhong, where are you?" "I just left the county. I'm turning back. My cousin is here to see my father. She will come down with you." After hanging up, Chen Shi turned his vehicle around to pick up Su Linlin. Wang Yanhong returned to the ward and said, "Cousin, he is coming back for you." Su Linlin asked, "Is my uncle's condition serious?" "Yes, it is severe. The doctor said he needs 6 months of recovery to heal properly." Su Linlin, filled with indignation, declared, "The assailants must be held criminally accountable and sent to prison." Wang Yanhong nodded. She would not let her second uncle and cousin escape unscathed. After a brief conversation, Wang Yanhong received a call from Chen Shi, who was waiting at the hospital entrance, prompting her to summon Su Linlin. After seeing Su Linlin off, she returned to the hospital, pondering why her cousin had gone to such lengths to visit her father only to rush back. Wang Yanhong's father had been hospitalized for 2 weeks and was finally discharged to recuperate at home. After completing the necessary paperwork, she returned to the ward to find her second aunt kneeling before her father, weeping profusely. "Elder brother, we realize our mistakes. They are not human for having harmed you. But we are family. Blood is thicker than water. If they go to prison, how can I live? If our parents were here, they would not wish to see their own brother and only nephew imprisoned." At that moment, the ward was empty, and Wang Yanhong swiftly approached, exclaiming, "Leave. We do not wish to see you." "Niece, it was your second uncle and elder brother who harmed your father, not me. Why do you direct your anger at me? You are all cut from the same cloth. Get out." Wang Yanhong turned to her father, declaring her intent to kneel before him. "Mother, assist my father," she urged as the discharge procedures were finalized. Her mother approached, but her father waved her off, his voice hoarse as he remarked, "This time, the second brother has gone too far, constantly claiming I have no son. They have shown me no brotherly affection." Before her father could finish, the second aunt interjected, "Elder brother, our Wang family has but one heir. If your elder nephew ends up imprisoned, upon his release, his reputation will be tarnished, making it impossible for him to find a spouse. In a century, who will tend to your grave? Elder brother, you must not be foolish. I have never heard of a son-in-law tending to his father-in-law's grave." Wang Yanhong's mother retorted fiercely, "Nonsense. We have a daughter. Daughters can honor us. When they grow old, they have grandsons." The second aunt interrupted, "Sister-in-law, that is not how it works. Have you ever seen a grandson tending to his grandparents' graves? They honor their own grandparents. As the ancient saying goes, a clan may endure for a millennium, yet kinship spans merely 3 generations. The ties of one generation are kin, the second merely cousins, and the third may or may not acknowledge their lineage. Yanhong will marry in the future, and once wed, she will belong to another family. Caring only for her own generation, the second aunt said with a mocking expression, "There will be no future for you." Furious, Wang Yanhong retorted, "A dog cannot speak human words. I will not marry. I will bring a son-in-law into our home." The second aunt scoffed and interrupted, "Yanhong, even if you bring a son-in-law into the family, when the next generation arises, they too will seek to honor their ancestors. Our village's Su family is a living example. The next generation has already changed their surname to Ma, and their mother is still alive." Wang Yanhong's father hesitated, unwilling to see their lineage extinguished. He pondered how he would explain to his parents upon his passing. In 100 years, he too desired someone to tend to his grave, lest he become a forgotten soul. The second aunt seized the moment. Elder brother, consider this. Your elder nephew's son will one day call you great-uncle. In a century, he will be buried in the ancestral grave. Can he really ignore that? We are all family, and there are no insurmountable ties. Your elder nephew is seeing someone. If he goes to prison, she will undoubtedly leave him. After a decade or so, who would be willing to marry him? The Wang family is destined for extinction. Last night, I dreamed of our parents. They stood by my bedside, insisting that the Wang family lineage must endure. Anyone who disrupts this lineage is a sinner against the Wang family, and they will not be forgiven in the afterlife. Wang Yanhong's father shivered at this thought. Wang Yanhong exclaimed, "What nonsense! Mother, help my father. Why worry about tending to graves when we are still alive? Let us focus on living well first." Her mother quickly added, "Exactly. Once dead, who cares about honoring graves? Whoever tends to mine, I shall bless." As she reached out to assist her husband, Wang Yanhong's father pushed her hand away. The second aunt saw an opportunity. "Sister-in-law, such words cannot be spoken lightly. Graves that go unattended for years will be leveled to the ground. I have heard that unkempt graves become lonely spirits in the underworld, unable to be reborn. You may disregard your own well-being, but one must always tend to the graves of one's parents. If the Wang family's lineage were to perish, their graves would become desolate, neglected, and forsaken, leaving the spirits of our forebears as lonely souls, which would indeed be a grievous sin against our ancestors." Nonsense. Get out of here. Did they consider us a family when they assaulted my father? This is all mere superstition. Father, let us depart and ignore her. Wang Yanhong's father sighed. I cannot be the transgressor of the Wang family. Aunt Air felt a surge of joy within her heart. Elder brother, you have cared for our parents. You are the most filial. You cannot stand idly by and allow their graves to be unattended. The dispute among you brothers, centered around the ancestral home, shall cease. It is yours entirely. We shall build our own dwelling outside. A family must remain harmonious. We cannot allow the villagers to mock us. From her bag, she produced an agreement. Elder brother, this is our relinquishment of the old house. It shall henceforth belong to you. Your eldest nephew acknowledges his fault, admitting he acted impulsively when he struck you. He will certainly be dutiful to you henceforth. Should you require anything, he will be at your beck and call. Chapter 86. The soft-hearted with his legs numb from kneeling. He stumbled to his feet and handed the agreement to Wang Yanhong's father, forcing a smile. Elder brother, please take a look at the agreement. Wang Yanhong's father accepted the document, glancing at it, but found some characters unfamiliar, calling out, Yanhong, please read this. Wang Yanhong took the agreement, perused it thoroughly, finding nothing amiss, yet the more she contemplated, the angrier she became, discarding the agreement onto the ground. The ancestral home was inherently ours. Why must you offer it to us? Wang Yanhong's mother exclaimed in indignation. It was agreed that whoever cared for the parents would inherit their possessions. You have been working away for years, returning only to claim what you have not contributed a single penny or even a sip of water towards. When our parents passed, did you contribute even a fraction towards their burial expenses? It was all upon us, and you dare return to contest the house? My son-in-law is the deputy director of the police station. I shall have him send you to prison. Aunt Air, growing anxious, urged, Elder brother, you must say something. They are your own brothers and nephews. Wang Yanhong's father sighed deeply. Enough. One must possess a broader perspective. I shall not pursue their criminal liability. Wang Yanhong turned to her father. A broader perspective? To exhibit such leniency towards these individuals is sheer folly. If you choose not to pursue it, I shall. Yanhong, we are family. You have a job and cannot always be present. In times of need, we must rely on your elder brother. Moreover, as the eldest son, if I were to send my own brothers and nephews to prison, the villagers would scorn me, and after death, I would have no face to meet our parents. Do not act out of impulse. One must have a generous heart. Tell Chen Shi not to pursue it and release them. Aunt Air beamed with delight. Elder brother possesses a noble character and a generous spirit. In Gaipai village, none can compare to him. Wang Yanhong scoffed. You may have a noble character and a generous spirit. As for myself, I shall not concern myself with your affairs from now on. Angrily, she exited the ward. Her eyes filled with tears. Aunt Air wore a discontented expression, exclaiming, Elder brother, look at this. A single unkind word, and she turns away. If something arises in the future, can we still rely on her? Wang Yanhong's mother bellowed. Who are you to speak about my daughter? Get out of here. I do not wish to see you. Elder brother, see, my sister-in-law still regards me as an outsider, Wang Yanhong lamented. Her father's voice was grave as he replied. Let us return. Yanhong is currently in turmoil. She needs time. When she has come to terms with her feelings, she will speak to Chen Shi. After all, we are family, and blood is thicker than water. Aunt Air nodded in agreement. Wang Yanhong had been feeling quite unsettled lately. Her father was in trouble, and with the final exams approaching, she had taken over half a month off. The class she was responsible for performed poorly, and the vice principal had a conversation with her. Out of consideration for Chen Shi, he refrained from harsh words, yet she felt a lingering discomfort, a fiercely competitive spirit. She had always excelled academically, and in her current job, she also led her class to the top. She understood her father's sentiments. If he were to pursue the criminal accountability of her uncle and cousin, sending them to prison, he would carry guilt for a lifetime. A kind-hearted person always considers others in times of trouble, even if that person has caused them harm. After days of internal conflict, she ultimately let go, thinking that her father's happiness was paramount. Her father held traditional beliefs. Having no son of his own, he regarded her cousin as his son, hoping that in his later years, this cousin would honor him at his grave. Wang Yanhong found it absurd that one would care about such matters after death. Could she not honor him herself? After her own passing, who would remember whom? Why dwell on such thoughts? She recalled a foreign author who observed that many in her country spend their lives preparing for old age and death instead of living in the present. They often utter, "I must prepare for old age," yet fail to live well in the here and now, uncertain if they would even reach old age. Obeying her father's wishes, Wang Yanhong retrieved a sheet of stationery from her drawer and penned a letter of reconciliation to her uncle and cousin. Her writing was eloquent, having earned the title of a talented young woman during her school days. In about 10 minutes, she completed the letter, signed it on behalf of her father, and pressed his seal before placing it in her bag. The semester had concluded, and this was her last day at school before her long-awaited summer vacation. She lifted her bag and headed home, stopping to buy ingredients for dinner. That evening, she planned to prepare some of her signature dishes: braised prawns, sweet and sour ribs, and steamed carp. After shopping, she returned home and busied herself in the kitchen, eagerly awaiting Chen Shi's return. While others disliked cooking, she relished the experience, finding joy in watching Chen Shi savor the meal she had prepared. The interplay of human sorrow and joy is rarely in sync. What one finds delightful may bring sadness to another. Conversely, what one considers a sorrowful affair might be perceived as joyful by someone else. Each individual is unique, and humanity is the most intricate of beings. As Chen Shi pushed open the door, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. With a cheerful grin, he exclaimed, "What delicious dish are you cooking?" I could smell it from the doorstep. Upon entering the restaurant, Chen Shi was immediately captivated by the visually stunning and aromatic dishes adorning the table, leading him to swallow hard. "Yanhong, your culinary skills have certainly improved. If I indulge in such feasts daily, I fear I shall gain weight. If I fatten you up, there will be no one to contest my claim," he jested. Rising from his seat, she made her way to the refrigerator, retrieving 2 bottles of chilled beer and pouring them into 2 generous glasses. "Let us drink tonight," Chen Shi said as he settled back down, relishing the combination of beer and prawns, a sheer delight. After consuming 4 bottles of beer, Chen Shi found himself thoroughly sated. Rubbing his stomach contentedly, Wang Yanhong turned to him, saying, "I have something to tell you." "What is it?" he inquired. "My father has decided not to pursue criminal charges against my uncle and cousin." She produced a letter of understanding from her bag and handed it to Chen Shi. With a look of astonishment, he gazed at Wang Yanhong. "What are you thinking? Your uncle and cousin nearly killed your father, and you can forgive them?" Although he struggled to comprehend her reasoning, he accepted the document nonetheless. "It's complicated. After all, blood is thicker than water. My father doesn't want to send his own brother and nephew to prison, even if they nearly took his life," she explained, her tone laden with unspoken sentiments. Chen Shi couldn't help but chuckle, a true soft-hearted individual. He added, "Even with your letter of understanding, the case has already been filed with the police. Prison time is inevitable. It's merely a matter of the sentence length." Wang Yanhong implored him, "Chen Shi, please help me. I cannot bear for my uncle and cousin to go to jail. Otherwise, my father will live with guilt for the rest of his life. He is the victim, yet he refuses to pursue their culpability. I know you can help." Taking a deep breath, Chen Shi realized this was unnecessary trouble, but he recognized he had the ability to assist, albeit at the cost of incurring a favor. After all, who was he but Wang Yanhong's boyfriend? Even if they were to marry, it would be unreasonable for him to insist on pursuing the matter when her father had chosen not to. "Just decide what you want." "I will handle it," he replied. Wang Yanhong stood up, embraced Chen Shi, and planted a kiss on his cheek. "I adore you," she exclaimed, then added, "There's one more thing I wanted to tell you. Meng Meng and I have made plans to travel to the Northwest this summer to unwind." "For how long?" he asked. "At least a week, but it could extend to 10 days, 2 weeks, or even a month, she responded. And what about me? He questioned. What do you mean? Physiological concerns, Chen Shi said with a mischievous grin. Just handle it yourself. Wang Yinhong burst into laughter. Chapter 87. Erecting the monument. Chen Shi received a call from Chen Shi, informing him that their father, Chen Shi, wished for him to return home over the weekend to discuss erecting a monument for their grandparents. Eager to honor the request and uphold the family's legacy, Chen Shi readily agreed. It was a simple request from the elderly, after all. On Saturday afternoon, Chen Shi returned alone, bringing an array of snacks for his niece, Xiaomi Lu, and a toy for his nephew, Chen Minghui. He parked his police car at the entrance. The unpaved road made the journey cumbersome, and he felt reluctant to return. Upon seeing Chen Shi, brothers Chen Jianhua and Chen Jianyong hurried over to assist him with his belongings. Xiaomi Lu, upon spotting her uncle, rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Uncle is back. Let us see what delightful treats Uncle has brought for you." Chen Shi picked up Xiaomi Lu and offered her snacks. Her chubby little hands struggled to grasp the goodies, her face radiating sheer contentment. Chen Shi was elated and decided to slaughter a chicken, with Chen Shi assisting in the endeavor. Chen Shi set Xiaomi Lu down, allowing her to play aside, while she distributed cigarettes to her father and brother, also passing some to Chen Jianhua and Chen Jianyong. The two quickly accepted them with both hands, their faces beaming with smiles. Chen Shi had assumed a leadership role. In the village, they stood tall and straight like village heads, always greeting others with warm smiles. Particularly after dealing with Su Erden and Su Ruqing, who were notorious for their unruliness, they had regained their dignity in the village. This father-son duo was infamous for their ruffian behavior, instilling fear in most. Now, however, they appeared subdued and courteous in the presence of Chen Jianhua. Chen Shi enjoyed smoking, tucking a cigarette behind his ear. "I hope I am not interrupting your work?" he inquired. "Not at all. It's the weekend. A time for rest," Chen Jianyong quickly replied. "The benefits of working for the government, indeed. Weekends off, yet the salary remains unaffected," he added. Chen Jianhua, with a look of exasperation, remarked, "Had you applied yourself to your studies back then, you wouldn't be regretting wanting a government job now. Let us not speak of me. Remember, father sent you to school, and you returned the very next day, refusing to continue your education," Chen Shi interjected. "Neither of you brothers were cut out for studying," Chen Shi continued. "The reason for calling you back is to discuss erecting a gravestone for your grandparents. I have asked Jianhua to consult a geomancer, and we have set the date for the 26th of the lunar month, which falls on November 2nd in the Gregorian calendar. I hope you can spare some time to return." Chen Shi inhaled a puff of smoke. "No problem. I will be back then." Chen Shi nodded in satisfaction. "We have calculated the expenses. 2 gravestones, 2 sheep, and additional costs will total over 30,000. Now that our family is enjoying the benefits of public service, Jianhua and Jianyong find it challenging to earn a decent living from farming. I propose that you 2 brothers cover this expense. You contribute 20,000, and your brother will cover the remainder." Chen Shi glanced at Chen Shi. "Father, you certainly have a way of arranging things, making it seem as though your son lacks funds. I have no issue covering the 20,000, but will my brother be able to contribute over 10,000? I do not wish for any discord between their marriage. I will cover the 20,000, no problem," Chen Shi declared. "This money is essential in the countryside. If you work outside and do not contribute significantly, people will criticize you for being too stingy." Chen Shi was busy frying chicken, the sizzling sound filling the air. "As for the remainder, I will cover it. Jianhua, brother Jianyong, just put in some effort," he added. Chen Jianhua smiled broadly, eager to help as long as there was no financial burden involved. "All right, leave the labor to us," he said. Chen Jianyong promptly added, at that time, "You won't have to lift a finger, just leave it all to us." Chen Shi turned to Chen Shi. "When did you become so generous? Are you certain your wife is on board with this arrangement? Indeed, where is Wang Xiufang? This woman thrives on social gatherings. It's unlike her not to seize the opportunity to make her presence felt. Brother, what of my sister-in-law? She has taken the child back to her family home. No wonder, without her here, it is much easier to discuss matters." When Wang Hohat returned from washing clothes, Chen Shi hurried to assist her. "The younger child has returned. Mother, I have purchased a washing machine for you. Laundry will be much more convenient. With the running water still not connected, we have to carry water for washing, which is a waste of time." Chen Jianyong promptly replied, "Second aunt, if you need to do laundry, just call me, and I will fetch water for you. No need to trouble yourself. Let us wait until the running water is connected before buying a washing machine." Noticing the water tank was empty, Chen Jianyong took up a bucket. "I will go and fetch water for you." He turned to Chen Jianhua. "Why are you just standing there? I will carry. You take the water." Chen Jianhua picked up a 25-kilogram jug and followed to fetch water. Chen Shi helped his mother hang the clothes, and Wang Hohot felt pleased to see her son had gained some weight. Dinner consisted of chicken hot pot. Chen Shi brought out 2 bottles of liquor gifted by Zhang Hu, sharing drinks with several others. One chicken was insufficient, so they added many side dishes. After a satisfying meal, Chen Jianhua looked towards Chen Yanshi, signaling him to speak. Chen Jianhua and Chen Jianyong had approached Chen Yanshi several times. The old village secretary of Qinghe had suddenly passed away, leaving the position vacant. Village head Tian Guangming and his son Tian Xiaojun frequently traveled to the town, eager to fill the secretary's position. Chen Jianhua aspired to become the secretary but hesitated to mention it to Chen Shi, thus seeking indirect assistance from his second uncle Chen Yanshi, bringing numerous gifts. Chen Yanshi believed that if his nephew could become the village secretary, the Chen family would gain a voice in Qinghe village, enhancing his own prestige. With his son in the town as a leader, he surely knew more officials than Tian Guangming. As long as his son spoke up, those in power would certainly offer their respect. He readily agreed to assist. Chen Jianyong, seeing Chen Shi and his wife working at the electrical management office, felt envious and desired to become the administrator of the Qinghe village electrical office. The 2 brothers frequently visited Chen Yanshi, flattering their uncle, which left him feeling elated. And he also agreed to help Chen Jianyong secure the administrator position. This year's spring planting was primarily aided by the 2 brothers, and Chen Yanshi felt it was truly wonderful to have his son as a leader, with eager hands to assist. After taking a sip of liquor, Chen Yanshi, with a flushed face, said, "Little Shi, let me tell you something. The old village secretary of Qinghe has suddenly died, leaving the position vacant. I believe Jianhua can take it. Our Chen family has always been a minor surname in Qinghe village, lacking influence, but now it is different. You are a leader now, and you should take care of your family." Chen Jianhua quickly replied, "Little Shi, Tian Guangming has been the village head for over 10 years, holding absolute authority in the village. Previously, Little Xing broke his son's hand and was extorted for 5,000. It's time for him to repay that." Chen Shi looked at Chen Jianhua. "My brother breaking Tian Xiaojuan's hand was an accident. He was just a child, and the compensation of 5,000 was not excessive. Let us not bring up this matter again. Overall, Tian Guangming's tenure as village head has been quite decent, without abusing his power." Chen Jianhua, in defiance, questioned how much of the government's fertilizer subsidies meant for the common people he had embezzled. "Do you have any evidence?" he asked. Chen Jianhua fell silent. He certainly had no proof, as everyone spoke in such a manner. Chen Jianyong interjected, "It matters not how much he has embezzled. That is his own affair. No one has reported it, and even if they did, there would be no evidence." Noticing Chen Shi's prolonged silence regarding whether he would support his bid for village chief, Chen Jianhua cast a pleading glance towards Chen Shi. Previously, he had approached Chen Shi several times, who believed that having Chen Jianhua as village chief would grant the Chen family a significant voice within the village. Chapter 88. Village Chief Chen Shi leisurely sipped his drink and set down his glass. "Xiao Shi, I believe it would be fitting for my elder brother to serve as village chief. Can you think of a way to make this happen? This is a rare opportunity. If it comes down to an election, my brother has no chance at all. With the sudden passing of the former chief, the authorities would surely appoint an acting village chief. As long as my brother could establish his reputation during this interim period, when the time for elections arrived, he could rightfully remove the title of acting and become the official village chief." Chen Shi disagreed with the idea of appointing Chen Jianhua as the acting village chief, deeming him ambitious, yet lacking the necessary capability, foolish and oblivious to his own shortcomings. He turned his gaze towards Chen Jianyong, believing him to be a more suitable candidate, possessing a sense of propriety in his actions. "Ergo, are you a party member?" "No, in our entire family, only my elder brother and you are members." Aside from Chen Jianhua, there truly were no other suitable candidates. The others fixed their eyes on Chen Shi, awaiting his verdict. After much contemplation, Chen Shi concluded that this opportunity was too precious to overlook, so he decided to allow Chen Jianhua to take on the role temporarily. "There is no need to rush this. I will speak with Li Zhen and see if he can assist, but do not harbor excessive hopes." The tension in the room eased. Once Chen Shi had voiced his opinion, there would be no obstacle too great to overcome. In their eyes, Chen Shi was akin to a deity, a natural point of reference in times of uncertainty. He was the cornerstone of the Chen family. Chen Jianhua, beaming with joy, raised his glass high in a lazy manner to toast to Chen Shi. However, Chen Shi's expression darkened. "Elder brother, if you aspire to lead the village, you must act with caution and avoid giving anyone grounds for suspicion. Just look at your current demeanor, sitting carelessly and raising your glass too high. If there were leaders present, you would find yourself blacklisted immediately. Success or failure hinges on details, regardless of one's position, one must be mindful of their conduct. Ordinary citizens may act freely, unmonitored, but leaders must uphold decorum. Chen Jianhua felt embarrassed by Chen Shi's admonishment, his face alternating between red and pale, yet he dared not retort, still holding his glass high. Observing this, Chen Jianyong swiftly pressed down on the glass in his hand. Elder brother, when toasting leaders, you must do so with both hands. And your glass should always be lower than theirs. This is fundamental etiquette. Do not cultivate such careless habits. When toasting anyone, it should never be done so casually. Xiao Shi is your own brother. He is merely reminding you to avoid adopting such poor habits. The leader's acknowledgement of your worth signifies that he has not forsaken you. Should he cease to speak of you, it would spell your demise, leading to a complete abandonment of hope, leaving you awaiting dismissal. Do you comprehend these unspoken rules? Chen Jianhua refrains from opposing Chen Shi. Does he dare to confront you? As the eldest son in my family, when did it become your prerogative to impart lessons? I am aware that among brothers, one may be more casual, yet I have known these truths for ages past. Chen Shi raised his glass and clinked it with Chen Jianhua's. It is imperative to act, rather than merely voicing intentions. Leadership is no easy feat, with numerous eyes observing your every move. Chen Jianhua has long harbored dreams of becoming the village committee secretary, and upon hearing Chen Shi's words regarding the challenges of leadership, he felt a surge of optimism about his imminent rise. He smiled and replied, "Yes, I shall be mindful of my words and actions." Chen Shi nodded and took a sip of his drink. Chen Jianjun, seeing the interim village secretary position secured for Chen Jianhua, turned his attention to his own aspirations of becoming an administrator. He cast a pleading glance towards Chen Yanshi, imploring his uncle for assistance. Chen Yanshi cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Shi, there is another matter. Your brother-in-law has become the administrator of the electric utility. Could we consider appointing Jianjun as the administrator of our village? He has 3 children in school, and the farming yields are insufficient to alleviate the financial burden. However, every position must be filled appropriately. The current village administrator, Tian Xiaojun, has committed no wrongdoing and cannot be dismissed arbitrarily. My brother-in-law's administration position became available due to the previous administrator's misconduct, issuing fines independently and being expelled by Qin." Chen Shi turned his gaze to Chen Jianjun. "Do you possess any leverage against Tian Xiaojun?" Chen Jianjun shook his head. "None. We shall seek opportunities later, should other village administrative positions become vacant. You may step in then." Chen Jianjun's heart leaped at Chen Shi's acquiescence. Perhaps if he could uncover evidence of Tian Xiaojun's indiscriminate fines, a chance would arise for him. He raised his glass. "Xiao Shi, thank you. It is truly challenging for me. I earn so little in a year, with expenses everywhere, and I owe the bank tens of thousands, unable to repay." Chen Shi empathized. For those in rural areas, opportunities to earn are scarce while expenditures abound. No one finds life easy. He raised his glass in a toast with Chen Jianjun, who held his cup with both hands, presenting it low, a gesture befitting one in supplication. When requesting favors, regardless of the individual, even if they are your father, one must adopt a humble demeanor. Chen Shi took a sip. "As a rural dweller, having ventured out into the world, I cannot bear to witness my kin suffer, as long as principles are not violated. I shall extend my assistance wherever possible." After some idle chatter, the 2 brothers, Chen Jianhua and Chen Jianjun, departed following the consumption of 2 bottles of liquor. Chen Shi helped his mother clear the dishes, but Wang Hohot quickly interjected, "No need for your help. I can manage it in no time." Chen Xing went to soothe Xiaomi to sleep. Chen Shi smiled. "Mother, I am merely idle. Allow me to wash the dishes." "You, my child. I told you not to bother. You are a leader now, and coming home to wash dishes is quite unbecoming. Regardless of my status, I am still your son. Upon returning home, I am no one of importance. If dishes must be washed, then wash them I shall." Disregarding his mother's objections, Chen Shi insisted on helping her with the dishes. Wang Hohot gently remarked, "Xiao Shi, you are not a child anymore. At 26, it is time for you to marry. I heard you have a girlfriend, and you are living together. You should hasten to wed her. If you do not marry her, how will she find another suitor in the future? Mother, please do not worry about my affairs. We are both busy with work. We can discuss it in a couple of years. In 2 years, how old will you be? Don't let your age become a hindrance to finding a bride." Chen Yanshi coughed lightly. "Our Xiao Shi is a leader. Even at 40, there will be plenty of young women eager to marry him. Do not rush him. He will manage it himself." Chen Yanshi inquired about Chen Xing, learning that Chen Shi's girlfriend was an elementary school teacher with a job. Though her family's circumstances were less favorable, she was an only child from a mountainous region, and marrying her would entail supporting her parents, which would impose considerable pressure. He hoped his son would find a well-connected father-in-law to assist him in his career, rather than someone who might burden his family. As Chen Shi washed the first set of dishes, Wang Hohot took on the second, while Chen Shi observed the scene, a heartwarming tableau where his son, despite his leadership position, remained humble and respectful, continuing to contribute to household chores. Chen Shi, having lulled Xiaomi to sleep, emerged to see Chen Shi washing dishes and hurried over to assist. Xiao Shi, how can you wash the dishes? Let me do it. You are a leader now. Brother. Outside I am a leader, but at home, I am just a member of the family. Why should I not wash the dishes? Chen Shi felt a warm surge of affection, grateful to have such a caring and principled brother. Chapter 89. The candidate on Monday morning, after arriving at work, Chen Shi attended to his tasks. Once he had nearly finished, he glanced at the clock. It was nearly 11. He picked up his phone and dialed Li Hong. Li Hong's voice came through the line. Chen Shi. With a broad smile, Chen Shi replied, Li Zhen, I apologize for interrupting your work. Do you have time this evening? I would like to report on my progress. Sure, you can choose the location. Thank you, Li Zhen. After hanging up, he enjoyed lunch before heading to Chunlai restaurant to arrange the meal. Later that afternoon, he called Li Hong again to confirm the meeting place for the report. They agreed to meet at 6:30. After work, Chen Shi arrived early to wait. At 6:20, the town government's vehicle pulled up at the entrance of Chunlai restaurant. Chen Shi jogged out and opened the door with a beaming smile. Li Zhen. Li Hong stepped out, saying, no need for formality. We are all part of the same team. Leaders say this, yet there are none who dislike being respected, Chen Shi replied. The two entered a private room, where Chen Shi opened a bottle of fine liquor and poured for Li Hong. The meal had been prepared in advance and was served promptly. Chen Shi raised his glass, saying, Li Zhen, I toast to you. They clinked glasses and drank heartily. As Li Hong set down his glass, Chen Shi quickly refilled it. Is your police station still busy? Having concluded my previous engagements, I reflect on the recent operations aimed at apprehending the fugitive. Despite our efforts, the elusive criminal remains hidden, shrouded in mystery, prompting an increase in the reward to 200,000. It has come to my attention that this fugitive hails from Fushan town, specifically from Longtugu village, where the treacherous terrain breeds nefarious individuals. We must remain vigilant, keeping a close watch on the fugitive's hometown, as such a dangerous element must not infiltrate Fushan town. Chen Shi promptly remarked that he understood Li Hong's concerns. The fugitive could roam wherever he pleased, as long as he did not return to Fushan town. As the head of the town government, should the fugitive reappear and commit further crimes, Li Hong would bear a degree of leadership responsibility. After partaking in a hearty meal, Chen Shi lit a cigarette for Li Hong, signaling that it was time to address serious matters. Unexpectedly, the old party secretary of Qinghe village, Li Zhen, passed away. Li Hong sighed deeply, acknowledging, Old Su was a commendable comrade. His demise is indeed surprising. Chen Shi continued. I returned home over the weekend and heard family members speak fondly of the old secretary's tireless work ethic. The villagers miss him dearly. He accomplished numerous good deeds for the community. Qinghe village is quite expansive, and the vacancy left by the village secretary could lead to disarray over time. As a headless organization struggles to maintain order, Li Hong took a drag from his cigarette and said, for the time being, the duties of the village secretary will be assumed by the village director, Tian Guangming, ensuring that village affairs continue uninterrupted. Disposing of his cigarette but in the ashtray, Li Hong understood Chen Shi's implication and inquired. The town is considering appointing an acting village secretary to oversee village matters. As a local of Qinghe village, familiar with everyone, do you have any suitable recommendations? Recognizing this as a test of his judgment, Chen Shi responded with a smile. Qinghe village is my hometown. Where I grew up, I am well acquainted with nearly every villager. If asked, I would not shy away from recommending Chen Jianhua, my cousin, who has spent many years in the village and is dedicated to collective work, ardently serving the villagers. Li Hong nodded. Does he hold any position within the village? He does not hold an official title. During the tenure of the late secretary, he assisted him and became well-versed in the village's operations. The villagers hold him in high regard, as he tends to their needs with great care, Chen Shi replied, pouring Li Hong a cup of tea. In a village like Qinghe, devoid of substantial mineral resources or lucrative prospects, securing the position of village secretary is not overly complicated. One merely needs to communicate their intentions to the secretary, and matters can be arranged. This was the first time Chen Shi had been approached for such a matter, and he felt it was important to reciprocate the favor. Tian Guangming had sought his input several times, and it seemed likely that he would assume the role of acting village secretary. Now that Chen Shi had brought it up, it was clear that their standings were not comparable. However, the appointment of the acting village secretary is not solely at my discretion. It must be discussed at the party committee meeting. When the time comes, I will recommend Chen Jianhua, and consider the opinions of other committee leaders. Chen Shi felt a surge of joy at Li Hong's statement. It was nearly certain that, as the second-in-command of the town, he would support the nomination of an acting village secretary, and the other leaders would likely acquiesce to this proposal. Especially since the position of village secretary in Qinghe village is not particularly coveted and lacks significant competition. Tian Guangming holds considerable prestige in Qinghe village. Yet upon arriving in town, he finds himself of little consequence. The local leaders may indulge in courteous gestures, but none would dare to offend Li Hong, the town mayor. Such folly would be unthinkable. Thank you, Mayor Li. From now on, I am at your service. Wherever you direct me, I shall follow. No need for formalities. We are all on the same side. As long as principles are not compromised, support will be rendered when necessary. After a brief exchange, Chen Shi escorted Li Hong away. Back at home, Tian Guangming sneezed, cursing under his breath, "Who the hell is speaking ill of me behind my back?" As long as such remarks were not made in his presence, he was indifferent to the whispers that circulated. Who among them could claim to be free of gossip? Tian Xiaojun poured his father a drink, but Tian Guangming waved his hand. No more. Tonight's limit is reached. Setting down the bottle, Tian Xiaojun asked, "Father, do you think the position of acting village secretary is secure? You are the village director, and if you also serve as acting village secretary, in 2 years, you shall be elected as the official secretary, thereby solidifying our influence over Qinghe village." Yet, unease lingered in his heart as he recalled his discussions with several leaders in town, who had offered ambiguous responses without any clear commitments. Tian Xiaojun, brimming with confidence, asserted, "In Qinghe village, who else possesses the esteem and qualifications to assume the role of acting village secretary besides you? Moreover, no one currently has the capability to rival you for this position." One should not speak too definitively. Just because there was no competition previously does not guarantee the same now. Chen's family has produced a deputy director who has managed to keep Su's family in line, compelling them to compensate 5,000. I have heard that Chen Shi has a rather special relationship with Mayor Li, capable of obtaining favors from him. We have always been the ones to present gifts to Li. When have we seen subordinates receiving anything from their superiors? Chen Shi, serving as deputy director at the police station, would not return to contest the acting village secretary position, so you need not worry. It is improbable. The Chen family has others to consider. His brother, Chen Shi, has secured a formal position at the Electricity Bureau, while his sister-in-law has taken a temporary role there as well. Chen Jianyong is decent enough, though regrettably not a party member. Chen Jianhua has never crossed his mind. Despite being a party member, that fool would never gain Chen Shi's support for the acting village secretary role, even if he were to attain it. A slight maneuver would easily send him packing. Reflecting on these matters, Tian Guangming concluded that the Chen family lacked any suitable candidates to challenge him for the acting village secretary position. "Father, are you overthinking this? The Chen family is quite minor in Qinghe village and cannot muster anyone to compete with you. Just look at Chen Jianhua. He has been bullied by the Su family to such an extent that, without Chen Shi's intervention, he would not have seen a 5,000 compensation, let alone 5 yuan. Tian Guangming, ever prudent, cautioned Tian Xiaojun, "It is best not to make too much noise. Until the appointment is formally announced, circumstances may still change." Tian Xiaojun nodded in agreement, reflecting his father's insight. Chapter 90. A dream realized. Li Hong had privately communicated with the secretary in advance, recommending Chen Jianhua for the role of acting village secretary for Qinghe village. The secretary readily acquiesced, viewing the position as inconsequential. It mattered not who assumed the role. Li Hong's recommendation held significant weight, and thus it was duly acknowledged. During the party committee meeting, Li Hong proposed Chen Jianhua for the position of acting village secretary of Qinghe village, and the motion was unanimously approved. In recognition of Chen Shi, Li Hong personally traveled to Qinghe village to announce the committee's appointment. The meeting was convened at 4 in the afternoon, and Tian Guangming, brimming with confidence, believed that the role of acting village secretary was undeniably his. However, as Li Hong instructed him to notify Chen Jianhua of the meeting, an unsettling premonition flickered in his mind, though he dismissed it, convinced that Chen Jianhua, in his incompetence, could not possibly be elevated by Chen Shi. Upon receiving the meeting notification, Chen Jianhua's heart raced with anticipation. Could it be that the appointment of acting village secretary had finally arrived? He hurried to the village committee, waiting for the meeting to commence. A government vehicle from the town pulled up to the committee office, and Tian Guangming jogged forward to open the door, his face alight with a smile. "Li Town," he greeted as Li Hong stepped out of the car. "Director Tian, has everyone arrived?" "All are present," Tian replied, and the meeting began. Li Hong, seated at the head table, commenced by affirming the work of Qinghe village and praising the leadership team. ultimately addressing the much-anticipated appointment of the acting village secretary. Tian Guangming sat upright, reassured that the position was rightfully his. Li Hong proclaimed, as the final agenda item, "I announce the party committee's decision regarding the acting village secretary. After careful deliberation, we appoint Comrade Chen Jianhua to succeed as the acting village secretary of Qinghe Village." The room erupted in surprise, and all eyes turned to Chen Jianhua. Overwhelmed with excitement, he saw his long-held dream materialize. He had become the village secretary, the foremost leader of Qinghe Village. Questions echoed in the minds of the attendees. How could it be him? Tian Guangming's face drained of color. Chen Shi truly had thrust this fool into the position. He clenched his fists involuntarily, seething at the audacity of it all. After having endured the demise of the old secretary, he was confronted with an unexpected rival. The Tian family had long been a prominent name in Qinghe Village. How could they not produce a leader? Clearly, connections in the higher echelons made for easier ascension, while he had toiled endlessly at the town government, only to see the role of acting village secretary bestowed upon this imbecile. Very well, Chen Shi, just wait and see. If this fool manages to hold on to the secretary position, I will take on your surname. The crowd, initially stunned by the unexpected announcement, was momentarily silent, forgetting to applaud in their astonishment that Chen Jianhua, lacking any semblance of prestige, had been appointed. It was only when Li Hong led the applause that they were jolted back to reality, and they hurriedly joined in. Despite their myriad reservations, this was a decision made by the town party committee, and no one dared to oppose it. Li Hong rose and approached Chen Jianhua, who promptly stood and stepped forward to grasp Li Hong's extended hand. Comrade Chen Jianhua, congratulations. I hope you will lead the leadership team of Qinghe Village to serve the villagers well. Filled with emotion, Chen Jianhua replied, "Thank you, Mayor Li. And thank you to the town committee for your trust. I will work diligently to repay your faith. Your duty is not to repay us, but to the villagers of Qinghe. Serving them well is of utmost importance," Li Hong emphasized. Tian Guangming wore a grim expression as he turned his gaze towards Chen Jianhua, only to soon transform into a visage of warmth, flashing a brilliant smile as though nothing had transpired moments before. Li Hong turned to shake hands with Tian Guangming, saying, "Comrade Guangming, you must assist Comrade Jianhua diligently in advancing the work of Qinghe Village." This served as a subtle reminder that while dissatisfaction may linger in one's heart, it should not manifest in their work. Any failure in duties would equally be his responsibility. Tian Guangming replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Secretary Li. I will collaborate effectively with Comrade Jianhua to ensure our tasks are accomplished." Li Hong nodded with satisfaction, "Very well. I have other matters to attend to and must return to the town. You all proceed with the meeting to discuss specific tasks." The group followed him out, bidding farewell to Li Hong. Tian Guangming felt a pang of regret, realizing that the opportunity he had anticipated had slipped away. The thought of collaborating with Chen Jianhua was unfathomable. "Chen Jianhua, you have the audacity to assume the position of village secretary. But it is not just a matter of being appointed by the town committee." Upon seeing Li Hong depart, Chen Jianhua declared, "Let us commence the meeting," and swaggered to the center of the podium, feeling as if he had finally ascended to the throne. The others exchanged glances, their discontent palpable at the notion of such a person leading them. Tian Guangming exchanged knowing looks with a few, understanding that even if they were dissatisfied, they had to acquiesce, as Chen Jianhua had powerful backing. Those who understand the times are wise. When the moment calls for patience, one must bide their time, awaiting their chance to strike decisively. Dealing with a fool like Chen Jianhua requires but a single maneuver to bring him down, making him feel invincible until he unwittingly hands over the reins. The others whispered among themselves, prompting Chen Jianhua to shout, "Did you not hear me? I said we are in a meeting. Who is speaking? Leave this place." Tian Guangming smirked inwardly, bemused by such ineptitude aspiring to leadership. He cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. Chen Jianhua, raising his voice, stated, "From now on, all village matters must be reported to me. I dictate what is to be done. No actions are to be taken without my explicit instructions." Tian Guangming maintained a stoic demeanor, recognizing that Chen Jianhua intended to undermine him from the outset, demanding direction for every action. Chen Jianhua turned to Tian Guangming, imperiously commanding, "Director Tian, please hand me the village secretary's seal, and after the meeting, we shall discuss the tasks you previously handled." Tian Guangming feigned a smile. "Certainly, Secretary Chen, I will retrieve it for you shortly." Surprised by Tian Guangming's unexpected compliance, Chen Jianhua felt a surge of satisfaction. A leader commands respect, after all. Chen Jianhua proceeded to assign tasks to each member of the village committee, insisting they adhere strictly to his directives and serve the villagers well. Despite his fervent discourse, None of the attendees listened attentively, their responses merely perfunctory. Once the meeting concluded, Tian Guangming stood and went to the office to retrieve the village secretary's seal for Chen Jianhua. Upon receiving it, Chen Jianhua inspected it meticulously. Director Tian, locate the former secretary's office. I am ready to commence my duties. The relics of the previous secretary remained, as he had been preoccupied with personal matters and had yet to collect his belongings, necessitating a brief wait. Chen Jianhua waved his hand dismissively. How long must we wait? The village committee has numerous tasks at hand. Where am I to conduct my work? All the belongings must be moved to the entrance. Call the family to collect them. If they do not come today, they will be discarded tomorrow. It has been quite a while, and they still have not retrieved them. Tian Guangming sneered inwardly. Such arrogance. The venerable former secretary, having served for 2 decades, believes he can simply discard his possessions. He thought to himself, I have matters to attend to at home. He produced the key to the village secretary's office and handed it to Chen Jianhua. Here is the key. Chen Jianhua, naturally, was reluctant to issue direct orders to Tian Guangming. Accepting the key, Tian Guangming turned and departed. The village committee lacked the funds to hire a cleaner, and the office required personal upkeep. Only the office of the village director had assistance with cleaning. As the chief, Chen Jianhua had no one to aid him. It was his duty alone. Upon opening the office of the former secretary, he beheld the remnants of the old leader and felt a sense of foreboding. He ordered everything moved to the entrance, demanding the family come to collect the items with a firm tone. Should they fail to retrieve them, he would dispose of them the following day, inadvertently offending the family of the former secretary. Chapter 91. The thief Chen Shi was busy in the office when Zhang Hu hurriedly pushed the door open. Chen Shi looked at Zhang Hu with displeasure. Do you not know to knock before entering? Director, I have urgent news to report. Chen Shi's interest was piqued. Could it be that the fugitive Zhang Dong had returned to Longtugu village? Zhang Hu, brimming with excitement, relayed, last night. Yi Kaian got up to use the restroom and overheard someone speaking. He listened closely and learned that at 3 o'clock tonight, 2 thieves planned to steal cattle. Chen Shi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, but then reconsidered. Longtugu village experienced thefts of cattle and horses monthly. Capturing these 2 thieves would be a service to the community. Even if it did not earn him accolades, it would still be a benefit. Did Yi Kaihan see them? No, he was too frightened to make a sound, fearing for his life. Did he recognize their voices? He dared not say. Chen Shi shot a glare at Zhang Hu. Call him. Zhang Hu took out his mobile phone and dialed Yi Kaihan. When the call connected, Zhang Hu inquired, Yi Kaihan, is anyone with you? No. I am at home. Our director wishes to speak with you. Zhang Hu respectfully handed the phone to Chen Shi. Chen Shi took the phone. Yi Kaihan. This is Chen Shi. I need to clarify something with you. Last night, you overheard 2 thieves discussing their plan to steal cattle tonight. Are you certain you heard who they were? Director, I heard clearly, but I am afraid to speak. Chen Shi shouted, speak. If you don't, I will have to take you in. Reveal their identities, and if we capture these thieves tonight, I assure you your anonymity will be preserved, and you will receive a private reward of 2,000. People are naturally inclined to seek benefit and avoid harm. He would undoubtedly reveal what he knew. Gathering his courage, Yi Kaihan said, you must promise not to expose me. I assure you, you have my word. I recognized one of the voices as Ma Shuang, but the other was too faint for me to discern. Are you certain? Indeed, I hear you clearly. They are all from the same village, and there is no room for error. Do not make a sound. From today until tomorrow, refrain from any visits, and do not see anyone. Remain at home. After hanging up, Chen Shi worried that Yi Kaihan might inadvertently disclose information, thereby alerting the thieves and causing them to cancel their plan to steal cattle and horses tonight. Chen Shi handed his phone to Zhang Hu, instructing him to discreetly arrange the operation, taking 6 auxiliary police officers and 4 officers with him. I will lead the team personally to Longtugu village. Divide into pairs and block all exits from the village. This matter must not reach Ma Guoyang's ears. Zhang Hu took the phone, looking perplexed. But Ma Guoyang is the head of the security team. Wouldn't it be inappropriate not to inform him? Yi Kaihan had overheard the voices of the 2 thieves, and he was certain that one of them was Ma Shuang, who happened to be Ma Guoyang's cousin. If Ma Guoyang learned of this, he would undoubtedly call Ma Shuang in advance, revealing our plan to apprehend them tonight. Zhang Hu, incredulous, remarked, that's impossible. Last year, Ma Shuang's cattle were stolen. He would never steal his own. This would be a classic case of a cover-up gone awry. No one would suspect that the thief could possibly be him, given that his own cattle had been stolen. Zhang Hu pondered this and realized it indeed made sense. Ma Shuang was quite cunning. He quickly went out to arrange the operation. Chen Shi, appearing unfazed, continued to handle his affairs, preparing to depart after work. Once off duty, Under the pretext of deploying officers, they drove 3 police cars to have a meal first. Observing this, Ma Guoyang inquired, "What is going on? Why wasn't I invited? I am the head of the security team. Where are you all headed?" "Just taking a casual drive. We haven't captured the fugitive yet, and we must not lower our guard. I'll accompany you." "Old Ma, I am leading the team today. You should return home to rest. Next time, you can lead the team on a patrol." Seeing there was no significant matter at hand, Ma Guoyang returned home. After dinner, at 8 o'clock, the 3 police cars turned off their sirens and headed straight for Longtugu village. Upon arrival, it was already past 10. They stopped about a kilometer away from the village. Chen Shi instructed the auxiliary officers to park the police cars apart and cover them with hay to avoid detection. Together with Chen Shi and Zhang Hu, the 6 officers and 6 auxiliary officers divided into 6 groups. As they entered the village, the darkness was so profound that they could not discern the directions. At that moment, Zhang Hu proved invaluable, having spent several months in Longtugu village and being well acquainted with it. However, he soon realized a significant issue. The village had numerous paths leading in and out, making it impossible to effectively guard against every possible exit. "Chen Shi, there are too many routes out of Longtugu village. We cannot cover them all. It's uncertain which path these 2 thieves will take when they attempt to escape." Obviously, it was impractical to station officers at every route. Chen Shi felt that even with pairs of officers, they still lacked sufficient manpower. The thieves were from the village and familiar with the terrain. Upon spotting the police, they would quickly flee via back roads. In the dead of night, without knowledge of the landscape, it would be challenging to pursue them, increasing the risk of losing the 2 thieves. One cannot simply resort to gunfire and eliminate the 2 individuals. After all, they are merely stealing cattle, not trafficking in narcotics. If one were to actually shoot them dead, one might as well abandon the police uniform altogether. Regardless, they are just 2 thieves. And the situation has not escalated to the point of execution on the spot. Faced with a dilemma, the police force cannot be divided. Otherwise, capturing these 2 criminals would be impossible, and it would only serve to alert them. Zhang Hu, which route leads from Longtugu village to Nanchi province? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Hu identified 5 paths leading to the borders of Nanchi province. Which of these routes is closest to the highway? Upon careful consideration, he realized that only one path was near the highway, a small road that stretched 5 kilometers from the village, eventually connecting to the road leading to Nanchi province. Chen Shi pondered deeply. Undoubtedly, these 2 thieves would transport the cattle along the small road to the highway, where accomplices would be waiting to load the cattle onto a vehicle for transport into Nanchi province. By the time the villagers noticed the theft, it would be too late to pursue, and the culprits would have vanished without a trace. How far is it to the highway from here? Taking a detour would cover over 30 kilometers, a considerable distance. You will lead the way. We will not set up defenses in the village, but will proceed directly to the highway, lying in wait to ensnare them entirely. Zhang Hu, with a look of concern, replied, "Chen, what if these 2 thieves do not take this route? Our efforts would be in vain." "Enough chatter. Follow orders and lead the way," Chen Shi commanded. Reluctantly, Zhang Hu climbed into the police vehicle and took the lead. Chen Shi was also uncertain, but after analysis, he concluded that this route was the most probable choice. With limited police resources, if they were to disperse to guard various paths, even if they spotted the thieves, capturing them would be difficult, especially given their unfamiliarity with the terrain, compounded by the darkness of night, where one could hardly see their hand before their face, losing all sense of direction. The 2 thieves, well acquainted with the terrain, could easily escape. Life is but a grand gamble, and Chen Shi wagered that they would choose this route, for it was the quickest and least risky path for transporting the stolen cattle. Once the cattle reached Nanchi province, even if recovered, jurisdiction would not fall under the Fushan Town Police Station, but would require procedural application through the Public Security Bureau. Such complexity, stealing a few cattle is a significant matter for the villagers, yet for the Police Bureau, it is a trivial theft that would not warrant extensive attention. Chapter 92. Indeed, it is the journey was bumpy, and after over 2 hours covering 30 kilometers, they arrived at the highway Zhang Hu had mentioned. The highway was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Checking his watch, Chen Shi noted it was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. He instructed the auxiliary officer to conceal the police vehicle while the 12 officers hid themselves. After waiting for over an hour, with the clock inching past 2, Zhang Hu, visibly anxious, remarked, "Chen, there has been no sign of movement. They may not be taking this route." Chen Shi shot him a glare and replied, "Stop the idle talk. We shall continue to wait." At that moment, a vehicle approached, a large truck that gradually came to a stop by the roadside. 2 individuals disembarked and opened the rear doors, positioning the back of the truck against the embankment. Chen Shi felt a surge of excitement. Fortune favored him. His gamble had paid off. The cattle were being loaded directly onto the truck. Zhang Hu whispered, "It must be the accomplices of the two thieves. Should we approach and apprehend them? To catch thieves, one must seize the goods. They would wait for the thieves to arrive and capture them all in one fell swoop." Two individuals meticulously arranged their plans. Igniting cigarettes as one approached the thicket where Zhang Hu was concealed, unzipping his trousers to relieve himself. Zhang Hu, paralyzed with fear, nearly suffered the indignity of being drenched. But fortune favored him as the stream narrowly missed, only dampening his pant leg. The duo, more anxious than Zhang Hu, paced restlessly, one suggesting, "Why not call to expedite?" The other retorted, "No calls. We agreed on the latest arrival by 4 o'clock, and it's not yet time." After an additional half hour, the sound of hooves echoed from afar, invigorating Zhang Hu with anticipation. This was his inaugural experience in capturing criminals, fraught with peril, yet imbued with a tinge of excitement. Chen Shi, possessing keen eyesight, discerned two figures herding two large cattle, a calf, and a horse accompanied by a pony, all without the aid of flashlights. One of the waiting men shouted, "They've arrived." The other grumbled, "Why the delay? Hurry up, we're on a tight schedule." A voice responded, "This time, we're aiming for something substantial. It requires some time." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu whispered excitedly, "It must be Ma Shuang. There's no mistake." Chen Shi signaled for silence. The two men drove the cattle toward the ridge, ushering them into the vehicle. Chen Shi, observing closely, confirmed it was indeed Ma Shuang, a cunning thief feigning the theft of his own cattle, ensuring no one would suspect him as the ringleader of Longtugu Village's cattle rustlers. Ma Shuang appeared in high spirits, evidently having struck a lucrative deal this time. Two large bulls, a calf, a horse, and a pony. This haul was non-negotiable at 10,000. "This isn't our first collaboration. 10,000 is 10,000. No haggling," one man declared as he climbed into the vehicle, producing a thick wad of cash to hand to Ma Shuang. In return, Ma Shuang retrieved a flashlight from his person. They engaged in a hand-to-hand exchange of cash for goods. As Ma Shuang illuminated the money, Chen Shi recognized the opportunity, signaling Zhang Hu with a glance to seize the keys from the vehicle. With a sweeping motion, he shouted, "Action!" Police and auxiliary officers, previously concealed, sprang into action, brandishing flashlights and shouting, "Don't move. We are the police." Zhang Hu, brimming with exhilaration, was the first to charge toward the driver's seat to remove the keys. The individual attempting to escape with the money reacted swiftly, but alas, it was too late. Zhang Hu had outpaced him, snatching the keys. As he approached the car door, Zhang Hu delivered a swift kick to the man's face, swiftly subduing him by twisting his arm. The other three attempted to flee down a side path, only to be encircled by the police rushing from all directions. Each officer and auxiliary held a flashlight, illuminating the scene as brightly as day. Chen Shi bellowed, "Anyone who dares to move will be shot on the spot." Terrified, the three men immediately crouched down, realizing that while they were guilty of cattle theft, their transgressions did not warrant death. At most, they would serve a few years in prison, rendering desperate measures unnecessary. The auxiliary officers swiftly advanced, handcuffing the three individuals. Zhang Hu managed to apprehend one, producing handcuffs to secure him. "Director, I have captured one." Chen Shi cast an appreciative glance at him, extracted a cigarette, lit it, and took a draw. At last, they had apprehended the thieves of Longtugu Village, red-handed. Approaching Ma Shuang, he remarked, "So it is indeed you, hiding quite adeptly. You even employed the strategies of Sun Tzu, yet still fell into my grasp." Ma Shuang glared fiercely at Chen Shi, questioning, "How did you know I was here?" Chen Shi retorted, "With Zhuge Liang's astute calculations, you, the Monkey King, cannot evade the palm of the Buddha." This time, Chen Shi emerged victorious, commanding, "Take these four thieves and their loot to the police station. Zhang Hu, take 2 auxiliary officers and inform the villagers whose livestock has been stolen that the thieves have been caught, and summon them to reclaim their cattle and horses." The livestock had already been loaded onto a vehicle, saving them further trouble. Zhang Hu tossed the keys to one of the auxiliary officers, instructing, "You drive the large vehicle back to the station." Zhang Hu, accompanied by 2 auxiliary officers, drove to Longtugu Village to share the good news with the villagers. Chen Shi turned to the 4 captives, ordering, "Cuff them and load them onto the large vehicle for transport to the station." He also assigned 2 auxiliary officers to accompany them in the vehicle while the others returned home. Upon arrival at the police station, just as dawn broke, the 4 thieves were escorted into the interrogation room for an intensive questioning session. Chen Shi personally conducted the interrogation. Despite having been caught red-handed, Ma Shuang and his accomplices remained uncooperative, admitting only to this theft while denying previous ones. When dealing with criminals, one must not show leniency. The seasoned officers employed certain tactics, prompting the four to confess the truth. Over the past few years, Ma Shuang and Niu Minghan had stolen livestock from Longtugu village. They sold the stolen cattle and horses to Feng Yong and Zhao Sigui in Yixing County, Nanqi Province. Feng Yong and Zhao Sigui transported the stolen livestock to Yixing County, selling them at market prices to cattle and horse traders, thus completing the illicit cycle. Ma Shuang confessed that their thefts from Longtugu village spanned 4 to 5 years, during which they had stolen a total of 21 large cattle, 9 calves, 13 large horses, and 6 ponies, netting an illicit profit of 135,800 yuan. Corroborating the statements of Feng Yong and Zhao Sigui. At that moment, Zhang Hu arrived with the villagers from Longtugu who had suffered losses. Upon seeing their cattle and horses, an elderly man felt an immense sense of relief. These animals represented his life savings, painstakingly accumulated over the years. The theft had left his family in despair, pondering how they would survive. The elderly man was exceedingly cautious, choosing to sleep alongside his livestock in the barn, where he fashioned a bed above them. Any sound would rouse him to check on his precious animals. However, last night, he had slept deeply, awakening only after 5 o'clock. Instinctively, he checked on his livestock, only to discover the barn utterly empty. Panic-stricken, he fell from his bed, landing amongst the empty stalls. Oblivious to the pain as he scrambled to awaken his family and rally the villagers in search of the missing cattle and horses. With no trace left behind, despair enveloped him as he contemplated suicide, believing he had failed to guard his livestock and had thus ruined his family's years of hard work. He had prepared a rope for hanging, and just as he looped it around his neck and prepared to kick away the stool, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. The police swiftly located the cattle, prompting a hasty abandonment of the hanging as they rushed out. Zhang Hu informed the villagers searching for the livestock that the thief had been apprehended. 2 individuals, Ma Shuang and another, had been taken to the police station along with the stolen cattle. The old man and his family were summoned to the station to reclaim their livestock. Zhang Hu also requested the village chief to compile a list of the cattle that had been lost over the years, intending to retrieve the stolen property from the police station. Chapter 93. Pleading for mercy. Last night, Ma Guoyang experienced an incessant twitching of his eyelids, an ominous premonition of impending trouble. His slumber was abruptly interrupted by the shrill ring of his mobile phone. Upon answering, he was startled by the sound of his uncle's weeping. "What is wrong, uncle?" he inquired. With a quivering voice, his uncle replied, "Nephew, a calamity has befallen us. Your brother, Ma Shuang, was arrested by the police last night on charges of cattle theft. I have no other kin. You must rescue him, for I cannot bear to sever our lineage." Ma Guoyang retorted dismissively, "Why weep? He merely stole cattle. He won't face execution. At worst, he'll serve a few years in prison, which is hardly fatal. Prison is not an option. How will he survive afterward?" His uncle lamented. Did he not consider his future when he committed the crime? Enough of this weeping. I shall investigate the matter further. After ending the call, he glanced at the time, 6:50. He rose, splashed water on his face, and made his way to the police station, where he spotted a large vehicle parked outside, laden with 2 hefty cows, a calf, a stallion, and a pony. The vehicle bore the license plates of Nanqi Province. He intercepted a passing officer for information, who revealed that he had accompanied Chen Shi in apprehending the thieves and recounted the details of the operation to Ma Guoyang. Frowning, Ma Guoyang approached the interrogation room, but was halted by a guard. "Captain Ma, Chief Chen has instructed that you are not permitted to enter the interrogation room. If you have questions, please direct them to him." Ma Guoyang's expression darkened. Chen Shi had clearly been aware of the situation and had intentionally kept him in the dark. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a subdued tone. "Am I not even allowed to glance inside? This is Chief Chen's directive. Please do not make it difficult for me." Irritated, Ma Guoyang turned and headed towards Chen Shi's office. He did not knock, but instead pushed the door open. Chen Shi was busy organizing case files and looked up at the furious Ma Guoyang. "Old Ma, do you not know to knock before entering?" With a scowl, Ma Guoyang replied, "Chief Chen, do you harbor such distrust in me, believing I would warn Ma Shuang?" Chen Shi's demeanor grew cold. "Old Ma, Ma Shuang is your cousin. Surely you understand the importance of avoiding any appearance of collusion." Sinking into a chair, Ma Guoyang's tone softened. "Is it true that Ma Shuang stole the cattle?" Chen Shi tossed a statement onto the desk. "Am I to wrongfully accuse him? There are numerous police officers and auxiliary officers present, along with body cameras recording the incident, and we have video evidence of the capture. You may verify it yourself." This is his confession. The cattle from Longtugu village were stolen by him and Niu Minghan, and we have both the thief and the stolen property. Ma Guoyang stood, picked up the statement, and began to sweat profusely. Faced with overwhelming evidence, he realized there was no denying the truth. He placed the confession back on the table, forcing a smile, and inquired, "Chen, how do you propose we handle this matter?" Chen's expression darkened. "You are an experienced officer. Why ask me for guidance? Simply send him to the police station, then to the court, and let the law dictate the verdict." Ma Guoyang managed a strained smile. "Ma Shuang is my cousin. Could you perhaps consider my position? This issue is minor. It need not be reported to the police. Let him compensate the villagers for their losses, and we can downplay the situation." "Old Ma, does your influence outweigh the law? This is a trivial matter. How can you say that? We both hail from rural backgrounds. It's not easy for a family to raise cattle and horses. That represents their entire livelihood. Ma Shuang must face legal consequences and compensate the villagers. There is no escaping that. Inform his family, and I will arrange for someone to assess the compensation amount. Every penny must be accounted for." Ma Guoyang sought to negotiate further. His face contorted in a forced grin. "Chen, isn't there any room for discussion?" Chen pointed at Ma Guoyang's police uniform. "Wearing this uniform means you must stand up for the people, regardless of who the offender is. If they break the law, they shall be apprehended. You need not concern yourself with this. Submit a temporary leave application and refrain from coming to work for the next couple of days. After this blows over, you may return." Realizing Chen's stance was unwavering, Ma Guoyang exited the office with a grim expression. He found Wang Jiaming already in the office and hurried to him. Wang Jiaming was in high spirits, having had a deep conversation with Su Linlin the previous evening, feeling rejuvenated. Upon seeing Ma Guoyang's sour demeanor, he beckoned, "Have a seat." Ma Guoyang, visibly dissatisfied, remarked, "What is Chen to think he can order me home for reflection after being at the precinct for barely a year?" Wang Jiaming, aware of the events from the previous night, feigned curiosity. "Why the outburst so early in the morning? What did Chen mean by sending you home for reflection?" Ma Guoyang recounted the incident involving his cousin's theft of cattle and horses. Wang Jiaming nodded, his expression troubled. "This is a difficult situation. He led the effort to apprehend the thieves last night. If I intervene, what would that signify? Chen has powerful backing, and it's not just you he disregards. Even I am beneath his notice." The more Ma Guoyang pondered, the angrier he became. In the past, such matters could be resolved with compensation. It was hardly akin to murder or arson. "Wang, Chen cannot remain in the station. We must find a way to remove him. Look at these officers. They follow his lead. Over time, they may forget who truly runs the precinct." Wang Jiaming poured a glass of water for Ma Guoyang. "He is a favored individual of the county chief, with Zhang's protection. He is destined for promotion. Be patient. This small precinct cannot accommodate such a formidable presence." Realizing Wang Jiaming was powerless against Chen, Ma Guoyang resignedly returned home to draft a leave application for a few days. Ma Shuang's theft was deserved. A few years in prison would not be fatal. Fortunately, he was unaware of the situation. Otherwise, he might have been implicated as well. Returning home in a dejected state, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was his uncle calling once again. Directly ignoring the calls is truly exasperating. "Your son is a thief. How could you possibly be unaware? Now that you know, it is too late to be afraid." During midday, Ma Guoyang was alone at home when a loud knocking reverberated at the door. Frustrated, he called out, "Stop knocking." Upon opening the door, he found his third uncle holding 2 boxes of gifts. With a scowl, he said, "Third uncle." As the uncle stepped inside, he placed down the gifts and suddenly knelt down, startling Ma Guoyang. "Third uncle, what are you doing? Please, get up." Ma Guoyang hurried to assist his uncle, who, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Xiao Liang, you must save Ma Shuang. He is my only remaining kin. If anything were to happen to him, I could not bear to live." Ma Guoyang felt a surge of bitterness, wanting to retort, "If you wish to die, then do so elsewhere instead of weeping here." With a dark expression, he replied, "Third uncle, please rise and tell me what troubles you. Xiaoliang, just give me a clear answer. Will you save Ma Shuang? If not, I shall remain kneeling indefinitely." Ma Guoyang, struggling to maintain his composure, thought of pushing his uncle away, yet being a senior, he endured and said, "It's not that I am unwilling to help. It is simply that I cannot. Ma Shuang has broken the law and must face its consequences. I have already been implicated. I am now reflecting at home. Tell me, how can I save him?" Third uncle insisted, "You must have a way. Will you truly stand by and watch him perish? Ma Shuang will not die. He merely stole cattle and horses, committing no murder or arson. A few years in prison, and he shall be free again. Quickly return home, sell any valuables, compensate the villagers, and earn their forgiveness to reduce his sentence." Tears streamed down third uncle's face. Ma Shuang cannot go to prison. If he does, how shall I live? Ma Guoyang, utterly losing his patience, shouted, if he is destined to die, it is his own doing. He is a thief. How can you be so oblivious? The law is vast and does not let anyone escape. Those who lead a life of crime must eventually pay the price. At that moment, Ma Guoyang's wife returned home. She had heard the news, which had spread like wildfire throughout Fushan town. Last night, Director Chen had led a team to Longtugu village and apprehended the cattle thieves. Seeing third uncle sobbing in their home, she picked up a broom and swept it towards him. If you wish to mourn, do so outside. Do not bring your lamentations into my house. Regardless of our kinship, I cannot bear this disgrace. Third uncle was driven out with the broom, along with the gifts he had brought. Chapter 94. Compensation for losses. Zhang Huxing hurriedly arrived at Chen Shi's office. Director Chen. Chen Shi looked up at Zhang Huxing and said, have a seat. Putting aside his work, he poured a glass of water for Zhang Huxing. Zhang Huxing took out a sheet of letterhead and respectfully handed it to Chen Shi. This document contains the records of cattle and horses lost in Longtugu village over the years. Chen Shi regarded Zhang Huxing with an approving glance, noting his progress in learning to draw parallels. Receiving the letter, he reviewed the losses. 21 large cattle, 9 calves, 13 horses, and 6 ponies had been reported missing from Longtugu village. Chen Shi examined Ma Shuang's confession, which aligned perfectly with the records. Zhang Huxing inquired, is it possible to recover the stolen cattle and horses? Neither Feng Yong nor Zhao Siguai knew where the cattle and horses had been sold. It was apparent that the lost livestock could not be reclaimed, and the villagers were entitled to compensation equivalent to the market value of their losses, which the 4 culprits would be held liable for. The cattle are irretrievable. You should make another trip to Longtugu village and discuss with the villagers who lost their livestock the value of their cattle and horses, so that these 4 thieves can compensate them. Remember, it is essential to be pragmatic. Do not demand exorbitant prices. Very well, I shall visit Longtugu village once more shortly. Zhang Hu drained a glass of water, having worked tirelessly through the night without a single drop to drink. Chun, the officer, informed that the villagers who lost their livestock last night had arrived at the police station. Should the cattle and horses on the truck be returned to the villagers? Guide them through the process to reclaim their livestock. Longtugu village is far from the town. If the villagers drive their cattle back, they won't arrive until the next day. May I take the truck to return the villagers' livestock? Zhang Hu, I am pleased with your initiative. This is the mark of a true people's policeman. You can conveniently drive the truck to Longtugu village, saving the need to use a police car. Zhang Hu left the office with a heart full of joy, exhilarated at the prospect of doing something meaningful for the villagers. They regarded themselves as heroes. Having finally eradicated the thieves who had plagued Longtugu village for 4 to 5 years, allowing the villagers to live without the constant fear of their cattle being stolen. As Zhang Hu emerged, he found an elderly man waiting by the truck, his gaze fixed on the cattle and horses, fearful that they might vanish in the blink of an eye. Zhang Hu approached the old man. Sir, I will assist you with the paperwork, and once it is completed, I will drive your cattle back home. The old man, overwhelmed with joy, was at a loss for words. Not only was he reclaiming his livestock, but they would also be returned to him. Earlier, he had been concerned that if the cattle were driven back to Longtugu village, they wouldn't arrive until the following day, requiring an overnight stay, and what if thieves were encountered along the way? His face clouded with worry. But now this policeman would help him return home, and in his excitement, he knelt down. He struggled to express his gratitude. A simple bow was the most sincere way he could show his appreciation. Great benefactor, you have saved my entire family. I owe you my deepest thanks. Zhang Hu quickly moved forward to lift the old man. Sir, please stand. This is unnecessary. We police serve the people. It is our duty. You should thank Director Chen, for it was he who recovered your cattle and arranged for their return. I wish to meet Director Chen to express my gratitude in person. Once we finish the paperwork, I will take you to his office. Zhang Hu felt a sense of fulfillment, resolved to do more for the villagers in the future. After completing the paperwork, he escorted the old man to Chen Shi's office. Chen Shi rose to welcome them. Sir, please take a seat. The old man waved his hand. I shall not sit. I am a rural man, and my clothes are dirty. I do not wish to soil the sofa. I have come to thank you, Director Chen. You are a great benefactor to my family. These 3 cattle and 2 horses represent our hard work. Had they been lost, I truly would not know how to carry on. As he spoke, he attempted to kneel, but Chen Shi, quick to react, caught the old man to prevent him from doing so, helping him to sit on the sofa instead. Sir, there is no need for gratitude. It is our duty. Our inability to apprehend the thieves promptly reflects a shortcoming on our part. From this day forth, the livestock of Longtugu village shall no longer be at risk of theft. allowing you to rest soundly through the night. The old man expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Chen Shi personally assisted the elder into the cargo truck, watching him depart. The following morning, Zhang Hu returned from Longtugu village to report to Chen Shi. He produced 2 sheets of paper, densely filled with writing. Chief Chen, the villagers are making exorbitant demands, claiming their cattle and horses are worth this much, and none are asking for less. After discussing with the village head, we decided on a price based on current market values. One price for large cattle, another for small cattle, one price for large horses, and another for small horses. Without this approach, negotiations would be futile. Chen Shi examined the notes and nodded. Indeed, this is the only feasible course of action. The total compensation for the villagers' losses amounts to 275,000. Well, when can the villagers expect to receive the compensation? Chen Shi set down the notes. That depends on these 4 thieves and how much they possess. If they are destitute, it complicates matters. Come, let us proceed to the interrogation room and gauge the situation. Chen Shi, accompanied by Zhang Hu, arrived at the interrogation room, where the 4 were held separately, and the auxiliary police escorted them inside. Zhang Hu commanded, "All of you, squat down." The 4, handcuffed, complied and crouched with their heads bowed. Chen Shi cast a glance at the 4. "You have stolen the villagers' cattle and horses, and those cannot be recovered. However, you 4 are liable for the losses incurred." Ma Shuang protested, "I have no money. I would rather go to prison." Feng Yong inquired, "How much is the compensation?" 275,000, Chen Shi replied. Hearing such an amount, Feng Yong quickly declared, "I have no money either. I would prefer imprisonment." The other 2 echoed, "We have no money. We would rather go to jail." Chen Shi's tone turned grave. "Very well, lacking funds means you will face court proceedings. Not only will you serve time, but you will also be required to compensate without fail. The court will thoroughly investigate your finances to recover the funds for the villagers. In that case, your sentence will not only remain but may also be increased, as this constitutes defiance of the law for failing to cooperate in compensation." Zhao Xiguai, feeling anxious as he had some savings and had even built a small 2-story villa, quickly asked, "If we voluntarily compensate, will we avoid imprisonment?" Prison time is inevitable. However, if you actively work to reimburse the villagers' losses, your sentence may be reduced. Zhang Hu bellowed, "Listen closely. Cooperating and compensating the villagers can lead to a reduced sentence. If you refuse to cooperate, you will still be liable for compensation and your sentence will be lengthened. Consider your options." The 4 exchanged glances, and Ma Shuang said, 275,000 is far too much. We cannot possibly come up with that amount. Is there any way to reduce it? The cattle and horses we stole cannot even be sold for that much. Chen Shi's gaze turned icy. This is not a marketplace for bargaining. There is no room for discussion. Confirm your decision quickly, or we will send you to the Public Security Bureau. Failure to cooperate in compensation will lead to severe penalties, as you have caused significant losses to the villagers, which could result in a life sentence. Money is earned through labor. Reflect on the annual income you generate through your work. If you were to reduce your sentence by a year, you could earn the equivalent of an additional year's wages. With a modicum of thought, the course of action becomes evident. Zhang Hu interjected, stating that the total amounts to 275,000, which averages to less than 70,000 per person. Presently, one could earn 40 to 50,000 a year at a construction site, thus recouping the losses in less than 2 years, while enduring less hardship. The 4 men fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 95. Growing prestige. Zhao Xiguai declared, "I am willing to cooperate in compensating the villagers for their losses, if my sentence is reduced by a few years." Chen Shi replied solemnly, "Active cooperation in compensation will indeed lead to a lesser sentence." Ma Shuang, visibly displeased, remarked, "Compensation is acceptable, but it cannot be distributed evenly. The earnings that Niu Minghan and I have made are modest. You 2 have taken the lion's share, demanding 100,000 each, while we are left to cover the remaining 75,000. Feng Yong protested, "That is unacceptable. Compensation must be averaged. We have not earned much, and we still bear the risk." Niu Minghan, with a sorrowful countenance, lamented, "In these past few years, I have only earned over 20,000. My family is destitute, and I cannot contribute a single cent. You must decide how to proceed." He displayed an attitude of indifference. Zhang Hu admonished loudly, "This is not a place for lamenting poverty. Compensation must be made in full, no less." Chen Shi observed the 4 men. Feng Yong and Zhao Xiguai appeared to have some means, while Niu Minghan's expression revealed his unfortunate plight, clearly indicating his financial struggles. As for Ma Shuang, a modest amount of 2,000 or 3,000 could likely be extracted from him. Often, when seeking compensation for losses, one must consider whether the opposing party possesses any assets. If they are impoverished, Even the greatest compensation is but a cold figure, devoid of significance. Even the courts struggle to enforce matters, fundamentally. They must ensure the sustenance of individuals and cannot drive them to despair. Chen Shi regarded Feng Yong and Zhao Siguai with a steely gaze. The cattle were ultimately sold through your hands. Thus your culpability is greater, and you ought to bear the brunt of the responsibility. According to Ma Shuang, each of you should compensate 100,000, with the remainder covered by him and Niu Minghan. Zhao Siguai contemplated the notion of paying for absolution, vowing to walk a straight path henceforth and to never again engage in illicit activities. Very well, I have no objections to compensating as proposed by the director. Feng Yong, still dissatisfied, added, I can agree to a larger compensation, but I have one request. We must be given leniency in our sentences. Chen Shi responded in a firm tone. This is the compensation you owe and is non-negotiable. However, your willingness to cooperate with the compensation will be taken into account by the court, potentially resulting in a reduced sentence. Ma Shuang exclaimed, for the remaining 75,000, Niu Minghan and I will split it evenly. Niu Minghan reiterated, I have no money. Chen Shi turned his gaze to Zhang Hu, questioning whether Niu Minghan was genuinely impoverished or merely feigning destitution. Zhang Hu understood Chen Shi's implication and quietly stated, Director, Niu Minghan is indeed without funds. He is a solitary man, both parents deceased, living in utter poverty, likely possessing no more than 100 to his name. As for Niu Minghan's scant earnings of over 30,000, Chen Shi's mind shifted. The seized truck should fetch around 30 to 50,000. But whose truck is it? Feng Yong hurriedly exclaimed, the truck is mine. It is confiscated stolen property, and our police station must publicly dispose of it. Feng Yong, growing anxious, protested, you cannot do this. I have already compensated 100,000. Now you want to dispose of my truck, which I purchased for over 90,000. Chen Shi, looking troubled, replied, if you wish to reclaim your truck, you must notify your family to come and take it away. However, they need to pay a deposit of 37,500, which will be deducted from Niu Minghan's compensation. Feng Yong retorted, why should I bear the burden of his compensation? You are all in cahoots. If he cannot provide the funds, then the compensation will be secured by the truck. Of course, you may negotiate privately and have the two of them compensate you. Feng Yong gritted his teeth, declaring, I cannot shoulder this 37,500 alone. Both of you must share the cost. I provided the truck for our cause without compensation, and now that trouble has arisen, it cannot fall solely on my shoulders. Ma Shuang quickly interjected, if Niu Minghan lacks the funds, consider this amount as a loan to him, and have him write you an IOU. Once he is released, he can repay you after working on the construction site. I do not have much money. I will need to borrow this 37,500. But I cannot provide any additional funds. Zhao Siga looked at Niu Minghan, saying, are you still a man? If you are, then write an IOU for Feng Yong. Once you are out, work on the site and ensure you repay him. Business requires integrity. Chen Shi internally scoffed, recognizing that even in their criminal endeavors, integrity was a foreign concept to these four individuals, who collectively possessed 800 cunning eyes. Niu Minghan turned to Feng Yong, stating, Brother Yong, I will write you an IOU. A man keeps his word. Once I am released, I will work and repay you. Feng Yong resigned himself to misfortune, saying, Director Chen, please give him a pen to write the IOU. Chen Shi gestured for Zhang Hu to fetch a pen, noting that compensating the villagers for their losses was imperative. While the squabbles of the four men were of no concern to the police station, Zhang Hu brought paper and a pen, unlocking Niu Minghan's handcuffs to allow him to write the IOU. Once completed, he signed and affixed his thumbprint. Feng Yong carefully reviewed the document, finding no issues, and held it in his hand. Chen Shi instructed the auxiliary police officer beside him, give them a phone to notify their families to bring the compensation funds. The pace was swift. By the following afternoon, the compensation was fully paid, and Feng Yong's family took the truck away. The case of the stolen cattle and horses in Longtugu village was officially closed. The next day, the four individuals were handed over to the Public Security Bureau, and the prosecution was initiated by the Procuratorate. Chen Shi led a team to Longtugu village to distribute the compensation to the villagers. The villagers who had their cattle and horses stolen rejoiced, as they had not anticipated receiving compensation for their losses. Those who received their compensation spread the word, confirming its authenticity. The total compensation of 275,000 was distributed, and Chen Shi conducted legal awareness campaigns, urging everyone to report illegal activities promptly. The elderly man whose cattle and horses were stolen approached Chen Shi, tears of gratitude in his eyes, accompanied by his family. Director Chen, you are a great benefactor to our family. Please allow us to pay our respects. The family knelt down, startling Chen Shi, who hurriedly stepped forward to assist them. I said, "My dear elder, you are going to give me a fright. This is an act of ingratitude," he exclaimed. "The body camera is recording. If ill-intentioned individuals were to witness this and twist the narrative, it would not only diminish my efforts, but also cast a shadow of blame upon me." Chen Shi quickly helped the elderly man and his family to their feet, breaking into a cold sweat. "Dear elder, please refrain from kneeling in the future. It has been many years since our liberation. This is not the old society. It is my duty to protect the lives and property of the people, which is the responsibility of our police station." The old man, with a sheepish grin, replied, "We rural folk may not possess eloquent words of gratitude, but kneeling is our way of expressing appreciation for you, Director Chen." Understanding their sentiments, Chen Shi insisted, "Please, do not kneel again. Today, Longtugu village buzzed with excitement as firecrackers were set off in celebration. The thieves who had been stealing cattle and horses had finally been apprehended. These two criminals had loomed over the entire village like a heavy stone. Until they were caught, the villagers could not enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Living in constant fear of their livestock being stolen had plagued them. From this day forward, they could rest easy, no longer worrying that they might awaken to find their cattle and horses missing. Zhang Xiangdong called to inquire, and Chen Shi reported truthfully, as this also contributed to his achievements. Zhang Xiangdong would certainly not question any further. His intent was to assist Chen Shi in establishing the image of a good police officer for future promotions. As the bureau chief took an interest, Wang Jiaming, unwilling to be left out, convened a general meeting to commend the police and auxiliary officers involved in the apprehension of the thieves. However, this commendation was merely superficial, consisting of verbal praise without any tangible rewards. Chen Shi, in contrast, decided to reward each individual with 1,000 yuan from the deployment funds. Having money at hand is advantageous, allowing one the freedom to spend as they wish. Wang Jiaming could only watch in frustration as Chen Shi's reputation grew beyond his own, feeling powerless to intervene. Chapter 96. The end of summer vacation. Wang Yanhong and Su Mingming returned from their month-long travels, bringing back an abundance of items that filled their home. Upon returning from work, Chen Shi was astonished to see the sheer volume of goods. With disbelief etched on his face, he asked, "How on earth did you bring back so much?" Wang Yanhong set down her belongings and, with a swift movement, leaped into Chen Shi's arms. "Did you miss me?" "I certainly did." She planted a kiss on his cheek before jumping back down. "These are gifts for you all, some from my parents, some from yours, and also for your niece and nephew." "How could that be? You brought back things for me too?" Chen Shi exclaimed, incredulous. "So many items. Can you guess how I managed it?" Chen Shi shook his head, not wanting to guess. "Just tell me." "No, I want you to guess." After pondering for a moment, Chen Shi ventured, "Did you hire a van to bring everything back?" "No, I see you cannot guess. We encountered a group traveling the world by car, and they happened to pass through Chunyang County. We hitched a ride to the county, where we hired a vehicle to bring us back. The driver was exceptionally kind, noticing I was alone, and even helped me carry my things home. In my delight, I generously tipped him an extra 50. Wang Yanhong, seated on the sofa, sighed deeply. "After over a month of revelry, I have exhausted all my savings. And from now on, I shall rely on you for support. In the future, should you choose not to work, I will have the means to provide for you. There is no need for concern. Your money belongs to you, not to me. I feel a lack of security when I have no money on hand." Chen Shi produced 2,000 from his pocket and placed it in Wang Yanhong's hands. "This is all I have. Tomorrow, I will visit the post office to see how much more I can withdraw and hand over to you. This should provide a sense of security, yes?" Wang Yanhong chuckled softly. "I am not someone who lacks discretion. In a moment of excitement, I spent all my money. At least I should keep some for living expenses." She tucked the 2,000 in cash into Chen Shi's pocket. "I can sustain myself without your assistance." Rising, she began to tidy up. For both sets of parents, she purchased clothing, trousers, shoes, and hats, a complete outfit. For Chen Shi's niece and nephew, she selected traditional ethnic costumes, believing they would look exceptionally adorable in them. A plethora of local specialties from various regions was amassed, split evenly for both sets of parents. Chen Shi inquired, "What about mine?" "Do not fret, yours will follow shortly." Wang Yanhong, beaming with excitement, revealed the ethnic attire. "Couples outfits. I look splendid in mine. You should try yours on." She pulled Chen Shi into the room to try on clothes. Chen Shi, having abstained from meat for over a month, was too consumed by the moment to think of changing garments. Armed and charging towards the enemy stronghold, he elicited continuous pleas for mercy from Wang Yanhong. After a fierce battle of 300 rounds, Chen Shi lay contentedly on the bed, while Wang Yanhong, blushing, sat up. "It appears that during this past month, You have been quite faithful, as your temper is not so fiery. Wang Yanhong, looking pleased, donned the ethnic attire and urged Chen Shi, come on. Get up and try on the clothes. I want to see. Exhausted and unable to rise, he retorted, what do you expect after your fervent efforts earlier? Next time, be more restrained. She helped him up, and he changed into the ethnic costume, which he found quite appealing, even handsome. Standing before the mirror, they were a striking couple. Well matched. Yanhong, do you think wearing this outfit outside will seem inappropriate and attract unwanted attention? Who said you must wear it out? I simply find it beautiful. I wish to admire it myself. Wang Yanhong organized the items into 2 piles, indicating one. This pile is for your family, and this one is for mine. Come the weekend, take them back. You want to accompany me? Do you wish for me to come back with you? I do, but I know you do not. I have matters to attend to. It's fine. You can take them back yourself. What matters could there be? ISNT school starting in a few days? What day is it today? The students will return to school in a few days, and the teachers must end their vacation early. Tomorrow marks the official end of my summer holiday. Wang Yanhong feels exhausted and has no desire to cook, so she hastily prepares 2 bowls of egg noodles, which Chen Shi devours with great relish. Yanhong, I've come to realize that I truly cannot live without you. Without you, my life is a complete mess. Eating out has lost its charm. Your cooking is simply unparalleled. Wang Yanhong exclaims, you haven't cooked a single meal in over a month. Chen Shi replies, when have I found the time? Just look at the kitchen. It remains untouched since your departure. I haven't even stepped inside. Your life skills are non-existent, Director Chen. Without me, you would surely starve. After their meal, Chen Shi heads to wash the dishes while Wang Yanhong reclines on the sofa, suddenly catching a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Rising to investigate, she walks to the balcony and is met with a mountain of unwashed clothes. With a sense of despair, she enters the kitchen. Director Chen, how long has it been since you last did laundry? Please don't tell me you haven't washed a thing since I left. Chen Shi ponders for a moment. Previously, he would toss his worn clothes onto the balcony, where Wang Yanhong would take care of them. It seems that in this past month, they have remained untouched. No wonder he has struggled to find clean clothes, but he cannot admit it. Are there many clothes on the balcony? She inquires. You should take a look. It's piled like a small mountain. The washing machine is right there. It wouldn't hurt to load it, and you don't even have to wash them yourself. I forgot. Wang Yanhong shakes her head in disbelief and begins to gather the laundry. She feels an inexplicable sense of security, knowing that he relies on her. Without her, his life would indeed be chaotic. Being needed can sometimes be a source of comfort. During the weekend, Chen Shi changes his mind and decides to take Wang Yanhong home first. This time, he brings a carload of inexpensive items, spending little yet acquiring quite a bit. The police car is filled to the brim, with barely a gap, which seems a sign of disrespect towards his future mother-in-law. Wang Yanhong's mother beams with delight upon seeing the abundance of goods, exclaiming, my son-in-law is truly generous to bring so much. Wang Yanhong's father has nearly recovered from his injuries and is back to working in the fields. Wang Yanhong chastises him. Dad, the doctor advised you to rest at home, not to labor in the fields. How much can you earn from farming? Do you think I can't support you? The mountain folk are not so delicate. Look at me. I eat and drink well, and I can't stand being idle at home. Working the land feels much better. Chen Shi smiles, Uncle. A bit of exercise is beneficial for one's health. Wang Yanhong retorts angrily, I've heard from my mother that you've been drinking as well. How many times must I tell you that alcohol is not good for you? What is the point of living if I can't drink? I'm nearly 60. I've had enough. Wang Yanhong is momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Yanhong's mother, holding 2 packs of cigarettes, cheerfully states, your son-in-law bought these for you. Isn't he better than a biological son? Which son ever buys cigarettes for his father? Wang Yanhong's father looks at Chen Shi. You're quite the thoughtful one. With all this land, it will soon be yours. Wang Yanhong's mother prepared to stroll around the village, eager to converse with others about her daughter's husband returning home with a cart full of goods, which left little room in their house. Wang Yanhong exclaimed, Mother, you are off to boast again, as if you fear that others remain unaware. She added, I want those who mock me for having no son to witness this. Can those with sons truly acquire such an abundance? I take pride in having a daughter. Grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds, she ventured out for a leisurely walk. Wang Yanhong cast a glance at Chen Shi, her expression a blend of bittersweet amusement.